The story opens with a scene of a beautiful little girl holding a bow in her hand. She's drawing it, preparing to shoot. She is called by everyone by the name Feng Dufi. In her heart, she also has a very long train of thought. She had transmigrated straight away, becoming the evil female supporting character in the novel. But that's not the important issue. Isn't my task just to bully that kid, but my task. At this moment, Feng Dufi is happily exclaiming, "Yay, the first task is definitely completed perfectly. Certainly the male lead's hatred will grow and flourish." Suddenly, the system displays a notification. "Host, it seems you shot the wrong person." Hearing this, Feng Dufi turned to stone and said, "So I mistook the male lead." The system then introduces her to the real male lead. It's the third prince. The male lead suddenly pushes down the fourth prince, then suddenly stands up. Hearing this, Feng Dufi confidently replies, "I complete every task excellently." As soon as she finished speaking, she frantically smashes the objects around her. The system cat sees this. Very satisfied, it says the host did very well. Keep it up. We must make the male lead turn over. After finishing smashing things, Feng Dufi tears up pieces of paper and throws them in front of Mumyu, the male lead, who arrogantly asks, "Are you satisfied now?" The male lead, with a cold face, looks straight into her eyes, calmly says, "Satisfied." Seeing these actions of his, Dufi, extremely angry, says, "I must bully the male lead to the bone, but Wind, it seems you've blown in the wrong direction." On this side, the male lead shyly thinks, "The young lady is truly arrogant but gentle. She even gave a special medicine to the third prince to treat wounds. Haha, it's really saying one thing but meaning another. Wanting to say that, but her heart still cares for the third prince." Hearing these praises for herself, Feng Dufi is so angry she coughs up blood. She silently curses, "Damn it, how did it turn out like this? The male lead should hate me, right? Has he lost his mind and now sees me as his crush?" The male lead now blushes shyly, gently calls Feng Dufi. Hearing this, 2 streams of tears flow down her face in pain. She sadly thinks, this direction must be wrong somehow. While the male lead is very infatuated and passionate, on a beautiful day, at the royal hunting ground, suddenly, the system displays a notification. Mission 1 is to shoot an arrow into the right shoulder of the male lead to stimulate his hatred and fighting spirit. Upon receiving the notification, Feng Dufi takes an arrow from the basket, then slowly draws the bow and calmly says, "Simple." At this moment, in the direction she's aiming, there's a group of people bullying a boy. Seeing this, she thinks confusedly, this point is still a child. Let this young lady come to glory in your place. Immediately, that arrow is shot straight ahead, then pierces right into the right arm of a boy who is bullying others. Seeing this, that group of people angrily shouts, "Someone is assassinating the prince. Quickly go call the emperor." At this moment, Feng Dufi has already withdrawn her arrow. She introduces, Feng Dufi was originally a famous history professor, unfortunately died during an archaeological expedition. After waking up, she discovered herself becoming a major character in the male lead story, becoming the 14-year-old daughter of the prime minister's mansion. In the story, she continues to tell that. In the novel, the male lead Tiohu is the son of Emperor Ken, born when he was drunk with a palace maid, enduring countless humiliations, destined to ascend the throne in the future, killing all those who once oppressed him. While I became the evil, arrogant, and overbearing female supporting character, needing to be cruel to him to help him ascend the throne. Only then can I get a new life. In Feng Dufi's heart at this moment, she's extremely happy, exclaiming, "Yes, the first mission is completed so perfectly again." The hatred in the male lead's heart must have sprouted, but unexpectedly the system notifies, "Host, you shot the wrong person." Suddenly at this moment, among the group of people she just shot the arrow at, they have seen her and keep saying, "Feng Dufi, how could it be you? So bold. You dare to harm my fourth prince." I just heard the system, then turned to hear their words of blame. Feng Dufi could only stand frozen. The one called the fourth prince is in great pain and asks Feng Dufi, "Do you actually hate this bastard Tiohu? Why did you try to kill him today?" Seeing this, Feng Dufi can only force a smile and ask, "Didn't I hit the male lead?" She thinks to herself, clearly to complete the mission. I shot an arrow at Tiohu. How could I be helping him? Wait, fourth prince. The system cat appears in the host's field of vision. It says very unfortunately to the host, "You shot the wrong person. The mission has failed." Hearing this, Feng Dufi can only ask in panic, wasn't that just now the male lead Tiohu being bullied? Now the male lead has stood up, wiping the dust off his face. He is the third prince Tiohu. The system cat says the male lead suddenly resisted and pushed the fourth prince. He stood up, Look, it reminds that the crime of assassinating a prince is no small offense. You go over there and say something. Hearing this, Feng Dufi is extremely worried and thinks, this is bad. Suddenly a voice calls out, Feng Yi. This has attracted the attention of everyone around. It turns out the person calling her is her father, Prime Minister Feng. He asks, what are you doing? Walking ahead of him is also Emperor Kang. Feng Dufi is extremely worried, thinking it's over. Even father has arrived. She has to say, if I say I just missed the shot. Emperor Kang coldly says, if I remember correctly. Feng's daughter learned horseback riding and archery at 3. At 8, she could hit a target from 100 paces. Now someone says she missed. Seeing this, Feng Dufi immediately puts on an obedient face. But in her heart, she's strongly objecting. She says tearfully, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Emperor Kang turns to ask Prime Minister Feng, how do you think we should punish the crime of attempting to assassinate a prince? Hearing this question, Prime Minister Feng says with difficulty, Your Majesty. At this moment, Feng Dufi is biting her lips tightly. She slowly kneels down and sincerely says, it's true, I did it on purpose. Hearing this, her father's face turns pale. He calls out, Feng Yi, she explains. Your subject simply couldn't bear to see Your Majesty ordering the princes and princesses to study at the hunting ground. As she speaks, she points towards the 4th prince, constantly reproaching. But the 4th prince forced the 3rd prince to get down like a dog. He even physically assaulted him. Your subject was angered and thus took action. It was a momentary transgression. Hearing this, Emperor Ken frowns and says, is there such a thing? The young 4th prince committing such a vicious act. He indeed should suffer a bit. Feng Yi was also momentarily agitated when punishing him. After returning home, copy the Penitence Sutra 10 times. Hearing she escaped death, Feng Dufi bows her head and says, thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise and brilliant. After the emperor leaves, Prime Minister Feng repeatedly glances at his daughter as a warning, making her break out in a cold sweat. Seeing everyone has left, she sighs in relief, saying the danger has been resolved. Suddenly, the male lead appears right in front of her. Seeing this, she asks, what are you doing? Then slowly stands up and explains, I wasn't helping you. Don't be so shameless. Tiohu questions. You mean you just lied to Father Emperor, committing the crime of deceiving the monarch? Hearing this, Feng Dufi is about to go mad thinking this guy. Is he digging a hole for me? Then she crosses her arms and approaches Tiohu, making him take a step back. She says, no, I'm saying I did help you. Don't you plan to repay me? Tiohu now looks a bit embarrassed. His cheeks are flushed red. He asks, so what do you want? Hearing him say this, Feng Dufi is also surprised and exclaims, huh? When asked by the 3rd prince what she wants, Feng Dufi recalls her own fate. In the novel, after Tiohu ascends the throne, he directly throws her to the dogs. Her face shows she's still thinking. I can't say I want him to change the method instead of throwing me to the dogs, can I? Then a new idea flashes. She thinks as long as the mission succeeds, after the male lead turns evil, the system will arrange for her to fake death and leave. What does she have to worry about? So she leans forward, pointing at the disheveled 3rd prince beside her, in a reproachful tone. It's all because of you. The emperor punished me to copy the sutra 10 times, so you must copy those sutras for me. The 3rd prince is intimidated by Feng Dufi's aura. He can only say, Feng Dufi becomes increasingly aggressive. That's right. Anyway, my father often punishes me by making me copy sutras. You must copy 100 times to store for when needed. No objections, right? She says with a triumphant look. The 3rd prince gapes. 100. Hearing the unreasonable demand, he turns away, saying, keep dreaming. Feng Dufi beside him calmly says, didn't you ask me what I wanted? She points at his face again. Why are you regretting now? And thinks to herself, very good. I've created more enmity with the 3rd prince. The conversation ends. The 3rd prince walks away quickly. Suddenly, his footsteps stop when he hears a voice. It turns out to be the crown prince's voice with an angry expression, sarcastically saying, weren't you very boastful just now? Thought relying on the Feng family would keep you safe. You even dared to hurt my 4th brother. After the crown prince finishes speaking, he decisively pushes the 3rd prince away and curses. Little bastard, you're just like your birth mother, forever a dog servant who will never see the light. Another brother adds, elder brother is right, we have noble status. How can we bother with this kind of beast? Even worse, that one raises his foot to insult little beast. Bark twice like a dog, then we'll let you off today. How about it? Then the group around the crown prince starts beating him, hitting while excitedly urging, bark. If you don't bark, we'll beat you until you do. After the beating, The third prince endures the pain. As he struggles to get up, he meets Feng Dufi's gaze. The little maid Hong Tu beside her, seeing this scene, also feels pity and cries out, "How can they do this? It's really." As she's about to continue, she meets Feng Dufi's eyes. She trembles and lowers her head, thinking silently, "It's over." The young miss really hates the third prince. Why did I sympathize with him in front of the young miss? Feng Dufi senses the maid's trembling fear. "What are you shaking for? I'm not going to eat you." At this moment, the maid Hong Tu is terrified and thinks, "You won't eat, but you'll beat me to death." Feng Dufi leans on the window, thinking she must do something. Then she takes out a vial from her clothes and hands it to the maid, then carefully instructs, "Find someone to take this to the laundry room. It must be handed directly to Tiao Hu." The maid Hong Tu cautiously accepts it. She can't help but worry and think, what miss is giving to the third prince? This isn't arsenic, is it? Feng Dufi fiercely adds, "Don't let others know it's from me, or I'll beat that person." The maid can only cry and obey. This servant obeys. That night in the laundry room, the third prince receives a full slap from someone on his face. Curses continuously echo out, "Useless waste." Born already deemed an ill omen by the imperial astronomer. Grown up without the emperor's love. Do you want to implicate me to death? Unexpectedly. All of that comes from the third prince's birth mother, the palace maid, Taingok from the laundry room. His face is red from the slaps. The third prince is grieved and doesn't know what to say. The woman, after hitting her son, calmly walks out, not looking back at her own child, only saying, "So dirty. Hurry up and take a bath. Wait for this old woman to serve you later." The third prince doesn't think much about what just happened. It seems he's used to his mother's violence. He approaches the drawer and opens it. He remembers his promise to Feng Dufi. "That woman wants 100 copies of the sutra, but I don't even have 100 sheets of Xuancheng paper." He mutters like that. Must help work for some palace maids and eunuchs to exchange for new paper. The third prince arranges the few sheets of Xuancheng paper he has on the table with a serious and determined expression. I don't want to owe her either. While looking for paper in another drawer, the third prince is stunned, surprised to see a vial of all-purpose healing ointment appearing out of nowhere. On this side, Feng Dufai lies sprawled on the bed, yawning repeatedly. Her stomach growls continuously, complaining how hungry she is. She sits up. She meekly acts pitiful in front of the black cat, speaking in a whisper. "System, I made the fourth prince get hurt. Father punished me by not letting me eat." The black cat, calmly licking its face, replies because, "So what? Is that all you're waiting for?" Feng Dufi's eyes light up. In just a moment, in her mind, she happily imagines dozens of delicious dishes. She drools, clasps her hands, and pleads earnestly, "So can you give me a table of food?" The black cat coldly replies no. She continues to whine. "No, not a table of food. Then just a chicken leg, can you?" The result is still the same. The cat turns away abruptly, saying firmly no. Starving to the extreme, Feng Dufi cries, her tears flowing. Hands clasped, she begs pitifully, then just plain rice will do, but only receives a harsh rejection. No food. Feng Dufi desperately falls onto the bed. Her stomach still rumbles. Her lazy eyes close from exhaustion. Seeing the host's lazy appearance, the black cat questions critically. Today's mission failed. Has the host reflected on herself yet? Already starving and now being scolded by a cat, Feng Dufi clenches her hands into fists. Her eyes become angry, and she thinks to herself, "If this stupid cat had a physical form, I would definitely make it meow in pain." But then she also reconsiders herself, thinking carefully she says seriously, "You say my archery technique is not accurate. I accept that, but you clearly told me the male lead wouldn't resist. How was I to know he would resist?" Her eyes become cold. She concludes, "Isn't it because of the system's fault?" Then she swings a pan out threateningly with one hand. The poor black cat can only dodge, trying to say, "Host, please don't make excuses. Don't challenge the system's authority." Then a fight between human and cat breaks out. Only the sound of slaps and meows can be heard. The fight ends when both are exhausted, sweat beads on their cheeks. Trying to keep her breath steady, Feng Dufi declares war. "I challenge your little sister." Immediately, the tired black cat says, "Host, please don't say such dirty words." Hearing that, Feng Dufi immediately puts on a lecturing face. "I said your little sister. Where is your mind going? Is the system's brain full of dirty thoughts to think like that?" This statement directly defeats the black cat. The cat doesn't know what to say before its domineering host. Then it regains its spirit, starts to boot up the system, working and speaking very professionally. "All right then, now the system will input everyone's appearances into your subconscious. From now on, the host will absolutely not mistake people anymore." Feng Dufi obediently sits and listens. The cat speaks up to instruct. And host, did you hear? After 3 days, choose the second mission to enter the laundry room and destroy Tiohu's belongings, including things he cherishes, to make him hate you even more. It points directly at her face to announce the mission. Only success is allowed. Failure is not an option. Feng Dufei confidently declares, one hand raised to her forehead in a salute gesture. One word, it's not a problem. In her heart, she also has a thought. Shooting people can miss, but how can smashing go wrong? This time, I must succeed. 3 days later, Feng Dufei wears a pink outfit, holding a certain yellow card in her hand. With a triumphant expression, she thinks to herself, having the Emperor's special card is so great. Finding Tiu's residence isn't too easy, she says without any hesitation, using all her life's strength to smash the third prince's belongings with great pleasure. The black cat beside her keeps encouraging. Look, you're doing great. That's it. Keep smashing. Insult his ancestors too. To be honest, smashing like this makes Feng Dufei tired. She wipes her sweat and turns around to say, I'm so tired. Can you tell me what are the things he cherishes? The black cat puts on glasses, pretending to be knowledgeable, strokes its chin, then uses its inherent experience to confidently say, of course it's books. Like other great male leads, one must read many books to establish a career. Feng Dufei calmly regains her composure. She rummages through the drawer while saying, books. I don't see any. Then her face lights up. Under the purple cloth is a book. She happily says, found it. But when she opens to see the book's content, 2 or 3 affairs between young Master Tan and me. A kiss to seal the love between me and Tiao Wang. Tran Thilang forcefully stayed by my side for years. All cheesy love stories between men and women, making Feng Dufei's facial muscles contract, as if hard to digest, unable to accept that a man would read this genre. Then she raises questions to the system. The black cat also gapes in shock. System, look at this. Really, is this the book the male lead reads in the future? Just as they finish speaking, they suddenly turn around because of a loud shout. Which damned fool dares to enter this lady's room and cause havoc? That's the voice of the third prince's mother. She rolls up her sleeves, ready as if she'd hit anyone she sees, while saying, let this lady see. The third prince is calmer than his mother. He's a bit surprised when looking into the room. As soon as she sees Feng Dufei, her momentum dies down. Her voice becomes much softer. Feng, Miss Feng, why are you here? Seeing her like this, Feng Dufei arrogantly tears the book in her hand and says, you fool, this young lady just finds you irritating, wanting to smash your things. Any objections? Mother of the third prince, afraid of Feng Dufei's status as the prime minister's daughter, quickly answers, no objections. Feng Dufei presses on, asking the third prince, seeing this young lady tear your things, you have no objections, right? The third prince's mother fearfully interjects, no, no. Seeing the third prince not bothering to answer, she angrily says, who asked you? This young lady is asking your son, her aura completely dominating. Feng Dufei is determined to make the third prince speak. She teases him, tearing the book to pieces and throwing it, provocatively asking, satisfied yet? The third prince's face remains cold, seeming not to care much, as if those books weren't his treasures. He utters, satisfied. It turns out the book belongs to the third prince's mother. She's sitting on the floor crying. Tran Thilan and my beloved Tiao Wang. No wonder the system felt something was off. Feng Dufei dusts her hands, triumphant. Hey, finally succeeded this time. The group peeking outside the door whispers. Miss Feng stormed into the laundry room. Unexpectedly, she came to vent her anger on the third prince. Hearing this, Feng Dufei starts to question. Not only that, the others continue saying, he's clearly Tai Ngok's son. She beats and scolds him all day, even makes the third prince do laundry. The third prince is so unlucky. Someone else argues, what's unlucky about it? Didn't you see Miss Feng smash Tai Ngok's things? She even tore up her favorite books and asked the third prince if he was satisfied. This is clearly protecting the prince. Hearing this, Feng Dufei becomes confused, scratches her head, looking at the pile of Tai Ngok's torn clothes and books. She cries internally. This step wasn't quite right. The image of Feng Dufei, heartbroken and desperate, while Tiohu stands emotionless and still, is truly marvelous. Feng Dufei strokes her chin and asks the system, I just searched the entire room thoroughly. That should count as completing the mission, right? A clear no rings out. Feng Dufei becomes furious. Then you tell me, where is that Tiohu's important thing? The system fearfully falls silent. People outside the door say, I heard last night the fourth prince bullied the third prince. Then he was shot through the shoulder by Miss Feng. Now he's lying motionless in bed. Tai Ngok hears this and silently complains that little Tiohu actually befriended Miss Feng, even asked her to come here and vent anger for him. Thinking this, she looks up and begs Feng Dufei, Miss Feng, this servant knows her mistake. This servant didn't know you, and Tio Hu had this relationship. From now on, I promise not to lay a hand on him. Please be merciful and forgive me. Forgive me this once." Hearing this, Feng Dufi shouts, "Who said I came to vent anger for him? I came to smash his things, to make him sleep rough, torment him until he's furious." Tio Hu coldly glances at Feng Dufi, who's shouting. The workers outside hear many things. Look at this, everyone. Even Miss Feng knows how to be shy. This is called being tsundere. What do you know? Another person nods, seeming to understand. Feng Dufi blushes and shouts, "Tsundere your head. Dare to say one more word about me and see what happens." She goes out and scolds the palace servants harshly. Tio Hu is the person I hate most in this life. Don't talk nonsense, or else this young lady will tear your mosquito nets. Then she turns to look at Tio Hu, changing the subject. "What are you looking at? It's not like I'm doing this for you." At this point, Tio Hu finally speaks up. "You said the same thing last time." Hearing this, Feng Dufi awkwardly coughs. Then she winks and says, "Third Prince, Your Highness. Actually, I've been watching you since you were young. I feel you have unlimited potential. You could say it's a great mission sent from heaven. Also, I especially want to be friends with you. Are you willing?" Seeing Feng Dufi speak while moving so close to his face, the third prince blushes and replies, "Not willing." After saying this, he turns and leaves. Seeing his back, Feng Dufi laughs to herself. "Luckily, I'm clever and did the opposite, to make this little guy actively stay away from me." As if thinking about his decisiveness, she gets angry. "But when you refused, you should have hesitated a bit." In the bushes near the laundry room, Feng Dufi sees Tio Hu acting strangely. She asks the system, "He's not eating grass because he's hungry, is he?" The system arrogantly says, "You failed the mission. You're not worthy of talking to the system." Seeing Tio Hu holding something, Feng Dufi wonders what it is. Suddenly, Tio Hu comes over and hands the book in his hand to Feng Dufi, then coldly says, "For you." She doesn't understand. Tio Hu blushes and turns to one side, saying, "Don't you know how to read yourself?" Holding the book in her hand, Feng Dufi is secretly amazed, thinking, "I copied the sutra 3 times and my hand hurt." He's tormented by his birth mother every day, yet he can copy the sutra so many times. Tio Hu coldly turns to leave, leaving her with one sentence, "I don't owe you anymore." Feng Dufi thinks, did he copy all of these? The system speaks up. "Host, how come I feel he's treating you quite well?" Feng Dufi says, "Obviously. Normally isn't a great male lead supposed to be grateful and repay kindness?" The system reminds her, "Now you need to develop specific traits. Be harsh and cruel with these Buddhist sutras. Then tell him you had someone else copy them, and tell him to take those things and get lost." Feng Dufi says hesitantly, "This plot wasn't in the script. Even if you're the system, you can't change things arbitrarily, right?" The system angrily warns, according to the original plot mission, the host has already failed. Feng Dufi smiles confidently, but uncertainly. She then turns to settle accounts with Tio Hu. "What you owed me before has been repaid. So what about today's matter? How will you handle it? Don't think I'll help you. Those fools have greatly misunderstood. I clearly came to torment you." Then she ruthlessly throws away the Buddhist sutra, opening her mouth in contempt. What's so good about this book? As she speaks, Feng Dufi keeps stepping on it. Watching Feng Dufi forcefully trample the book, Tio Hu is shocked and exclaims, "You, what are you doing?" Feng Dufi points directly at Tio Hu's face and rants, "You good for nothing. Looking at you, everything about you is useless. In this life, you're only fit for this shabby laundry place." Tio Hu is now burning with anger. Seeing his face darken as if turning evil, Feng Dufi happily thinks, "Success." At that moment, there are voices of gossiping servants from over there. Young Miss Feng is really tsundere. The other day, Miss Feng told others to bring the best medicine to treat the third prince's wounds, and she didn't want it spread around. Haha, such a tsundere young miss. She truly cares for the third prince. Feng Dufi is thunderstruck, while Tio Hu turns away in embarrassment. Feng Dufi's face turns green as she silently complains. What nonsense are they talking about? Tio Hu blushes and says, "You haven't even said anything yet." Feng Dufi interrupts. "What do you mean, you? You're not allowed to talk to me." After saying this, she turns and runs away, crying to the heavens, "This life is too cruel to me." Looking at her fleeing appearance, Tio Hu ponders. The all-healing golden wound medicine was brought by her. Except for her, in this imperial palace, there's no one who treats me this well. He slowly picks up the book and says expressionlessly, "Who knows how precious this medicine is to me?" His face darkens as he raises his hand to grip the book tightly, thinking, indeed, knowing etiquette and shame is like this. Reading this 100 times, I'm still a useless person. This life, I'm only fit for the laundry room. As soon as he finishes, he throws the Buddhist sutra down angrily. He turns and leaves. Meanwhile, after running a fair distance, Feng Dufi leans on her knees, panting. Finally ran out of there. The female lead is angry. The male and female leads in novels always hate each other. Why is it that when I act cruelly, it's misunderstood as kind and pure? The system appears behind her, its expression not too good. Warning, host, the system reminds you, the mission has failed again. Feng Dufi looks at the system's unhappy face. Worried, she thinks, as I know, when the system punishes someone, it feels like electricity coursing through the body, like near death. She breaks out in a cold sweat and whispers, giving medicine to the male lead was my mistake. But this mission's failure isn't entirely my problem. Seeing her hesitate, the system impatiently asks, what do you want to say? She fearlessly argues back. I must remind the system, after the first mistake of identifying the wrong person, you also misidentified the male lead's belongings. Hearing this, the system retorts, host, don't take your anger out on the wrong target. Feng Dufi says threateningly, as if ready to die together, my mission failure led to your mission failure too. I don't believe you won't be punished. The system hesitates after hearing this. It turns away sulkily and replies, this time, I won't pursue your fault. Next time, don't act on your own. Don't give anything to the male lead anymore. Seeing the matter resolved, Feng Dufi sticks out her tongue smugly. It seems the villain's accusation still works. Night falls at the general's mansion. Feng Dufi's sincere voice rings out. Hello, father. Your daughter truly knows her mistake. Look, I've copied the sutra 10 times already. Isn't that enough to prove that your daughter knows her fault and has changed? The prime minister silently looks. Then he shouts at Feng Dufi. Nonsense. Feng Dufi, confused, asks, what's wrong, father? Prime Minister Feng angrily says, do you take me for a blind man or a fool? Your handwriting is usually as bad as cat scratches. How could you write such beautiful characters? Feng Dufi, scared and sweating, nervously replies, father, how can you say that about me? Prime Minister Feng helplessly puts his hand on his forehead. Sighing, I wanted a child who could recognize characters at 3, read books at 10, be a genius top scholar at 18. Instead, I got a daughter who rides horses and shoots arrows, but can't read books. Feng Dufi cheerfully tries to please him. Isn't that just like following my mother? Prime Minister Feng's face softens as he gently teaches her. Having someone else write to deceive your father is one thing, but now it's for the emperor. Aren't you afraid of being accused of deceiving the monarch? Feng Dufi also seriously replies to her father, this is truly my handwriting. If you don't believe me, I'll write more for you to see. Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng is surprised and lets out an "oh." Feng Dufi immediately copies another passage for her father to see, then reports, here, father, look at these neat and straight lines of characters. Prime Minister Feng asks in amazement, when did you start practicing calligraphy? She obediently replies, your daughter knows her talents are limited. Not wanting to disappoint you, I've been secretly practicing to surprise you. Prime Minister Feng, happy and touched, hugs Feng Dufi. He exclaims, not bad, very beautiful. My Fenger has grown up. You understand things now. I'm so happy. In her father's arms, Feng Dufi winks triumphantly. I'm an archaeology PhD, always writing about restoring ancient texts, and imitating Tiohu's handwriting is as easy as turning my hand. Feng Dufi pretends to be pitiful and begs her father, can I ask for one thing? Prime Minister Feng, now in a good mood, agrees. Fenger, whatever you want, I'll agree to it all. Feng Dufi quickly states her condition. Your daughter wants to visit grandmother at the villa. Prime Minister Feng, slightly surprised, asks, visit grandmother. He hesitates, saying, you and your grandmother are like water and fire. You can't get along. Why do you want to visit her? Feng Dufi begins to explain. Father, before, your daughter was inconsiderate and hurt her feelings. Your daughter has grown up now. I won't do that anymore. There's no one to take care of her. If she moves out, it won't be good for your reputation, father. She says this, but thinks to herself, if it weren't for the mission, I wouldn't even bother. Feng Dufi continues to play the role of a sincere and filial daughter. She promises, your daughter will persuade grandmother to come back. This is good for filial piety. I absolutely won't make her angry. Seeing his daughter so mature and understanding, Prime Minister Feng pats her head and finally agrees. All right then, I'll send people to protect you. You must be careful. Feng Dufi happily responds with a yes. She thinks to herself, my dear, dear father, it's not that I intend to deceive you, it's just that my mission this time is. Feng Dufi's mission this time is to shock grandmother, provoke the female lead to file a complaint, and promote their first meeting. The next day, at the villa in the suburbs, Feng Dufi's voice rings out. After half a day's journey, we've finally arrived. Then she steps down from the horse carriage and enters the villa. Feng Dufi continues, the old lady still likes vegetables. After saying this, Feng Dufi peeks at the guard dog. Then she turns to speak to the cat beside her, System, to ensure the mission is completed smoothly. I want to confirm with you once more. Feng Dufi turns and quietly continues, in a moment, I just need to pretend to hit the old lady's beloved dog. When the old lady scolds me, I'll provoke her sore points. Right? The cat, feeling uneasy, flies up and asks Feng Dufi, "That's right. Is the chicken blood prepared?" Feng Dufi replies, "No problem." After saying this, she throws away the leaf she used for disguise and approaches the old lady's dog. Feng Dufai rolls up her sleeves and runs towards the dog. The dog sees this and barks loudly, but Feng Dufai presses its head down. Her eyes gleamed brightly under Feng Dufai's pressure. The dog couldn't raise its head to bark. Feng Dufi fumbled with her hands and feet. She hugged the dog tightly against her body. She took the prepared chicken blood and smeared it on the dog's head. Amidst the dog's pitiful cries, Feng Dufi said, "Dog brother, cooperate a bit. It's just a smear of chicken blood. Don't be afraid." Suddenly, the voice of Feng's grandmother rang out. The old lady glared and asked Feng Dufi, "What are you doing?" Feng Dufi, not too surprised, thought, "It's time." Then she turned to face the old lady and asked, "What am I doing?" The old lady said nothing, but approached to look at Feng Dufi silently. Seeing this, she thought in surprise, "Why isn't the old lady saying anything? She should be scolding me." Then she pressed down the old lady's dog's head and said, "This beast has defiled this young lady's eyes. This young lady must teach it a lesson, shouldn't I?" Feng Dufi smiled and continued, "No, I not only want to beat it, I want to beat it to death." After saying this, she pinched hard the dog's ear, making it cry out. The old lady frowned at this and said to Feng Dufi, "As the young lady of the Prime Minister's mansion, sitting with a dog is beneath you. Quickly stand up. This kind of thing should be left to others to do." Suddenly, Feng Dufai retorted, "Old lady, what I do is none of your business. You're not jealous of me because your leg is lame and I can move freely, are you?" She angrily continued, "You old hag, if your leg is crippled, don't embarrass others with it. Hurry back to your room." The old lady was so angry, she couldn't speak. Then she thought about how the old lady, when young, encountered bandits and fell from a horse, becoming disabled. She was often mocked by others, but this was a lifelong trauma. Feng Dufi thought happily, "Come on, scold me." Suddenly, Feng Yannian, the second young lady of the Feng family, approached and said worriedly, "Sister, how could you speak to grandmother like that? After all, grandmother is our elder. Sister, you should be respectful to her." Feng Dufi angrily retorted, "How this young lady speaks is, it's not your turn to speak, you wench." Feng Yannian felt sad hearing this. Feng Dufi, seeing this, thought to herself, as expected of the female lead, "So gentle, an evil woman like me even feels like I'm truly despicable. Next, grandmother will surely give me a beating." Then the old lady turned to Feng Yannian and said, "Yannian, help me back to my room." The old lady's words surprised both Feng Dufi and Feng Yannian. Then the old lady turned away, walking while talking to Feng Yannian. "Let's go, child. Find someone else to throw this beast away. Then tell the kitchen to prepare many dishes, so I can entertain her." Feng Dufi felt itchy, still holding the dog tightly. She thought, "What kind of situation is this?" The cat beside her angrily scolded, "This is your fault. Should I blame you?" Suddenly, Feng Dufi looked down at the old lady's pet and said to the dog, "Aren't you the old lady's little darling? Why doesn't she love you?" Suddenly, Feng Yannian, holding a small dog, stepped forward, saying something that darkened Feng Dufi's face. "Sister's little darling. That's grandmother's little black darling. The one you're holding is big black, not any darling. The dog in your arms is a vicious dog. It always tramples vegetables and bullies little black. The old lady hates it." Hearing this, Feng Dufi immediately released the dog in her arms. She thought gloomily, "Could it be the old lady didn't scold me because she thought I was helping to get rid of this vicious dog?" The cat beside her exclaimed, "Ah, maybe the old lady even wants you to use this method to cheer her up." Hearing this, Feng Dufai angrily scolded the cat, "Stupid system. Didn't you say you'd give me memories? I shouldn't have mistaken the person." The cat, not backing down, retorted, "This is a dog, not a person. Besides, they're all black. Who remembers if the black dog in the script is small or big?" Hearing this, Feng Dufi angrily cursed and asked the cat, "So what should we do now? The plan to make the old lady faint has failed. Will this mission fail completely now?" The cat, hearing Dufi curse at it, dared to respond. It gently said to her, in a roundabout way, "Actually, the missions this time are to facilitate the first meeting of the male and female leads. The old lady has nothing to do with it. What happened earlier has no relation." Feng Dufi listened to the cat and felt confused. Then she replied, "This tattered system. I like it." Suddenly, Feng Dufi turned to call Feng Yannian, her face showing full of deceit. She said, "Little sister." Feng Yannian fearfully asked, "Yes." Then suddenly, Feng Dufi pressed close to Feng Yanyan and said, "Little sister, perhaps it's been a while since you've seen father." Then, suddenly Feng Yanyan felt confused and scared, replying, "Sorry, sister, I didn't mean to. Your Highness, I don't remember saying." Then Feng Dufi pressed her hand on Feng Yanyan's chin and said, "I'm just telling you to go home. Don't be afraid." The horse carriage stopped. Feng Yanyan sat in the carriage with Fai. She whimpered and cried because she was tied up. Feng Dufi angrily shouted, still crying. Hearing her scolding, Feng Yanyan trembled and called for help. Feeling annoyed, Feng Dufi rolled up some cloth and stuffed it into Yanyan's mouth. She picked up a stick and threatened Feng Yanyan. "If you obediently listen, then I won't hit you. If not." Suddenly, Dufi's expression changed, immediately smiling as she broke the stick in her hand. Smiling, she said, "Well, will my little sister finally obey or not?" Feng Yanyan's face showed fear as she nodded repeatedly. Then Feng Dufi smiled as she untied her, saying to Feng Yanyan, "That's better." Hey, in Feng Yanyan's mind, she thought uncomfortably, "You didn't even give me a chance to speak." Then Feng Dufi leaned close to Yanyan's ear and whispered, making her face turn pale. "Next, do you remember clearly?" Feng Yanyan replied reluctantly, Remember clearly." Then Dufi smiled and said to her, "Just do this well, and I won't be able to bully you anymore in the future." Dufi assured, "I guarantee it." Suddenly, she pulled back the carriage curtain and said to Feng Yanyan, "This is it. Yanyan, get off here. You stay here." After saying that, Yanyan got off and looked towards the carriage. Dufai turned away with a gloomy face. As it got dark, Yanyan wondered to herself, waiting for so long and still not a single person. Could it be that Feng Dufi is deceiving me? Then she looked around, noticing the horse carriage in the distance. She thought, fortunately, Feng Dufai hasn't left yet. Suddenly, she noticed a man lying behind her. His body was covered in blood, groaning in pain on the ground. She was surprised and thought, This is. Suddenly, Nian trembled, remembering Feng Dufi's words, "Wait a while, an injured young man will come. You need to save him. Do you understand?" Then she turned to look at the man in front of her and said, "Hey, you, are you all right?" The young man Tiohu, despite his pain, grabbed Yanyan's neck tightly, pressed her against the wall, and asked, "Who are you?" Feng Yanyan whimpered, I'm just a passerby. Seeing you unconscious like that, I came to check what happened." The young man Tiohu thought to himself, "This person wears expensive clothes. One look and you can tell she's a young lady from a wealthy family. Could she be one with those assassins?" Tiohu used force to press his hand on her neck, making it difficult for Feng Yanyan to breathe. She coughed and whimpered, begging, "Don't kill me." She thought, "He doesn't believe me. What should I do? I don't want to die." As she thought this, her face was filled with tears. Feng Yanyan suddenly remembered and said, "It's my sister who told me to come save you. I really came to save you. Please don't kill me." Tiohu, hearing this, asked curiously, "Sister?" Feng Yanyan shouted, "It's Feng Dufi. It's her who told me to come save you." Hearing this, Tiohu gradually loosened his grip. He asked himself, "Feng Dufi." Feng Yanyan hurriedly explained, "It's Feng Dufi. She told me to come save you. It's Feng Dufi." Tiohu was surprised. Dufi. Feng Dufi, sitting in the horse carriage, lifted the curtain, eavesdropping and feeling annoyed. Yan, the female lead in some novel, gets scared once and spills everything. The system said, according to the rules, the male lead has been bullied since childhood. He's extremely cautious when someone approaches him. Yan, because her grandmother fainted, ran back to the general's mansion. The male lead then believed her. Feng Dufi grabbed her head in frustration. "I'm the one who taught her to say that, but she didn't follow the predetermined path." The system then consoled, "I know, it's not your fault. The assassin sent by the fourth prince's birth mother is still near the mansion. Anyway, the male lead already knows it's you. You can just go down and pull him into the carriage, then take him to the general's mansion and call for a doctor." Feng Dufai thought for a moment and decided to get off the carriage. She sighed. "Things have come to this. I'm the only one who can face it." She gently walked towards the two of them. Tiohu was slightly startled when he saw Feng Dufai approaching. Then he withdrew his hand and looked at her cautiously. Feng Dufai asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tiohu wondered why it was her. Feng Dufi remained silent. She bit her lip and thought, "You think I want to be here?" Then she acted arrogantly, put her hands on her hips, and said to the hero, "This young lady, although ordered to kill you, considers that you are, after all, a prince. Killing you outright would be a serious crime, so I came down here to reluctantly save you. Do you have any objections?" Feng Yanyan beside her was in tears, wanting to say something, but Feng Dufi pointed at her angrily and said, "You, shut up." Feng Dufi sighed. She thought, "I've reluctantly completed the mission. At least the male lead won't hate me for the assassination attempt. The male and female leads will also successfully meet." She glanced at the two of them and saw they were still looking at each other. Feng Dufi pretended to cough. "You two, follow me," she told them. Hearing Feng Dufi say this, the two slowly stood up and followed behind. Reaching the carriage, Feng Dufi said to the driver, "Zhang Shuk, go and invite a doctor. Take him directly to the mansion. We'll follow behind." Zhang Shuk stammered, "But miss, what about this carriage?" Feng Yanyan trembled and cried, Sister, I don't know how to drive a carriage." Feng Dufi was at a loss for words. But suddenly, she had an idea. Why not take this opportunity to let Feng Yanyan be alone with Tiao Hu, to nurture their feelings? She felt she was so clever. Feng Dufi put her arm around Feng Yanyan's shoulder and gently comforted her. "It's fine. You and the third prince stay in the carriage. I'll drive." Under the bright moonlight, something seemed to flash by. It was the carriage that Feng Dufi was driving. The carriage sped through the night like the wind. The system, sitting on her shoulder, had to hold on tight to avoid being blown away. The system asked with difficulty, "Host, what exactly are you so happy about?" Feng Dufi excitedly said, "The male and female leads have the female protagonist's aura. When they're alone together, seeing each other, shouldn't it be love at first sight?" The system pointed at the carriage and accused her. "It's because you're tossing them around. They haven't said a word inside the carriage." Feng Dufi steadied herself. Then she quickly stopped the carriage with a screech. When she pulled back the curtain to check the situation inside, she felt it was all over. Tu Hu and Feng Yanyan were pale-faced, their heads spinning. Feng Dufi gritted her teeth. She wished she could forge iron into steel. Feng Yanyan was just too weak. She even got motion sickness on such a short trip, wasting a good opportunity to get closer to the male lead. The system gave her a look. "You're really strange." After returning to the Chancellor's mansion, Tiao Hu's wounds were treated and bandaged. He lay on the bed and saw Feng Dufi sitting in a chair. Tiao Hu called out, "Come here for a moment." Feng Dufi asked, "Do you need something?" Seeing that she wouldn't come, he had to sit up but hid his wound. He groaned in pain. Feng Dufi, both angry and worried, ran over. Why are you tormenting yourself?" She quickly helped him up. Seeing her like this, Tiao Hu pressed his lips together. Then he put on a pitiful face, his eyes glistening as if about to cry, and said, "I want to say thank you." Feng Dufi looked at him in surprise. Then Tiao Hu continued, "I know the assassin wasn't sent by you. It was Lin Fi." Feng Dufi felt less bored. She recalled the previous hunting trip. "I mistakenly caused the fourth prince to be injured. Lin Fi didn't dare do anything in front of me, so she targeted Tiao Hu, so it's my fault he's involved." Then she thought, "But guilty as I feel, Tiao Hu can't know the truth. Otherwise, all my efforts to increase his hatred would disappear, wouldn't they?" Feng Dufi looked down from above. Tiao Hu coldly said, "The assassin wasn't sent by me, that's true. But it doesn't prove I didn't know about this. Haven't you thought about why I was standing there waiting for you beforehand?" Tiao Hu frowned slightly. "You knew someone wanted to kill me and deliberately stood there to watch the show." Feng Dufi sneered. "Looks like you're not so stupid after all." Tiao Hu felt hurt. He clenched his fists. "If that's the case, you didn't need to save me." Feng Dufi said, "Have you seen the variety shows of traveling troops? When they play with monkeys, they never let the animals die. Otherwise, how could they watch the next show?" Tiao Hu looked at her sadly, then grabbed her hand. He said loudly and stubbornly, "No, I don't believe it." Tiao Hu spoke with certainty. "Every time, you like to say hurtful things like this, but everything you do is actually helping me." He moved closer and continued, "If you really wanted to watch a show, why would you waste time sending your sister to save me, even personally driving the carriage for me?" Tiao Hu made an expression that was both cute and vulnerable. "Although I don't know why, it seems you're very afraid that I'll know you're helping me. Isn't that right?" Feng Dufi blushed slightly and gritted her teeth. It turned out he had seen through everything. Her brows furrowed tightly. She thought regretfully, "I shouldn't have treated him too kindly after all." Feng Dufi started acting again. The expression on her face became more malicious. "You've discovered this." Feng Dufi moved closer to Tiao Hu, then pointed at him and said, "Although I really want to watch the show, I truly don't want to have any connection with you." Then she forcefully pulled her hand from his grasp. "You're the son of a palace maid from the wardrobe department. Even if it's just your name being mentioned together with mine, it's already a stain on my reputation as Feng Dufi." Hearing this, Tiao Hu's heart clenched. Feng Dufi curled her lips. "Oh, right. Actually, that day at the hunting ground, I didn't intend to save you either. That arrow was meant to hit you. It just accidentally hit the fourth prince." Her face showed malice. she continued speaking. Your father didn't believe I just missed the shot, so I had to find a proper excuse and say it was to help you. Therefore, stop being so sentimental, will you? After saying this, Feng Dufi turned to leave. After hearing everything she said, Tiohu lowered his head. His emotions were unclear on his face. Before leaving, Feng Dufi looked at him one last time. She felt guilty, but reminded herself, Feng Dufi, don't sympathize with him. This is your mission. She left, leaving Tiohu alone. Under the moonlight at Tiohu's recovery place, Feng Dufi was sitting on a chair. Her eyes gazed into the distance. The system asked her, Host, are you heartbroken? Feng Dufi lowered her eyes and replied, Not exactly heartbroken, just feeling a bit stuck. Why is fate so cruel to him? The system said lightly, Nothing can be done. It's in the script. Later, he'll kill everyone who ever hurt him. Does that make you feel better? Feng Dufi coughed up blood. She was one of those who hurt him. Suddenly, a voice called out to Feng Dufi, Fenger. Feng Dufi turned around. She recognized it was her father. Father, you're not asleep yet. Her father approached and said, There's something I want to discuss with you. Then, he said something that made Feng Dufi freeze for 5 seconds. I want the third prince to stay in our mansion for a while. Feng Dufi's face showed utter despair. What? Feng Dufi's father explained, Today he faced an assassination attempt. After all, it was because of you. If you hadn't meddled that day, at least he wouldn't have been sought out and beaten. But today, his safety and life are not guaranteed. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Feng Dufi looked at him with glistening eyes. She quickly found a reason to object. But father, even if he's not favored, he's still a prince after all. How can he stay in the house of a court official? Her father laughed loudly. Not wrong. That's why I only considered this after receiving a hint from the emperor. He continued, Originally, I was hesitant. Unexpectedly, you just happened to save him. If you care so much about the third prince, then you must take good care of him from now on, he said, patting Feng Dufi's head. Feng Dufi's jaw dropped. She thought, when did I ever care about Tiohu? Feng Dufi was still trying to salvage the situation. If you're discussing this with me, then can I say I don't welcome him? Her father bluntly replied, No. Feng Dufi was both angry and amused, thinking, then what the hell are you discussing? Can I refuse? Another voice rang out. Feng Dufi and her father turned towards the source of that sound. It was Tiohu, panting heavily as he struggled to the door. Feng Dufi's father stammered, Third prince, do you not trust that this old official can take good care of you? Tiohu looked straight at Feng Dufi. Her eyelids twitched. She had a bad feeling. Tiohu smiled coldly. Then he appeared weak. Tears began to fall. Miss Feng once said she didn't want to have any connection with me. Even having my name mentioned alongside hers, she felt insulted. Tiohu gripped his arm tightly, head bowed. I don't want to cause more trouble for Miss Feng. Feng Chancellor angrily asked Feng Dufi, Fenger, did you really say that? She frantically replied, Father, I didn't. He looked embarrassedly at Tiohu and said, Third prince, there must be a misunderstanding here. You shouldn't take it to heart. Tiohu said calmly, These days, I've been grateful for Miss Feng's kindness, so without her agreement, I won't agree to this matter. Unless the Emperor orders Feng Chancellor to tie me up and confine me here daily. His words surprised her and then made her angry. Her face darkened as she called his name and said, Don't be ungrateful. Tio smirked, then showed his puppy dog eyes and said, So Miss Feng, you hope I'll stay here? Dufai frowned, thinking, and said, What if I say I hope so? Will you stay here? Hearing this, Feng Chancellor angrily said, How can you say that? Having achieved what he wanted, he said, Of course, I'll do as you say. She angrily replied, Fine then, stay. Once again, he put on his innocent face and asked her if she was forced or sincere. I don't want to force Miss Feng. Her father angrily asked her, Fenger, earlier in the room, did you say those things to the third prince? She instinctively flinched and replied, Your daughter likes to do good deeds anonymously. He discovered it. Of course I would deny it. When denying, don't I have to say harsh words? After hearing her answer, Tiohu smiled and said, If that's the case, let's listen to Sister Feng. She was surprised by his form of address and asked, What did you call me? He again put on his innocent face and answered her, Sister Feng, did I say it wrong? He was pleased to see her frustrated and speechless. She sighed when her father instructed Fenger, help the third prince back to rest. Don't cause any more trouble. But beside her was his smug smile. After helping him to the room, she let go of his hand and said, Tiohu, what do you mean? He immediately replied, What do I mean? Didn't Sister Feng beg me to stay? Feng Dufi angrily pointed at his face and said, Tiohu, I really didn't see that you were this kind of person. His face darkened as he said, I'm just the son of a palace maid, like a monkey in a circus. only fit to be a toy for others. Didn't Miss Feng already see that long ago? His words left her speechless. Tio Hu turned away and dismissed her from the room. This place doesn't need Miss Feng anymore. Please leave. She stepped out of the room with a constant sadness on her face. She turned to ask her system with a sad expression. System, I feel like I'm the real beast. The system replied with a straight face. I think so too. She was annoyed by the system's answer and glared at it, causing it to backpedal and say, remember to keep Feng Yanyan here. The next morning, she asked Feng Yanyan to bring medicine to the third prince and warned that if she dared mention her name, she'd be dead for sure. Tio Hu stared intently at the person bringing him medicine, making Yanyan uncomfortable as she said, Third prince, why are you looking at me? Du Fi, hiding at the door, thought happily, go on, female lead. I've given you such a good opportunity. Quickly win over that jerk. Tio raised an eyebrow and asked Yanyan, why are you bringing me medicine? She shyly replied, does bringing medicine need a reason? And she continued, your medicine is ready, so I… Not letting her finish, he interrupted. This is my medicine. What does it have to do with you? Is your chancellor's household so short on servants that they have you, the second young miss, bring me medicine? She became frightened, tears welling up, and said, I just cared about you a little. What are you keeping? He frowned and said, is it you who cares or someone instigating you? Du Fi, hiding outside the window, froze because she was the one who instigated Yan Yan to bring the medicine. Yan Yan, holding the tray with the medicine bowl, said loudly, without sister, I wouldn't have wanted to care for you. Bringing medicine was my own idea. Why is it that when I treat you well, you always think of my sister? Du Fi sighed in relief because this time she didn't mention her name. He unconsciously asked again, really, it's not her. That statement from Tohu made her even more angry and jealous of Du Fi. She raised her voice, saying, isn't sister the one who hates you most? She's never even mentioned you. Don't flatter yourself anymore. This made her unable to contain her anger. Her saying this, didn't it just declare to the male lead that this matter was related to her? But the system confidently said, the male and female leads are still so young, they can't think that deeply. They might not even understand after hearing it. Chiohu turned away and told her to leave, making her tremble with anger. But just as she put down the medicine bowl, he told her, wait, that situation made Yan Yan think he had regretted calling her back. But he asked her, from start to finish, I never mentioned anyone. Why is it that when I asked about that issue, you thought of your sister? Did she tell you to come here? His words made her suddenly realize in panic, answering, no. His face gradually darkened, coldly calling her name, Second Miss Feng. She became scared, remembering the image of him choking her. Frightened, she unconsciously said, yes, it was sister who told me to come. So what? She didn't want to come herself. It's clear she hates you. Because of her words, Tiohu became even angrier. Yan Yan cried and ran straight out to Doofy's surprise and shock. She said to the system, is this what you call the male lead having no ulterior motives? Right after that, she heard a strange noise in the room. She opened the door and rushed in, seeing him collapsed on the floor. She frantically ran over and asked, what's wrong with you? Is something not right? Who told you to force yourself out of bed and walk around? The wound on his shoulder was bleeding, making her anxiously ask further, your wound hurts, doesn't it? Should I find a doctor to examine you? Tiohu said in pain, I think the wound has torn open. The clinic is too far. By the time you find a doctor, I might have bled dry. In response to her question, he said, last night, the doctor who examined me left some ointment for external wounds. The cloth is on the cabinet. Can you get it and help me change the dressing a bit? Can you do that? Seeing this, she tried to change the subject. How about I go call someone to help you? He breathed heavily in pain, his whole body shaking, and said, forget it, I'll do it myself. She worriedly said, how can you do it yourself in this state? But he replied, then it's not your concern. He staggered, clutching the wound on his shoulder, then suddenly fell, causing her to panic and call his name. Tiohu. Feng Dufi immediately rushed to support him, shouting, Tiohu. Tiohu, holding his wound, coldly said, I don't want you to care. I also won't force you to let me go. Feng Dufi, still supporting him, replied, let you go, and then what? Throw you on the ground. Tiohu's tone was indifferent. Throw me on the ground or on the chair. It's up to you. Feng Dufi, seeing his angry and stubborn demeanor, tried to suppress the urge to hit him. A moment later, she finally had to compromise and help Tiohu sit down on the chair. Feng Dufi crossed her arms, her tone annoyed, standing in front of Tiohu and asking, how is me changing your bandage any different from others? Why do you keep staring at me? Tiohu suddenly said, you hate me. I hate you too. So the things you don't want to do, I'll force you to do even more. Is that not allowed? Feng Dufi was stunned for a moment. Then, With a look of realization, she stared at Tiohu, thinking, so that's how it is. Naively, the system also chimed in, saying, it seems this is revenge psychology from an immature youth, like last night when he accused you. Feng Dufi silently asked the system, if things have gone this way, can I still help him? The system replied, you can. As soon as she got the answer, Feng Dufi rolled up her sleeves and cheerfully said to Tiohu, all right, let's change it then. Tiohu couldn't adapt quickly and was a bit stunned. The next second, he heard her say with a frown, watch me intentionally be cruel. It'll hurt you to death. Tiohu then fell into silence. Feng Dufi reached out to touch his clothes. She slowly undid his robe, revealing the bandage soaked with blood, then gently went around him to remove the bandage. When Feng Dufi lowered her head to change the bandage, she didn't see the corner of Tiohu's mouth curl into a profound smile. He thought to himself, she doesn't know. Others changing my bandage is of course different from her. Feng Dufi, I'll bet one last time. Do you really hate me like you say, or is there some reason you can't openly care for me? He remembered Feng Dufi's worried face when she rushed over as he fell. The truth proves that you care about me. He looked at Feng Dufi seriously, holding the medicine bottle, thinking, it seems I'll have to find the right way in the future. Tiwu suddenly said pitifully to Feng Dufi, Feng sister, I'm in so much pain. Are you intentionally torturing me? Feng Dufi immediately glared and said, of course I'm doing it on purpose. You deserve it. The unexpected answer made Tihu shut his mouth, not daring to continue. Although her words were harsh, Feng Dufi's movements were still very gentle as she used cotton to disinfect Tihu's wound. After treating the wound, Tihu suddenly asked sadly, why do you hate me so much? Is it because of my background, right? Feng Dufi put down the medicine bottle firmly and answered, holding a long bandage in her hand. She looked up, leaning close to Tiohu, and continued, I hate weak people the most. Not just me, everyone is like that. Power and status are what people desire. Only the noblest status can make everyone admire you. Even if they hate you, they wouldn't dare say it. Feng Dufi thought smugly to herself, I've hinted at the imperial throne so clearly. Later when he ascends the throne, he should thank me for my guidance. The system, with a speechless expression, retorted, you're thinking too much. The male lead won't thank an evil female supporting character. Tiohu suddenly spoke up, the noblest status. Then he continued with an innocent expression, like Miss Feng. Feng Dufi was silent for 3 seconds. Then she angrily turned her head away and said, shut up. I don't want to talk to you anymore, leaving Tiohu behind with a puzzled expression. The corner of his mouth curved up, thinking, her thoughts are hard to guess. A moment later, Tiohu suddenly cried out, clutching the wound on his chest. Feng Dufi quickly ran over to support him, asking worriedly, what's wrong? Is it wrapped too tight? Tiohu weakly replied, I'm fine. He suddenly grasped the hand placed on his chest. He looked up and asked Feng Dufi, Feng sister, can I call you sister from now on? Feng Dufi was stunned. Not hearing an answer, Tiohu called out again, Feng sister. Feng Dufi reacted angrily, saying, you've already called me that. Why bother asking if it's okay? She flicked Tiohu's forehead and said, of course it's not okay. Feng Dufi patted her chest and said, you should call me Miss Feng. Tiohu obediently replied with an O. In his heart, he rolled his eyes and scoffed. He spoke up. Miss Feng, I heard that in a few days it's Prime Minister Feng's birthday banquet. Have you prepared a gift yet? Feng Dufai was startled upon hearing this. She recalled that if she remembered correctly, in the original host's memories on Prime Minister Feng's birthday, something major happened to Tiohu. Feng Dufai replied to him, not yet. Do you have something in mind? I'm very grateful for Prime Minister Feng's kindness in taking me in, so I want to buy a gift for him as well. Feng Dufai suddenly clapped her hands, her face lighting up as she said, you want to borrow money from me, don't you? Then she muttered under her breath, I knew it. Why else would you ask so hesitantly? Tiohu's face darkened upon hearing this, but outwardly, he feigned embarrassment and said, no, I just wanted to ask if you could take me shopping. I'm not very familiar with the streets outside. I don't want to. Feng Dufi firmly refused. Tiohu was startled. He blurted out, why? Feng Dufi coldly replied, no reason. She thought to herself, with your weak body, if you bump into something while walking, won't my father scold me to death? Tiohu then hung his head dejectedly and said, then I'll go by myself tomorrow. Tiohu secretly touched the wound on his chest, thinking, if I hadn't reopened the wound myself, she probably would have agreed to go with me. She surely would have agreed to go with me. Feng Dufi stared at him angrily, thinking, You're already injured like this. Why can't you rest properly? Why do you have to go out? She irritably told herself. Forget it. I can't persuade him. Persuading him would reveal that I care about him too much. She waved her hand, turned away and said, do as you please. Tiohu stood in place, staring at Feng Dufi's retreating back until she completely disappeared. The next day, the door creaked open. The maid Hong Tu saw Feng Dufi sluggishly step out and exclaimed as if she'd seen a ghost. Miss, how come you're up so early at the crack of dawn today? Feng Dufi, with dark circles under her eyes, replied, maybe because I've been having bad luck lately. In her heart, she protested, I also want to laze around in bed. But the system is worried Tiohu will go out while sick, forcing the evil female supporting character, me, to follow him. The system, rubbing its eyes in the same motion, said to Feng Dufi, hurry up and keep quiet. Don't let the male lead discover us. Feng Dufi walked sluggishly. Hong Tu behind her called out worriedly, Miss. Feng Dufi waved her hand and said, don't follow me. Scene changed to the back courtyard where Tiohu lived. As soon as Tiohu stepped out the back door, Feng Dufi was already peeking, lurking behind a wall in a hidden corner. The system told her, the male lead is out. Quickly follow him. On the bustling streets of the capital, Feng Dufi hid behind a stall, spying on Tiohu. Under the strange gaze of the fish stall owner, she thought to herself, he's been haggling with this stall owner for so long. Why hasn't he bought it yet? The system said in an odd tone, could it be that he can't afford it? Feng Dufi was startled and quickly explained, yesterday I offered to buy it for him, but he refused. You can't blame me for that. The system seriously instructed, the male leads self-esteem. Do you understand? This kind of thing can't be said out loud. You have to do it secretly. Feng Dufi immediately retorted, system, do you understand him so well because you're his real father? The system immediately wilted and said dejectedly, go ask the stall owner which item he was eyeing and buy that for him. So Feng Dufi, like a thief, secretly followed behind Tiohu. Seeing Tiohu leave, the system hurriedly urged, the male lead is returning empty-handed. Female supporting character, hurry up. Feng Dufi stealthily approached the stall where Tiohu had just stopped. From an angle she couldn't see, the corners of Tiohu's mouth secretly curved upwards. Feng Dufi asked the jade shop owner, what did that young lad just say to you? She awkwardly explained, oh, I'm his elder sister. This kid has been stubborn since he was little. He never speaks his mind about anything. If he mentioned liking something earlier, I'd like to buy it, to give him a surprise. The jade shop owner looked confused but still pointed to a piece of jade and said, oh, he said he liked this one. This one. Feng Dufi picked up the jade pendant, examined it and thought, other princes live in luxury, but Tiohu can't even afford such a small jade pendant. It truly saddens one's heart. She placed a gold ingot on the table, took the jade pendant, smiled and said, thank you, owner. I'll buy this jade pendant. If my little brother returns, don't tell him who bought it. The shop owner's eyes sparkled as he nodded repeatedly. Certainly. Thank you, miss. I definitely won't say a word. Feng Dufi then took the jade piece, skipping happily as she left. The owner watched her figure disappear, confused, and said to the woman next to him, tell me, are all young masters and misses from noble families this strange? The woman agreed. That's right. A few minutes earlier, Tiohu had placed the jade piece and some coins on the table and said to the jade shop owner, if a beautiful elder sister comes later asking what I like, please show her this jade pendant. He raised his hand in a gesture of silence and continued, however, don't tell her that I said these words. The jade shop owner sighed. Clearly, a few silver coins could have bought this jade piece, yet they have to hide from each other and spend a fortune. Feng Dufi rushed through the dense trees, hurrying to Tiohu's residence. Panting, she said to Xiao He, luckily I know a shortcut that leads here. Tiohu hasn't arrived yet, right? She stood peeking from the bushes. Xiao He used binoculars to observe and said, not yet, he's just at the door. Hearing this, she quickly opened the door, tilting her head to look inside the room. Very good. When she was sure no one was there, she took out the newly bought jade pendant and placed it on the table in the middle of the room. She stood with folded arms, smiling smugly, and asked Xiao He, is this position obvious enough? Xiao He urged her, enough, enough, enough. Hurry up, you really are like a doting mother. Hearing Xiao He's words, she puffed out her chest proudly. Have you ever seen a mother as beautiful as me? Just then, Tiohu returned. Looking into the room, he saw it was empty, but when he saw the jade piece on the table, he picked it up and smiled happily. As for Dufi, she ran until she was out of breath. Phew, I managed to slip away quickly. Suddenly she remembered. That's right. I still need to tell Hongtu not to say anything. The sun gradually set behind the mountains. Dinner time had arrived. She looked at a table full of food and happily thought, it's quite diverse too. Suddenly, Feng Yanyan said to her father, in a few days, it will be your birthday. Your daughter has a gift for you. She held out a red pouch, smiling as she said, Father, Yanyan doesn't have an eye for buying precious treasures. This pouch is a small token of Yanyan's affection, wishing Father blessings like the Eastern Sea and longevity like the Southern Mountain. I hope Father won't dislike it. Feng Chancellor then accepted it. How could Father dislike it? This pouch is very beautiful. Thank you, Yanyan. Hearing this, Feng Yanyan smiled brightly. As long as Father likes it. After saying this, he turned to Du Fi, who was eating deliciously, and called, Feng Ni. Hearing her father call, she suddenly felt uneasy. Huh? Feng Chancellor's eyes sparkled as he looked at his daughter expectantly. What gift have you prepared for Father? She worriedly thought, I've been caught up with Tio Hu all day. I haven't had time to prepare anything yet, but this birthday clearly isn't for another 2 days. Feng Yanyan suddenly giving a gift makes me look like an unfilial child. She looked at her father, sweating profusely. Father, actually I. Suddenly, Tio Hu interrupted. Feng Chancellor, I also have a gift for you. His eyes lit up as he turned. Oh, Feng Dufai raised her fist, wanting to rush over. You little brat, are you planning to give it now? Besides, the gift you're giving is something I bought. This is truly borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, making me look like an unfilial daughter. Tio Hu said, thank you for letting me stay as a guest in your mansion. I've troubled you for some time now. After saying this, he took out a small package which made both Du Fi and Feng Chancellor curious. It turned out to be a carved inkstone inside. Tio Hu continued, this is the inkstone I bought today. I hope you won't dislike it. Seeing this, Du Fi stood up in confusion. Why is it an inkstone? Tio Hu feigned innocence and tilted his head to ask, why can't it be an inkstone? Du Fi was even more confused. Of course it can be an inkstone, but I clearly bought a jade pendant. Where did this inkstone come from? She questioned, where did you get the money? Feng Chancellor sternly scolded, Feng Ni, making Du Fi laugh nervously and say, Father, I didn't mean it like that. Tio Hu calmly explained, Miss Feng, don't worry. I wrote calligraphy to exchange with others for money. I didn't steal or rob, but the accumulated money might not be much. I could only afford this one. Hearing this, Feng Chancellor glared at Feng Dufai, making her pretend not to notice. She turned her head to look elsewhere as he turned to Tohu and explained, Your Highness, my daughter truly didn't mean it that way. Feng Dufi thought to herself, trying to make excuses. Heaven and earth as my witness, I absolutely had no ill intentions. If I had known he had money earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my own money. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the jade pendant and quickly glanced at Tohu, who was putting on an innocent face, and thought, where's the jade pendant I bought? Suddenly, she realized that he had been carrying it with him the whole time, which made her feel truly confused. Chiuhu smiled gently and said, I know Sister Feng didn't mean it that way. Today she went with me to browse the streets and choose gifts. As for her gift, Chancellor, you don't need to worry. She still needs 2 more days to complete it. Hearing this, Dufi looked bewildered and wondered, is he helping me out of this situation? Feng Dufi was surprised. He was actually covering for her. Hearing Tiahu say this, Feng Chancellor couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly asked, it still needs 2 more days of preparation. This made her freeze like she was scalded. She glanced away as she answered, that's right. Feng Chancellor became even more expectant. What good thing is it? Feng Dufi could only avoid that gaze and hesitantly mumbled. At this moment, she hated Tiahu so much, she trembled. I don't know what good thing needs 2 days of preparation. Tiahu isn't helping me. He's setting a trap for me. But outwardly, she still had to calmly explain to her father, in 2 more days, at the birthday banquet, you'll know. Hearing this, Feng Chancellor's face lit up. He smiled as brightly as a flower. All right then, I'll wait and see. Feng Yannian saw this scene of father-daughter affection, and her face immediately darkened. She thought about the gift. Father only glanced at my gift, but he's so expectant about sister's gift. This is clearly my home, but they're so harmonious while I feel like an outsider. After dinner, Feng Dufi hurriedly chased after Tiovu, calling out. Seeing her, he turned around. Does Miss Feng have something? Neither answered the other. Both stood with arms crossed, staring at each other without moving. Finally, Tiovu sighed and said, if you're here to settle accounts with me because I called you Sister Feng earlier, then you can rest assured. I won't make that mistake again in the future. Feng Dufi asked back, so earlier, in front of my father, you called me that on purpose? Tiuhu lowered his eyes and answered, earlier, in front of General Feng, I wanted to help you out of the situation. I didn't think that much about it. Don't worry, I won't make that mistake again in the future. Dufy's gaze caught sight of the jade pendant on Tiohu. She raised an eyebrow as if thinking. Suddenly, Tiohu's voice startled her. Miss Feng, is there a problem with this jade pendant? Feng Dufy, afraid of being questioned further, just mumbled and said, It's nothing. I just feel the quality of this jade pendant is quite poor. She pretended not to care. Pointing at Tiohu, she snapped, That's right. Remember well. From now on, you can only call me Miss Feng. After saying this, she huffed and turned away angrily. Tiohu still stood there, smiling with a blushing face and mumbling. Feng Dufy, he recalled that time he didn't hope to invite her out together, but actually, it was just an opportunity to tell her about that matter. As expected, she secretly followed and fell for the trap of buying the jade pendant. Remembering that incident, he held up the jade pendant, smiling and thinking to himself, This is the first gift I've received in this life. I will certainly cherish it. The next day, when Feng Yanyan and Tiohu were at the school, he noticed someone secretly looking at him outside the window. It turned out to be Feng Dufy's maid coming to investigate the situation. Seeing Hong Tu running over, she hid behind a wall, using a tree branch to cover herself and asked hurriedly, What's wrong? What's wrong? Hong Tu asked confusedly. Miss, these 2 days, the third prince and second miss are both at school. What exactly do you want me to observe? In the corner of the wall was a lush green tree. Feng Dufy hid right there, holding a tiny branch in her hand to cover her face. She called, Hong Tu, I'm asking you, these 2 days, did they have any specific actions or support for each other? The maid doubtfully scratched her chin, thinking, these 2 days? Well, second miss today after school gave third prince a fragrance pouch. She asked curiously, a fragrance pouch. The maid's face turned pale as she asked Dufy, Miss, you're not planning to use poison to harm someone, are you? She closed her eyes, a bit frustrated with the maid's thoughts. She said, Don't talk nonsense. No one wants to harm me. Besides that, did they have any other interactions? The maid recalled what just happened and reported, no. At other times, they basically didn't talk. The princess changed her expression, looking a bit serious and thoughtful. It seems Yan Nian is still angry at Tiohu for previous matters. But if that's the case, why did she still give the male lead a fragrance pouch? Her long eyelashes drooped down. She told the maid, All right, that's all for you. Hong Tu complied and took her leave. Feng Dufy squatted on the ground, holding a small wooden stick, drawing a question mark in the sand. While resting her chin on her hand, she asked the black cat on her head, System, what do you think? The black cat groaned. Its face grew even darker despite its already black fur, jumping off her head and saying, I'm not a fortune teller. You're the human here. You should know what this situation is. The princess was still pondering the word human and its relevance. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the cat floating in the air and asked, You mean I should go see Tiohu? The black cat swished its tail, its face even more wrinkled. You want to be an evil female supporting character. Do you look like an evil female supporting character like this? The princess pointed at the cat. Objecting to the cat, she said, Wasn't it you who told me not to rely on the male lead? Why this time? The cat's tail stood straight up, saying nothing. It seemed the cat was angry. The black cat disappeared in a puff of smoke. Only the lingering sound of a cat's meow remained. She was surprised. Why so quick to anger? Then she slapped her own forehead, saying to herself, No wonder the system's 2 worlds of yin and yang are strange. So it's because I haven't been controlling the male lead situation. Little ghost in the back garden. The third prince was sitting in an ancient pavilion, reading sage books. Footsteps approached from somewhere. He asked, Are you here to see me, Miss Feng? She broke into a sweat, looking at him and thinking to herself, If I say yes, it clearly doesn't suit me. You hate him. If I say no, how can I probe him? She suddenly noticed the fragrance pouch hanging from his belt. An idea came to her, and she said, Of course not. This young lady just happened to pass by. But Tiohu, I remember my father only told others to prepare clothes and books for you along with necessities. You stay at home every day. How could you have such a valuable item? Her hand pointed at the exquisitely sewn fragrance pouch, the expensive silk fabric. Then she continued, This jade is worthless, but this fragrance pouch is made of extremely fine material. It's not something you could buy. Don't tell me a poor guy like you sees other people's things and wants to wear them yourself. He objected immediately, replying, Miss Feng hates me, but you can't forbid others from being kind to me. Or is Miss Feng jealous because she saw me being intimate with someone else? Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would you notice that I have a different fragrance pouch? Why would you pay attention to it? Doofy was silent, not knowing how to argue with him. She got so angry that she snatched the pouch from his belt. No need to say more. I'll take this fragrance pouch first. After I ask Yen Yen if you're not lying, I'll decide whether to return it to you or not. The young lady was taller than the third prince. She held the fragrance pouch high, and he jumped up and down, but couldn't reach it. He grabbed her sleeve, demanding, "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Her face brightened. She smiled happily. She said to him, "I won't return it. You eat 3 meals a day, wake up before dawn to practice martial arts. Wait until your martial skills surpass mine, then you'll have the right to stand before me and boast." He was furious watching her turn her back and walk away with the fragrance pouch, unable to do anything. Doofy twirled the fragrance pouch, making it spin on her fingertip. Her other hand waved as if to say, "I'm leaving." Then she said before leaving, "I'll keep this fragrance pouch safe." Miss Feng had returned to the Chancellor's mansion. Sitting in the study, she pondered with her chin in her hand. This fragrance pouch came from Feng Yannian's hands, but it doesn't match the stitching she did for her father. Logically speaking, embroidery products from the same person shouldn't have such big differences. She recalled asking the housekeeper about this earlier. The housekeeper reported, "Young miss, from the silk to the thread, none of these are from our general's mansion." The more she looked at the fragrance pouch in her hand, the more problematic it seemed. Feng Yannian was a concubine who gave birth to the second young miss. How could such a fragrance pouch appear? While deep in thought, suddenly a woman's voice spoke up. "Oh my young miss, where did you get this fragrance pouch? Don't wave it around carelessly." The woman looked a bit flustered and pointed at the fragrance pouch. She asked, "What do you mean by waving it around carelessly?" This person was an embroiderer. She explained that although this fragrance pouch used rare and expensive materials for embroidery, it wasn't one of a kind. Regarding the silk, 10 years ago, she had the honor of embroidering for the Western Region King. It was then that the golden silk was first seen. Although the West and the South had been trading for years, communicating with each other, this gold thread was specially supplied by the royal family and couldn't be found in the market. The young lady sat on the long chair, while Tutron stood tired beside her. She deduced, meaning, this fragrance pouch could only be a tribute from the imperial palace of Namchio. She placed a golden object on the table, looking like gold, then said, "I understand. Thank you." Doofy took the fragrance pouch to the medical hall to examine what materials were inside. The doctor took out the materials and tested them for a while, then reported to the young lady. "Silver grass, monkey powder, blue butterfly pea flower. These things don't seem poisonous on their own, but when mixed together, they become extremely toxic. Long-term inhalation can cause death." As soon as the black cat heard the doctor speak, it appeared with a small puff of smoke. The cat angrily cursed, "Beast. The beast of a male lead is just a 10-year-old child. Who exactly finds him so offensive?" Based on this information, it seems the young lady had figured out something. Perhaps the emperor values the prime minister's mansion, so since Tiohu entered, those who want to kill him have been increasing. System. Tomorrow is Prime Minister Feng's birthday banquet. Can you help me with something? The black cat wiggled its pink ears and asked her what help she needed. Today is the birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's mansion. In the garden of the mansion, everything was decorated very carefully. Outside, the Emperor, Empress, and Lin Fai had already appeared. When the three arrived, everyone in the mansion knelt down to pay respects. "Greetings to your majesty. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress." The Emperor said, "My beloved subjects, no need for such formality. Today, the Prime Minister is the host. You all need not mind me. Enjoy yourselves." While the Emperor was talking with Prime Minister Feng, some people in the mansion were discussing. Prime Minister Feng is truly favored. Even the Emperor and Empress have come. Others said, "What's so special about that?" A few years ago, the Emperor even beheaded a rebellious official who falsely accused the Prime Minister in court and vowed to forever remember the Prime Minister's life-saving grace when he was the Crown Prince. The other person replied with a different perspective. "The future Emperor hasn't been chosen yet, but the future Empress is certainly the eldest Miss Feng at the banquet." Lin Fai said she had heard of the second Miss Feng. Though young, she's already skilled in the 4 arts. Yen Nian was a bit surprised to hear this. Lin Fi continued, "I wonder if I'll have the pleasure of hearing her today." Feng Dufi ate while eavesdropping. Prime Minister Feng hurriedly came over and said, "Lin Fi, you jest. My daughter is just a child. How could she be worthy of the word skilled? She just learns these things in her spare time. If you don't mind, Yen Yen, would you like to try?" Yan Yan replied, yes, then I'll display my poor skills. My calligraphy has been poor lately. I hope father won't mind. My calligraphy has been poor lately. I hope father won't mind. Then Yan Yan began to play the zither. Her music resonated throughout the prime minister's mansion. As Feng Dufai sat listening intently, Lin Fai called out, Dufai, Yan Yan's gift is indeed exceptional. However, usually you're the one your father loves most. What gift have you prepared for your father? Even Prime Minister Feng, Yan Yan, and Dufi all felt anxious when Lin Fei asked this. Dufi thought Lin Fei, to embarrass her, had with one sentence offended many people. How articulate indeed. She said, you're right, I haven't given father a gift yet. If Lin Fei wants to see, then let everyone see. The emperor said, if the gift isn't special enough, even if your father forgives you, I won't forgive you. The empress beside him smiled and replied to the emperor, today is the prime minister's birthday banquet. His word counts, yours doesn't. Feng Dufai heard the empress say this and felt sympathetic. She thought, see, this is negotiation. It seems that for the emperor, but the emperor wasn't actually angry. Prime Minister, even I am at ease now. She said, thank you, your majesty, for the rescue. However, my gift isn't visible here yet. I hope everyone will step outside as it's already evening. Let's all go out to see what gift Feng Dufei wants to give. Prime Minister Feng, a maid, said, it's too dark here. Can't see anything. Could it be that Miss Feng wants to give night luminous pearls? Someone else replied, night luminous pearls aren't something Miss Feng would have. Another person in the mansion said, listen, where is that music coming from? The emperor heard the flute and said, Dufi, you dare bring musicians here. This remark from the emperor made Prime Minister Feng feel a bit worried. The emperor asked again, what is that? Behind the screen was the image of a girl playing the flute. A servant in the mansion said, this sound seems to be Miss Feng playing the flute. Tiuhu thought in surprise. The general's daughter, from a military family, she also knows how to play music. The melodious sound of the flute, echoing in the night, surprised everyone. Tiuhu thought she was more capable than anyone. Behind the screen, Feng Dufei thought, am I being foolish? I learned this in modern times. With the system's help, it's possible. You help me accompany. The system was very enthusiastic, helping her control fireflies to form words as she wished. Everyone was very surprised to see this. They discussed excitedly, oh heavens, this is truly controlling a swarm of fireflies. So beautiful. It's the first time I've seen such a marvel. Emperor Kan, seeing this, said happily, unexpectedly, in just a few short days, the Feng family's daughter has such ability. Feng Ai-Kan, you've taught her well. Prime Minister Feng replied, your majesty is too kind. Tanfi has been intelligent since childhood. I dare not take credit. The emperor praised, Du-He, today's encounter with Feng Dufei, I must certainly reward you today. Feng Dufei replied, thank you, your majesty. Yan Yin, seeing Feng Dufei praised by the emperor, thought about Feng Tanfi. You didn't easily win this round. Why does everything return to normal here? The system cat said, host, let me help you choose someone. Today is not your time. Feng Dufei happily agreed. Then she turned to her father and said, Father, did you like the gift your daughter gave you? General Feng said, my good Feng Ni, this is for you. But suddenly Feng Dufei collapsed unconscious. Her father rushed to support her, calling Feng Ni. After Feng Dufei fainted, everyone in the prime minister's mansion was worried. A servant asked, what happened? Another replied, Prime Minister Feng's daughter suddenly fell unconscious. The emperor quickly summoned the royal physician and said, Royal physician, come quickly and examine her. The royal physician hurried over and responded, yes, your majesty. Then the royal physician began to check Feng Dufei's pulse. Prime Minister Feng saw the royal physician's expression looked serious and asked, how is it? The royal physician replied, Miss Feng has a dangerous illness. Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng angrily said, nonsense. My daughter's health has always been excellent. How could it be a dangerous illness? The royal physician explained, Prime Minister, Miss Feng has been poisoned with a potent toxin, so her body being very healthy, as you said, isn't contradictory. Prime Minister Feng then thought, poisoned, you say, how could it be? Feng Ni, who on earth harmed you? The emperor also approached and asked the royal physician, what exactly is going on? The royal physician, wiping his sweat, asked, Prime Minister, where did this fragrance pouch come from? Prime Minister Feng looked at the fragrance pouch on Dufei and asked back, is there a problem with the fragrance pouch? Tiuhu, hearing the royal physician say the pouch was problematic, was very surprised. He had no idea that his fragrance pouch was the cause of Dufei's unconsciousness. The royal physician replied, that's right. This pouch contains 3 types of potent poison herbs. If one keeps smelling it for over a day, Miss Feng will be severely poisoned, falling into a coma. The servants in the mansion began to discuss again. The emperor is here, yet someone dared to poison Miss Feng. Did Miss Feng offend someone? Tiuhu recalled that the other day, Feng Dufei had taken this fragrance pouch from him. He thought, if it weren't for me, she wouldn't have been poisoned. The emperor approached the royal physician and said, then hurry up and treat her. The royal physician quickly replied, yes. Then everyone took Dufi to the resting room. A while later, Feng Dufi woke up. She found herself lying on the bed and asked her father, what happened to me? Prime Minister Feng said, Feng Ni, the royal physician just said you were poisoned. It scared your father half to death. Thankfully, you're awake now. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell the royal physician. Feng Dufi sat up and said, how did I get poisoned? Was there a problem with today's food? Then are the emperor and empress all right? Could someone have taken the opportunity to frame father? Prime Minister Feng said, it's not the food. Don't worry anymore. The emperor standing nearby also said, we and the empress are fine. The target of that villain was you. They put it directly in your fragrance pouch. Where did you get your fragrance pouch from? Feng Dufai was startled and thought, the fragrance pouch. She turned her head and stared at Tiohu. The emperor asked Tiohu again, is this matter related to you? Tiohu anxiously replied, I was wrong. Feng Dufi also quickly explained, Father, I didn't do it on purpose. I just thought Tiohu's fragrance pouch was too beautiful, so I borrowed it for 2 days. I intended to return it to him after 2 days. I didn't steal his things. Tiohu was also surprised that Feng Dufi had explained on his behalf. Prime Minister Feng angrily shouted, child, hurry and apologize to the third prince. But Feng Dufi didn't want to apologize, so she turned her head away and said, I don't want to. If I hadn't taken his fragrance pouch, he would have been the one poisoned. Although there's a slight issue, it could be considered that I saved his life. He should be thanking me instead. The cat system also said, host, I don't know how you can say these shameless words, but I feel there's some logic to it. The emperor also said, Dufai is not wrong. This incident has nothing to do with Tiohu. We should investigate who put the poison in the pouch. Indeed, Tiohu owes her a life. Feng Dufi replied, Your Majesty is truly righteous and wise. So I wonder, could Your Majesty help this girl find the real culprit? The emperor said, Of course, we certainly cannot let that criminal go unpunished. Feng Dufi happily replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. She thought the emperor was actually helping her, but she still wasn't completely satisfied. She angrily said, his original intention was to harm the third prince, but from now on, this girl also wants to be his sworn enemy. Father who gave this fragrance pouch to Tiohu. This fabric is rare in the mortal world. The person who made this pouch must have a noble status, she said while pointing at the pouch in her hand. But such a person in here, we now know who harmed Tiohu. Lin Fi heard this and was startled with fear. A young royal physician recognized this fragrance pouch. He immediately said in front of everyone, Isn't this the gold thread tribute from the western regions? Lin Fi's face immediately changed color. Miss Feng, lying on the sickbed, was a bit surprised. She asked curiously, Tribute, doesn't that mean it's only available in the palace? The emperor standing there witnessed the whole incident. He inquiringly asked the empress, Do you remember who was rewarded with the gold thread at that time? The empress glanced at Lin Fi and only said, Your servant, then fell silent. Feng Yinian, who had been standing aside, suddenly knelt down, surprising everyone. She begged the emperor, This girl deserves death. I didn't intentionally mean to harm the third prince. Tiohu looked at her kneeling but had his own thoughts. Although she was very annoying, given her courage, she probably wouldn't dare to plot against a prince. Yinian put on an innocent face and recounted the situation. At that time, Lin Fi didn't say there was poison in the fragrance pouch. This girl thought she just wanted to give a gift to the third prince, so I agreed to help with the pouch. The emperor angrily questioned Lin Fi, Is this the truth? The concubine fearfully knelt down, her mouth constantly saying, Your Majesty, I didn't. I've been wronged. Lin Fi pointed at Yan Yan, blaming her entirely. It's her, this villain, who falsely accused your servant. How could your servant do something to poison the prince? She denied immediately. This girl did not. This girl swears to heaven. Every word I just said is true. I absolutely did not falsely accuse anyone. The empress scolded her. Silence. She immediately fell quiet, not daring to speak. The emperor angrily shouted at Lin Fi, The one who should be silent is you. The empress turned pale, her whole body trembling. The emperor approached the sickbed, took the poisoned fragrance pouch from Feng Dufi's hand, held it, and asked Yan Yan, You mean Lin Fi personally gave this pouch to you and didn't tell you the pouch was poisoned? She was still kneeling on the ground, looking up at the emperor, and said, Yes. Dufi had a different feeling. She thought to herself, Why do I feel the emperor is somewhat doubtful of what Feng Yan Yan said? The kitten lay on her lap, resting its paws on her hand, and meowed. Such a big incident has occurred. The emperor will certainly ask many more questions. He can't just believe her words alone. The emperor sternly said, "Besides you, was there anyone else who saw Lin Fi give you the fragrance pouch?" She hastily replied, "Yes, your majesty. There was also a eunuch." Yan Nian recalled the scene from that day and recounted, "The day before yesterday, Lin Fi came to find me. She said the third prince living alone outside might be a bit lonely. So she took out a fragrance pouch from the palace, telling me to give it to the third prince. She said if the third prince misses home, he could look at this fragrance pouch. At that time, there was also a eunuch beside her who said Lin Fi is a person with a kind heart." After hearing this, the emperor ordered his guards, "Go and investigate if Lin Fi left the palace the day before yesterday. Also, bring the little eunuch beside her here." The guard in black clothes and hat quickly responded, "Yes." After a while, he brought Lin Fi's servant. Escorted by 2 guards with swords at their waists, he was terrified and prostrated on the ground. With trembling hands and feet, he reported to the emperor, "Consort Lin is this servant's master. This servant dares not disobey the master's orders. This servant knows his fault. Please, your majesty, spare this servant's life." Lin Fi wanted to scold him but couldn't. She never expected her close servant to betray her like this. The emperor issued an order, "Guards, take this vicious woman away. Imprison her in the cold palace. Execute this dog servant immediately." 2 guards came to drag Lin Fi away. The consort kept begging the emperor to spare her life. "Your majesty, spare my life, your majesty." Everything happened too quickly. The emperor and empress had already left. The third prince and Feng Du-Fi both had their eyes following the emperor's gradually disappearing figure. They all had their own thoughts. Prime Minister Feng told Yan Yan, "Child, come with me." The father and daughter left the room. Only the young lady and the black cat were left talking to each other. "Host, the plan was very successful. Why do you look not so happy?" She was piecing together the story. The kitten clung to her shoulder. Everything was too smooth. "I feel like something's not right." The image of Li Yan Yan appeared. The connection was the fragrance pouch with consort Lin. She asked the cat, "Why did Lin Fi specifically embroider gold thread on the fragrance pouch, leaving such solid evidence for people? And why did she have to personally meet Feng Yan Yan to the point that as soon as something happened, her close servant, with little courage, pointed her out? Lin Fi has lived in the inner palace for a long time. If she didn't have any intelligence, how could she have given birth to the 4th prince and climbed to such a high position? She thought until her head spun. The kitten called, "Host, you really have too many questions." Suddenly, her brain lit up like a light bulb. Everything became clear. She jumped up exclaiming, "That's right." The system cat saw her about to go somewhere and asked, "Host, where are you going?" The young lady hurriedly said, "The study." At this moment, in the prime minister's study, before entering the door, she heard his angry shout, "Outrageous! You still don't know how to repent, do you?" Feng Yan Yan, with her cute face, replied, "Daughter doesn't understand father's meaning." In the room, the general was talking to Feng Yan Yan. He asked, "You don't understand? Then go back to your room, face the wall, and think. Think carefully about what you've done. Come see me when you're done thinking." Hearing her father speak like this, Feng Yan Yan felt very aggrieved. She thought, did my father intentionally say that to me? Or does he really know something? Theoretically, no one should know the truth. Even those involved, like Lin Fi, might not be clear about it. She recalled her previous meeting with Lin Fi. She asked, "Who are you, servant? Why are you giving me this fragrance pouch?" The servant accompanying Lin Fi replied, "Second miss, you just had an argument with young Master Xiao today, didn't you? As for who we are, you don't need to know. You just need to find a way to give this fragrance pouch to him. In return, Consort Lin promises to make you stand out at the birthday banquet. Isn't that good?" She thought to herself, this fragrance pouch is likely meant to harm Xiao Yu. The person before me might not even be the real Lin Fi. Then Feng Yan Yan thought again, so what if that's the case? I'm just delivering a fragrance pouch. How could this have anything to do with me? I just need to pretend I don't know anything. Thinking this way made Feng Yan Yan feel more at ease. She said, "I'm not wrong. I didn't lie to father. How could I possibly know these inside stories? Besides, father doesn't have any evidence. As long as I don't admit it, everything will be fine." Meanwhile, in the garden of Shang Mansion, Feng Du-Fi was frantically running away. Xiao Yu, hiding behind a tree, saw this scene and thought, today, all of this has completely gone beyond my control. He recalled a few days ago when he was talking to Feng Yan Yan and saw Feng Du-Fi there too. He thought, she's here too. Uneasy, She's always secretly caring. I want to have this warmth from her. I deliberately pretended to accept that fragrance pouch, even though I knew it was a poison to harm people. I recklessly accepted the falsehood, even knowing it could cost me my life if she truly didn't care about me. Finally, I waited until she came, but I didn't expect she would intentionally expose everything, even unmasking the hypocritical consort. Although Lin Fi isn't favored, she is, after all, the birth mother of the fourth prince. If she casually, in front of everyone, suspects Lin Fi, could they use this as an excuse to attack her? Lost in thought, suddenly the fourth prince's voice rang out from afar. That bitch. It's all her fault. If she hadn't stolen Xiao Yu's fragrance pouch, if she hadn't suddenly fainted in front of father, mother wouldn't have gotten into trouble. The servant following the fourth prince replied, Fourth Highness, don't be angry. The consort has her own fate. It should be fine. Besides, didn't you just avenge the consort? The fourth prince heard this and smirked, saying, I was just testing. I didn't expect she cared about Xiao Yu so much. Hearing that the beast was thrown into the forest behind the mansion, she rushed in without thinking. Now she is probably torn to pieces by tigers, bones and all. Haha. Xiao Yu, hearing the fourth prince say this, was very surprised. He didn't know about this, so he quickly ran to stop a guard and said, Hurry, go report to the chancellor. The eldest miss went into the back mountains. The situation is urgent. Tell him to quickly send people to rescue her. Then he frantically ran towards the forest behind the mansion, not knowing that behind him, the subordinate looked at him with sinister eyes. He replied, Yes, Third Highness. At the same time, Feng Dufi hurriedly ran to Chancellor Feng's study. The chancellor, seeing her rush in so frantically, asked, What's the matter? Feng Dufi replied, Father, do you really believe Lin Fi wanted to harm me? The chancellor replied, If not, then who do you think should be sent to the cold palace? Feng Dufi said, You know who it is, don't you? But the chancellor just slammed the book on the table and said, Lin Fi isn't that stupid. But everything I can think of, do you think the emperor won't think of it too? Fuang, you've grown up and have your own dreams. You must know how to protect yourself. I can only protect you for a while. I can't protect you forever. As for the emperor and empress's deep affection, you absolutely must not draw attention to the palace. Understand? Feng Dufi thought, the emperor and empress's deep affection. How could I not understand? This move by the empress can both follow Lin Fi's wishes, poisoning Xiao Yu to death, and then eliminate Lin Fi afterwards. Killing two birds with one stone. One stone can kill two birds. Eliminating the second prince at once for the crown prince's smooth ascension to the throne. Drawing a stroke of brilliance. Truly worthy of being the mother of the nation, Her Majesty the Empress. Then she went out for a walk in the garden and said, System, it seems Xiao Yu is better off staying at the Chancellor's mansion for now. The cat system followed her and said, I agree. The last time you saved him created a butterfly effect. Abandoning him now, wouldn't that be killing him? Suddenly, Feng Dufi stopped and asked, Where did Xiao Yu go? The cat system was also stunned and replied, Where did he go? Did something happen to Xiao Yu? Thinking of this, both felt confused and worried. Half an incense stick later, in a corner of the Chancellor's mansion, the servant and the fourth prince were talking to each other. The servant said, Fourth Highness, as you instructed, I pretended to withdraw when Xiao Yu called for help. He believed the eldest miss ran to the back mountains herself, so he went there to look. The fourth prince heard the servant's report and replied with satisfaction, Well done. He thinks I'm a rabbit. He can bully at will. He wants to bully me just like that. Then let him find his own way to death. Feng Dufi had run into the dense forest behind the Chancellor's mansion. As she ran looking for Xiao Yu, she thought, in the original story, today Xiao Yu was tricked to the back mountains. Unexpectedly, he obtained a secret martial arts manual, which was the foundation for his deep inner strength later on. But the back mountains are full of dangers. It also nearly cost him his life. If it were when I first arrived, I wouldn't worry. But the plot is gradually changing now. I'm really afraid Xiao Yu will die in the mountains. If the male lead dies, how can I complete my mission? She ran deeper into the forest while calling the cat system. She said, System, I'm going to check on him. You don't object, right? The cat system quickly followed her and replied, As long as you don't interfere. Feng Dufai hurriedly interrupted the system and said, Okay. The cat system seemed to sense some danger, so it quickly ran ahead of Feng Dufi and shouted, Wait! It turned out to be the roar of a large tiger. Xiao Yu was trying to escape from the tiger while shouting loudly. Feng Dufi heard the cry and thought it was Xiao Yu. Feng Dufi's outfit was dirty and tattered. She said loudly, System, why don't I remember this part? The system replied, I don't know either. In the script, when he sees the tiger, he chooses to jump off the cliff. Then he falls and is seriously injured. While avoiding a poisonous snake, he discovers the martial arts manual. Feng Dufi and the system hid behind a rock, watching the tiger preparing to attack Xiao Yu. The system said, why did they appear here? Feng Dufi asked, what should we do? Should we help him? The system replied with an unwilling attitude. If you want to help, it's you. What can a system like me do? Feng Dufai disagreed with the system and said, but if I go out now, won't he recognize that I've come? If you could help me lure fireflies, then why not try to transform into someone he won't recognize? Hearing this, the system began to think. The system said, it's possible, but it thought Feng Dufi didn't know that the more she interfered with this book, the more likely the script would change. Guiding fireflies at the banquet basically wouldn't affect the characters. But now, suddenly, the tiger ran quickly towards Xiao Yu and attacked him. It bit Xiao Yu's shoulder, wounding him. Seeing this, Feng Dufi shouted, System. The system, seeing this scene, was also very confused. It said, quick, 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 okay, you go. But before that, the system hadn't finished speaking when Feng Dufi had already quickly left, so it could only use magic to transform Feng Dufi into the appearance of Feng Yannian. Feng Dufi went to pick up a stick, but she saw that her clothes had changed. She thought, these aren't the clothes I was wearing. Indeed, the system has turned me into another woman. Feeling her vision become smaller, she didn't care anymore. Saving people was more important. At the same time, Xiao Yu picked up a stone from the ground and hit the tiger's head hard, injuring the tiger. Xiao Yu quickly held his bloody shoulder and left. He thought he couldn't fall, couldn't die. Jumping down might still give a chance of survival. But if she was in the forest, perhaps she was also being chased by wild beasts. What could she do alone? If I die like this, she wouldn't even know I came to find her. How desperate would that be? I can't jump, I can't fall. I must save her. Feng Dufi, Feng Dufi. Dufi also quickly grabbed the stick, ran over, and called out, Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu. Seeing someone running over, he quickly fell into her arms and thought, Feng Dufi, is it you? Feng Dufi called out to Xiao Yu. At this moment, Xiao Yu raised his face and saw Feng Yannian's face. He felt very surprised. He called out doubtfully, Feng Yannian. Feng Dufi willingly transformed into someone else to save the third prince. When she heard him say Feng Yannian, she immediately realized she had switched into her younger sister's body. She was overjoyed and secretly praised the system. So cool. Even this kind of face swapping can be thought of. This will make the male and female leads have even better feelings for each other. But after Feng Yannian helped the male lead stand up, the third prince didn't seem happy. And the black cat just tiredly and warily said, since it's already done, might as well go all out. Feng Dufi observed and thought, if we're going all out, why does the system still have such a regretful expression? After saying that, the tiger continued to growl menacingly. Feng Dufi, in her sister's body, detached herself from her thoughts. She couldn't manage so many things. She stood between the tiger and the third prince. Her face, looking at it, showed a bit of fear towards this fierce animal. Yet she was brave and courageous, looking straight into the tiger's eyes. Without time to say anything, she decisively swung the stick in her hand, thrusting it hard into the tiger's eye. Blood gushed out from the corner of its eye. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed the third prince's hand. She pulled him to run without looking back, because even though the tiger was injured, it was still determined to chase the two. As the sky darkened, the two jumped down a small cliff. The tiger stood above, roaring angrily for losing its prey. Night fell completely. The moon was up. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. She and the third prince were resting against a rock formation. The third prince, with his eyes closed, was wounded. She asked worriedly, Xiao Yu, are you all right? Then she thought to herself, this kid isn't unconscious, is he? She touched his face to check. Just then, the third prince opened his eyes. Feng Dufi called his name, Xiao Yu. The third prince heard the call. Seeing clearly the young lady before him, not noticing she had just helped him, he said with some avoidance, why are you here again? Feng Dufi sank into her own thoughts. She calculated that if she already had Yannian's face, why not take this chance to build the male and female lead's relationship? She tried to buy time while thinking. She answered him, then considered further. Although this time, what Feng Yannian did was very hateful. After I get out, I will teach her a lesson. Perhaps I can even change her personality. She tried to find a reasonable explanation for why her sister entered the forest. Then she explained, I accidentally gave you a poison sachet. I felt ashamed in my heart. So when I saw you enter the forest, I followed. I wanted to help you as compensation. Hearing these words, the third prince was half believing, half doubting, compensation. Feng Dufi inside was still worried about the third prince's wound. He's badly wounded. We must quickly find a place to rest. Then her eyes lit up with a spark. Some thought just made her happy. She asked herself, could it be that cave? Then hurriedly asked the system. System, in the original story, at the foot of the cliff, hidden is a martial arts manual to help Xiao Yu. Is it in this cave? The black cat calmly replied, Coming up with a good idea, she immediately said to the third prince, I'll help you into the nearby cave to rest. Can you stand up? As she spoke, she supported his arm, thinking, once we get to that cave, there's hope. The third prince stood up unsteadily, trembling. Unexpectedly, not even a second later, it caused them both to fall into each other. In an ambiguous position, both were at a loss for words. Feng Dufi, in her sister's body, spoke first. Xiao Yu, why is your face red? Indeed, the third prince's face was as red as a tomato. His injured hand struggled to support him as he said, I'm not. In Feng Dufi's mind, a gleeful thought arose. This usually cold kid can actually blush. Looks like today wasn't a waste after all. The teased third prince seemed quite aggrieved. On one side, Feng Dufi carelessly laughed and said, You're blushing, so you're blushing. Why not admit it? We had a misunderstanding before. Don't take it to heart. After we get out, can we play together? The third prince said nothing. He just thought, why do her eyes look so much like that person's? Feng Dufi didn't miss the opportunity. Full of hope, she pressed on. You're a man. You shouldn't be so petty. Look, wasn't I very nice to you at first? It's your temperament that's not good. Always being fierce with me. Of course I would get angry. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let's make up, okay? She tried very hard to salvage their relationship. Yet the third prince just sat up and said, It's not safe here. Let's leave first. Seeing him so indifferent, she angrily cursed in her mind. You brat, neither soft nor hard approaches work. The two stood up and went elsewhere, as the third prince said. Feng Dufi was determined not to give up. She clung to him and added, Xiao Yu, actually, you're very handsome, just like me. Let's be good friends. She wondered why he didn't respond. She only saw his footsteps stop. Why did he stop? Then the third prince looked at her coldly and replied briefly, You're not as beautiful as your sister. This one sentence turned Feng Dufi to stone. She could only reply perfunctorily, Oh, is that so? But her inner thoughts were raging with anger. Does my sister need to thank you for your compliment? How can you, in front of a girl, praise another girl's beauty? Outwardly, in her sister's identity, she gently replied, though receiving no response, Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Even if everyone else treats you badly, I will still stand by your side. Feng Dufi saw the third prince turn away. She thought silently, a 10-year-old child. Why is he so hard to coax? Then she spoke again. Let's be best friends. Xiao Yu, my sister really hates you. Don't go near her anymore in the future. These words directly angered the third prince. He pushed her away and shouted, Get lost. After being pushed by the third prince, Feng Dufi, in her sister's body, felt aggrieved. She reproached him. I just saved you from the tiger's mouth, protected you down the cliff, and helped you all the way here. Is this how you treat me? The third prince, seeing this angry appearance, couldn't stand it. He retorted, Didn't you say you gave me the poison sachet, so you should compensate me? Feng Dufi's inner thoughts exploded at this moment. She just wanted to tear apart the little prince before her. She angrily thought that was to show Feng Yanran's gentleness and thoughtfulness. Then, in her sister's identity, she had to calm down. She thought further, Forget it, I can't get angry with him again. If he doesn't like gentleness, then being cute might work. Thinking and acting at once, Feng Dufai pretended to be pitiful. She said aggrievedly, You really don't know good from bad. Besides this, what wrong have I done to you? You want to bully me like this again? Indeed, this method was effective. The third prince looked at her, not knowing what to say. Feng Dufi's face naturally relaxed into joy. She must have thought it was working. It seems he indeed likes the cute type. The third prince spoke much more gently. Actually, you don't need to compensate me. You didn't intend to give me that sachet, did you? So that's how it is. In that moment, Feng Dufi didn't know how to respond. She thought carefully. So that's how it is. Feng Yanran and Xiao Yu, though they didn't interact much, must have had some moments I don't know about, but I can't reveal any flaws for him to discover. She waved her hand awkwardly, trying to regain composure, and replied, Let's not talk about unpleasant things. The third prince didn't say anything in response. Feng Dufai regained her momentum. She decided, the urgent matter now is to get out of this ghostly place. However, you're seriously injured. It's already dark now. I'm afraid we can't leave the cave. Seeing he didn't look at her or have any opinion, she continued, I'll go find some food. We'll rest for a night and leave tomorrow. The third prince could only answer. Although he showed no emotion outwardly, inside, his mind was in chaos. He considered many things. Just now, she didn't argue that I clearly didn't steal. I lied so obviously, yet she didn't say anything back. After a while, Feng Dufi returned. In her hands, she carried some firewood along with some edible fruits. She saw the third prince lying motionless on the floor. She called out in surprise, Xiao Yu, Hearing the call, the third prince slowly moved, regaining consciousness. Feng Dufi anxiously asked, Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? She recalled, trying to find a reason. Old wounds haven't healed, and now new ones. If I had come back a bit later, he might have died from blood loss. She fumbled, not knowing what to do, lost in a jumble of thoughts. But there's no medicine here. How can I help him stop the bleeding? Got it. She thought of a way. She decisively tore fabric from her own trouser leg. She brought it close to the third prince. As she went, she spoke in a scolding, lecturing tone. You stinky brat, being so badly injured and not saying anything. You didn't want me to see. Fine then. After I bandage you, I'll leave. Are you satisfied now? The third prince didn't seem to feel that way. He said, I didn't. His eyes were filled with grievance. Then suddenly, he saw a snake behind Feng Dufi. He tried to reach out to save her, but instead became easy prey for the snake. It bit him as Feng Dufi called out too late. Xiao Yu refused to submit. The third prince decisively grabbed the snake's body, tore it in half, and dealt with it on the spot. Feng Dufi approached him, her voice both scolding and pitying. What did you catch? The third prince, having exhausted his strength in the recent struggle, face covered in sweat, breathing heavily, said to her, Don't go. Feng Dufi was melted by this little prince. Her heart softened, her voice gentle. She comforted the child who had no strength left. I won't go. I'll always be by your side. The third prince, only 10 years old, had suffered such a shock. He wasn't aware that he was still holding the upper part of the snake. He just kept saying, Don't go. Feng Dufi had to comfort this pitiful little prince. She gently advised, The poisonous snake is dead. Can you let go of it, darling? She touched his hand, and he released his grip. The snake fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Feng Dufi sucked the venom from the bite on the third prince's hand, acting urgently and full of concern. The third prince found this figure very familiar. He exclaimed, Feng's sister, then pondered, Is it really you? Feng Dufi unconsciously replied, Xiao Yu leaned against Feng Dufi, weakly calling, Feng's sister. Feng Dufi, who was currently disguised as Feng Yanran, instinctively answered, She suddenly realized what she'd done and thought, It's over. Just now I answered him impulsively. Will I be exposed? Feng Dufi stammered. You. Xiao Yu let out an ah, interrupting her. It hurts. Xiao Yu's face showed an expression of agony. He closed his eyes and mumbled. Seeing this, Feng Dufi thought to herself, Is it because he's in too much pain that he didn't hear my answer clearly just now? Feng Dufi patted Xiao Yu's head, comforting him. After sucking out the venom, it'll feel better. Does it still hurt now? Xiao Yu replied, It is indeed better now. Feng Dufi silently sighed in relief. It seems he didn't notice. Now I need to address this Feng sister issue. Feng Dufi raised her hand to her mouth and cleared her throat. Then she spoke to Xiao Yu. Although it's true that I'm 2 months older than you, however, is it that finally you've realized I'm a good girl? So you've decided to make peace with me. Otherwise, why suddenly call me sister? Xiao Yu, leaning against Feng Dufi, secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself, It really is Feng Dufi. Her excuses are always consistent like this. From that moment, I felt something was strange. How could the frail Feng Yanyan possibly defeat a tiger? Then I noticed this Feng Yanyan had no signs of disguise on her, so I could only trust my own instincts. But the more she spoke, the stranger it seemed. From her eyes to her demeanor to her hand gestures, all resembled Feng Dufi. Although it seemed impossible, but what if? What if she really was Feng Dufi? So when she said she hated me, I pushed her. If it were Feng Yanyan, she would have surely gotten angry or cried. But she didn't. After all, from childhood to now, only she could have such patience with me. Thinking of this, his face showed a hint of warmth. Xiao Yu's sudden call brought him back to reality from his wandering thoughts. Through the Feng Yanyan before him, Xiao Yu seemed to see the figure of Feng Dufi. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he said, That's right. I've discovered you're a good person and very kind to me, so I've decided to accept you. In his heart, he thought, if I really exposed her, perhaps she would leave me. So I can't, at least not now. Hearing this, Feng Dufi scratched her head and smiled. That's good, that's good. In her heart, she secretly pouted, earlier so fierce, now accepting so quickly. Boys really change easily. Outwardly, while bandaging Xiao Yu's wound, she asked, So you only call me sister? Xiao Yu innocently replied, No, I have a sister in the palace too, and I've also called Feng Dufi sister before. Hearing this, Feng Dufi, while bandaging Xiao Yu's wound, unconsciously applied more force. In her heart, she angrily cursed, You little brat, now you're using my full name. Xiao Yu cried out in pain from the tightening. Feng Dufi finished bandaging and stood up, saying, Then don't call me that. I don't like being called the same as others. In her heart, she scoffed coldly. Just now, I called him a boy, but now, Look how he knows how to coax girls. So quickly drawing a clear line with me. Xiao Yu, not understanding, asked, then what do you want me to call you? Feng Dufi's lips moved, about to say something. Suddenly, the system's voice interrupted the host. The system seriously criticized. What are you doing while the male and female leads are building their relationship? What are you messing up? Feng Dufi retorted. When did I mess anything up? Isn't it Xiao Yu calling sister indiscriminately? The system said, the male lead calling Feng Yanyan's sister is fine. Feng Dufi, unsatisfied, grumbled, aren't I just asserting dominance for the female lead? What do you understand? An emotionless tool. Don't interfere with my plan to match the male and female leads. The system was left speechless. At this moment, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. He called her, Feng's sister. Feng Dufi turned around irritably and replied, what? Xiao Yu pitifully said, could you feed me the fruit you just picked? My hand hurts. Feng Dufi turned to get the fruit and asked, I picked two types, yellow and green. Which do you like? Xiao Yu smiled sweetly and replied, both. Hearing this, Feng Dufi secretly spat. Get lost, you player. So young and already showing your true colors. When you become emperor, you'll surely be the ultimate player. She shoved the fruit onto his chest coldly and said, eat. The firelight flickered in the quiet night. While eating the fruit, Xiao Yu asked Feng's sister, why did you appear in this forest? Was it really because you were concerned about me? Feng Dufai, bored and playing with the fire, replied, yes. Xiao Yu asked again, then do you know if your sister also entered this secret forest? Feng Dufi paused upon hearing this. She turned her head, frowning, and replied, how would I know? Why did you enter this forest? Feng Dufai silently recalled the plot in her mind. In the original story, the fourth prince forced Xiao Yu into the back mountain. But now, Lin Fi has been punished. The fourth prince has no one to help him. How could he threaten Xiao Yu anymore? Hearing her question, Xiao Yu replied, that guard said your sister entered the forest. I was afraid something might happen to her, so I came to look. Feng Dufi, not expecting such an answer, suddenly paused. Her face slightly reddened as she thought, was it for me? Feng Dufi loudly said, are you an idiot? Even if someone had to go in to find her, it wouldn't be a child like you. If something happened to her, could you even save her? Seeing her anger, Xiao Yu quickly explained, before I entered, I told the guards at the general's mansion. I asked them to report this to Chancellor Feng. At that time, I couldn't think much. I just thought you were in there. I couldn't wait for reinforcements to arrive. I just wanted to rush in. If I could get there one step ahead of the reinforcements, I could tell you not to be afraid. Now I realize I fell for the fourth prince's trap, and I've implicated you to be punished with me. Thinking of this, he drooped and said, Feng's sister, I'm sorry. Feng Dufai pondered in her heart. According to the plot, Xiao Yu would be punished here. Even if not for me, there would be other opportunities. Otherwise, how would he obtain that secret manual? Thinking this, she sighed and said, forget it. I don't blame you. Eat quickly. If you're hungry, your wound won't heal. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched Feng Dufi's hand. She was startled and opened her eyes wide. Xiao Yu held Feng Dufi's hand and asked, if you don't blame me, then after we get out, will you still talk to me? Feng Dufi suddenly turned her face away. She stroked her chin, pondering. Why did his words seem to have a deeper meaning? While she was thinking, Xiao Yu had already limped over to a patch of grass by the road. Seeing him fumbling around looking for something, she asked, Xiao Yu, what are you looking for? A moment later, he dug out a book and turned his head, eyes sparkling as he looked at her. On the cover of the book, 4 characters were clearly written, Ultimate Divine Skill. Xiao Yu held up the book excitedly and said, this is the ultimate martial arts skill that when sister went out, I happened to pick up. Feng Dufi thought in surprise, has it been found already? Xiao Yu handed the book to Feng Dufi as if offering a treasure and said, if Feng's sister agrees with me, can I give this divine skill to you? Feng Dufi took the book, opened it, and read while silently marveling. As expected of the male lead, he found it so quickly. Xiao Yu, also curious about the book's contents, leaned in to take a look. They saw that in the book, it was full of content that good children shouldn't see. Feng Dufi quickly closed the book with a snap, her face burning hot. Then she clenched her fist tightly and looked at Xiao Yu angrily, enunciating each word. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fearfully asked in a small voice, what's wrong? Feng Dufai gritted her teeth and said, you dare to ask me what's wrong? Don't you know what you gave me? Xiao Yu mumbled. Ultimate divine skill, isn't it? Xiao Yu quickly asked back. Then what is this? Feng Dufai suspiciously thought, does this bastard really not know this is an erotic book? She clutched the book, hand on her hip, and ordered, this is evil magic. Kids who practice it will go insane. In the future, if you see something like this, you must have my permission before opening and reading it. Understand? Xiao Yu happily agreed. Feng Dufai turned around, walked over and threw the book into the fire. The flames quickly flared up, engulfing the book in an instant. Xiao Yu smiled secretly and thought, although the divine skill was fake, if she said in the future, that means she has agreed to my request. A while later, Feng Dufei, bored to death, used a stick to poke at the rock wall to kill time. She asked the system, do you know where that divine skill book is actually hidden? The system, lazily lying on her shoulder, replied to Feng Dufei, the principal only says it's in the mountain cave. I don't know the exact location either. Feng Dufei pointed at the system and complained, tell me, what use are you? The system immediately bristled, saying, I at least helped you successfully disguise as Feng Yannian. The system master's punishment will probably arrive tomorrow. Am I still useless? Hearing this, Feng Dufei immediately wilted. I thought the system could dream at will. I didn't expect there to be real punishment. The system, dejected and trembling, said, punishment is a small matter. The important thing is if it creates a plot hole, the system master will kill me outright. The system immediately pointed at Feng Dufei, angrily accusing, now this culprit is still saying I'm useless. Feng Dufei shrank her neck, then timidly asked, so how will the system master punish you? The system painfully replied, take away my energy, destroy my will, kill my existence. All are possible. After saying this, tears welled up. Feng Dufei leaned against a rock and forced a smile, saying, it can't be that serious, right? How about, before she finished speaking, suddenly from the hand placed on the rock came a clear clicking sound. Before Feng Dufei's eyes, a crack opened up. She thought to herself, there's a mechanism here. Feng Dufei glanced to the side. Not far away, Xiao Yu had leaned against a rock and fallen asleep again. Feng Dufei secretly smiled. Luckily, this can help the male lead find the secret. Just as she finished speaking, the cave opened up. Before her eyes appeared countless pairs of blood-red eyes staring at her intently. Feng Dufei's hair stood on end. Both she and the system stood frozen, with eyes wide open. The next moment, Feng Dufei frantically pressed on the mechanism. Finally, the door slowly closed. Both she and the system were drenched in sweat. Feng Dufei, with trembling hand, pointed at the just-closed cave entrance, her eyes about to pop out, shaking, asked the system, don't tell me the secret manual is in a snake cave. When she saw the snake, Feng Dufei cried out in fear, I didn't expect poisonous snakes. I'm scared to death. I can understand poisonous snakes and wild beasts in this forest, but isn't a snake cave a bit too much? The cat system replied, if you dare, you can ask Chancellor Feng after we get out. This eerie place is sealed behind the Chancellor's mansion. Chancellor Feng must know what's going on. Feng Dufei disagreed with the cat's opinion and replied, it's best not to probe into what they're hiding. What if they suspect my identity? Then wouldn't we lose more than we gain? Hearing her say this, the cat system responded, you're a coward. Why make so many excuses? So if we can't find the secret manual, we just give up, huh? Hearing this, Feng Dufei angrily replied, how can we give up? What if we can't find the secret manual? Do I have to stay here and do this mission forever? The cat system pondered in confusion. Call her brave, and she's a coward. But call her a coward, and at crucial moments she's as brave as can be. Ignoring the cat system's thoughts, Feng Dufei continued searching for the secret manual. After a while, she said to the cat system, what are you mumbling about? Come help me search. The cat said, host, you don't need to risk your life searching like this. Feng Dufei continued searching. As she lifted each stone, she said, this is called a thorough search. In my past life, when I did archaeology, I often did this. Turn on the light for me, will you? But after a short while, the cat system had fallen asleep next to the oil lamp. Meanwhile, Feng Dufei was still diligently searching. A moment later, she exclaimed, found it, startling the cat system awake. She held up the book and said happily, I found it. The cat thought, she really found it. Then Feng Dufei took the secret manual and went to Tiohu, carefully tucking it into his clothes. She thought happily, mission accomplished, while Tiohu was still sleeping, unaware. The next morning, when Tiohu woke up, he felt something heavy in his clothes and thought, what's in my chest? Then he reached in his robe and took out the book that Feng Dufei had put there. He thought, what's this? And said. Tiohu opened the book and saw many illustrations inside. It looked like instructions for some kind of martial art. He thought it wasn't like the demonic technique from last night. This was a real martial arts manual. Feng Dufei must have secretly slipped it into his clothes. He saw Feng Dufei still sleeping on the rock beside him, so he quietly went over to her. Seeing Dufei sleeping so soundly, he thought, but when she's asleep, her face looks just like Feng Yan's. I'm very curious. How exactly does she change her appearance? I just want to know the reason, so I don't mistake her for someone else again next time, and push her away once more. As he thought this, Tiohu reached out to touch her face. Suddenly, Feng Dufei woke up. She rubbed her eyes and said, Kid, can't sleep. What are you trying to do? and grabbed Tiohu's hand before he could touch her face. Seeing Feng Dufi awake, Tiohu stammered an explanation. I saw you looking beautiful. I wanted to touch your face, may I? He felt very embarrassed saying this. Dufi thought she should praise this kid for having potential, so young and already knows how to flirt. Or should she complain that her little piggy finally knows how to dig for radishes? The cat system, seeing this scene, laughed and said, "Congratulations, the relationship between the leads has progressed. But I'm getting punished." Feng Dufi said, "But we're still so young, it's not very good." Tiohu replied, I can also not." Suddenly, Feng Dufi took Tiohu's hand and brought it to her face. She said, "Touch it once and don't do it again after this." Feng Dufi held Tiohu's hand against her cheek. Tiohu, getting to touch Dufi's cheek, felt very embarrassed. His heart was racing. Thump, thump, thump. Tiohu blushed and silently called Dufi's name. Feng's sister, Feng Dufi. Seeing Tiohu blushing and embarrassed like this, she said, "Satisfied now, Tiohu. We can go now. Let's head back." Tiohu thought. I still thought her face had changed back. Turns out, I was just overthinking. Feng Dufi stood up and said, "Let's go." Tiohu then thought, am I stupid? What am I doing? Clearly yesterday when we fell, I was still hugging her. Now, just because I touched her face, I forgot to check if she was wearing a mask. He walked along, glumly thinking. Suddenly, Feng Dufi turned around and said, "Tiohu." Tiohu, confused, replied, Seeing him like this, Dufi lightly tapped his head and said, "In a bit, I'll have Daifi treat you. When you're better, remember to come play with me." Tiohu blushed and replied, "Okay." Back in his room, he lay on the bed and sighed. He thought back to Dufi's words, "Remember to come play with me," and her radiant smile then covered his face in embarrassment. At the same time, Feng Dufi said to the cat system, "Transform me back. It's time to find the person who's been listening." Then, the cat system used magic and transformed her back to her original form. In the room, a frightened servant said, "Miss, I only went out to gamble and lost money. What's this about harming the third prince? I'm wrongly accused. I've never done such a thing." Feng Yannian stood outside the door eavesdropping and thought, what is Feng Dufi up to? Feng Dufi inside the room casually said to the other servants, "Beat him." The two servants replied in unison, "Yes," and continuously beat the other servant. Dufi said, "This young miss is too lazy to argue with you. Tiohu has already returned. You know in your heart what you've done. Whenever you want to talk, I'll tell them to stop." Seeing this, Yen Yen entered the room and called, "Sister, sister, sister, why are you calling so late? Is something wrong?" The dog servant still tried to defend himself. He said, "Young miss, I am innocent." Feng Dufi said, "Want to know why this dog servant is being beaten?" Feng Yannian was stunned upon hearing this. She asked why and thought, could it be that Feng Dufi, she knows? Feng Dufi said, "Because he took orders from someone to plot against Tiohu." The dog servant still tried to defend himself. "No, I didn't, young miss. Do you have any evidence that I harmed the third prince? How can you falsely accuse me like this?" Feng Dufi smiled lightly and said, "Well, today, in front of my sister, I'll make it clear to you. As long as it's something I, Feng Dufi, want to do, even without evidence, I will beat you to death right here." Yen Yen was frightened upon hearing this. She thought these words were clearly directed at Liu Tuan, but it also seemed like Feng Dufi was testing her. Feng Dufi stood up and said, "Yen Yen, from now on in this mansion, I don't want anyone to harm Tuhu again. If not, I'll charge them with harming the prince and have them killed. Understand?" As she spoke, she raised her hand to stroke Yen Yen's chin, making Yen Yen extremely frightened. After seeing Feng Yen Yen's terrified face, Feng Dufi was satisfied. She said, "All right, that's enough for today. Lock this dog servant in the woodshed. Don't feed him without my permission." The two remaining servants replied in unison. Then Feng Dufi turned and left, leaving Feng Yen Yen with a still frightened face. She thought Feng Dufi had already left. Footsteps were heard from outside. Yen Yen quickly turned around and saw Tiohu arriving. She asked, "Why are you here?" Tiohu didn't answer her, but asked instead, "Where is Feng Dufi?" Yen Yen was surprised that he asked about Feng Dufi. She recalled her earlier conversation with Dufi. Feng Dufi had said, "I don't want anyone to harm Tiohu again. If not, I'll charge them with harming the prince and have them killed. Understand?" Yen Yen stammered, "I understand. No one will harm the third prince." Feng Dufi continued, "Right, there's one more thing about last night." When Feng Yannian heard Feng Dufi mention last night, she covered her mouth. Worriedly, she asked, "Will he believe it? Will he believe?" Feng Dufi confidently replied, "Of course." Back to the present, Feng Yannian still didn't understand why Tiohu was asking about Feng Dufi. She thought, didn't Feng Dufi say she had already pretended to be me saving Tiohu last night? But why is the person I saved still the gloomy big demon? Tiohu saw that Feng Yannian didn't answer him, so he asked again, I'm asking you where Feng Dufi is. Feng Yanyan replied, why are you looking for her? Tiohu turned to leave and said, it's none of your business. If she's not here, I'll look for her elsewhere. Feng Yanyan saw Tiohu about to leave, so she quickly grabbed his sleeve and said, stop right there. Why are you looking for her anyway? Last night, I was with you. I was the one who saved you. Can't you care about me a little? Tiohu thought, Feng's sister saved me. What does it have to do with her? Feng Yanyan hesitantly said, Tiohu, but Tiohu still shook off Feng Yanyan's hand. He coldly said, if you mention this again in the future, I won't be polite with you anymore. Feng Yanyan was confused. She didn't understand why Tiohu was so cold towards her. She thought sadly, why treat me like this? Is it because I wasn't born favored, rich and noble like Feng Dufi? Why does everyone bully me like this, insult me? If only one day I could become stronger, strong enough to kill you all with just a word, would that be enough for you to be willing to look at me? As she was lost in thought, tears fell, and she felt very miserable. In another room, Feng Dufi was sitting on a chair. Tapping her hand on the chair, she thought about Tiohu being harmed twice. Feng Yanyan and Liu Tuan were just accomplices. The Empress and the fourth prince were the masterminds behind it. I can't touch those in front, nor those behind. The system saw her deep in thought and said, host, stop tapping. Tell me, I've been waiting all day. Why hasn't the system's punishment arrived yet? Feng Dufi said, why do I feel like you're looking forward to it? The cat system was startled and replied, isn't long pain worse than short pain? Not knowing when the pain will strike is more torturous. Understand. Feng Dufi replied again, maybe the system doesn't intend to punish you. After all, you did matchmake the male and female leads, but the little cat still didn't believe it. It cried and thought, impossible. I'm just a system. The mission must be completed by the host herself. If I intervene and affect the development of the script, the greater the impact, the easier it is to destroy the script. The punishment I receive will be greater. Feng Dufi comforted the cat, but if it was really that serious, the system should have punished you earlier. Now it's not doing anything. Doesn't that mean perhaps the impact you created isn't as big as you think? The cat system heard Dufi say this, and it was like a revelation. It said, you mean? Feng Dufi interrupted, that is to say. Then the cat system and Feng Dufi said in unison, you and I playing as Feng Yanyan didn't affect the main couple's relationship at all. Realizing this, Dufi cried out in distress. I worked so hard, but it had no effect on the main couple. Is the male lead's heart made of stone? Just then, Tiohu walked in. Both Feng Dufi and the system were startled and turned to look at Tiohu. He was standing at the door and shyly called out, Feng's sister. Dufi, seeing Tiohu suddenly visit her, shouted, what are you doing here? Her shout startled Tiohu, making him afraid. The cat system, seeing this, advised Feng Yanyan, host, you're too fierce. He's just a child. Feng Yanyan thought, I know this isn't Tiohu's fault, but when we parted, everything was fine. His feelings for Feng Yanyan haven't changed at all. Tiohu looked at Feng Yanyan with sparkling eyes. Dufi thought sadly, he even came to find me. Could he have figured out my identity? Feng Yanyan pretended to probe Tiohu, saying, didn't we just part ways? What's the matter? Tiohu then pretended to be confused and said, did we meet today? Didn't we part ways yesterday? Hearing this, Feng Yanyan felt relieved and asked, so, why are you looking for me? She thought this little guy's answer was fine. Could it be that she was being paranoid? Tiohu said, thanks to Feng's sister, I wasn't poisoned. So today I came first to thank you, and second, I have something I want to ask for your help. Feng Dufi heard Tiohu say this and thought, something that makes him actively seek my help is indeed rare. She turned and went into the room, saying, come in, then said, Tiohu, hearing this, happily entered the room with Feng Yanyan. The two sat down, on chairs. Tiohu said, yesterday, I happened to obtain a martial arts manual. There are some parts I don't understand. I heard that your martial arts skills are excellent. Could I ask for your guidance? Then he obediently handed the secret manual to Dufi. She thought, I can't pretend to be fierce and refuse even if I wanted to. About martial arts training, I can't let him go ask Feng Yanyan. She had to say, which part don't you understand? Tiohu then opened a page of the book and pointed, saying, here, this part talks about qi circulation. What is circulation? He pretended to be ignorant so convincingly that Feng Dufi couldn't see through it. He asked further, also, how can I control the qi in my body to prevent it from running wild? Dufi saw how serious Tiohu was and thought, his serious studying appearance. It seems he really did come just to learn. Tiohu pointed at the diagram in the book and said, what's wrong, Miss Feng? Dufi felt unhappy when Tiohu called her Miss Feng. He said, luckily, thanks to Miss Feng, I wasn't poisoned. So today I came here first to thank you, and second. Dufi thought, that's right. Since entering, Tiuhu has changed how he addresses me. This little brat, from Feng's sister to suddenly calling me Miss Feng. Thinking of this, Feng Dufi was very angry. She said, "It's nothing. I'm just curious. This martial arts manual looks very profound. Where did you get it from?" Tiuhu replied, "Last night after going to the back mountain, Feng Yan saved me. This manual was also found and given to me by her." Dufi heard this and pretended to be surprised, saying, "The back mountain. You two kids went to that ghostly place. Wasn't it very dangerous?" Tiuhu replied, "Yes, luckily Feng Yan was there. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return." Tiuhu pretended so convincingly that Feng Dufi couldn't see through it. Hearing Tiuhu say this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "That's truly a blessing in disguise. In the future, you must treat her well." Seeing Dufi teaching so seriously, Tiuhu immediately replied, "Understood." He thought, "Although I don't know why, but if she requests it, in the future, in front of her, I will treat Feng Yan well. As for last night's incident, if she insists on attributing it to Feng Yan, then for now, let's just consider it her doing. Anyway, as long as I know in my heart that it was you, that's enough." Tiuhu recalled touching Dufi's cheek this morning, feeling embarrassed and blushing. Dufi, on the other hand, was very angry when she saw him agree so quickly. She thought, "Answering so fast, you little brat." Tiuhu said, "That's right, Miss Feng. There's one more thing I need your help with." Feng Dufi angrily replied. Her attitude made Tiuhu feel a bit scared. Seeing Tiuhu appear frightened like that, Feng Dufi changed her attitude. She said gently, "Go ahead and say it. Whether I agree or not depends on my mood." She thought, "I am a dignified, villainous female lead. How can I agree to so many requests from the male lead? That's not right." Tiuhu said, "Actually, last night, the fourth prince and a guard from the mansion led me to the back mountain. I don't want to let it go just like that. But if I go to confront him myself, he definitely won't meet me. So, is it possible to have that guard help lure him out?" Dufi thought, "I didn't expect Tiuhu to think the same as me." But suddenly the cat system said, "Host, agree with him. Agree with him." Dufi heard the system say this and thought confusedly, "System, what are you saying? I remember you weren't like this before, system." Feng Dufi said to the system, "You're telling me to agree with him. If something happens, can you take responsibility?" The system nodded confidently. I'll take responsibility. I'll take responsibility. You're just a female supporting character. Your image can be changed. As long as Tiuhu can get revenge on the fourth prince, you can use any excuse to bully him. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" Feng Dufi heard the system's analysis and found it very reasonable. She happily thought, "You're right." Tiuhu saw Feng Dufi suddenly become so determined and didn't understand why. He could only stare at her. Feng Dufi said, "All right then, but how do you plan to deal with him?" Tiuhu hesitantly replied, "Ah!" Feng Dufi interrupted him, saying, "If you make a big deal out of it, it might implicate me. I have no reason to sacrifice myself for you." Tiuhu replied, "Don't worry. I just want to teach him a lesson. I won't be too cruel." Hearing this, Feng Dufi felt more at ease. She said, "All right then, wait for a few days until the fourth prince leaves the palace. These 2 days, Lu Tuan won't have a chance to meet him." Tiuhu happily replied, "Okay." Seeing Tiuhu smile so brightly, Feng Dufi thought, "You haven't even succeeded in your revenge yet, and you're already this happy." The system beside her approached Dufi. It pointed to the drawing in the book and said, "Host, since you've agreed with the male lead, now seriously teach him martial arts." Feng Dufi agreed with the system and said, "Leave it to me." Then Feng Dufi and Tiuhu went to the courtyard to practice. Feng Dufi looked at the book and guided each movement for Tiuhu. Seeing Tiuhu make a wrong move, she said, "Wrong. Do it again. Pay attention to your posture." They practiced diligently. After a while, Feng Dufi was too tired and fell asleep on the table. Seeing her fall asleep like that, Tiuhu stopped practicing and went to Feng Dufi's side. He looked at Feng Dufi for a moment and raised his hand, about to touch her hair. Suddenly, Feng Dufi sat up straight. She saw that Tiuhu wasn't practicing anymore and seriously admonished him. She said, "Tiuhu, don't be lazy in secret." Tiuhu, startled, replied, "Miss Feng, I understand." On the third day in the firewood room, the servant, after being beaten and starved, thought, "I'm about to starve to death. I see a fairy. I'm ascending to heaven." At the same time, Feng Dufi came in from outside. She saw his haggard face. Haggard face of the dog servant, waved and said, "Hello, do you want to eat?" The dog servant saw Feng Dufi enter and was very scared. He stammered, "You, what do you want to do?" Feng Dufi approached him calmly and replied, "I'm not doing anything. I just want to ask you for a small favor. If you agree, not only can you eat, but you can also leave this miserable room. take a large sum of money back home to start a business. As she spoke, she held out a small money pouch in her hand. The servant, hearing Feng Dufi say this, anxiously asked, "Do what?" Dufai answered him, "Today, the fourth prince is leaving the palace to hunt. You go and intercept him. Tell him that Tiohu has left the back mountain. Today, he's at Fuktulao having tea with me. Moreover, we didn't bring anyone with us. It's very convenient for him to make a move." The servant, hearing Feng Dufi say this, fearfully thought, "This female devil wants to take revenge on the fourth prince. If this matter is exposed, I will certainly become a scapegoat." He tremblingly asked, What? What if I don't agree?" Feng Dufi threatened him. She said, "If you don't agree, I'll kill you right now. So for you right now, the best way is to obediently listen to me. Don't let the fourth prince detect any clues. Then take the money I give you and run far away. What do you think?" The dog servant heard this and reluctantly replied, I think as long as I can live, it's fine." Then after agreeing with Feng Dufi, the servant was given food and released from the room to carry out the mission. He sneakily went outside to meet the fourth prince, standing at a street corner to wait for the fourth prince to pass by. On this side, the fourth prince and another servant had just dismounted. The fourth prince said, "It's already a custom. Why do you still need to ask? This prince is already annoyed enough. I'm not in the mood to go hunting. Hurry up and go prepare a change of clothes for me." The servant assigned by Feng Dufi now came out and called the fourth prince master, fourth young master. The fourth prince replied, "Why are you here?" The servant answered, "Your Highness, I have bad news to report to you." The prince asked back, "What bad news?" The servant hurriedly replied, "I was worried about how to inform you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Tiohu has left the back mountain." The fourth prince was very surprised to hear this. He asked again, "What did you say? How could that beast have such great ability?" The servant replied, "I heard that Miss Feng rescued him. Today, I even saw them discussing, saying." The fourth prince hurriedly asked, "Saying what?" The servant answered, "Saying they want to take revenge on you." The fourth prince, upon hearing this, angrily thought, "Last time I was shot by an arrow from Feng Dufi. Now my shoulder still aches faintly. She and Tiohu harmed my mother, yet they still want to seek revenge on me. I'm already being kind by not killing them." The servant, following Feng Dufi's instructions, said, "Your Highness, they are now at Tufuktulao. Moreover, the two of them didn't bring any guards. Do you need your subordinates to help you teach them a lesson?" The fourth prince was very pleased to hear this. He said, "No need. Alone, I might not be able to deal with Feng Dufi. Go to Dathain on Dong Street and find Tiothwan too. He has excellent martial arts skills. Dealing with a brat won't be a problem. Half an hour later, we'll meet at the back door of Tufuktulao." After saying this, the fourth prince turned and left. The servant bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood," and thought, "Fourth prince, I won't let you find anyone on Dong Street. This is Feng Dufi's order. If you want to blame someone, blame her." Then the servant quickly left as well. He didn't know that Crown Prince Tioham was also there and had overheard the conversation. The servant beside Tioham said, "Master, we should return to the palace now." Crown Prince Tioham replied, "No hurry. It's rare to encounter such an interesting situation. How can we not go and watch?" At the Tufuktulao Tavern, Feng Dufi and Tiohu were hiding behind bushes to observe and wait for the fourth prince to arrive. Feng Dufi said, "Why hasn't he arrived yet? That dog's servant wouldn't betray us, would he?" Tiohu, sitting beside her, said, "No, he won't. When they arrive, you don't need to come out. I alone can handle it." Tiohu looked at Feng Dufi with determined eyes. Dufi only replied, "Suit yourself," and thought, "If you get bullied, I won't care." Just as she finished speaking, the fourth prince arrived. Feng Dufi, seeing the fourth prince, quickly called Tiohu and said, "He's here. Get ready quickly." So Tiohu quickly stepped out, blocking the fourth prince's path. The fourth prince said, "It's you, little beast. I didn't expect to run into you everywhere. It's indeed not a waste of time. Today, let's settle our scores once and for all." He thought, "It's just one beast. With my martial arts, dealing with him is just a simple matter." As he thought, the fourth prince swung his fist towards Tiohu. Tiohu quickly dodged to the side and avoided the fourth prince's fist. He bent down, quickly picked up a stone and threw it hard towards a beehive on the tree. The fourth prince saw this and shouted, You're crazy." The swarm of bees, hit by the stone, quickly flew out of the hive and rushed towards the fourth prince. The fourth prince shouted, "Why aren't these bees stinging you? Did you use some kind of drug? Quickly give it to me." But Tiohu paid no attention to the fourth prince's words. He took advantage of the moment the fourth prince was distracted, rushed towards him, and punched him hard in the stomach. The fourth prince, both stung by bees and punched, angrily said, "Little beast, "What have you done to me?" Hu replied, "Nothing. You made me get bitten by a tiger and fall off a cliff. I just let the bees sting you for a while. It's very fitting for you." The fourth prince's face and head were all swollen from the bee stings. He thought, how can these unkind bees of mine not sting? Yet my stomach hurts so much. It must be Tiohu's trick. He trembled and said, "Wait until I return to the palace. I'll surely report to father to have you punished. You're a monster. Mother was right. You are indeed a nemesis. That's why father locked you up in the cold palace for so many years." Tiohu was very angry hearing the fourth prince say this, but before he could react, Feng Dufei had already come over and said, "What did you just say?" Tiohu sadly asked, "So what if I'm a nemesis?" Feng Dufei loudly scolded the fourth prince, saying, "Tiohu, don't listen to his nonsense. The real nemesis must be the one who caused his own mother to be sent to the cold palace. And now he's so pathetic that even bees want to bully him." Tiohu, seeing Feng Dufei defend him like this, was very touched. The fourth prince replied, "You're talking nonsense. I'm not. Feng Dufei, you and this mongrel have teamed up to bully me. Father will certainly not let you off. The wounds on my body are evidence." "Just wait," Feng Dufei said again. "A few bee stings. What kind of evidence is that? I could also say you were careless and want to blame me and Tiohu. After all, you harmed Tiohu first. Who knows if charges are pressed, who will be punished more severely?" The fourth prince, both in pain and anger, said, You all are bastards. This prince will definitely kill you all in the future." But Feng Dufei and Tiohu didn't care. Feng Dufei waved goodbye and said, "Well, wait until you recover, then we'll talk." Then she took Tiohu's hand and pulled him away. Dufei said, "Tiohu, let's go." Crown Prince Tuham, observing this scene from afar, said, "Oh my, look at the foolish appearance of fourth brother. Go help him, and conveniently add fuel to the fire." The subordinate behind bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood." The fourth prince left angrily, saying, "Damn it, wait until I report to father. You're all dead for sure." The subordinate of Crown Prince Tuham approached from behind, using a cloth to cover the fourth prince's mouth. The fourth prince fearfully asked, Who are you? Are you Feng Dufei's people? Sent by her, right? You're on the main road." Feng Dufei and Tiohu were preparing to return. Feng Dufei said, "Tiohu, what's wrong?" Tiohu replied, "Feng's sister, do you think I was too cruel?" Seeing Tiohu seem so soft-hearted, Feng Dufei said, "If you don't repay evil with evil, how can you repay kindness?" And thought, Tiohu is too soft-hearted. I must boost his confidence. Then she said, "He hurt you first. You were lucky to escape with your life. No matter how you treat him, he deserves it." Tiohu, hearing this, asked, "Really?" Feng Dufei said, "Of course we don't actively harm others, but when someone tries to harm us, we certainly can't let them off easily. This is called karma, understand?" Tiohu happily replied, Seeing a candy floss seller on the road, Feng Dufei asked, "Do you want some candy floss?" Tiohu's eyes lit up at the mention of candy floss. He said, "I want some." Then Feng Dufei quickly ran to buy candy floss for him. Tiohu happily thought, "That's right. Even if I used my newly learned inner power to hit the fourth prince, he deserved it. One day I'll show those who bullied me. As long as Feng Dufei is by my side, it's enough." Feng Dufei had bought the candy floss. She held it in her hand and walked towards Tiohu. On the street, Feng Dufei fulfilled the third prince's wish. Holding 2 large sticks of candy floss, she gently said, "This is for you." The third prince was surprised. It seemed no one had ever treated him so well before. He doubted, "Is this whole stick really all for me?" Seeing the little prince act as if he'd never eaten candy before, or as if Feng Dufei had always greedily eaten it all herself, she said loudly, "Why wouldn't I give you a whole stick? Do you think I could eat both sticks by myself?" The third prince had indeed never eaten this before. His sparkling eyes were fixed on the candy floss stick. He still couldn't believe it was his. He thought, in the palace, I've never seen any princes or princesses eat this before. Even if they did, it wouldn't be my turn. It must be very delicious, right? Seeing him stare at the candy floss like a 1,000-year-old treasure, Feng Dufei shouted, "Eat it quickly." Just this one phrase startled the third prince. He shoved the candy floss hard into his mouth. He ate with a reluctant look when she pressed him. Well, it's good, right? Under such pressure, he didn't dare answer truthfully. He only thought to himself, "It's not good at all. I hate sweet food." Under Feng Dufei's expectant gaze, the third prince forced an awkward smile. Not wanting to disappoint her, he reluctantly praised, "It's really, really delicious." After he said that, she, satisfied with the answer, replied, "That's right." Not only did she not notice anything amiss, Feng Dufei even felt sympathy for the third prince. With a sad, rich expression, she and the cat system agreed in thought. It's just a stick of candy floss, yet it moved Tiohu to such an extent. In the past, How terrible must his days have been. This child is so pitiful. She thought she should do something to comfort his miserable past. She generously offered the remaining candy floss stick and said, "If you like it, I'll give you this whole stick too." She said this without noticing the third prince's unpleasant expression. She still thought his look was one of being deeply moved. She secretly prided herself as if she had done a great deed. "Oh my, look how touched the child is." Then she said magnanimously, "No need to be polite. Eat up. Don't worry. From now on, every time we go out, I'll buy you some." Though he truly disliked candy floss, the promise of future outings together made the third prince happy. His eyes brightened. He thought excitedly, "She said she'll go out with me again in the future." Not wanting to disappoint Feng Dufi, the third prince tried to finish the candy floss. As he ate, he encouraged himself. "Last piece. Tiu Hu, you can do it. You've eaten leftover food and scraps in the palace before. Candy floss is nothing. As long as it's from her, I like everything she gives me." He walked while chewing. Looking ahead, he bumped into Feng Dufi's back. He came to his senses when he heard her call out, "Feng Chancellor, father." Her father had just turned around. She kindly asked, "Father, you're in such a hurry. Has something happened?" The third prince beside her also politely greeted, "Chancellor Feng." Her father's face was serious, but he gently explained the situation. The fourth prince was pushed into a lake by someone evil. The situation is very critical. The imperial doctors are treating him now, but whether he can survive or not is still unknown. The emperor is sending people to search for the assassins everywhere. These words surprised Feng Dufi, who suddenly exclaimed, "What?" Her father couldn't bear to see her agitated state. He crossed his arms and said, "The fourth prince fell into the lake. Why are you so excited about it?" She awkwardly explained, "I'm just curious to know who has such a big nerve to dare harm a prince under the emperor's nose. But how did the emperor know someone evil harmed the fourth prince? Isn't it possible that the fourth prince was careless and slipped into the lake?" She voiced her doubts. Chancellor Feng replied suspiciously. The fourth prince's entire body was covered in wasp stings. He also suffered internal injuries. How could he have fallen into the lake by himself? It's clearly someone's malicious act. Feng Dufi was quite surprised. She asked, "He even has internal injuries?" The third prince remained silent beside her. He was a bit anxious and worried, but still listened to the entire conversation. Seeing his daughter ask so many questions, Chancellor Feng couldn't help but grow suspicious. He asked Feng Ni directly, "You're reacting so strongly. Is this matter related to you?" Feng Dufai became flustered. She waved both hands, gesturing innocence. "How could this possibly be my doing, father? You can't blame your own daughter for this." Chancellor Feng sighed. He expressed his hope. "It's best if it wasn't you." Feng Dufi put on a serious expression. She speculated that the fourth prince was originally skilled in martial arts. Being stung by wasps, his life was in danger, but her father also mentioned he had internal injuries, and he fell into the lake too. Something must have happened. If we confess in the palace now, Tiu and I will surely be seen as murderers, but we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to wait for the fourth prince to wake up and tell the truth. The third prince's voice interrupted her train of thought. "Chancellor Feng, I'm sorry." Chancellor Feng said, puzzled, "Why is your highness apologizing?" Fearing the young prince might say something inappropriate, Feng Dufi stepped in front of the third prince and answered for him, because the third prince has a kind heart. Today, his fourth brother met with misfortune, but he was outside having fun with me all day. He feels very guilty, so of course he must apologize, she said, then glanced back at him. Her eyes were cold and full of meaning as she spoke sternly to the third prince. "I have a way to resolve the fourth prince's matter. Don't blame yourself anymore. Do you understand?" The third prince understood he couldn't bring himself to implicate Sister Feng. In fact, he had already thought it through. "If I take the blame alone, then we can try to take a chance. We can say it was just the princes playing together. If Feng Dufi gets involved, it would be a charge of attempted murder of a prince. What solution could she possibly have?" Her father also didn't believe his daughter had a solution. He leaned forward and asked, "What solution could you possibly have?" Feng Dufai was momentarily speechless. "Oh, she thought to herself, "I just said that earlier to warn Tiu. I spoke without thinking it through. And now," then she had an idea and grabbed her father's arm. With a beaming face, she said, "Father, if I tell you my medical skills are excellent, would you believe me?" As soon as she finished speaking, her father, the third prince, and even the system and the black cat were all taken aback. Their minds were filled with confusion and doubt. That night, her father indeed let her try her skills. But before she could do anything, she had to face a barrage of suspicious questions from the court physician. Zhang Vianqin said, "Miss Feng has come here to treat the illness. I'm afraid this doesn't comply with regulations. Besides wielding swords and spears, Miss Feng isn't proficient proficient in anything else. What illness could she possibly treat? Chancellor, not only is Miss Feng not a member of the Imperial Medical Office, but she's also just a child. She's still so young. How advanced could her medical skills possibly be? How could I let her treat His Highness the Fourth Prince? These words echoed the Chancellor's concerns. He couldn't help but worry and awkwardly replied, "Well." Then suddenly, Feng Dufi appeared behind him. She confidently said, "Zhang Vianqing, your virtue is high and your knowledge is profound. But do you know what limitless knowledge is?" Her words angered the court physician. Zhang Vianqing replied, "I have practiced medicine for over 10 years. Of course I do," without saying more. Feng Dufi continued, "If that's the case, there happen to be some symptoms that Vianqing hasn't seen, but I have, and I can treat them. Isn't that also a capability?" As she was speaking confidently, the emperor entered. It wasn't clear if he was sincere, but he praised, "Very good." This made her turn around. At this moment, the third prince, she, and the emperor were face to face. The emperor continued, "It's normal for young people to be a bit reckless. That's quite normal. However, if one is arrogant but truly capable, it's called self-awareness. If one is arrogant without accompanying ability, it's called overestimating oneself." Then his expression turned stern. His eyes became frightening. He concluded, "I wonder which type Feng Yi is." Feng Dufi wasn't an arrogant child either. She knew when to advance and retreat. Seeing that the emperor disliked arrogance, she quickly explained, "Your Majesty, I spoke rashly out of momentary eagerness. I sincerely want to treat the fourth prince. I wonder if your Majesty could grant me permission to go in and take a look." The emperor listened. Seeing her apparent remorse, he gave her a chance. "In light of your sincerity, I approve." Feng Dufi, delighted, only managed to say, "Thank you, your Majesty." Then in an instant, she forgot her manners again. She hurriedly ran off, leaving her father and the third prince bewildered. She whispered to the two of them, "Tiohu, go and check if anyone besides the fourth prince left the palace today. As for you, father." Then she quickly said something. Even the emperor couldn't help but say helplessly, "Feng Ai Khan, only your daughter dares to whisper in front of me." When Chancellor Feng, knowing his little daughter lacked manners, clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, please forgive her. Feng Yi was just reminding this old minister that the divine doctor previously taught her to make a vow." The emperor, hearing this, became curious. "Oh, what vow?" Chancellor Feng replied, "The divine doctor was eccentric. He said his medical skills couldn't be passed on to others. When saving someone, no one else could be present. Otherwise, Feng Yi's life cannot be guaranteed." Hearing this, the emperor pondered silently without responding. Feng Dufi, hiding behind a screen, eavesdropped. She felt relieved when the emperor decided, "Divine doctors all have such strange habits. It's fine. We'll wait outside." Inside the hall, the fourth prince looked very critical. He had a high fever and was covered in sweat. The bee stings were still swollen. The situation didn't seem to be improving. Feng Dufi and the system, Black Cat, stared at the fourth prince. She pondered deeply. Although what the fourth prince did to Tiohu was considered attempted murder, it wasn't successful. But surely he wouldn't dare do this to others. Now that Tiohu didn't kill him, who could be so cruel to do this? To harm a 9-year-old child? Then she had to rely on the system's power. "Now I'll check his pulse. You help me examine his condition. I want to know when he'll regain consciousness." Black Cat willingly agreed. "Although I can't influence people here, checking pulses and understanding conditions isn't a problem." In no time, the cute Black Cat had cast its spell. Feng Dufi also checked the fourth prince's pulse very seriously. Suddenly, Black Cat froze, panicked as if it had received some shocking result. It meowed loudly. This caught Feng Dufi's attention, and she quickly asked the system, "What's wrong?" The answer Black Cat held must have been hard to believe. It said to itself, with a puzzled expression, "The internal injuries in this fourth prince were actually caused by the bone cleansing technique." As it spoke, it recalled the image of the third prince using that technique to subdue the fourth prince. Black Cat felt things were out of control. It thought, "Didn't I say the male lead could only use bees to retaliate against the fourth prince? I didn't expect he'd secretly use other methods." The key is that after the male lead finished his act, he put on a show of kindness in front of the host, making her sympathize with him. It thought while trembling with fear, "The male lead isn't that simple." It thought fearfully, "Humans are indeed the most cunning animals." Of course, Black Cat didn't reveal anything to the host, making her anxiously ask, "What's going on? System, speak up." Black Cat responded with a different answer from what it had discovered. "Ahem, the fourth prince's body has no other wounds. According to the system's prediction, he will regain consciousness in about an hour." Feng Dufi quickly calculated and replied, if Tiohu returns that quickly, it should be enough. She turned to question the system again. I haven't asked you what you're planning to do. Their conversation was interrupted by noise outside the door. Third prince. Miss Feng said no one is allowed in. Feng Dufai seemed delighted and said, he's back. Chancellor Feng outside deliberately said, Tiohu can enter. As soon as he finished, it surprised both the emperor and the imperial physician. The emperor immediately questioned Feng Duqi. Are you deceiving me? How come the imperial physician and I can't enter, but Tiohu can? Chancellor Feng also saw the absurdity. He thought, I also find it strange, but who told me this was my precious daughter's request? What else could I do but comply? For his daughter, Chancellor Feng made up a reason, lying without blinking. The emperor scolded, you're getting old. How dare you hide things from me? Isn't it just that girl Feng Ni causing trouble? Seeing the third prince poisoned, she felt sorry and told him to perform the discipleship ceremony, accepting him as a disciple, right? The emperor believed it immediately. He turned to look at the third prince and said, you truly found fortune in misfortune. The third prince respectfully replied, thank you, wise father, for bringing me to the chancellor's mansion. In his heart, he thought, no matter how much I hated father before, just for bringing me to the chancellor's mansion to be with Feng Dufai, I'm willing to let go of all past grudges. The emperor, wanting nothing more, said, all right then, you may go in. The third prince replied yes and went inside. As soon as he entered, he was startled when Feng Dufi rushed over asking, how is it? For some reason, his face turned red. He leaned close to Feng Dufi's ear and replied, the person who left today also has. Then he said nothing more. She lightly touched his hand and said, I understand. That gentle touch made him feel flustered. He stared blankly at his own hand. That feeling of excitement didn't last long, as he was suddenly startled by the girl in front of him. Feng Dufi spoke loudly, seemingly intentionally for those outside to hear. Fourth prince, are you awake? Although the fourth prince was still unconscious, both Black Cat and the third prince didn't understand what Feng Dufi's intention was. When Dufi said, fourth prince, you're awake, Zhang imperial physician surprisingly said, your majesty, please allow this old servant to enter and see the fourth prince's condition. Seeing this, Chancellor Feng immediately objected and said loudly, Zhang imperial physician, do you want to kill my daughter? He immediately replied, Chancellor, how can you say that? Not letting him continue, her father said, I've already said, my daughter has taken a poisonous oath that no one should be present during diagnosis. Now if you disregard the oath and barge in, aren't you trying to take my daughter's life? He angrily pointed directly at her father's face and said, but she's finished treating him. The fourth prince is awake. Not to be outdone, Chancellor Feng, face turning green with anger, said loudly, that doesn't matter. Without my daughter's permission, you cannot enter on your own. Not only that, he also said, today, this old man will bash his head to death. This made Zhang imperial physician stunned, unable to believe his eyes. How could a chancellor be so shameless? This scene made Emperor Ken sigh wearily and say, all right, if you can't enter, then don't. I haven't agreed to let Zhang imperial physician enter either. Let me ask Feng Ni first. Dufi called out from inside the room, fourth prince, you said you saw the appearance of that bad person. After that, she grabbed her throat and imitated the fourth prince's voice, to Tuhu's admiration, while the fourth prince was still unconscious. She whispered to him, go check the situation outside. I'll continue acting. After he went to check the situation outside, she imitated the fourth prince's voice again and said, but I got his command token. I think I've seen it somewhere before. When he saw that someone had reported the news, he immediately returned to inform Rufy. She smiled smugly, knowing the fish had taken the bait. She took his hand and said, let's go outside, much to his embarrassment. When they went outside, Tiohu and Dufi both sighed and reported to Emperor Kan, Your Majesty, the fourth prince was in the water for too long. He's very exhausted. He woke up, said 2 sentences to us, then fell unconscious again. With a sad expression, she continued. Moreover, his brain lacked oxygen for too long. After waking up, he'll be in a state of speaking nonsense, so I hope you and the imperial physicians can wait a moment. Zhang imperial physician immediately said, Miss Feng, whether he's awake or not is all your word. I didn't see it. Not stopping there, he continued. It's possible that the fourth prince hasn't woken up. Your medical skills might not be good enough, but you don't dare admit it, so you're making things up. Dufi angrily said, Zhang imperial physician, how can you say that? If the fourth prince didn't wake up, was I talking to a ghost just now? Moreover, if he didn't wake up, how would I know he could regain consciousness in half an hour? He refused to back down, pointing at her face and saying, half an hour could also be something you made up. Dufi continued, you have so many imperial physicians. Guarding here for a day, you only know the fourth prince is out of danger. You can't calculate when he'll wake up. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid that tomorrow, the the crown prince wouldn't wake up either. Not letting him speak further, she immediately used a desperate measure. If after half an hour more you call and the fourth prince doesn't wake up, I'll bash my head to death right here. All right. He immediately expressed dissatisfaction at the similarity between her and her father. Seeing his daughter cry, Chancellor Feng angrily said, "If Zhang Imperial Physician doesn't believe my daughter, do you want this old man to take an oath here?" That statement made him uncomfortable. "Chancellor, you misunderstood. This servant." Seeing their similarity, both Emperor Kan and Zhang Imperial Physician were displeased and angrily said, "We see you're getting more confused with age. It's nothing. Why argue with a young girl?" His face turned pale, hair disheveled, and he thought, "Can I go bash my head to death?" The emperor sighed and said, "If Feng Ni said half an hour, then wait half an hour." She happily slipped away elsewhere. In another setting, Crown Prince Tiu Ham received intelligence from his henchmen. His henchmen said, "This servant personally heard the fourth prince and Feng Dufi talking. He admitted to having our palace command token." He angrily slapped his fan against his hand and said, "Can't even handle this small matter. Truly useless fools." Lang Fengdao. His henchmen continued to report, "Your Highness, when this servant went to listen, Langard wasn't there." He then replied, "Looks like I'll have to go personally." As he was leaving, he saw an unfamiliar figure, which was Dufi. Tiu Ham saw the back of a young woman. When she turned around, he discovered it was Feng Dufai. He approached her and said, "Miss Feng, why are you here?" Because his mother had once said she would be his crown princess, the future empress, so he had to speak carefully. Dufi smiled and said, "Oh my, it's Crown Prince." He raised his eyebrows, thinking, "It's a pity. Apart from being beautiful, she has no other good qualities, and she's close to that bastard Tio Hu. So today's event will be my first gift to the young lady. Don't die too quickly. I still want to watch the show." She then grabbed his hand and said, "I heard the fourth prince had parasites. I've learned from divine doctors before, so I wanted to help. Now the fourth prince is fine. I'm waiting for him to wake up. Being free, I came out for a walk. Unexpectedly, I met your highness." She held his hand and looked at him saying, "Does your highness want to go out?" Tio Ham pulled his hand away and said, "I'm also free, so I came out for a walk." She quickly replied, "Then can your highness take a walk with me?" Not knowing that Tio Hu had hidden behind a tree. "Since when did Tio Ham speak like that? I'll find the best eunuch to accompany you," Dufi said with disappointment. "No, your highness. A little eunuch is just a little eunuch. Crown Prince, you're handsome and skilled in both civil and military arts, the best in the world. How can they be the same?" Her words made Tio Hu's face darken. The system became bewildered. He felt proud and pleased, not expecting her to admire him so much, and agreed to go with her. She happily stepped forward, but tripped on a stone and fell into his arms. She apologized to him in embarrassment. "Crown Prince, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He was uncomfortable and thought, this intentional fall, how many women have performed it in front of me? Does she think I don't know?" But immediately after, he patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "It's all right, as long as you're okay." Dufi showed shyness and said to him, "Thank you, your highness. Although I unreasonably asked to go with your highness earlier." Thinking again, perhaps the fourth prince has woken up. "I'll go first." She continued to say, "The moment spent with your highness today is my 3-lifetime blessing. I'm very happy." This statement made Tio Hu angry and jealous. But Tio Ham didn't realize that she approached him only because she wanted to take his jade pendant. She was happily walking away when Tio Hu came and stopped her angrily. Seeing his expression, she became worried. "If you have something to say, just say it. What's wrong? Did something happen at Duikan Palace?" He coldly said, "Isn't something happening exactly what you want?" His words made her not understand what was happening. He continued, "Here, I'll admit guilt, okay? I voluntarily take the blame for you. Then everything can end perfectly. You and the person you care about can be at peace. Isn't the whole family happy then?" She still didn't understand what he meant and asked the system. The system reluctantly said, "It seems he's angry, and no doubt you chose to make him angry." She panicked because she didn't know when she had angered him. Moreover, isn't he the person she cares about most right now? And when did she want him to admit guilt? Her expression made him think she was silently admitting it was true, and angrily pushed her hand away and turned to leave. Suddenly, a maid ran over to announce, "Third Prince, Miss Dufi. His Majesty summons you. Hurry inside. The fourth prince has woken up." When Dufi and Tio Hu just arrived, they heard the fourth prince crying out loudly, "Father, you must do justice for me. Boo-hoo. Someone tried to harm me." He continued crying and said, Dufi and Tiohu. They not only let bees sting me, but also threw me into the river to fend for myself. I almost never saw you again, father." Hearing this, Emperor Kan angrily asked Dufi, "Tiohu, is what fourth prince said true?" Seeing his father's anger, Tiohu fearfully ran out to admit guilt. "Father, this matter is all." Before he could finish, she stepped out to protect him. She angrily looked at him and thought, "Kid, who told you to admit guilt?" Then she immediately knelt down and cried, saying, "Your Majesty, I worked hard to treat the fourth prince. Why don't you believe me?" Hearing that she had treated him, he was startled and panicked. Emperor Kan, sitting beside, said, "Are you saying my son falsely accused you?" He hurriedly refuted her words. "I didn't. If it wasn't you who harmed me, why wouldn't I name the real culprit and instead falsely accuse you?" Recalling the image of her looking at the emperor with a worried face, she said, "Your Majesty, the fourth prince's brain was submerged for too long. Upon waking, he may experience delirium." Dufi then said, "Your Majesty, before I left, I reported to you that the fourth prince was in the water for too long. Upon waking, he might speak nonsense. Didn't he say when he first woke up that he had obtained the culprit's token? Now he's saying the third prince and I harmed him." With a grieved and sad face, she looked at Emperor Kan and said, "If I had harmed the fourth prince, why would I actively save him only for him to turn against me after he wakes up?" Hearing this, his face darkened as he pondered. At that moment, Tuhu knelt down and said, "Father, Dufi has never harmed anyone." Seeing this, the fourth prince angrily shouted, "They're lying." He pointed at her and him, then continued, "You won't admit it like this, and even dare to cunningly say my brain is damaged. If father doesn't believe me, you can go outside and ask if they were seen near Tufuk Pagoda earlier." Hearing this, she immediately showed a panicked expression and said, "How do you know we were at Tufuk Pagoda? You still haven't given up on framing the third prince." Beside her, he was showing an uncomfortable expression. Her words angered him, and he prepared to jump out of bed, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Then suddenly Emperor Kan asked, "What do you mean by before fourth prince harmed third prince?" He left the bed in anger and said, "I warn you, if you dare to speak nonsense again, I won't let you off." She immediately said, "On my father's birthday banquet, Lin Fi harmed the third prince and was sent to the cold palace. You took it to heart and tricked him to the back mountain. I heard if Yen Yen hadn't saved him, he would have died long ago." Then suddenly, someone's voice said, "Do you all have a death wish?" It was Prime Minister Feng. He entered angrily and said, "The back mountain is full of fierce beasts and venomous snakes. One wouldn't come out alive. What were you doing there?" Seeing her father say this, she immediately said, "Father, do you think they wanted to go? If the fourth prince hadn't tricked the third prince saying I was there, why would the third prince risk his life to go there to save me?" Yen Yen was ashamed of Lin Fi's matter and went there to save him. Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng thought, Yen Yen and the third prince are so weak. How could they escape from such a dangerous place? Feng Ni must be lying. Prime Minister Feng then warily said, "You all." Seeing this, Emperor Kan said, "Minister Feng, rest assured, we will investigate this matter thoroughly." At this moment, the emperor thought, Dufai is known for loving her daughter, although Feng Yan isn't the child he loves most, but she is still his daughter. Emperor Kan angrily said to the fourth prince, "Fourth prince, if Feng Dufai's words are true, I will not forgive you." His words made him fearful and panicked, saying, "Father," he said fearfully, "Father, since childhood, you've taught us to love each other, right? How could I harm my royal brother? It's Feng Dufai framing me to escape her guilt. Please believe your son." She smiled and snorted, then continued, "But what crime do I have to escape from?" He angrily said, "You threw me into the water." Seeing him say this, he immediately said, "No, today I have a witness who can prove my innocence." Emperor Kan looked at her and said, "If there's a witness, why haven't you mentioned it until now?" Beside her, he wondered, "How come I don't know we have a witness?" She looked at the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I didn't want to drag the crown prince into this, but not speaking up has led to an uncontrollable situation. If I don't speak now, I fear the fourth prince will frame me to death." Hearing this, his face darkened as he thought, "She says the witness is the crown prince. Since when has she been close to the crown prince?" At this moment, the emperor summoned the crown prince. "Someone, bring the crown prince." Her face looked cunning as she thought, mentioning the fourth prince harming Tiohu was just to buy time, so the crown prince can quickly come and be my witness. When the crown prince arrived, he thought, "Feng Dufi, you're too foolish." Then he said, "Greetings, father." At this point, his face looked cunning as he thought, meeting just once and expecting me to help. Dream on. Tioham smiled and said to fourth brother, it's truly great that you're all right. I was very worried in the Eastern Palace. Hearing you woke up, I came to check on you. I didn't expect father to send you here to deliver an edict." The officials standing far away discussed when they saw the two talking. As expected of His Highness the Crown Prince, he can handle everything very thoroughly at any time. Emperor Kan came out, saw this scene, and said to Tioham, "Crown Prince, where have you been today?" Tioham heard this and replied, "Father, mother really likes the cosmetics from Feng Tuong Cat, so today I left the palace to buy cosmetics for mother." The emperor heard this and asked curiously, "Buying cosmetics? Besides yourself, was there anyone else with you?" Tioham heard this and replied, "There was also." Feng Dufi heard this and couldn't sit still. She pleaded with Tioham, "Your Highness, you must testify for me and the third prince." Then she continued with tears in her eyes. "The fourth prince said that I and the third prince harmed him. But clearly, I met you in Guardlang at the front gate of the general's mansion. After that, we went to Feng Tuong Cat together to buy cosmetics." At this point, she spoke softly with embarrassment. "Then we went to Tu Lao for a meal. Finally, you and Guardlang escorted us back to the general's mansion, and throughout the entire process, the four of us were together. How could I and the third prince have had time to harm the fourth prince?" Tioham heard this and thought in confusion, "This fool wants to drag me down to cover up for herself." Suddenly the emperor said loudly, "Feng Dufi, look at the crown prince's reaction. It doesn't seem to match your story." Suddenly, Feng Dufi held up the jade pendant in her hand and reacted, "How can that be? At that time, His Highness even gave me a jade pendant as a token of friendship between us." Hu saw the jade pendant and thought to herself, "They also have a jade pendant as a token." An official who heard this suddenly said, "I've seen this jade piece before. It was at the crown prince's 10th birthday banquet. The empress gave it to him as a gift. If their relationship wasn't extremely good, how could the crown prince give this jade pendant to Feng Dufai?" Tioham was shocked to hear this. He thought to himself, "Extremely good relationship." Then Feng Dufi continued, "The crown prince seems surprised. He must just find it strange why the fourth prince thinks that I and the third prince did something wrong." Tioham's face darkened upon hearing this. He thought, "In the imperial garden, she deliberately made contact with me. She stole my jade pendant to easily blackmail me." Feng Dufi continued, "But your highness, don't worry. The fourth prince didn't do it on purpose. It's just that he was in the water for a long time that day, so his mind wasn't clear. When he woke up, he even said he saw some kind of command token. None of it can be used as evidence." Tioham's face darkened as he thought to himself, "She mentions the command token at this moment. Clearly, Feng Dufai is reminding me. It shows that she knows everything clearly. She's threatening me not to act rashly. I thought Feng Dufai was a fool, but the real fool is myself." Suddenly the emperor spoke, "Crown Prince." Tioham turned and said, "Yes, father, it's true, just as Feng Dufi said. Today I was always with her and the third prince. I personally escorted them back to the prime minister's mansion. They couldn't have had time to harm fourth brother. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I've been unfilial. I shouldn't have acted impulsively and given her the jade pendant mother gifted me. Please punish me, father." Suddenly, Feng Dufi turned to Tiohu and said, "We're fine now." Her face, bowed down, darkened. Dufai pondered and said in confusion, "What do you mean?" Then the fourth prince said, "Second brother, I clearly saw them harming me with my own eyes. Why are you lying to help them?" Tioham coldly replied, "You're being rash, but that doesn't excuse you. You were underwater for too long. You need to rest for a while. I think father and third brother won't blame you for falsely accusing good people, right?" As he spoke, Tioham turned and walked away, his face showing a puzzling smile. Tiohu's eyes followed Tioham with a thoughtful expression. Suddenly, the emperor spoke loudly, startling the fourth prince. "The truth is now clear. You don't need to say anything more about what happened at the prime minister's birthday banquet. When you recover, I will handle it myself. Don't try to avoid it anymore." Hearing this, the fourth prince sat down and cried, "Father." Suddenly, Tioham, with a very serious expression, said to his father. Hearing this, the emperor asked curiously, "Is there anything else?" Feng Dufi noticed Tiohu and thought to herself, "Tiohu is not normal. What does he want to do?" In the palace, Tiohu was talking to the emperor. He said, "Father, can we just let this matter go? Whoever harmed fourth brother today, they almost lost their life. That can be considered punishment enough. You don't need to punish them further." A servant nearby heard this and said, "I didn't expect the third prince to be so kind." Another servant also said, "Right, completely different from the cold and dangerous person in rumors." Feng Dufi also thought, "The person Tiohu mentioned to me, we thought of the same person without discussing. I just didn't expect him to be so forgiving." Suddenly Tiohu said, "Feng's sister has always been good to me. As long as I'm fine, I'm sure sister would agree too, right?" Hearing this, Feng Dufi had to reply, yes, that's right." Then she said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, Let's consider this matter settled. After this incident, the fourth prince won't dare harm anyone again. The fourth prince nearby quickly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Father, I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me this time. The emperor replied briefly, I'll let you off this time, but next time, it won't be so easy. The fourth prince hurriedly kowtowed and said, Thank you, father. After that, the emperor turned around, left, and said, Dismiss. Seeing the emperor leave, Feng Dufi went to help Tiohu up. Tiohu blushed, looked at her and said, Thank you, Feng's sister. Feng Dufi saw that the crown prince was so angry, so she smiled and said, Crown Prince, thank you for your jade pendant. However, if the empress gave you a gift, it's best not to casually give it to others. Then she threw the jade pendant towards the crown prince and said, I return it to you. The crown prince hurriedly caught the jade pendant. Feng Dufi and Tiohu turned and left together. The crown prince watched Feng Dufi's back with a sinister look and said, Feng Dufi, so you're not incompetent after all. Very good, very good. This is more interesting. In the prime minister's residence, Prime Minister Feng slammed the table and shouted, Damn it, what have you all done? Admit it now. Feng Dufi fearfully replied, Really I. Tiohu interrupted her and said, Prime Minister Feng, don't blame Feng's sister. It was me. I was upset that fourth brother harmed me, so I asked Feng's sister to bring him there. Feng's sister only felt sorry that I was bullied, so she reluctantly agreed, but she didn't do anything. I stirred up the beehive that injured fourth brother. However, please believe that we only did that. We had nothing to do with him falling into the water. Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng pondered. Fortunately, these two kids weren't cruel enough to kill. Feng Dufi, standing behind Tiohu, said, Father, what he said is all true. But Prime Minister Feng was still angry and said, You have such a reckless personality. I don't believe you weren't involved. Hearing her father say this, Feng Dufi said, Father, you're right. Your daughter is indeed reckless. Fourth prince harmed Tiohu and my sister at the back mountain. One night there were tigers and snakes. Shouldn't he be punished for that? Even if Tiohu hadn't come to me, I would have done the same. So it has nothing to do with Tiohu. Hearing her explanation, Prime Minister Feng was still angry. He said, Then you could have told me directly. I could have handled it for you. Why did you act so rashly? If something had really happened to fourth prince today, how would you explain it to the emperor? He thought about Dufi and Yan Yan's relationship, which wasn't good since childhood, yet she sought revenge for them. How could I not understand the daughter I raised? Feng Dufi then said, Father, you're so loyal to the country. How could I bear to put you in a difficult position? Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng was speechless. He didn't know what else to say. Feng Dufi continued, I didn't expect this matter to become so chaotic. Prime Minister Feng heard this and felt helpless. He thought his daughter had grown up and knew how to scare her father. Feng Dufi looked at him with a pitiful expression. She said, I'm sorry, father. Seeing this, Prime Minister Feng calmed down. He said, You really know how to talk your way out of things. So does the later matter involve the crown prince? Hearing his question, Feng Dufi could only smile awkwardly. She hesitated and replied, Well, about that. Tiohu quickly turned to look at her. Then, sulking, he turned away again. Feng Dufi saw this and was very confused. She thought Tiohu was very strange just now in the palace. What exactly was he thinking? The thoughts of this kid, can they not be understood using normal people's logic? The system said even normal cats couldn't be understood. Feng Dufi saw Tiohu was angry. She thought, indeed, she didn't understand. What was the male lead thinking? Seeing Dufi not answering, Prime Minister Feng called again. Funger, I'm asking you, does this matter involve the crown prince? Feng Dufi replied, Yes. Fourth prince had no external injuries. It's likely someone pushed him into the water and blamed it on Tiohu. Those who could do such a thing can only be people from the palace. So I told Tiohu to go and listen for information. Sure enough, he heard that today the crown prince and his guards left the palace. Then he used vocal techniques to imitate fourth prince's voice, pretending fourth prince saw the attacker's token. Indeed, the informant heard something and came to report to him. I followed that informant to the crown prince's eastern palace, deliberately waited for him to come out, and secretly took the jade pendant from his body. If the crown prince testifies, then fourth prince's statement won't be credible anymore. The emperor will also investigate. Hearing Feng Dufi's explanation, Tiohu happily turned his head to look at her and thought, so, she only pretended to be nice to the crown prince to secretly take his jade pendant. Prime Minister Feng heard this and sternly said, Why would the crown prince do that? Have you offended him? Feng Dufi replied, Father, why don't you say fourth prince offended him? That is the crown prince, the emperor's most beloved. Although fourth prince is still young, he has lived in the palace for many years after all. He must know the consequences of offending him, so fourth prince wouldn't dare. Likewise, how could your daughter dare? As she spoke, she appeared weak, small, and pitiful to lessen her father's anger. Seeing this expression on her face, Prime Minister Feng couldn't bring himself to blame her. Feng Dufi continued, "Father, the situation is clear. Your daughter requests to leave first." But the Prime Minister called her back. "Wait, Fuanger, do you really think the Emperor knows nothing?" Feng Dufi replied, "But he, for the sake of choosing the Crown Prince, won't investigate this matter further. Isn't that so? I think it's like before when he, for the Empress's sake, imprisoned Lin Fi in the Cold Palace. He didn't investigate further then either. And he's the same with his own son. The life or death of Tiohu is of no concern to the Emperor. His treatment of the Empress and her son is indeed different from others, but Tiohu thinks too highly of it." Then Tiohu thought, "So except for me, Feng's sister won't be close to anyone else. That was just her acting." Then Feng Dufi patted Tiohu's shoulder and said, "Let's go, Tiohu." Tiohu blushed and replied, Then they left. Prime Minister Feng, left alone, sighed and said, "Yila, our Fenger has finally grown up." On the way back to her room, Feng Dufi asked Tiohu, "What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Tiohu replied, "So earlier in the palace, you were only pretending to be friendly with the Crown Prince to steal his jade pendant. Is that right?" He thought, "Please, you must say yes." Feng Dufi asked puzzled, "What if it's not? What a strange question you're asking." Hearing Feng Dufi's answer, Tiohu was very happy. He blushed, thinking, she said, "What if it's not? She's not being nice to the Crown Prince. I almost thought that after I took all the blame, she would forget about me and still play happily with the Crown Prince like before. After all, they're the golden boy and jade girl loved by everyone. I even thought if I had the status of Crown Prince too, and loved by Father Emperor like that, Feng Dufai would only be able to treat me well. But unexpectedly, it's because I'm too filthy. Yet I thought she was that filthy too." Seeing Tiohu say nothing, Feng Dufi asked again, Tiohu, what's wrong with you?" Tiohu looked at Feng Dufi and thought, she is clearly the brightest ray of light in the sky. He held Feng Dufai's hand and said, "Feng's sister." Feng Dufi gently replied, "I'm here." Tiohu, emotionally crying, said, "I'm sorry." The night sky was full of stars. The crescent moon illuminated the path. Under the eaves of the resting pavilion, Tiohu held both of Feng Dufi's hands. She looked at him and asked, "Sorry for what?" He replied, "I harmed you. If I hadn't asked for your help, you wouldn't have encountered today's incident." She paused for a few seconds, looked deeply into his eyes, and used her finger to flick his forehead with a snap. "You're really silly." Dufi said, "I just told you. Even if you hadn't asked me, I would still have taught Fourth Prince a lesson." He touched his forehead in pain. "You mean, even if I hadn't mentioned it, you would have wanted to avenge me?" She was slightly shocked, saying to Black Cat, "No, system, why is the male lead's logic so strong?" Cat said, "Host, pay attention to your image as the evil female supporting character. You can't be led by the male lead." In an instant, she changed her image. From a cute, concerned young lady to a beautiful, cold Dufi, she replied, "Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? It's clearly because I was also careless and entered." Tiohu, not understanding, asked again, "Careful about what, Feng's sister? Where did you enter?" This time she froze, thinking to herself, indeed, one shouldn't lie carelessly. Otherwise, one lie requires countless other lies to cover it up. It's easy for logic to see through. She felt a bit embarrassed because he had noticed the inconsistency in her words. Anger born from embarrassment, she pulled her hand away, not letting him hold it anymore. Then she said, "Nowhere at all." He, with a delighted face, said, "All right then, I won't ask anymore." Dufi, angrily huffing, turned to leave. Before she could take 2 steps, his words stopped her in her tracks. "I know, Feng's sister, you're shy, so you want to find an excuse," Tiohu said with a blushing face. "Actually, you wanted to help me get revenge." He hit the young lady's dark heart or something, as suddenly her cheeks also turned red. Then she replied to Tiohu, "Can you stop being so sentimental on your own? I'm avenging my younger sister Yen." He smiled with squinted eyes and made a perfunctory sound. Sister was so angry that she radiated a fiercely burning flame. Too angry to explain properly, she asked him, "What's with that tone of yours?" He opened his sparkling eyes wide and clasped his hands, pleading, "Then can Feng's sister treat me to some hulu candy?" She made a fierce face, baring her sharp teeth to scare him. "I'm talking to you about revenge." He put on an adorably naive face and said, "I know, you're not doing it for me, so can I have strawberry-flavored hulu candy?" Sister looked at this helpless little brother, speechless. Her cheeks still red, she turned her back and said while walking, Why are you adding more requests, you silly person? She quickly left. The kitten flew after her, lovingly scolding, "You've angered him. It's not easy for the male lead to initiate a conversation with you, yet you treat him like that." She said, "Humph, humph. What else should I do? Should I gently take him to eat hulu candy so he becomes more dependent on me?" The cat suddenly became smart. "Right, it seems he's very dependent on you." Doofy was so angry she almost bled from her mouth. She thought to herself, a confused system, a perceptive male lead. How can I complete the mission like this? The black cat perched on her shoulder. Seeming to realize something, it spoke up. "So now all the troubles have been resolved. Is the next mission to make him continue to hate you?" she said dejectedly. "Finally, you remembered." The cat scolded. "That's the female lead's attitude. Host, don't talk to the system like that. You still need to rely on the system to plan strategies for you." The young lady regained her energy. "Thank you, but my eyes are still very drowsy." The cat reported more news. "In a few days, the system will contact the main system to give you some rewards. At that time, we'll also get new missions from the main system." She sighed twice and said, "I know." At this moment, in another place called Feng Wang Palace, the crown prince knelt to greet the empress mother. "Your son knows he was wrong. I shouldn't have done that to fourth brother. I even fell for Feng Dufai's scheme. I deserve to die." The noble empress gently replied, "It seems you still don't know where you went wrong. Since you were old enough to understand, I've taught you. You can do whatever you want, but your abilities must match your ambition. Yet today, you couldn't handle the consequences. You exposed your weakness for others to exploit. Even worse, your father finally discovered it. Tell me, how should I punish you?" The crown prince, with his handsome appearance, looked slightly sad and quite confused. Worried, "Will father distance himself from me because of this? And there's Tiohu. Both Feng Duqi and Feng Dufi treat him very well. The chancellor's household, they don't intend to support that bastard, do they?" The empress looked at her son with sharper eyes. "Humph, it's not certain yet. I will handle Tiohu's matter. What you need to do now, besides studying diligently, is to consider your own marriage prospects." The empress helped her son stand up. He replied, "Your son understands." The crown prince darkly recalled the chancellor's eldest daughter. Everyone assumed Feng Dufi would be the future empress. Mother's intention is for me to approach her, isn't it? Fortunately, she's not as stupid as rumored. She's quite interesting, actually. Early this morning at the Hohenwai bureau, the maids were gossiping while cleaning. One maid said, "I heard that the third prince is very much liked by the chancellor. In the future, he might marry the eldest daughter of the household." Another maid replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? The third prince's current status is all due to the emperor's grace." Outside the gate, a eunuch loudly announced, "The empress has arrived." All the maids were startled and bowed in greeting. "Long live the empress. Long live, long live, long live." She told them to rise. A close servant of hers spoke to the maids. "Her Majesty the Empress heard that this Hohenai Bureau is in ruins, so today she personally came to see. She will build a new Hohenai Bureau for you all. Send someone to guide us. Everyone else, please leave." The Empress told Tai Bao, "You come with me." She fearfully replied, "Yes." Several hours later, the third prince arrived at the Hohenwai Bureau. As soon as the gate opened, he saw someone and said, "What business do you have with me?" Tai Bao and Tiohu stood in the study. She called out to Tiohu. He was frightened and turned his face away. She said, "Your mother misses you very much. You've been gone so long. Why haven't you come back to visit?" He looked at his mother with wary eyes, recalling memories of being scolded and ordered around. The mother in his memory scolded him, "Move faster. If you don't finish washing, you won't get any food." The child Tiohu was washing clothes on a wooden board. In the icy water, snow was falling outside. He thought to himself, "You've treated me like a servant since childhood. Why pretend to be nice to me now?" He wanted to leave this place. He said, "If you came here just to say these things, then I'll be leaving now." She quickly stopped him. "I know we have many unpleasant memories, but during these years, your mother hasn't lived happily either. I hope you can understand. I came to find you today to make peace." On a nearby wooden table, there was a bowl of porridge. She picked it up and offered it to Tiohu. One of her hands gripped his wrist tightly. The other hand held out the bowl. Then she said, "This is porridge I made myself. Drink it." Tiohu disliked it and moved away, saying, "Let go of me first." As they struggled, the bowl fell and shattered on the floor. It broke into 5 pieces. Her face turned pale as she shouted, "Tiohu, what are you doing?" He said to himself, "I didn't mean to." Could it be that even heaven doesn't want to give us a chance to reconcile? Looking at the broken bowl on the floor, he said to his mother, "Whatever your reason for finding me, you can rest assured that as long as I'm alive, I won't let you starve to death." She said, "All right, mother knows you're a good child." But wait, Tiohu had already turned and left. Her expression changed, becoming more sinister. "Tiohu, don't blame me. If you must blame something, blame your unfortunate fate. Tai Bao recalled a few hours earlier. The empress wanted to meet her and initially refused. The eunuch said, Tiohu is a comet descending from the bright sky. If he doesn't die, the emperor will be in danger. The southern dynasty will be in danger. For years, His Majesty has been carefree and worry-free. The southern dynasty has always prospered. Do you know why? The third prince's mother, kneeling on the ground, replied to the empress, So Tiohu isn't a comet. Otherwise, why would His Majesty treat him like that? The empress smiled gently, looking beautiful. She leaned down and whispered into Tai Bao's ear, Because no one knew what they said to each other. Only the shocked expression on the third prince's mother's face was visible. Meanwhile, at the prime minister's residence, the prime minister asked Feng Yi, What are you doing? For better or worse, that person is his mother. A mother-son reunion. Why are you so worried? Du Fi paced back and forth anxiously, sighing. Father, you don't know what kind of virtue his mother possesses. Her father asked in return, Then why didn't you go with him just now? She looked dumbfounded and could only say, He picked up a cup of tea. While drinking, he said, usually pretending not to care, but in reality, very concerned. This habit of saying one thing and doing another, when will you ever correct it? Feng Yi immediately protested, I don't. I'm very prejudiced against him. The prime minister said, All right. I know you see him as a little brother. Who doesn't know that? It's as if you're raising a husband from childhood. Feng Dufi, who was drinking tea, heard this and spat it out, her face turning red as she exclaimed, Raising a husband. Father, you're talking nonsense. Before she finished speaking, Tihu suddenly appeared standing behind her. His face also reddened as he called out, Feng's sister. The prime minister coughed once. Oh, it's the third prince. How quick, you've already returned. He put on a naive face and asked Feng and the prime minister, May I ask, what does raising a husband from childhood mean? Dufi stared at him and thought to herself, You little brat, if you don't understand what it means, why are you blushing? Her hand clenched into a fist while his eyes sparkled. You really want to get punched, don't you? He looked at the two and said, This old minister spoke nonsense. Your Highness, please don't take it to heart, he replied. Prime Minister Feng, it's fine if you don't explain. The father and daughter sighed in relief, but then he added, I'll just go ask someone else. They both exclaimed, No. She stood covering her face in embarrassment. He had to explain about it. Third prince, let this old minister explain. For example, if a family has a son and they raise a girl from childhood, when the child grows up, they'll marry that little girl to the family's son. This is called raising a wife from childhood. It's the same for men and women. Raising a husband from childhood is similar. His Highness nodded. Oh, I see. So I'm Feng's sister's husband, raised from childhood. He pointed at his own face. Dufi's face turned red as she looked at him. After being claimed as a husband by a 10-year-old boy, Feng Dufi blushed. She helplessly called out the name of the little prince before her. Tiuhu, then seeing through the third prince's thoughts, she scolded, You damned, despicable little brat. Clearly, he already knows what raising a husband from childhood means. How can he still say such nonsense? The third prince still maintained an innocent face and asked Prime Minister Feng, Am I not Feng's sister's husband raised from childhood then? For a moment, Prime Minister Feng didn't know what to say. Looking at his precious daughter's sulking face, he wanted to say, This is what happens when you speak carelessly. Now you've corrupted a child, you see. Prime Minister Feng had thought of a reason. He stood up to resolve this awkward situation. He slowly explained, It's not like that, Your Highness. Only orphan children who are raised by others are considered in this way. You're just temporarily living at the Prime Minister's residence. Moreover, your father is the most respected person in the Southern Dynasty. How could this old minister dare to consider you as a husband raised from childhood? After explaining for a while, Prime Minister Feng humbly pleaded, So raising a wife from childhood or raising a husband from childhood is not a good thing at all. I hope your Highness won't be angry about this old minister's careless words. Upon hearing these words, the third prince understood and seemed a bit disappointed. With a dejected face, he just softly replied, Oh. Feng Dufi felt relieved because this little brat finally understood. Then the third prince perked up again. Thinking of a new idea, not giving up, he said, If I can't be a husband raised from childhood, then after I grow up, can I marry Feng's sister? His eyes sparkled brightly, full of expectation, as he said, I want to marry Feng's sister. Can I? What he said only shocked the prime minister and his daughter even more. They gaped, unable to say anything. Feng Dufi was angry, her face red with fury. Tiohu, shut your mouth. The little prince beside her still looked innocent. Feng's sister. Then she conversed with the system. The black cat was also very surprised, so much that it didn't lick its face but covered its mouth with both paws. Its eyes were wide open. It said to her, "Host, the male lead actually has such thoughts about you." Feng Dufi replied, trying to calm herself and the system. "He's just a child. He basically doesn't understand the meaning of marriage." The black cat continued, "Then he's too dependent on you. We must prevent this from continuing to happen." Feng Dufi put her hand to her head. "It seems this child is making me think too much," she replied. "I know." At this moment, Prime Minister Feng came to his senses. He decided to gently explain to the little prince. "Ahem, your highness's status is noble. In the future, there will naturally be countless noble ladies vying to be your princess consort. You're still young now. It's not time to think about these matters yet." The third prince, of course, understood everything. He didn't want to tease the father and daughter anymore. He thought to himself, "I certainly know the meaning of raising a husband from childhood. It's just that seeing her flustered was very amusing, so I wanted to tease her a bit." The third prince looked at Feng Dufi, then imagined the crown prince alongside Feng Dufi, together in red wedding attire, on their future wedding day. He couldn't bear to think, if she becomes someone else's wife, won't she pay attention to me anymore? Just thinking about this, I can't accept it. That thought was accompanied by the extremely serious eyes of the prince, who was only 10 years old. Whether it was because of those thoughts or not, the third prince's nose started bleeding. Feng Dufi asked in surprise, "Tiohu, what's wrong with you? Why is your nose suddenly bleeding?" Tiohu touched his nose and indeed found blood. He awkwardly replied, I don't know either." In his heart, he answered himself, "Could it be because I was thinking too much just now?" Prime Minister Feng felt sorry for the third prince. He hurriedly said, "Fuang, don't you know medical skills? Quickly examine the third prince." Feng Dufi, urged by her father, replied, All right. On one hand, she checked the third prince's pulse. On the other, she asked the system to check his physical condition. It was the same technique used when treating the fourth prince. The black cat also obeyed and cast its magic, making a blue smoke appear surrounding the third prince's hand that was being checked for pulse. The system received the results and frantically reported to the host, "He's actually been poisoned. What kind of strange poison is this?" Feng Dufi, hearing the black cat say poisoned, shouted loudly. Her face couldn't hide her worry. Prime Minister Feng was the same. The third prince also anxiously asked about his condition. "Feng's sister, what kind of poison do I have?" The black cat explained the type of poison to Feng Dufi. "On his body is the Guk Nam Kwang poison. It's not in the system's database." Feng Dufi heard and immediately understood. She said to the system, "So you mean there's no medicine that can cure it?" The black cat, imagining bloody scenes everywhere, concluded, "That's right. Whoever poisoned him must want him dead." Hearing this, Feng Dufi was truly panicked. In her mind, she still calculated, leaving no trace in the world. How can this be? Isn't he the male lead? Doesn't the male lead always have his own halo? Seeing Feng Dufi lost in some thoughts, the third prince called softly, "Feng's sister." She appeared like a beam of light, a ray of hope for him. She patted his head and gently comforted him. "I'm sorry, my medical skills are not proficient enough. Let me ask my father to find another doctor to examine you, okay? Then where are you going?" She must have thought of the culprit in her mind. Leaving behind the figures of two men, she only called back to instruct Prime Minister Feng, "Father, please find a doctor to examine Tiohu. I'm going out for a while." Her father replied, It turned out the place she went to was Huan Nai Kuk. The third prince's mother was grabbed by the neck by Feng Dufi, pulled up to stand. Who knows how strong this young lady was to make the third prince's mother look so miserable. It was unbearable to watch. She mumbled, asking, "Is that Miss Feng? Why have you come here?" Feng Dufi's eyes were urgent. Her hand gripped the woman's neck tighter. She shouted, "Did you poison Tiohu? The only person he met today was you." The third prince's mother, humiliated by the young lady before her face trembling, replied, No, it wasn't me. When I met him today, he was still fine. How could he suddenly be poisoned?" Faced with the stubborn denial of the third prince's mother, Feng Dufi still insisted on the answer she believed to be correct. With a threatening air, "You may not speak, but I don't mind taking you before the emperor. Let the emperor judge whether it's right or wrong." Seeing the arrogant young lady before her, the third prince's mother changed her attitude immediately. She also seemed very confident in dealing with this 10-year-old child. "But Miss Feng, Do you have any evidence? I am Tiuhu's mother. For over 10 years, I haven't poisoned him. Even the bowl of fish soup I prepared for him was spilled by him. I basically had no chance to act. Even if you tell the emperor, what of it? This statement made Feng Dufi worried, trying to find a way to deal with this cunning old woman. She noticed the change in the third prince's mother's attitude and became cautious. Why is her attitude so different from before? Very forceful. The black cat witnessed the whole incident. It couldn't help but speak up. Of course, only Feng Dufi could hear it. That's right. Logically speaking, even without evidence, you are still Miss Feng. The emperor can't disregard you for the sake of a maid in the laundry room. He must save your face. Then the black cat shared its speculation. She couldn't be this forceful unless someone of higher status is backing her up. Who is really controlling everything behind the scenes? Feng Dufi seemed to get no results from the third prince's mother and left. As she walked, she angrily said to the black cat, "I've already asked the maids. The empress indeed came here today." She stopped. Her audacious thought alarmed the black cat. "System, can I go find the empress?" The system hastily replied, "That's the empress." As it spoke, it imagined the powerful image of the woman with the highest status in the inner palace. The system warned, "You may intimidate a maid cleaning chamber pots, but in front of the empress, you're nothing more than an ant." The black cat continued to persuade its stubborn host. You see, compared to a comet prince who doesn't receive imperial favor, would the emperor point his blade at the empress? Feng Dufi understood but couldn't hold back. She replied, "Then what should I do? Just watch her be cruel and let Tiuhu die." The black cat scratched its head, trying to reassure its host. It advised, "For now, let's return to the Prime Minister's mansion. I'll contact the main system to see what it decides." Then the black cat warned its host, "The main system is the one controlling your life and death. So while waiting, it's best not to act rashly." Feng Dufi calmed down. She thought for herself and replied, "All right." At the Prime Minister's mansion, another doctor came to examine and gave a diagnosis that broke the hearts of the father and daughter. Prepare for the funeral. Then Prime Minister Feng approached his daughter. He decided, "I'll enter the palace to report this to the emperor and invite the imperial physician to examine him." Feng Dufi couldn't help but worry. She softly replied to comfort her father, "I'll stay with him." She entered the room. The third prince had regained consciousness. His face was gaunt and pitiful as he sat on the bed, but his eyes lit up at Feng Dufi's appearance. He said, "Feng sister, you're back." Feng Dufi replied, "I'm back." Her face was gloomy and full of pity. The third prince was aware of his condition, so he directly voiced his own speculation. "Feng sister, am I about to die?" Hearing him speak like that, Feng Dufi couldn't accept the truth. She hastily corrected him. "No, you won't die. Don't talk nonsense." Hearing this, he questioned back, "Are you sad because of me?" She was indeed sad and concerned about him, but deliberately said otherwise. "Why would I be sad? You're not going to die anyway. Even if you died, it wouldn't concern me. There's nothing to be sad about." He reached out and gently touched Feng Dufi's hand. He said, "Sister, you're lying to me. You're clearly worried about me. From the first day we met, you've been like this." He held her hand. He explained as if there would be no future chance. "A few days ago, you were all alone when you rushed into the dangerous back mountain to save me. You even helped me teach the fourth prince a lesson. Why won't you admit it?" Hearing those words, Feng Dufi acknowledged everything. She thought, so he knew it all along. The third prince lowered his face and continued, "Feng sister, actually, I know everything. I've been deceiving you. Just now, the doctor said my illness is incurable. I then thought, could this be karma catching up with me?" He was lost in a jumble of thoughts and continued, "How did we meet today? Didn't we part ways yesterday? Because I've always deceived you at the back mountain of the general's mansion. After returning, I thought about the day I struck the fourth prince with the marrow-cleansing scripture and confessed when teaching the fourth prince a lesson. There are many other things I've deceived you about." The third prince's face was covered in sweat. He seemed to be very tired already. He withdrew his hand and struggled to say, "These past few years, I wanted to eat, wanted to read. I've always had to find ways, using any means necessary to get what I wanted. But now I know I'm about to die." He suddenly coughed repeatedly, but still struggled to finish speaking. "I don't want to leave with regrets. I always wanted you to know that I've always known how kind you are. I deceived you because..." Before finishing the sentence, his condition worsened. He covered his mouth and coughed dryly. Feng Dufi worriedly told him to stop talking. The third prince stubbornly continued, speaking from his heart, "I deceived you because I didn't know how good you were. Only when I pretended along with you could I calmly stay by your side. Feng sister, can you understand?" Faced with the third prince's sincerity, Feng Dufei replied, I understand. I understand everything. She thought it was time to tell him the truth. She also opened her heart. I'm not deceiving you. Actually, I've always liked you. His eyes widened in surprise, looking less sunken and pale. A tear of happiness and joy fell from the corner of his eye before he dozed off from exhaustion, before falling asleep from fatigue. He lay down on the bed to rest. Feng Dufei comforted him. You're a good child, and nothing bad will happen to good children. She pulled the blanket up to cover him and said, My father has gone to find the imperial physician. As long as you hang on a little longer, the poison can be neutralized soon. Okay. The third prince fell into a deep sleep. She was surprised when the system returned and quickly asked, How is it? The black cat appeared in a blue smoke, holding a round pill, and immediately replied, It can neutralize the poison. She felt relieved. The black cat instructed while handing the antidote to Feng Dufei, Give this pill to Tiao Hu, then go complete your new mission. She excitedly asked the system to be sure, Is this pill really the antidote? The black cat seriously explained further, No, even the main system cannot arbitrarily change the plot. If the male lead has been poisoned, it can only help him find a way to neutralize the poison, not just give him a random pill. Then both looked at the third prince's current miserable state. The black cat said this pill can only ensure Tiao Hu's life for 3 days. After 3 days, the poison will relapse throughout his body. Feng Dufei worried, expressing her main concern at the moment. So what's the way to get the real antidote? She asked the system. The black cat replied, Fight poison with poison. Then it reminded her of the snake from before that almost bit Feng Dufei and explained, The snake in the cave last time was actually kept by your mother when she was alive for cultivation purposes. Although that snake bites people, it won't kill them. Just keep Tiao Hu in the cave for 3 days. All the poison in his body can be completely neutralized. Then the black cat firmly reminded, But you can't tell him about this. The third prince, deep in an exhausted coma, called out, Feng's sister. To prevent him from weakening Feng Dufei's resolve, the black cat firmly proposed a solution. You must take this opportunity to completely destroy his trust in you, make him hate you again from the beginning. Hearing this, Feng Dufei didn't know how to react for a moment. She had just told him she liked him. Tiao Hu, lying on the bed, breathing with difficulty, asked, Feng's sister, what's wrong? Seeing him like this, Feng Dufei felt heartbroken. Tiao Hu was already pitiful enough, having just reconciled with him, to turn around and destroy his trust again. But the system Xiaohei told her, Key host, your soft-heartedness cannot become a shield to protect him. It will only harm him. Hearing this, Feng Dufei could only clench her fist and think, perhaps between the two of us, we can't be friends after all. She then helped Tiao Hu sit up, gave him some pills and said, Tiao Hu, this is the antidote. Take it and have a good sleep. When you wake up, you'll be fine. Hearing this, Tiao Hu obediently accepted the pills. After Tiao Hu fell asleep, seeing her sitting on the bed watching him, Xiaohei reminded the host, He's sound asleep now, just let him sleep well. This made her only able to grunt in response. She felt extremely guilty inside. That night, another doctor was invited to check on Tiao Hu's condition. He firmly stated that Tiao Hu was not poisoned at all. He would wake up in just half an hour. Feng Chancellor heard this but still didn't believe it, feeling restless and worried. Indeed, Tiao Hu woke up, and the first thing he thought was, the antidote Feng's sister gave me saved me. Then he got up and ran off. Seeing this, Feng Chancellor called out, Third Prince, you're awake. Where are you going, Feng Chancellor? I'm fine now. I'm just going out for a bit, he replied. He hurriedly ran to find Feng Dufei. But when he arrived, he was stunned to see Crown Prince Tiao Ham and her standing together, so he hid to observe. As for those two, Tiao Ham smirked and questioned Feng Dufei. Yesterday, you dragged me along to escort you. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Are you still angry with me? Feng Dufei immediately retorted, Your Highness, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Tiao Ham, thick-skinned, replied, Then I'll put it another way. Even though I've wronged you, my intention was just to play a little joke. He moved closer, using his fan to lift her face, and said, Besides, you've already gotten your revenge. Can't we make peace with each other? Hearing this, Feng Dufei was furious. She wanted to stab him with a knife, but on the surface, she had to force a smile. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Tiao Hu hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping. Xiaohei seized this opportunity to appear. It told her she must use this chance to completely destroy his trust in her, making him hate her again from the beginning. Hearing this, Feng Dufei could only grit her teeth. Being soft-hearted wouldn't save Tiao Hu. She had no choice left. She could only agree to his request for reconciliation. All right, Your Highness. Actually, at that time, I still had other ways to escape the predicament, but I wanted to drag you along. She moved closer, because only then would you pay attention to this Feng Dufei. You won't dare to look down on me anymore, right? I'm not a fool either. How could I not see that you all look down on me? Teo Ham asked. The reason you did that wasn't to attract my attention, was it? Feng Dufi looked at him, cheeks flushed, and replied, That's right. I might not care how others see me, but your highness is different. Teo Hu was stunned hearing her words. Everyone outside says there's a good chance I'll become the future crown princess. I have to try to leave a good impression on your highness. She continued as Teo Ham asked, Do you like me? Not thinking her scheme would be hidden from him. Feng Dufi glanced towards Tohu and said, The crown prince is handsome and elegant, with a graceful demeanor. What young lady wouldn't like him? Teo Hu, hiding behind the tree, felt his emotions in turmoil. What did Feng's sister just say? She actually said she likes Teo Ham. Teo Ham smirked and said, Feng Dufi, it's true that I used to hate you before, but today I like this straightforwardness of yours. But I still have one question. What you said about having other ways to escape the predicament, what was that? Feng Dufi answered without hesitation. There's a fool willing to take the blame for me. Those words stunned Teo Hu. That Teo Hu, he trusts me and relies on me. With just one word from me, he'd be willing to die for me. She continued, as Teo Ham replied, I remember you treated him very well. Feng Dufi smiled cunningly. Your highness might think so, which proves my plan was very successful. Mountains may move, but nature is hard to change. After years of being a certain way, how could one change so quickly? Teo Ham asked. So Feng Dufi continued, I've been too stubborn since childhood, leaving too many bad impressions. To turn things around, I had to do something big, starting with the arrow I shot at the fourth prince. During the royal hunt, the plan began. She moved closer to Teo Ham. Then all the good treatment I showed Teo Hu was all to make others think Feng Dufi had grown up and become kinder. Only then could I be worthy of the crown prince. Teo Hu stood listening, trying to convince himself that it was just a lie. But right then, Feng Dufi continued, I know that just talking without evidence, your highness won't believe me, so I've prepared a big gift for you. She made up that she had poisoned Teo Hu, but fearing the emperor would find out, gave him an antidote to temporarily delay the effects. She even told the royal doctor to diagnose him as not poisoned. So if anything happens to him in a few days, no one would suspect her. Teo Ham was surprised. You want him to die? Feng Dufai smirked and said, Why not? I not only want him dead, but to die in great suffering. Only then can I relieve the frustration of playing with him all this time. You don't know how annoying he is. Hearing this, Teo Ham's tears fell. The rose he intended to give Feng Dufi was now tightly squeezed in his hand, causing the thorns to cut and bleed. At the Prime Minister's mansion that night, during dinner with the three of them, Prime Minister Feng Dufi, and Teo Hu sat eating together. Prime Minister Feng warmly reminded Teo Hu, Today, the royal doctor has stayed at the mansion. If the third prince feels any discomfort, you must speak up. Teo Hu replied, I'm fine, Prime Minister Feng. I've recovered. Feng Dufi awkwardly called Teo Hu, making him stop eating. Put down the chopsticks, I'm full. After saying that, he lowered his head and ran away without looking back, leaving both Feng Dufi and Prime Minister Feng bewildered. In his heart, he told himself, just stay away from her a little. Don't give her any chance to speak, then nothing will change. Teo Hu thought of Feng Dufi's radiant smile, holding the gourd candy, and told himself, she's still the Feng sister I like, the one who cares about me. Feng Dufi hurriedly ran after him, asking worriedly, What's wrong? Why did you run after eating just a little? Seeing her, he turned back with a sad face. Feng Dufi continued, Is there something making you uncomfortable? If you're not feeling well, you must tell me. Otherwise, I'll worry. He recalled her words in the garden. Was it truly concern for me? Those words in the garden, could they have been just lies? Feng Dufi leaned down, calling Teo Hu, forcing him to answer. Head still lowered. Nothing's wrong. I just don't have an appetite, afraid of affecting everyone's meal, so I'm leaving first. Feng Dufi then grabbed Teo Hu's sleeve and suggested, Then let's not eat anymore. I'll take you out for a walk. How about that? He replied with a gloomy face. The moon is already up. The street was bustling with buyers and sellers. Ignoring Feng Dufi's chatter by the lanterns, he thought, Feng Dufai has never admitted to treating me well, so she couldn't possibly be taking me for a walk. I'm afraid this is fake. But this scene is still the most beautiful moment of my life. Teo Hu said sadly to Feng Dufi, Feng sister, I want to eat sugar-coated gourd candy. She immediately bought one and handed it to him. Here you go. But Teo Hu didn't eat it, instead wrapping it up, making Feng Dufi confused and questioning. If you wrap it like that, it will melt. Even if it doesn't, it will stick to the paper. How will you eat it then? Teo Hu tucked it into his robe, saying, No rush. I want to take it home. Thinking to himself, What if in the future, I can't eat gourd candy bought by Feng Dufi anymore? This might be the last sweet thing I can receive in my life. Feng Dufi looked up at the starry sky and said to him, Teo Hu, the stars are beautiful tonight. I'll take you somewhere. Let's stargaze together, shall we? Teo Hu remembered her words from before. to Tio Ham and replied, "My body isn't feeling well today. After walking all day, I'm very tired now, Feng's sister. Can we go tomorrow instead?" The system Xiaohei heard this and hurriedly said, "Host, you can't soften your heart." Feng Dufi's face darkened as she said no, startling Tio Hu. She hastily explained, "Tomorrow night might not have stars. Even if there are, they won't be as beautiful as tonight. Please bear with it a little. Let's just look for a bit and then go back." "All right." Forcing Tio Hu to agree, Feng Dufi took out a black cloth and said, "I want to give you a surprise. Close your eyes first." "Okay." She led him into the forest, feeling guilty inside. "Tio Hu, I'm sorry. You must survive, okay?" She suddenly stopped. "We're here." Tio Hu wondered, "Where is this? There can't be stars in a cave. She's tricking me," his face full of worry. He called out, "Feng's sister." Before he could finish, Feng Dufi shouted, "Don't call me that. I've hated that way of addressing me for a long time." He became stunned. Feng Dufai glared at him and continued, "Do you know why I brought you here? It can't be you really thought I would take you stargazing, did you? Tio Hu, you've been in the palace for so long, struggling to survive all these years. How can you still not understand the situation?" Tio Hu hesitated. "Sister, you said the stars were beautiful tonight. I lied to you, just like when you were lying in bed, pulling my hand. When I said I liked you, it's all been lies from the beginning." Feng Dufi's words were like scissors, cutting up all of Tohu's beautiful memories. With an expressionless face, she continued, "Even now, I'm lying to you. I don't know what I've done to make you misunderstand me like this, thinking that I care and worry about you. Really, those things are ridiculous." Tuhu rushed forward to grab her hand, disbelieving. "Is it that you have your own troubles, right? Just tell me. No matter what you do, I will forgive you." Feng Dufi yanked her hand away. "Tio Hu, how much love are you lacking to cling to this pitiful affection? Is the entire world in your head just you deceiving yourself and others like this?" Feng Dufi pressed a stone in the cave and continued, "If, after you see what's in this secret room, you still think I have my own troubles, perhaps I might actually be moved by you a little." Suddenly, the cave began to rumble and shake violently. Tio Hu stood before the dark cave entrance. He fearfully asked Feng Dufai, "Sister, when did you discover this place?" Feng Dufi said nothing. Tio Hu felt uneasy. He turned back, intending to call her Feng. Suddenly, Feng Dufi pushed Tio Hu hard, making him fall. Tio Hu, caught off guard, fell flat on the ground. Feng Dufi coldly replied, "Of course, I discovered it long ago." She smirked sarcastically. "This is behind the mountain of my chancellor's mansion. How could I not know about it? If I truly didn't know, how could I dare come here alone to save you? Did you really think I was some fool acting out of compassion?" Every word she said was like a stab to Tio Hu's heart, but he still shook his head. "No, I can't believe it." Feng Dufi didn't care what he said. She continued speaking. "When I came to save you then, it was only to gain your trust. Only by doing so could I kill you here in a way that gods wouldn't know and ghosts wouldn't notice. The emperor wouldn't suspect me. It's like how I clearly poisoned you, but you stupidly saw me as a kind older sister, foolishly following me to this cave full of venomous snakes. Tio Hu, who do you think you are?" Feng Dufi said one hurtful thing after another to him. He looked up at her. This time, Tio Hu was truly heartbroken to the point of tears. Feng Dufi continued, "After all, you're just a tool for me to prove myself to the crown prince. Now I'll use your life to seize the position of future crown princess for myself." Then her hands touched the switch at the cave entrance. The cave door slowly closed. Feng Dufai looked at him and said her final words, "Hold on to your reverence and dependence on me as you slowly wait for death here." A venomous snake had started to slowly coil around Tio Hu's leg. Tio Hu was afraid of her abandoning him and this dark place. He shouted loudly, "No, no, don't leave me alone." He tried to reach out towards her, begging, "Feng sister, don't treat me like this. I beg you." Feng Dufi frowned, silently watching him beg in such a pathetic manner. "Feng sister, please open the door, will you? From now on, I won't call you Feng sister anymore. I was wrong. Please forgive me, will you?" Even as the door closed completely, Tio Hu still tried to speak. "If you don't like me clinging to you, I will never come near you again. I'll just stand and watch you from afar. Please, let me out." No matter how many times Tio Hu banged on the door, Feng Dufi didn't care. Tio Hu was now desperate. He really couldn't understand Feng Dufi. "Is this what you want, Feng Dufi?" Suddenly, there was a hissing sound behind him. He turned to look. A series of venomous snakes slowly crawled towards him. Their eyes were blood red. Tio Hu gritted his teeth. He remembered. That's right. Feng Dufai once taught me a technique. Using inner strength can repel these snakes. But before he could use it, a venomous snake quickly lunged, tightly coiling around Tio Hu's neck and sinking its fangs into his neck. Tohu was stunned. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. Sweat on his forehead increased. His breathing became unsteady. Tohu sobbed. Am I finally going to die? His hands clenched tightly, silently calling Feng Dufi's name. Remembering the moment she smiled at him, he wished, if possible, I'd rather never have met you, never experienced such warmth and light. At least I wouldn't hate. Clearly, you have many ways to sit on the position of crown princess. Why must you use my life to pay the price? I'm not afraid of death, but I fear the pain of falling from heaven to hell, just like how Feng Dufi did to Tohu. Tohu painfully called her name repeatedly, Feng Dufi. I hate you. Looking at Tohu's image through the system screen, the system worriedly called out, Host. Feng Dufi was now sitting curled up in a corner. She cried incessantly. System, I hate myself so much too. The system gently patted the host's head. You've been sitting here for 3 days already. Go back. Feng Dufi weakly replied. Okay. Then she struggled to lean on the wall to stand up, but she was too exhausted, her eyelids heavy. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell down, then passed out. The system gasped and quickly called out to the host. A few days later, Feng Dufi was lazily lying on the bed. She put a book on her face. Then the system informed her of something. Host, the emperor has agreed to let Tohu join the army. Feng Dufi removed the book from her face. She asked the system. According to the book, he joins the army at 54 years old. Now it's many years earlier. Is that okay? The system reassured. It's fine. This was originally a plot that had to happen. Although there was a slight error in the middle, it's not too significant. Next, you just stay in the capital and wait for him to return. Feng Dufi asked the system, but seemed to be asking herself as well. After 8 years, perhaps he has forgotten about me, right? How will the Tohu of 8 years later have matured? Time passed, and it was 8 years later at Tufuk Temple. In a room where Feng Dufi was resting, her breathing gradually became heavier. She anxiously called out, Little Black, what's happening to me? It's so uncomfortable. 8 years later, Feng Dufi was now 22 years old. At this moment, her face was getting redder and redder, but she didn't understand what was wrong with her. Little Black panicked. If I'm not mistaken, you might have been affected by the enchantment incense. Feng Dufi became angry. She tried to sit up. He really dares to do this to me. At this moment, a pair of feet appeared entering the room. It was Tioham holding a fan in his hand. He smiled and greeted her. Ah, Dufi. The corner of his mouth curled up. Pretending to care, he asked, It's late. Is your body feeling unwell anywhere? Feng Dufi frowned as she looked at him. Tioham recalled the past few years. My father has mentioned the marriage many times, but the Feng family always used many reasons to delay it. Tioham asked Feng Dufi once more, Are you feeling uncomfortable? Deep down, he laughed at Feng Dufi. This time, you can't escape from my hands. The system was also scared. What should we do now? Feng Dufi tried to appear normal and replied, Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. She thought to herself, if her martial arts were normal, then just a little fighting wouldn't be a problem. But today, she went to the table and picked up a cup. She replied, I'm very well, while throwing the cup at Tioham. But due to lack of strength, the cup just rolled to Tioham's feet. Tioham smiled and asked, What's this? A flirtation? Feng Dufi cursed, Flirtation my foot. She thought about the past few years. Father and I have always tried every way to delay the marriage with the Crown Prince. She remembered the last time her father made an excuse to Tioham. Your Highness, Feng Ni is ill. Let's discuss the marriage later. Tioham wondered, how did she fall ill? However, the power of the Empress and Crown Prince in court was growing stronger. Recently, they've been constantly causing trouble for my father. Once when Feng Dufi encountered Tioham, he warned her, Dufi, tomorrow at Tufuk Temple, if you still avoid me, I can't guarantee the safety of Chancellor Feng this time. Feng Dufi secretly moved towards the window while thinking, this beast Tioham, he clearly told me to wait for him here. In reality, he just wants to play the tyrant. When she reached the window, she jumped out without hesitation. Feng Dufi landed safely on the ground. Seeing this, Tioham went to the window and shouted, Feng Dufi. But she didn't care. Though in pain, Feng Dufi struggled to stand up. Tioham's face darkened. He couldn't understand. Clearly unable to use light body technique, such a fall must be agonizing. Yet she'd rather endure such pain than let me touch her. Feng Dufi, do you despise me that much? Tioham immediately ordered, Someone, chase after her. At this moment, Feng Dufi quickly ran and hid in the crowd. She frantically looked for a hiding place. Suddenly, she saw a horse carriage and thought, they haven't caught up yet. This happens to be a blind spot in their view. This is the best chance to escape. I choose you. Feng Dufi quickly ran to the side, preparing to climb onto the carriage when the driver anxiously asked her, Who are you? Feng Dufi thought, now is not the time for explanations, or he'll be shocked. If not, he might throw me out. She quickly thought of a reason and said, I'm the woman your master brought back. The driver gaped in disbelief. Feng Dufi took the chance to lift the curtain and enter. She also hurriedly apologized to the person inside. I'm sorry, young master. When she looked up at the person, she was suddenly stunned. You are. The person with silver hair was coldly looking at her. Feng Dufi couldn't believe her eyes. Is this person Tio Hu? Tio Hu's lips curled up as he continued her words. Who am I? I'm not someone you can afford to anger. Hearing this, Feng Dufi felt a bit disappointed and thought, he's not Tio Hu. Tio Hu has been guarding the border for 6 years. From an ordinary soldier, he became a renowned military general. Now he's become a legend in the entire southern dynasty. If he returned to the capital, there would surely be some news about it. Feng Dufi politely said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, young master. I just had some trouble, so I got into the carriage. Before she finished speaking, she was coldly interrupted. Feng Dufi was caught off guard. At the same time, outside the carriage, the voice of the Crown Prince's subordinate rang out near the carriage. The Crown Prince orders, we must find Miss Feng no matter what. Feng Dufi tensely thought, if I get off the carriage now, I'm afraid Tio Ham will take me away. So she turned to look at the strange young master in the carriage and said, Young master, I'm the daughter of Feng Du-Chi, the current prime minister. As long as you help me, I can agree to whatever you want. Tio Hu coldly snorted, anything I want. Feng Dufi tensed up. If you want my life, then of course that's not possible. Also, anything too excessive is not allowed. Tio Hu suddenly said, I don't want your life or your father's position. But what if I want you? Feng Dufi's face unconsciously turned red. Unbelievingly, she asked, is the young master joking? Tio Hu said with a serious expression, do I look like I'm joking? If the enchanting fragrance doesn't dissipate within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, then we can only reconcile based on the wishes of the one who cast it. Feng Dufi immediately turned grim and questioned the system Tio Hak. Why didn't you tell me? The system replied somewhat guiltily. I saw you were in a hurry to escape earlier, so I didn't want to deal you a heavier blow. I was afraid you might directly give up your will to survive. Tio Hu laughed and said, the time of 1 cup of tea is almost up. You're not getting off the carriage nor begging me. Are you waiting for the drug to take effect, to directly offer yourself to me right here in the carriage? Feng Dufi caught the main point and asked, you mean, if I beg you, you'll neutralize the enchanting fragrance for me? Tio Hu said indifferently, you can try. Feng Dufi struggled internally to make a young lady like me from the Feng family beg. The next second, she immediately knelt down. Using a pitiful, teary-eyed expression, she begged, I beg you, young master, can you help me neutralize the poison in my body? I will certainly repay you as a beast of burden. Tio Hu was caught off guard by her quick change of attitude. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. After a while, he raised his hand to his forehead and ordered, Anhuet, go to Votin Mountain Villa. Anhuet loudly responded, yes. Feng Dufi secretly asked the system Tio Hak, what do you think? Will he help me neutralize the drug? Tio Hak stammered, maybe, probably. Feng Dufi asked suspiciously, why are you hesitating like that? The system remained silent. Feng Dufi discreetly raised her head to observe Tio Hu. She thought to herself, although this person isn't kind-hearted, he has a handsome face. Even the position of the teardrop mole is exactly the same as Tio Hu's. Despite Feng Dufi feeling hot as fire, her whole body uncomfortable, she thought, it's really unbearable. Even worse than earlier when I was in a daze for so long. She unconsciously called out to Tio Hu. Tio Hu heard and suddenly paused. A moment later, at Voting Mountain Villa, Tio Hu's voice rang out. We've arrived. Sit down. Tio Hu used acupuncture needles to prick the acupoints on Feng Dufi's hand. After a while, he withdrew the needles and said, it's done. Feng Dufi felt her body and thought to herself, it seems to have decreased quite a bit. She curiously asked Tio Hu, what medicine did you give me? Besides acupuncture needles, you didn't use anything else. Tio Hu calmly replied, no. Feng Dufi's face was full of question marks. She immediately criticized, then earlier, why didn't you just do acupuncture for me in the carriage? Why did you have to wait until we got here? Tio Hu, while wiping his hands with a cloth, calmly replied, I don't like to use it in the carriage. Feng Dufi exploded, so you watched me suffer, almost unable to endure anymore. Tio Hu threw a bucket of cold water on her, saying, you really are ungrateful. Now is when you should be thanking me, not asking why I didn't treat you earlier. Feng Dufi was speechless, then muttered, thank you. Tio Hu, his face still emotionless, said, no need to be so busy with that. I didn't help for nothing. I haven't thought of the specifics yet. However, I've already put a type of 7-leaf butterfly on you. Once I figure out what I want you to do, of course I'll tell you. Feng Dufi stood up abruptly and shouted, 7-leaf butterfly is an incurable poison. You cured me and then poisoned me again. You psychopath. Tio Hu's tone remained calm as he replied, I already told you, I don't help for free. Feng Dufi loudly hurriedly responded, I didn't say I wouldn't repay your kindness. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it. Was it necessary for you to poison me? If I can't do it or am unwilling to do it, even if you poison me to death, I still won't do it. Hearing this, Teo-hoo sneered and said, do you think you're very upright and honorable? Or do you feel that you're so trustworthy that I should unconditionally believe you? He paused, slowly approaching Feng Dufi, and continued, poisoning others for no reason. Isn't that something you've done before? Now I'm just using someone else's method to deal with someone else's body. Feng Dufi's face suddenly froze at this point. Teo-hoo moved closer, slightly curling a lock of her hair, and said the final sentence. Am I bullying you like this? He emphasized each word. Isn't this learning from you, Sister Feng? Teo-hoo emphasized once again, Sister Feng. Feng Dufi was shocked and hesitantly asked, Teo-hoo, are you Teo-hoo? Teo-hoo smirked and replied, what? Very surprised. Feng Dufi anxiously said, why have you returned? Have you informed Father Emperor? She thought to herself, a general guarding the border. If he returns to the capital without being summoned and comes back on his own, he could be severely punished. Teo-hoo's tone was sarcastic. You want me to tell Father Emperor? Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. Father Emperor knows I'm back. Feng Dufi muttered a response. In her heart, she secretly sighed in relief. That's good. Teo-hoo suddenly turned to leave. Feng Dufi hurriedly followed, asking, where are you going? Teo-hoo turned his head and coldly said, I don't think I need to report my whereabouts to you, do I? Feng Dufi replied, I don't want to care about your business either, but you just poisoned me. Moreover, before this, it seems no one could cure this poison. Shouldn't I be concerned for my little life? Teo-hoo crossed his arms and said coldly, if I dared to poison you, of course I can cure it too. You don't need to worry about dying. Just stay here obediently and wait. When I want you to do something outside, I'll naturally let you go. Feng Dufi tensely looked at Teo-hoo and said, I risked my life to escape the wolf's den, not to enter your tiger's lair. In her heart, she mocked herself. He left with hatred 8 years ago. He's no longer the Teo-hoo I knew. What am I hoping for? Teo-hoo calmly replied, too bad you're already in. Wanting to leave will be difficult. He finished and closed the door. As the door gradually closed, it blocked Feng Dufi's gaze. The system hesitantly called, Feng. Feng Dufi interrupted it. Did you know who he was all along? The system replied awkwardly, I feel your current situation isn't suitable to discuss this. I wanted to wait until he left to tell you. Hearing this, Feng Dufi said, if that's really the case, then I won't blame you. But right now, we need to leave this cursed place immediately. The system hurriedly stopped her. Don't. Actually, there's a mission here. In this Wuqing mountain estate, there are many heavenly fairy snow roses, absolutely pure, breathtakingly beautiful. They were all planted by Chifu's people from Tianer-yun, intended as a gift for Feng Yanyan. Your mission is tomorrow. When Feng Yanyan comes to appreciate the flowers, you will destroy these flowers. Feng Dufi angrily raised her fist and said, do you think I'm not dying fast enough? The system hugged its head weakly and said, don't worry. You just need to jump down a few more times, stir up the deep water, and you can successfully fake your death. The scene changes to nighttime. A full moon hangs brightly outside the window. Feng Dufi leans against the window, pondering. These past years, I've done nothing. Except for not being free, life has been quite good. If I escape from the estate now and stop doing missions, I won't harm anyone without reason. Then perhaps. Suddenly, Feng Dufi froze with a painful gasp. The system anxiously called out, Feng Dufi, Feng Ni, what's wrong? Feng Dufi clutched her chest, trembling, breaking out in a cold sweat. The system anxiously said beside her, logically speaking, the seven-leaf butterfly shouldn't act this quickly. It doesn't seem to be the seven-leaf butterfly poison. The system pondered, this is seven-leaf butterfly modified from another poison. No wonder he said he could cure it. No wonder he's not afraid. Feng Dufi will run away. The system thought fearfully. He calculated too thoroughly. This pain will torment her to near death. Even if she runs, she'll naturally return. The system frantically said to Feng Dufi, Feng Ni, quickly call someone. Have them help you find a doctor, or ask Teo-hoo to find one for you. As it finished speaking, the door suddenly burst open. Teo-hoo rushed in, anxiously calling Feng Dufi. Feng Dufi was now almost losing consciousness. She unconsciously moaned in pain. Teo embraced her and brought a pill to her mouth, comforting her. Take this medicine and the pain will stop. I'm sorry I came back late. It won't happen again. After taking the medicine, Feng Dufi regained consciousness and immediately said, you still want there to be a next time. Teo-hoo, don't bully people too much. Teo-hoo coldly asked, letting you suffer like this is already bullying too much. Feng sister, when you bullied me at first, did you ever think I would hurt like this too? Feng Dufi asked, are you taking revenge on me? Tiohu turned his face away and answered, no. He grabbed her chin and continued, it's just that the days spent at the border were so dull, rarely having a chance to return and meet old acquaintances. So I wanted to bring back something to torment a little. Humph, she scoffed. Feng Dufi pushed his hand away, saying, don't touch me. Tiohu's face darkened as he thought, just a little touch from me, and you're already disgusted. Suddenly, Feng Dufi's wrists were grabbed by a large hand. Tiohu pulled both her hands above her head with one hand, his other hand wrapped around her waist. He completely enclosed Feng Dufi in his chest and provocatively asked, what if I touch you like this? Feng Dufai weakly struggled. Get away from me. Don't force me to act. Tiohu brought his face close to hers and said, Feng sister, do you think I'm still the Tiohu you can manipulate at will, or do you believe your martial arts are superior to mine? Feng Dufi opened her mouth to say something. Just as she uttered a syllable, Tiohu pressed his lips against hers, silencing her. Feng Dufi was stunned. When Dufi was forcibly kissed by Tiohu, she immediately resisted fiercely. She slapped him and said, Tiohu, have you gone mad? He squinted at her and said, Feng Dufi, if I hadn't given you acupuncture today, you'd either be in the crown prince's bed or in mine. He touched the wound on his cheek from her slap and continued, or perhaps you're just playing hard to get with Xiao Han. Actually, you deliberately jumped onto my carriage just for show, while secretly hoping he would take you back. Dufai angrily replied, what I think has nothing to do with you. Not stopping, she continued loudly, you gave me acupuncture and antidote, but you also used 7-leaf grass. Consider that as me repaying your kindness. Now we're even. Just try to act recklessly with me. He smirked, touching the wound where she bit him, and said, such a strong reaction makes me think that you're still a pure and innocent lady. Has Xiao Han never kissed you? She replied irritably, it's none of your business. He held her chin close and said, so it is true, but it's only because 8 years ago you tricked me saying you liked Xiao Han and wanted to be the crown princess, so now you can only continue to deceive me. Therefore, you answered that, yes, we're as close as glue. Whenever I want, I can become the crown princess anytime. She continued, but I told him that in this life, only I should be the one with no other women, but he couldn't do it. We argued, so he drugged me. Tiohu stroked her chin and said, Feng sister, you're truly cruel and flirtatious. Shameless and greedy, you deserve it. In the end, you have nothing. Angered by being labeled a flirtatious woman, she said, Tiohu, what did you just say? She pointed at his face and continued, you forcibly kissed me. I didn't consent. How dare you blame me? Men, when you can't control yourselves, you make excuses for yourselves. Hearing her speak like this, he said irritably, a girl like you, how can you speak so crudely? Dufi said sternly, it's none of your business. She continued in her anger, if you're so capable, just kill me. He caressed her face and said, Feng sister, no matter how tough you act, you can only be obedient when you're with me. I'll let you have your way for now, otherwise you might die from anger. His words truly made her want to die from anger. The system was surprised by his current demeanor and said, mature men are truly frightening. The next day in the flower garden, when she was admiring flowers, Yen Yen suddenly appeared and asked, sister, why are you here? She held a flower in her hand, looked at her and said, of course, Tiohu invited me here. On the contrary, little sister Tuju just returned to the capital. Why are you here already? She was surprised why you were here, because after what happened 8 years ago, shouldn't Tiohu hate you? With her surprise, she said to Dufi, His Highness said he planted a unique flower for me, so I came to see. If I knew you were here too, I would have asked the Mountain Villa staff to prepare some snacks. Sister, you like flower viewing banquets to welcome guests. You immediately asked. You said all these flowers were planted by Tiohu for you. Right after her answer, you took a stick and destroyed the flower garden. Your action startled Yen Yen, who said, Fuang Dufi, are you crazy? In your mind, you thought, Tiohu just returned and already got physical with me, even locking me up here. I even thought these flowers were his way of winning me over. You angrily said, if he's being two-faced, teasing me while also trying to anger you. He approached from afar, calling your name loudly and asking her, Yen Nian, you came here without saying a word. Seeing this, you thought irritably, how deep their feelings are. His attitude is so different. She said with a sad expression, indeed, I shouldn't have come to bother your highness and sister. You two are already a couple. Yen Yin will take her leave. He then turned to ask you what you said to her. You crossed your arms and said irritably, it's just about how you got physical with me and wouldn't let me leave. Am I saying anything wrong? You continued, am I wrong? Didn't you hug me? Didn't you kiss me? Or are you saying you can do it, but I can't talk about it? He angrily called your name. Not stopping there, You said, Tiohu, if you don't want your precious one to hear unpleasant words, then quickly cure the poison in my body and let me go. Then you can comfort her with peace of mind. Hearing this, he told you to go, but when you asked about the poison in your body, he replied, forget about that idea. Yen Yin, standing nearby, said, if, as sister says, you're being held in this mountain villa, then the urgent task now is to leave here. As for curing the poison, with the Prime Minister's resources, wouldn't it be easy to find a skilled doctor for that? She didn't give you a chance to answer and continued, or is it that sister doesn't want to leave? Du Fai angrily turned away. She continued speaking, Your Highness, you're being kind, but do you expect sister to thank you for that? Or do you actually want her by your side? Her being poisoned is just a good excuse for you. Those words made his face darken. With a darkened face, he turned to ask her, Feng Yan Nian, do you know what you're saying? She said sadly, I'm sorry, I just saw sister destroy the flowers you gave me. I panicked and said those things. Your Highness, please don't blame me. Seeing this, he awkwardly replied, no, I was too emotional. I'm sorry. They're just flowers. It's fine if they're destroyed. He remembered the story from that year. If she hadn't appeared in time, he would have died at Feng Dufi's hands. And now he raised his voice at her because of you. The words, tomorrow, I'll have someone bring other precious flowers to your residence, for you made her happy again. He turned to look at Angwit with cold eyes and said, I have other matters today. Let Angwit take you home first, okay? His gaze made Angwit confused. On the way back, he said to her, Miss Feng, you don't need to be sad. All these years, the master has been fighting at the border, killing countless enemies, but never forgot to reply to your letters. He said cheerfully, how could there be anyone else in his heart? She replied sadly, Anwet, there are things you don't know. Don't talk nonsense. This made him confused, not understanding what was happening. Anwiet was confident because he was the leader of the master's loyal guards. How could he not know what the master was thinking? Then Anwiet approached Tiohu, puzzled. Master, are you secretly repairing these snow roses to surprise Miss Feng? He immediately asked him, did you tell Feng Yan Nian that these snow roses were a gift from me to her? He then said in panic, isn't that so? By your side for so many years, there's only been Miss Feng. Tiohu angrily said, if you dare speak nonsense again, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered and thought that Miss Feng might be Du Fai herself. In the evening at the Prime Minister's residence, Du Fai angrily cursed him. That bastard, he really wants to go all the way with me. The system said in frustration, today we searched for famous doctors in the capital, but none could cure your poison. Fengni, what do you plan to do? Seeing her take a bowl of sleeping potion, the system wondered why she was holding it and panicked when she drank it. After drinking, she put down the bowl and said, better to do this and still have hope. A moment later, Tiohu entered the room, calling her and saying, hurry and wake up. I've brought the antidote for you. Calling for a long time without her waking up, he saw the bowl of sleeping potion on the table. He was angry that she would rather drink sleeping potion than be willing to beg him. When he brought out the antidote, he saw her sweating cold and crying in pain. She saw him and wondered why he was there, to which he said, I came to bring you medicine, but you're quite capable, aren't you? You've already solved the problem in your body. She painfully sat up and mocked him. If you've come to ridicule me, then you've succeeded. She was in pain from the poison in her body. He frowned and said, think carefully. If I leave, you'll be in pain like this all night. Despite the pain, she stubbornly said, so it's just pain. I won't die, right? She panted and continued, don't make me say it a third time. Get out. Due to the pain, she fell and leaned against him. Seeing her like this, he worriedly forced her to take the medicine. She tiredly said, didn't I tell you to leave? He hugged her and said, I'm afraid if I leave, you'll die. The poison was causing Feng Dufi great pain. The third prince sat beside her. Though his heart was full of hatred, he couldn't bear to let her go. She said, didn't you say I wouldn't die? The third prince still had deep feelings. With one arm embracing Feng Dufai, he gently replied, in an instant, the two had returned to their old intimate way of addressing each other. Just in case, after all, you are the Prime Minister's daughter. If you were to die like this, it would be hard to avoid implicating me. Moreover, you haven't fulfilled your promise to me yet. I can't just watch you die. She struggled to sit up, gently pushing herself away from the third prince's large arms. Then she replied, coughing, I won't say thanks anymore. It was you who harmed me in the first place. The third prince wouldn't let her escape. She turned her face towards this now grown-up boy and pleaded, I hope you can quickly think of what you want me to do, so I can be free soon. The third prince didn't respond. She turned away, blushing from their recent eye contact. Embarrassed, she said, I'm fine now. Can you leave? Seeing her like this, the third prince crossed his arms and coldly replied, "Burning bridges." She angrily said, "Clearly, it's you." Their conversation was interrupted by Feng Tuotuong's voice from outside. "Feng Ni, are you asleep yet?" They both startled. Feng Dufi urged the third prince, "You must go now." Yet the third prince brazenly replied, "What if I don't leave?" This statement left her speechless. Confused and unable to say anything, she was angry at this difficult boy. Not hearing his daughter's reply, Feng Tuotuong worriedly called again, "Feng Ni." Her father's shadow flickered behind the door. Feng Dufi anxiously replied, "Father, I'm already asleep. It's so late. Do you have something important?" It seemed something was indeed happening. Feng Tuotuong answered her, "Just now, the Empress sent someone to deliver something for you. She said to remember to bring it when you enter the palace for the banquet tomorrow. Tomorrow, I have to patrol the city, so I can't enter the palace with you. Just wear casual clothes when you go. Let me talk to you for a bit." Hearing those words, Feng Dufi was terrified. At this rate, her father wouldn't leave without seeing her. Then she remembered the person beside her and warned the third prince, "If my father comes in and sees you, it's not just my reputation that will be damaged. Now that your highness is such a precious person, you shouldn't be clinging to me like this." "Right." The third prince, seemingly fearless, maintained the upper hand and replied, "Is this how you beg others?" Unable to be tough, Feng Dufi humbled herself, appearing pitiful. She grabbed the third prince's sleeve, pleading desperately, "Your highness, I was wrong earlier. You know that pain can make one's mind unclear. I didn't mean to argue with you. Now my mind is clear. You're a great person. Don't hold a grudge against me. Please forgive me this time." The third prince was pleased with this obedient behavior. He directly patted her head like a small dog and said smugly, "If Sister Feng had been this good from the start, we wouldn't have had to argue to this extent." Feng Dufi forced herself to endure, outwardly replying, "Ah, yes, yes. It's all my fault for not being good." But inside, she was filled with hatred for the rotten boy in front of her. "Right, my head." From the outer room came the sound of a door opening. Her father said, "Feng Ni, why are you dawdling?" This made both of them realize the situation they were in. Feng Tuotuong was entering the room. As he walked, he said, "Feng Ni, I think I just heard some noise in your room. Are you all right?" Immediately, Feng Dufi returned to her bed, looking as if she had just been woken up. No, there's nothing, father. What's the matter at this late hour? I wanted to sleep a bit more, but couldn't." She complained, "I'm a grown woman now. How can you enter my room late at night without my permission?" Feng Tuotuong couldn't help but suspect, "Was there someone in your room just now? Why did I hear voices?" Feng Dufi hurriedly replied, "It must have been a stray cat outside the window." But in reality, that stray cat was hiding under Feng Dufi's feet, not daring to utter a word. Feng Tuotuong believed her and replied with relief, "That's good. I thought you might be in danger. That's why I came in directly." Faced with her father's concern, she couldn't blame him. She said, "Father, you're overthinking. What danger could your daughter possibly face? You mentioned earlier that the Empress sent someone with something. What was it?" Feng Tuotuong held a box in his hand. He explained to her, "Ah, yes, this is the bracelet that the Empress Dowager gave to the Empress when she married the Emperor. If the Empress wasn't certain about choosing you, she wouldn't give you the Empress Dowager's bracelet. Feng Ni, I've been cautious for many years. I won't let you be without the right to choose your own happiness. If it's something you don't want, no one can force you." She replied to reassure Feng Tuotuong, "Father, I'll handle any trouble I cause myself. If I can't resolve it, I'll ask for your help then. It's already so late now. You've been busy all day. Please go back and rest." Then she got out of bed to see Feng Tuotuong off. He didn't forget to remind her, "So tomorrow when you enter the palace, remember to be careful in everything. Don't push yourself too hard." She obediently replied, "I understand, father." Only after her father left did Feng Dufi breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back on what just happened, it was truly dangerous. Then she pulled back the blanket from the bed and urged, "Come out now." The third prince's red face and beads of sweat stunned her. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She called out, "You little brat." Then threw the pillow she had been holding at his face. The third prince cursed. "Damn it." She angrily and resentfully said, "You tell me, after a few years at the border, have you forgotten the most basic etiquette? Who taught you to casually lie on a woman's bed?" The third prince was also embarrassed. He only replied briefly, "The situation forced it." She then chased the third prince out. "It's late. I won't see your highness out anymore." The third prince wasn't without manners either. Given the situation, he had to leave. But he didn't forget to turn his face back to look at Feng Dufi one last time before leaving. Then he slammed the door shut. On this side, Feng Dufi curiously asked the system Xiaohe, How much longer until he can become the emperor? The black cat was also unsure. It only gently replied, "The timeline has changed. I'm not certain anymore." Hearing this, she expressed her thoughts. "Well, if I drag uninvolved people down with me, as long as I end everything before he ascends the throne, it wouldn't be considered harming anyone, right?" The black cat wondered, not knowing what calculations were in the host's little head. "What do you want to do?" Once outside, the third prince breathed a sigh of relief. His face was still as red as a tomato since being with Feng Dufi. Though he liked it, he secretly complained, "My body is full of her scent." The next morning, at the Empress's palace, Feng Wang Palace, Feng Dufi respectfully greeted the Empress. She entered wearing a yellow outfit. The Empress responded warmly, "Dufi, you've arrived." Then the Empress said, "Come, sit by me." Feng Dufi was cautious, understanding etiquette, no longer the little girl from before. She bowed her head in gratitude and replied, "Empress, you are kind and merciful. This subject dares not break protocol." Glancing over Feng Dufi, the Empress quickly noticed something and reproached, "The hairpin I gave you, why aren't you wearing it? Or do you mean to slight my intentions?" Before this powerful woman, Feng Dufi calmly presented the Empress's gift and said, "I heard from my father that this is something you cherish, a gift from the Empress Dowager years ago. This subject has no merits to deserve such favor. How dare I accept such a precious gift from you?" The Empress, very calmly, responded to Feng Dufi's reasoning. If it were someone else, of course they couldn't receive favor without merit. However, Dufi, you just accept this hairpin for now. You'll soon understand why I'm giving you something I cherish. Feng Dufi was not overwhelmed by the Empress's aura. She responded very gently to the Empress, "You are so kind to this subject. This subject is endlessly grateful. This subject can accept this hairpin for now, but this subject has a favor to ask of your Majesty." Hearing this, the Empress only gave a slight ew. Oh, she acted shy, immediately putting on an embarrassed and bashful face, saying, "This subject admires a young man and wishes to ask your Majesty to grant a marriage." This statement of hers immediately caused everyone to discuss excitedly. The other ladies in waiting said, "Miss Feng is indeed straightforward. Don't worry, the Empress will surely make arrangements for you. However, this should be said by His Highness the Crown Prince. We sisters will pretend we didn't hear anything today. Those who do great things don't fuss over small details. His Highness and the Empress won't mind. They'll probably be overjoyed." Each comment seemed to know for certain that the person she meant was the Crown Prince. Only the Empress was still carefully considering. She thought happily, if the one Feng Dufi truly loves is Hamni, why did we have to spend so much effort for so many years? I fear this girl has other plans. I need to stop her first. Realizing Feng Dufi wasn't easy to deal with, the Empress carefully replied, "Dufi has a man she admires. Of course I am very happy. However, the matter of granting marriage must be gradual. Yesterday I heard the Emperor mention your marriage arrangement. Today, he will likely discuss it with your father." Feng Dufi, with a satisfied expression, obediently replied, "Yes, this subject will await the news." That night, the Empress had a headache from dealing with Feng Dufi during the day. Now she had to consider matters for the Crown Prince. She responded vaguely to the Crown Prince's complaints. "Empress, it's been 2 days. Why is there no news from the general's mansion? Could it be that Feng Dufi has completely neutralized the drug's effects?" The Empress didn't believe that girl had such ability. She said, "That's impossible. This enchanting bone fragrance was carefully concocted by me. No doctor in the capital can neutralize it. Moreover," she said with cold eyes, "if this drug isn't neutralized through male-female intercourse, it will certainly leave bone pain." The Empress's expression became more sinister when thinking about the pain Feng Dufi must endure. She asserted, "Each day it flares up. Even a man couldn't bear it. Feng Dufi coming to me is only a matter of time." Then the mother and son sat down at the tea table. The Empress expressed to her son, "Now what your mother worries about isn't Feng Dufi, but Tiohu, who luckily escaped years ago." The conversation was interrupted when a palace maid rushed in to report, "Your Majesty, it's terrible. Fengmin Palace is on fire." The Empress shouted in surprise, "What?" She hurriedly went to check the situation with the palace maids. After the Empress Dowager passed away, Fengmin Palace had no occupants. Only a few maids and eunuchs came to clean. How could it suddenly catch fire? The maid beside the Empress anxiously reported, "Your Majesty, it seems someone set the fire. The guards are investigating the specific cause. This servant doesn't know clearly." The Empress pondered, "Setting a fire is just setting a fire. How could it burn like this? Unless someone did it intentionally." For unknown reasons, Feng Dufi appeared at the fourth prince's chambers. She sneezed once. As soon as she opened her mouth, she cursed. "Which scoundrel is cursing me?" The black cat beside her couldn't help but worry. "Hasn't the Empress discovered that you set fire to Fengmin Palace?" But then, she comforted the black cat. Don't worry, Dita has arranged everything well in advance. She laid out all the plans in her head. It turns out she had calculated everything early on. She thought, the Empress Dowager is the Emperor's birth mother. Fengmin Palace is on fire. The Emperor and Empress will meet there to put out the fire. I'll have someone disguised as an assassin, luring them to the fourth prince's Thuhua Palace. The Black Cat, hearing this audacious plan, curiously asked, what happens next? Then Feng Dufi opened a door and went somewhere. She told her plan to the Black Cat. After that, they will all see me and the fourth prince entangled. At that time, I don't believe the emperor won't grant the marriage and force me to marry the crown prince anymore. Executing the plan, the place Feng Dufi entered was the fourth prince's bathroom. She saw the silhouette of a man and quickly rejoiced with the system, of course without uttering a word. Found it, the person is there. She jumped into the water without hesitation. Her hand covered the man's mouth tightly, forcing him to be silent. But when she looked more closely at the man's body, she was shocked to discover it was the third prince. It's you. Why are you here? The third prince, wet and dripping, his six-pack abs visible, asked the same question back. I should be the one asking you that. She awkwardly said, this is the fourth prince's chambers. What are you doing here? Catching the slip in Feng Dufi's words, the third prince said, what about you? If you thought I was fourth brother, why did you run into his bathroom? Without further words, the third prince grabbed Feng Dufi's hand, pulling her close to him. In a very intimate position, he said, Sister Feng, do you intend to seduce all of Father Emperor's princes? Pulled stiffly, she could only say, circumstances forced me. The third prince said softly, is that so? With a doubtful expression. One arm embracing Feng Dufi, hugging so tightly that she had to exclaim, Tiao Hu. Then the third prince pressed his face close to hers. He had long understood all her intentions. He suggested, Sister Feng, fourth brother isn't here. Why don't I take his place to complete your plan? She blushed at the awkward situation. She thought, he actually knows. And as expected, someone discovered the two of them and shouted loudly, what are you two doing? The loud voice attracted them. Although it was Feng Dufi's plan, why was the third prince the one who seemed not surprised at all? Everyone rushed in. The scene before them was Feng Dufi and Tiao Hu entangled. Everyone was shocked and started whispering among themselves. Heavens, Miss Feng and the third prince, am I seeing things? All this time, I thought Feng Dufi liked the crown prince, even the prince's ring that the empress gave her. But she's doing this with the third prince here. Amidst the lively discussion, Tiao Hu, who was shielding Feng Dufi, suddenly spoke up. Father Emperor, your son deserves death. The concubines behind the emperor whispered among themselves. The third prince has just returned to the capital. How could they have a relationship? So earlier, when Feng Dufi said her heart belonged to someone and asked the empress to arrange a marriage, could she have meant the third prince? Everyone was shocked. The empress thought to herself, everything that happened today must have been planned by these two. Then she spoke up. Your Majesty, the third prince and Feng are not people without principles. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. The crown prince also hurriedly added, that's right, father. I've known Dufi for a long time. She's absolutely not that kind of person. The emperor remained silent, saying nothing. The crown prince then tried to explain further. Look, third brother's clothes are disheveled, but Dufi is fully dressed. It's possible that this isn't what we think. Why don't we ask her what happened first? Hearing this, the emperor authoritatively said, Feng Dufai, speak. Feng Dufai responded, Your Majesty, it's as the crown prince said. They were still in that position, looking towards the emperor. The third prince's clothes are disheveled. Clearly he was bathing. I am fully dressed, having entered the bathroom afterwards. So the truth is already clear. I know the crime of being frivolous with a prince is not small. I was momentarily confused and bewitched by the third prince's appearance. I beg your Majesty for leniency. The crown prince, as if struck by lightning, immediately objected. That's not what I meant. The two leaned close to each other. Feng Dufi confessed. Empress, do you remember the marriage request I made to you at Feng Wang Palace? Actually, the one in my heart is the third prince. Tiao Hu stood silently listening to her words. Feng Dufi continued speaking. It's a pity that until now, His Highness has not paid attention to me. I originally intended to ask you to use your authority to pressure him, but at that time, His Highness didn't agree. I felt hot, so I went out for a walk. Who would have thought that as I approached here, I heard the third prince bathing here? I then secretly rushed in, intending to take advantage of the situation. Mok Duchi angrily interrupted her, shouting. Then he hurriedly ran over and pulled Dufi up. He slapped her hard on the cheek. He couldn't contain his anger. In the sacred grounds of the harem, you dare to do such an unsightly thing. You've truly wasted my teachings over these many years. If you don't care about your own reputation, that's fine. But the third prince is a precious jade. He's just returned victorious from battle. Yet you've ruined his reputation in front of so many people. This is truly a greater crime. Wait and see how I'll deal with you when I return home. Dufi sat before him, holding her cheek from the slap, tears in her eyes, calling out father. He knelt down and bowed his head to apologize to the emperor. This old servant has no face to continue staying in this court. I beg your majesty to grant me permission to retire from office. I will return home to properly educate this daughter. The empress's face showed clear concern. How could the emperor allow the court official he trusted most to retire and return home? But if the emperor didn't grant his request, how could he severely punish his daughter? This old fox was truly a formidable threat. The emperor angrily said, "Well done, Feng Dufi. Well done, Feng Duqi. Today you two father and daughter want to defy heaven." Tiohu stepped forward and said, "Father." He knelt down. "Today's incident is entirely your son's fault. If you want to punish someone, punish me." The emperor looked at Tiohu. "If what Feng Dufi said is true, then you are innocent. What fault do you have?" The emperor voiced his suspicion, or perhaps she just lied to deceive me earlier. Tiohu spoke up to defend her. She didn't lie. Dufi thought to herself, "I've already pushed him away. Why is he interfering again?" Tiohu continued, "She just misunderstood your son." She looked at Tiohu with surprise. Tiohu, with a warm expression, said honestly, "Your son has liked Feng Yi for a long time." Feng Dufi blushed upon hearing this. She couldn't help but be shocked by Tiohu's words. He continued speaking. He explained that he had just heard from a friend. Even if you like someone, you shouldn't show it too clearly. Otherwise, you'll easily lose her. So originally, your son wanted to use a soft approach to bind her tightly, then gradually get closer to her. But unexpectedly, she misunderstood your son's intentions, causing this anger-inducing situation. He kowtowed before the emperor. "It's all your son's fault. If Father Emperor wants to punish, please punish your son. Please forgive Feng Yi this time." The emperor, extremely angry, cursed, "Damn it, no one makes me feel at ease. If you want to be punished so badly, I'll do as you wish. Guards, take the third prince down and give him 40 heavy lashes. Don't miss a single one." Feng Dufi hurriedly begged the emperor for Tiohu. This matter has nothing to do with the third prince. But the emperor firmly interrupted. "If you say one more word, he will get 40 more lashes." Tiohu looked at her and gently said, "It's all right." Dufi wondered, "He clearly hates me, even poisoned me. Why does he want to help me?" The empress approached Feng Dufi. "Marriage is the command of parents, the word of betrothal. Today you've committed this great rebellious act. The emperor not punishing you is out of respect for your father. If you repeat this in the future, no amount of pleading will help." Feng Dufai handed the box back to the empress. "I will remember your majesty's teachings. This servant is unworthy to wear your jade bracelet. Please take it back, your majesty." The empress let out a sigh and took back the box from Feng Dufai. A while later, the father and daughter returned home. Her father spoke. "Father apologizes. I didn't mean to hit you earlier. It's just that the situation just now." Feng Dufai quickly interrupted him, saying apologetically, "Father, of course I understand. Because of me, you argued with the emperor. I've been an unfilial daughter." Her face saddened as she admitted her fault. "Last night I said I'd handle it myself, but in the end, you still had to plead for me." He stroked his little daughter's head. "For you, I'd do anything. But why did you shift your attention to the third prince like that?" She was also confused. "I don't know either. He wasn't the one in the plan." Suddenly, a slapping sound startled them both. Dufi turned around, saying, "I'll go check." Feng Dufi saw a group of people and Tiohu standing next to the punishment chair. She quickly ran over, silently calling out to Tiohu. Dufi glanced over. The crown prince looked at her and said, "Feng Dufi." The crown prince reminded her to think carefully. "If that Mi Kot Huang doesn't have my antidote, in the future, you'll suffer every night to the point of living death. In the end, you'll bleed to death." Dufai was confused. What is he saying? Oh, so that's how it is. Feng Dufi seemed to understand everything. Feng Dufi thought to herself, so the Hadong incident was. That bastard. Tough on the outside but soft inside, deliberately provoking me. Feng Dufi recalled the scene from that day. Tiohu told her about the senseless act of poisoning others, which he had done before. Now, I just know. She was still deep in thought. My nightly pain is all because of the unresolved poison Tioham gave me. Feng Dufi looked towards Tiohu standing in the distance. She thought to herself, Tiohu is still that obedient boy from years ago, making people feel sympathetic. Back to the crown prince. He looked at Feng Dufi with a mocking tone. What's wrong? Scared. If you beg me, I might give you another chance. Take you back in. Feng Dufai couldn't hold back anymore and raised her voice. Tioham, slap. Unable to contain herself, Feng Dufei slapped the Crown Prince hard across the face. The unexpected slap. The Crown Prince put his hand to his face and said, "Feng Dufei, you dare to hit me." Feng Dufei replied bluntly, "What wouldn't I dare? You poisoned me. If I don't marry you, I can only obediently wait for death. If the outcome is the same either way, of course I will fight." However, she continued as if challenging the Crown Prince. "Crown Prince, remember this well. Before I die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. If you let me die, you'd better prepare to die too." Feng Dufei turned her face away. The Crown Prince angrily called out, "Feng Dufei." Feng Dufei ignored him. She walked towards Tio Hu, calling out loudly, "Tio Hu." Tio Ham stood there, deep in thought. "He's so good. Even if I die, you still want to rush to him." Feng Dufei approached Tio Hu closely, calling, "Tio Hu." With a cold face, he asked, "Feng Dufei, what's the matter?" Feng Dufei eagerly reached out to hold Tio Hu's arm and said, "I'll help you back." Tio Hu brushed off Feng Dufei's hand, replying, "No need." Tio Hak appeared, muttering, "Go on, rush to help him." Feng Dufei looked back at Tio Hu. Tio Hak provoked, "Usually you're not this obedient. Now one word from him and you're sent running back." Feng Dufei looked at Tio Hak, quickly explaining, "It's not like that. I was just thinking." Tio Hak interrupted, "What's there to think about? Didn't he say these past 2 days we misunderstood him?" Tio Hak excitedly urged, "He clearly hates you so much, yet always helps you. Now go apologize to him. Tell him you misunderstood him. Forget about everything from before." Feng Dufei asked doubtfully, "Tio Hak, are you sure?" Tio Hak replied somewhat guiltily, "Well, at least you should take him back to the mansion." Scene changes to Feng Dufei still holding on to Tio Hu's arm. He looked at her and asked, "What do you want?" Feng Dufei spoke up to explain, "I've never felt indebted for favors. Even if you say it's not necessary, I still have to take you back to the mansion to feel at ease." Tio Hu's eyes darkened as he thought to himself, "Indeed, it's just repaying a favor." Tio Hu deliberately avoided and said to Feng Dufei, "Even if I didn't plead for you, with Feng Chancellor there, father wouldn't punish you." Feng Dufei still couldn't help but wonder. Looking at Tio Hu, she said, "I'm not talking about you pleading for me. Why did you appear at Thuhua Palace?" Tio Hu answered without hesitation, "When entering the palace, I bumped into a palace maid and dirtied my clothes. I borrowed fourth brother's place to bathe and change." Instead, he asked Feng Dufei if there was any problem. Unexpectedly, Tio Hu suddenly leaned close to Feng Dufei and said, "Sister Feng, fourth brother isn't here. I helped him complete your plan. Isn't that good?" Feng Dufei asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" She thought to herself, it wasn't a coincidence at all. He did it on purpose. Feng Dufei frankly expressed her thoughts. "Why do I feel like you deliberately ruined my plan?" Then she probed Tio Hu, "Are you jealous of the Chancellor's power? So you appeared there instead of the fourth prince." Tio Hu replied without hesitation, "So what if I did?" Feng Dufei helplessly said, "It's fine. Anyway, the matter is resolved now. Whether it's you or the fourth prince, there's no difference." Tio Hu looked at Feng Dufei, showing dissatisfaction with Feng Dufei's answer. "No difference. So if it were fourth brother who was beaten today, would you have rushed up so eagerly?" As Tio Hu was thinking, Feng Dufei spoke up. She insisted, "But I still have to repay your favor. Say no more. I'll take you back and then leave." Once again, Tio Hu brushed off Feng Dufei's hand, "Taking me back to repay the favor of 40 lashes. Then he continued, "Don't you think you're being too kind?" Tio Hu suddenly turned around and leaned towards her. Their hands intertwined. Feng Dufei, a bit startled, said, "You just said there's no need to repay." You believed that casual remark. Tio Hu looked straight at Feng Dufei and said, Feng Dufei exclaimed with some regret, "What kind, pitiful young man. I take back my words." Scene changes to Fengmin Palace. The Empress's voice is heard. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The Emperor sat solemnly. Looking towards the Empress, he questioned, "The marriage arrangement was originally unknown to anyone. You wanted someone to gift the jade bracelet, to let Feng Dufei be prepared in advance, causing today's incident." The Empress hurriedly explained. She stammered a bit, and then continued, "I just wanted to let her prepare mentally, but I didn't expect her to be so rebellious. Your Majesty, you can clearly see that she did it on purpose. She and the third prince conspired to deceive you." The Emperor showed his displeasure. "So what if that's the case? Tio Hu just returned from the border fortress with merits. 40 lashes is already a heavy punishment." The Empress couldn't hide her worry. "Your Majesty, what about our son then?" The Emperor, also at a loss, quickly replied, "What can be done? You saw it today too. Feng Dufei and Tio Hu are in love with each other. Do you want me to be the one to break up this pair of lovebirds?" The Empress, still not giving up, exclaimed, but, not letting the Empress continue, the Emperor forcefully put down the teacup he was drinking from. He spoke up. Enough, this matter ends here. If anything happens, we'll discuss it after it's over. The Empress fell silent. Unable to do anything, she could only think to herself, after it's over, I'm afraid Feng Dufi and Tiohu will already be a done deal. This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. The scene changes to the third prince's residence. Tiohu said to Feng Dufi without hesitation, apply the medicine. Feng Dufi looked surprised. Flustered, she pointed at herself and asked, me. Tiohu pulled open his shirt, revealing a back covered in bloody wounds. Then he said to Feng Dufi, the wounds on the back, if not you, who else? Holding the medicine jar in her hand, Feng Dufi still couldn't believe that the man in front of her would directly ask her to apply medicine for him like this. She showed reluctance, but she could only think to herself, after all, it's because of me that he had to endure 40 lashes. The third prince's residence has so many servants. Why does it have to be me? The third prince saw her hesitation. He had already taken off his shirt, his back indeed covered with wounds. He impatiently said, are you just going to stand there? Her face showed reluctance. The black cat beside her didn't know how to comfort her either. She said nothing, but her inner thoughts were complex. Why didn't he say a word and just go back by himself? Tiohu urged Feng Dufi to act. She put the medicine jar on her palm, dipped a cloth in water, and wrung it out. Then she brought it to the third prince's side. He turned his back to her. She thought while conveniently cleaning his wounds. He is the male lead. Of course, he would have the ability and endurance beyond normal people. Feng Dufi's hands trembled constantly as she wiped. The third prince couldn't help but speak up. Are you shaking like that to make me die of pain? Feng Dufi had never had experience. She explained, I've never done this before. If it's not good, we should call for a doctor. Indeed, gentle care wasn't her forte. The third prince stopped scolding and said, it's just a small wound. Just be a bit quicker with your movements. Hearing those words, she didn't know what else to say. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Then bear with it a bit. At this moment, she had time to observe his body more closely. It was full of snakebite marks. She was startled and shocked in silence. Feng Dufi gently touched them. She asked the third prince with sympathy, are these wounds all from that year? The third prince replied, no, then explained further. Only 3 sword scars are from battles. The rest are from snake bites when I was 10 years old. Then he turned his face towards her, reminding her of the past to make her feel guilty. He said domineeringly, so, Feng sister, the poison in your body, I can neutralize it for you in 10 to 15 days. It's not considered unbearable suffering, is it? Her face showed grievance. She thought, this bastard is clearly doing this on purpose. My suffering has nothing to do with him. He's pretending to help me, just to make me feel ashamed to death. Her face saddened as she lowered her head. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said, I'm sorry. This action slightly surprised the third prince. He thought, can this proud and arrogant woman actually apologize? Then he awkwardly avoided her gaze and said, I've already taken my revenge. Even if you say sorry 100 times, I won't neutralize the poison for you early, so you don't need to waste your time. Her eyes still brimming with tears, she silently cursed, fool. Then Feng Dufi flared up. She changed her mind and threw the cloth into the water basin. Water splashed everywhere. Her demeanor, completely different from her weakness seconds ago. She shouted, if you won't neutralize it, then don't. Save me from wasting my time. The third prince's face darkened. His eyes clearly showed contempt. He thought, as if seeing through the woman's intentions before him. Indeed, as soon as I said I wouldn't neutralize the poison, she reverted to her true self. I was almost deceived by her. Suddenly, the door to their room burst open. A voice cried out, Third Prince. It turned out to be Feng Yannian. Behind her were the third prince's personal guards. They all felt awkward about the situation between the two. Feng Yannian said embarrassedly, it seems I've come at an inconvenient time. Feng Dufi said nothing. Only the third prince's eyes turned cold as he looked at the guard. As he put on his clothes, he angrily said, as if the two barging in had ruined his fun, Anwiet, is this the hospitality I taught you? The guard felt extremely wronged. He said, this subordinate deserves death. He thought to himself, heaven and earth be my witness. I tried to stop her but couldn't. Feng Yannian, not grasping the situation, argued back. Why blame him? I insisted on coming in. How could he have stopped me? At this point, Feng Dufi finally spoke up. Yannian, you've come at the right time. She took the medicine bottle and handed it to Yannian, then explained, today, the third prince was injured because of me. I was just helping to deal with the urgent matter. Don't misunderstand. Since you're here, you can apply this medicine for His Highness. After speaking, Feng Dufi left. The third prince's eyes followed her, then glanced at Feng Yannian as she tried to speak beside him. About today's events in the palace, I've heard. Your Highness actually took sister's place and endured 40 lashes. Seeing the third prince turn away, she approached and offered, "Let me help you apply the medicine." But the third prince directly refused. "No need. This kind of thing doesn't require your help." He continued dressing. Feng Yannian didn't give up and said, but the third prince replied to end it, wanting to avoid troublesome concern. "Don't worry, Feng Dufi just applied medicine for me." That night, the moon was high. Feng Dufi was again talking with the system. She asked, "Little Black, why are you unhappy?" Little Black replied to me, "I'm unhappy because of the bad weather." "What about you? Is it because of the weather or because of Yannian?" Somehow, this question angered Feng Dufi. She angrily replied, "Of course, it's because of the weather." But her irritation only made her answer seem more dishonest. The black cat replied to soothe her, "Oh, then it seems we're very much alike." The black cat seemed to know everything. It understood its host was speaking on behalf of her heart. "If it were me, I'd be angry at Tio Hu too. He was clearly with you, but didn't say a single kind word. Yet he's so gentle and soft with Feng Yannian. It's really admirable." Feng Dufi unconsciously agreed. "That's right." The black cat gleefully replied, "That's right. That's right." She suddenly snapped out of her daze and regained consciousness. She shouted, "Damn you, Little Black. What nonsense are you talking about?" The black cat had anticipated this. It calmly replied, "Just kidding. Actually, I'm not happy either. Just thinking about the mission 3 days from now." It changed the subject. "This mission is very difficult. I guess you won't be able to complete it. Even if you do complete it, what if it makes Tio so angry he nearly dies? He might not cure your poison anymore." She doubted. What mission could be so difficult? Faced with the black cat's threats, she asked, "What mission?" The black cat explained, "After Tio returns, the emperor will give him control of the Ministry of War and Ministry of Revenue. If he does well, he'll be made a prince. If he doesn't do well, this edict could be dangerous." Hearing this, Feng Dufi quickly understood and guessed, "You want me to sabotage him?" The black cat replied, "That's right, there's a new mission." The black cat explained, "In the original story, the daughter of the Minister of War, Tudung Ni, fell in love at first sight with Tio Hu when they met on the road. But today she learned he's the one her best friend Feng Yannian likes, so she chose to love him secretly." Feng Dufai, like a gossip-loving bystander, said, "That's too melodramatic." She asked with interest, "So what do I need to do?" The black cat replied, 3 days later is Minister Tu's birthday. You just need to make Tudung Ni feel that Tio Hu is a playboy. Not only will it hurt her, but also harm Feng Yannian. This will make her tell her father that she no longer trusts working with Tio Hu." Then the black cat seriously warned, "So the difficulty of this mission is Minister Tu's array of mechanisms. The mechanisms in the minister's mansion are intricate. You must act carefully." From outside the room, Feng Dufi heard a call that interrupted her train of thought. The eldest lady Nguyen from the third prince's mansion requests an audience. It turned out the third prince had sent her the antidote. The black cat said Tio Hu had sent her something. She joyfully held the vial in her hand. "This is the antidote for the next 10 days, which means even if Tio Hu and I turn against each other, with this medicine, I won't suffer for long." Thinking this, she felt extremely happy. Her eyes sparkled, imagining the third prince shining as if he were a savior. She said, "It's truly heaven helping me." The black cat sighed. Tio Hu is indeed the best male lead in the world. 3 days later, the plan began at the Minister of War's mansion. The third prince was also inexplicably melancholic. He kept pouring and drinking wine at the banquet, causing Nguyen beside him to worry and remind her master, "Your wound hasn't healed yet. You should drink less." The third prince's face remained cold without answering. This made Nguyen even more worried and think, "These days, the master has always been cold. I wonder who was foolish enough to anger him." Then from outside came a loud call that caught the third prince's attention, inviting the old madam, the eldest lady, and the second lady of the general's mansion to the banquet. Following that, the general's family really arrived. Seizing this rare opportunity, Nguyen asked the third prince, "Master, shall I call the second lady over?" He thought that for the past 2 days, the master's mood had been poor. It must be because he couldn't see his loved one. The third prince only coldly replied, "No need." Nguyen, undeterred, said, "But," then he thought further, "the emperor's not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. What exactly is the master waiting for? Now it's good. You've also been dragged away." Then Nguyen noticed the third prince's gaze. His eyes were focused solely on Feng Dufi. Then he realized he had misunderstood his master's intentions. "Oh, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. The person the master likes isn't Feng Yannian at all." He was delighted to have guessed his master's heart. Feng Dufi, using her sister's name, Feng Yannian, arranged to meet the third prince at the lotus pond. When he arrived, he realized he had been tricked. Why is it you? Where's Yannian? She calmly replied, come here, I'll tell you. The third prince cautiously said, don't try anything with me. If you do anything to Yannian, I will definitely not forgive you. Before he finished speaking, Feng Dufi directly threw herself into the pond. She also said, the water in this lotus pond must be quite cold, right? The third prince panicked. Fortunately, he caught her hand in time. He promptly embraced her. Feng Dufi thought smugly, Tudong Ni has arrived. Let's put on a perfect show. She softly pretended in front of the third prince, saying, Tiohu, even if I did something to Yannian, so what? You angered me first. Is the fault mine alone? The third prince couldn't bear it. Wanting to avoid this intimate contact, he asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng Dufi continued her act. Am I saying anything wrong? She exaggerated, dramatically rambling on. Haven't you embraced me or kissed me? Even my naked form you've already seen. Moreover, I've also caught you in the act in front of many people. Shouldn't you take responsibility for me? It's unclear if the third prince believed it was true or was cooperating with the act. He said, do you really want me to take responsibility for you? Feng Dufi's eyes welled up with tears, adding authenticity. She added, I know you don't want to. 8 years ago, we were so good to each other. You've long since thrown our feelings behind you. Now you're entangled with me and also with my younger sister. Even the maids in your mansion, too. How did you become such a heartless person, so ungrateful? These words were too false, causing the third prince to be stunned and angry. He thought bitterly to himself, even the maids in the mansion are brought up now. Feng Dufai, you indeed want to scheme against me. He looked at her and thought, these past 3 days, I've deliberately avoided getting involved with you, but you sent 100 letters. I didn't hesitate to act just to meet you. You're something else. The third prince didn't let Feng Dufi have the stage to herself. He also stepped up and said earnestly, in the end, am I the heartless one, or is it you, Sister Feng, who's cold and unfeeling? I've wanted to propose to you many times. If you weren't entangled with the crown prince on one side and unable to reject me on the other, we probably would have set a wedding date long ago, wouldn't we? Not anticipating this counterattack, Feng Dufi thought, no way. Why isn't this kid following the script? Shouldn't he be pushing me away now? Then I'd cry, fall down, and accuse him. Seeing everything ruined, Feng Dufai was furious. She picked at the third prince's words. When did you ever propose to me? He pulled her closer to his chest and said, right now. His words left her stunned. The third prince seemed very serious about his words. He looked straight into her eyes and affirmed, if you agree, I'll go to the general's mansion tomorrow to propose. In this life, I won't marry any other woman. Like this, can you believe that in my heart, there's only you? She blushed, not knowing what to say. She felt spun around by this younger guy. Hurriedly, she called the system, Little Black, what should I do now? The system was too useless. It didn't answer her. Feng Dufi had to face reality and said, ah! Before she finished, there was a loud shout. Watch out! It was To Dongni's voice. It turned out an arrow was flying towards the two of them. It was coming fast from behind the third prince. An arrow flew from behind Tiohu. Dufi pushed him out of the arrow's path. But unexpectedly, there was another arrow aimed at her. The projectile flew swiftly, shooting straight at her back. She fell painfully into his arms, accompanied by the worry appearing on his face. He anxiously and frantically said, Feng Dufi, what are you doing? Who asked you to block the arrow for me? To scheme against me? You'd go this far, not even caring about your own life. She winced, trembling in pain, but in her heart, she was dissatisfied. She thought, who took an arrow for you? If I'd known earlier the arrow behind was on the left, I absolutely wouldn't have switched places with you. Seeing Tudongni running from afar, she had a thought. With Tudongni here, the show must go on. She trembled painfully in his arms and said, Tiohu, speak with a conscience. She continued, in that situation just now, I had no time to think much. It was purely instinct to protect you that I blocked the arrow. You don't even say a word of thanks. Fine, but why are you scolding me so harshly? Hearing that she was injured protecting him, he was very surprised. Dongni ran over from afar, asking worriedly, Third Prince and Miss Feng, are you two all right? He held her as she trembled, in pain in his arms, and angrily turned to say to her, is this how your minister's mansion treats guests? She hurriedly replied, I'm sorry, Third Prince. Today, before the military guests arrived, Father had ordered all mechanisms and formations to be closed. But just now, somehow the mechanism was opened by someone. She continued, don't worry, this servant and my father will definitely investigate the culprit behind this and give you an answer. The urgent matter now is to treat Miss Feng's wound. Hearing this, Tiohu worriedly quickly carried her away for treatment. After the treatment, Dongni sighed in relief and said, Miss Feng's wound has been cleaned and treated. Then she sincerely continued, continued, "Today, involving you in such a serious injury is the fault of our minister's mansion. In the future, if there's anything you need from me and my father, our mansion will certainly do our utmost." After her words, she was stunned, not understanding what was happening, because she thought, shouldn't this young lady be heartbroken and angry because Tio Hu is her male lead and secretly hate me? She awkwardly said, "Miss To, Tio Hu and I." Before she could finish, the other girl continued, "I know, Miss Feng. Don't worry. Before you two announced your engagement, I absolutely won't say anything," she said dejectedly. "No, that's not what I meant," Deng Ni cheerfully said. "What do you hope I'll say?" That sentence left her with countless question marks. She continued excitedly, "Is it that His Majesty and Prime Minister Feng don't agree to your marriage? Actually, people in the royal family often have no choice in many matters. If you want to use this method to pressure your parents, it's understandable." Deng Yi became increasingly excited and interested. She continued, "Don't worry, I will definitely try to spread the news of your great love to the outside world so that even His Majesty won't have the heart to stop you." Hearing this, she felt dejected and scared, imagining her holding up a sign saying, "Tio Hu and Feng Dufi, a match made in heaven." Dufi suddenly grabbed her hand and said, "Miss To, aren't you angry at all?" She looked puzzled and asked why she should be angry. She was surprised and thought about Yan Nian and herself. Could they be sisters from the same tree? She answered with a sad expression, "Yan Nian told me early on that the third prince doesn't like her. I misunderstood his intentions, but she didn't believe it. Now, I'm afraid she has to suffer this emotional pain." Dufi didn't know what to say and thought, where did it go wrong? "Little Black, where are you?" The system, being summoned back, said, "I was just contacted by the main system, so I temporarily disconnected to return. You've been injured." As soon as he finished speaking, she started crying to Little Black. "The mission failed. What should I do?" Little Black replied with difficulty and some worry, "The main system hasn't discovered it yet. I've covered for you, but next time when doing the mission, you must succeed. You're seriously injured today. Rest first. Don't think too much." Dufi then felt that Little Black was acting strange today. Deng Yi stood up and asked, "Miss Feng, why don't you rest a bit now? I'll go invite the third prince in." Hearing this, she refused. She smiled and said to her, "Please tell my grandmother that I'm injured and will rest here for a while. Tell her not to worry. Later, when grandmother returns, I'll go back with her." She happily agreed. Hearing Tio Hu's footsteps coming in, she angrily said, "If you've come to thank me, there's no need." He approached her and said, "Whether it was instinct or an act, the wounds on your body are real." Hearing this, she asked him dissatisfied. So, he looked at her and replied, "If I don't detoxify you, would you hate me?" She thought sadly, "You didn't poison me, and you're even going through the trouble to detoxify me. How could I hate you?" He asked her, "Feng Dufi, do you hate me?" She frowned and said loudly, "Of course I hate you, bastard. You're repaying kindness with enmity. You'd better find a way to free me soon." He put his hand on the bed, moved closer to her, and said, "I've already thought of a way." Surprised by his words, she asked, "What do you want me to do?" He then remembered the white dessert she made for him when he was young. He said, "When I was young and had a headache, you made a white dessert for me. After eating it, I felt better. Recently, my headaches have returned, so I want you to stay at the mountain villa for a few days. Make dessert for me every day. After half a month, I'll completely detoxify you and set you free." She said, confused, "Do you have a conscience? I'm already like this, and you still want me to serve you." He looked at her and said, "I think you look quite healthy." She angrily shouted at him, "But I'm still sick." He didn't give her a chance to refuse. "Then you can just watch the servants and give instructions." He smiled and said, "Sister Feng, I saved your life. That day in the carriage, you kept saying you couldn't repay me. Now, even this small task you can't do." She said, dissatisfied, "I've also saved your life now." She became surprised when he said, "The culprit who activated the mechanism today hasn't been found yet. But who do you think would dare to use the minister's mansion to deal with me?" he asked. Hearing this, countless thoughts about that person ran through her mind. Someone who could plant spies in the minister's mansion and wants Tio Hu to be in trouble can only be the Empress. The Empress must want revenge for the prevented marriage arrangement. So this is ultimately because of me. There's no balance between Tio Hu and me. Thinking this, she said, "Even if I agreed, I'm an unmarried lady. How can I casually stay at a man's mansion?" Tio Hu frowned, thinking, although Feng Chancellor holds high power and position, he's also a loyal person. There are many things he can't do. To guard against the Empress, I can only feel at ease if Feng Dufi stays outside. Only then can I be at ease. She continued, troubled, "My father and grandmother will certainly not agree." He smiled and said, "I can handle this. You don't need to worry." That night, Deng Ni brought food and said, "Miss Feng should eat now." Seeing her arrange the food, Dufi said, "Miss Tu has already said that I won't stay to trouble you. I'll take my leave." leave. Deng-ni interrupted her and said, His Highness instructed me before he returned to the mansion not to let you leave the mansion. I know Miss Feng has excellent martial arts skills, but you're injured now. It's easy to trigger the mechanisms. Why don't you stay here and wait for His Highness to return? Du Fi thought, pouting. This Tiohu is clearly threatening me, she said, looking displeased. He's just the third prince, yet he dares to control me. Feng Dufi. Have you all in the minister's mansion thought it through? Do you want to confront the chancellor's mansion for him? Deng-ni quickly replied, I don't mean that. Just as she finished speaking, he appeared and said, Miss Tu, don't worry. Chancellor Feng has agreed to entrust his daughter to me. The minister's mansion won't suffer any trouble because of this. She angrily exclaimed, How could my father agree to this? What did you say to him? He remained silent, with a bright smile, saying nothing, just picking up the bowl and stirring. This action made her angry, and she called his name sternly. Tiohu. He picked up the spoon and asked, Do you want me to feed you or eat by yourself? She couldn't believe her eyes. Seeing no reaction from her, he told her to open her mouth. Hearing this, she was surprised and embarrassed, covering her mouth. Deng-ni, delighted to see this scene, said, Miss Feng, see how much His Highness loves you. Don't misunderstand him anymore. Her mind screamed after hearing what she said. Love. Nonsense. Tiohu must be acting. If you want to act, I'll play along with you right now. Then she quickly crossed her arms, pretending to be angry, and said, Who misunderstands him? He doesn't even know I hate chicken soup the most, yet dares to say he loves me. He held the bowl of chicken soup and asked, 8 years ago, you could eat several bowls of chicken soup at once. Has it changed now? She replied angrily, You're talking about 8 years ago. I ate a lot when I was young, so I don't like it now. Is that not allowed? He then asked, So what do you like? She thought and said, Fish meat, deboned and put in a bowl. Add fish soup and put 10 peeled shrimps on top. Then reluctantly add some carrots that I can barely eat. Deng-ni said awkwardly, Miss Feng, the kitchen has what you want ready. Should I go get a portion for you now? She pointed at him and continued triumphantly, I don't want my taste to change and then not want to eat anymore. I want to eat your head. Go get it. Deng-ni saw him turn away and trembled in fear, thinking, It's over. It's over. They say the third prince at the border for many years acted like thunder and wind. How many people who offended him were beheaded? Miss Feng, how dare you be so rude? But unexpectedly, he turned to peel shrimps, which made her start to feel scared. The system then said, You got hurt because of him. It's okay to tease him a bit. Even if he didn't poison you, he insulted you a few days ago. That statement from Xiao He reminded her of being forcibly kissed by him, making her blush with embarrassment. Seeing her face turn red, he asked worriedly, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Are you having a fever? On the contrary, Deng-ni saw her like that and said, I'm afraid it's not a fever but embarrassment. Your Highness is here accompanying Miss Feng. This servant won't bother you two anymore. I'll take my leave first. After she left, she said, Miss Tu has already left. You don't need to pretend anymore. I'll eat by myself. After she finished eating, he stood up and said, I carried you in just now. Shouldn't you say you're embarrassed now and let me carry you out? Du Fi thought bashfully, How annoying. It's already awkward enough. He says that. Now if I nod, wouldn't it prove that I have ulterior motives? So she replied to him, No way. Then she shyly lay in his arms while he looked at her with the eyes of a lovesick man, attentively. Affectionately that evening in the Prime Minister's mansion, Prime Minister Feng asked Yan Yan, It's so late. Why are you still here? Yan Yan replied, Father, it's so late and sister hasn't returned yet. I'm worried something might have happened to her. Should I take some servants to go out and look for her? Prime Minister Feng replied, No need to worry. She's not coming back today. You should go to bed early. Hearing this, Yan Yan asked curiously, Where did she go? Prime Minister Feng answered, The third prince's mansion. Yan Yan, hearing her father's answer, said in surprise, Father, sister is an unmarried young lady. How can she stay overnight at the third prince's mansion? If word gets out, her reputation will surely be damaged. Prime Minister Feng replied, Outside gossip is all baseless rumors. Besides, a few days ago she entered the third prince's place and was detained. Others have already gossiped about it anyway. Yan Yan said dejectedly, Father, if I say the third prince and I have been in contact for 8 years, our feelings have long been deep. Would you still arrange a match between him and sister? Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng didn't believe it, but he only said, If you and the third prince are in mutual love, then it's fine. Yan Yan, Father doesn't want to interfere in your affairs, he said, recalling what Tiohu had told him. Prime Minister Feng, now the only one who can protect Feng Yi is me. He continued to say to Yan Yan, But tonight, letting your sister stay was His Highness's idea. Yan Yan was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe what her father had just said. She thought, How could this be? And turned to leave. She said, I want to go find them. But Prime Minister Feng quickly called her back. He said, "You can't go. In a few days, your sister will return. There's no rush at this moment." Yan Yan couldn't believe her father would say that. She replied to her father, "Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere in our affairs?" Prime Minister Feng only said, "I may not interfere in your romantic affairs, but this concerns your sister's safety. As a father, I can't not be concerned. Yan Yan, if the third prince truly likes you, it's not the right time now. If he doesn't have you in his heart, even if you go now, you can't change this fact. Listen to your father's advice, will you?" He then put his hand on Yan Yan's shoulder, but she brushed it off and said, "You clearly favored her when we were young. Now it's the same. I'm clearly your daughter too. Clearly, you've had feelings for the third prince all these years. Can't you be fair just a little?" Hearing this, Prime Minister Feng recalled Feng Du's deceased wife, Qila, and Feng Yan's mother. He thought, if it wasn't for Yan Yan's mother planning to give birth to her, Qila wouldn't have died. I've given Yan Yan the care a father should give, given her wealth and honor, good food and clothes, usually the same as Feng Ni. But truly, compared to Feng Ni, no one can match Feng Ni. He angrily said to the servants in the mansion, "Someone take the second young miss back to her room. Without my order, don't let her leave the mansion even half a step." Hearing this, Yan Yan cried out in fear, "Father." At this time, in the Voting Mountain Villa, Feng Dufi and Tiao Hu were sitting and eating together. Feng Dufi asked, "Isn't it right?" Tiao Hu replied, "The taste isn't right." Feng Dufai then said, "Is there a problem with your sense of taste? I used to do it this way before. Now I've taught your chef to do the same. The taste is clearly the same." But Tiao still insisted, "I say it's not right, so it's not right. Why would I intentionally make it difficult for you?" Feng Dufi thought, eating 8 dishes and still saying the taste isn't right. Isn't this making things difficult? Then she said, "Well, can we make it again tomorrow? Tomorrow I'll make it myself. Tonight I'm tired and want to sleep." But Tiao Hu wouldn't agree. He pretended to rub his temples and said, "I have a headache and can't sleep. I need something sweet." Feng Dufai frowned and replied, "Listen, third prince, if you're sick, you should take medicine, not sweets. It has no effect on curing headaches. Even if I make it for real, you'll still be in pain, won't you?" Tiao Hu picked up his glass of water, drank, and said, "Then you think of a way to coax this prince to sleep. Maybe it won't hurt anymore." Feng Dufi angrily thought, "This prince, this bastard is now calling himself prince to me." She said, "What if I don't do it?" Tiao Hu calmly replied, "Then don't sleep. You can keep this prince company until morning." Feng Dufi thought angrily, "You bastard, how can you treat the person who saved your life like this?" But outwardly, she only dared to say gently, "Well, may I ask my noble third prince, how should I coax you to sleep?" Tiao Hu waved his hand, calling for someone to bring down 2 bowls of food, and said, "Tell me about Yan Yan's life these past years." Hearing this, Feng Dufi replied, "You really are devoted, but why drag me into your love affair? Can't you go ask her yourself?" Tiao Hu answered, "Aren't I talking to you right now? You spend all day together. You know more than I do. Choose the important parts, or just say what you remember." Feng Dufi closed her eyes, thought, and said, "Well, I'll start from when she was young." She thought, "If you want to hear it from me, then don't blame me for being cruel and ruining things." She recounted, "Your Yan Nian, from a young age, lived on the estate with her mother. She grew up delicate and sensitive. At 5 years old, her mother passed away, and she moved into the house. Father and grandmother often comforted me not to bully her, and gave me gifts. They praised me, but Yan Yan thought they favored me." Tiao Hu interrupted her and said, "So you knew early on, but you didn't tell her." Feng Dufi replied, "Her mother indirectly caused my mother's death. I was already kind not to make things difficult for her. I had no obligation to clear up her misunderstandings, to comfort her and make her happy. Are you upset with her or me?" Tiao Hu said, "I'm not saying anything. What about the 8 years after I left?" Feng Dufi tiredly replied, "The first year we participated in the spring hunt, she fell and broke her leg. After that, she never touched a bow and arrow again." Tiao Hu asked again, "What about you? How did you perform?" Feng Dufi happily replied, "Oh, I caught a small fox. Moreover, it was the rarest fire fox. Even your father couldn't stop praising me." Tiao Hu then asked, "What about the spring hunts after that? You were already so impressive in the first year I left. Didn't you catch some leopards or tigers and bring them back as pets?" Feng Dufi, feeling sleepy, closed her eyes and replied, "After that, well, then she fell asleep." Tiao Hu moved closer, looked at her, and said, "Feng Dufi, continue telling me stories tomorrow." The next morning, Feng Dufi woke up. Seeing herself lying on the bed, she asked the cat system, "Xiao He, how did I get to bed last night? The cat grinned mischievously and said, of course, Tiohu carried you to bed. Hearing this, Feng Dufi blushed and changed the subject. She said, ahem, Xiaohei, tell me honestly, what exactly went wrong with last night's mission? My plan had no issues, but Tudungni's reaction was completely off. Didn't you say Tudungni and Feng Yanyan were close sisters? Why do I feel they're just fair-weather friends? And about her being devoted to Tiohu, I didn't see that at all. The system said, Feng Dufi, Tudungni and Feng Yanyan did grow up playing together. As for whether they're fair-weather friends, I'm not inside her head, so how would I know? And about her feelings for Tiohu, she and Tiohu displayed such affection. Of course, I couldn't let you see that. Hearing this, Feng Dufi began to reconsider. She said, my missions in recent years have all been about harming him to provoke his fighting spirit, or secretly detoxifying him for him, but appearing cold on the outside. In short, all these missions were to pave the way for Tiohu. Isn't that right? The cat, not quite understanding her, asked. So, Feng Dufi replied, so why was last night's mission different from usual? If I had succeeded then, it would have ruined Tiohu's plan to win over the Minister of War. It would have diminished his reputation at court, even possibly affecting his royal edict to be crowned prince. This mission for Tiohu had no benefits. System, are you deceiving me or hiding something from me? Hearing this, the system felt guilty and said, initially I created a misunderstanding between you two. This time I changed a small part of the mission, hoping to change Tiohu's view of you. Feng Dufi asked, you've changed your nature. The system replied, the original mission was for the Empress to use you to kill Tiohu, which Tiohu would discover. He would pull you into a formation. In the end, your assassination attempt would fail, and you'd be severely injured. Feng Dufi, reminded by the system, said, Xiaohei, thank you. The system, pleased, said, it's nothing. Let's not talk about this anymore. I need to announce the mission. If you're truly grateful, then hurry and do the mission. Hearing this, Feng Dufi angrily shouted, are you a tyrant? I'm still injured and can't move. Are you in such a rush to destroy me? The system, a bit frightened, replied, this isn't something I can decide. The plot has progressed to this point. Feng Dufi asked again, tell me, what's the mission? However, this time, if you're not honest, I'll revolt and go on strike. The system said, in the script, there's a ceremony in 10 days. The emperor will summon all officials to the royal altar on Longmin Mountain. Tiohu is in charge of security this time, and you, after being injured, pretend to hate Tiohu and feign approaching him. Steal his battle formation map. Take it to persuade the Empress. Hearing this, Feng Dufi pondered deeply. She then said, the Empress will use this chance to assassinate the Emperor. The injured Emperor will angrily punish Tiohu. The cat system replied, correct, but it's not a real assassination. Just to give the Emperor a slight scare. Mainly harmless. Tiohu makes the Emperor blame him for incompetence. The cat thought about the map and said, but you don't know. Tiohu has already guessed your plan and is using it against you. The stolen map is actually a fake one. The assassin arranged by the Empress will also fail. Feng Dufi said, then won't I be in a terrible situation? Neither side will trust me. I'll face the anger of both Tiohu and the Empress. The cat system then said, you're not in the worst situation now. The worst is that the script has now deviated from its track. You must find a way to give the fake map to the Empress. Making her suspicious might be a bit difficult. Hearing this mission, Dufi inwardly cried. She said, how is this just a bit difficult? It's clearly too hard. In the third prince's room, a servant rushed in to report, Master, I heard from the maids that Miss Feng woke up this morning. She's been in the kitchen for an hour now. Tiohu, hearing this, asked, she's not fully recovered. Why is she in the kitchen? The servant replied, didn't you ask Miss Feng to make sweets for you later? Tiohu responded, does she look like someone who obediently follows orders? The servant felt enlightened. He said, so this was just an excuse for you to bring her back. You actually want to keep her by your side. The third prince angrily said, how impudent. How could I have such thoughts? The servant could only admit fault, saying, this lowly one deserves death. Tiohu then said, it's just out of respect for her taking an arrow from me. That's why I brought her back to protect her. The servant, hearing this, said, but master, I've heard about last night's events. Miss Feng clearly took your words to heart. She was worried you'd have a headache and couldn't sleep, so she personally went to the kitchen to cook. Tiohu was very pleased hearing the servant say this. He said she would worry about this prince. The servant immediately replied, of course, everyone has a heart. You've helped her many times. Naturally, she would worry about you too. Tiohu recalled the intimate moments between him and Feng Dufi when he was in danger. when they held hands. When he touched Feng Dufi's cheek, then thought, if hearts are made of flesh, back then she was was I not useful to her then? Having said that, the third prince turned to leave. The servant quickly turned to follow Tiohu and said, Master, do you want to go find Miss Feng? Tiohu replied, Shut up. At this time in the kitchen, Feng Dufi was preparing many dishes. As she cooked, she called her maid Liu. Quick, help me taste this. Just then, Tiohu entered. Feng Dufi was very surprised to see Tiohu. She said, Why have you come? Tiohu replied, What are you doing? Feng Dufi asked back, Is it not allowed? Tiohu said, You're injured, you should rest. Why make so many sweets? Feng Dufi explained, You said you had a headache and couldn't sleep. I was worried. The third prince was very touched hearing this. He thought, She really does worry about me. She said, I heard the royal decree for your princedom came today. Congratulations, your highness. As she spoke, she scooped up a spoonful of food and offered it to Tiohu. She said, If this can cure your highness's headache, it would be a double happiness. Then I'll be at ease. Tiohu, seeing Feng Dufi's unusual behavior, thought, She's always been capricious. This time she's acting so cautious. What exactly is she planning? Feng Dufi saw that Tiohu wasn't eating, but just staring at her intently, so she said, Why aren't you eating, your highness? Are you afraid I've poisoned it? Tiohu grabbed her hand holding the food and said, What do you really want? Feng Dufi cried out in panic. What have I done? Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Tiohu, I just want to live peacefully with you. You see, I've already turned against the empress and crown prince. Now the most prominent person in court is you. I'm also of marriageable age now, so why don't we? Hearing this, Tiohu blushed with embarrassment. He thought, why don't we what? Does she mean, why don't we get married? Thinking of this, he felt very happy. Feng Dufi, in a soft feminine manner, shyly and bashfully said, Why don't we too? Before finishing her sentence, the third prince was already blushing, completely led on by her. He thought, marriage. But after all, she didn't say it outright. What if I misunderstood her intention? But then he thought, why should I be panicking? Could it be that I really want to marry her? Feng Dufi continued to speak coyly, her demeanor softer than ever. The third prince, embarrassed, avoided her gaze and said, Let me think about it. Feng Dufi, hearing this, was momentarily confused. The black cat panicked and realized, oh heavens, is he agreeing to your marriage proposal? Hearing the system's words, Feng Dufi sensed something was off. She was flustered, confused, and wondered, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Why are his reactions always different from what I imagine? She thought again, I made such a strange request for an alliance. Shouldn't he be suspecting me strongly, observing me, finally discovering my ill intentions, then capturing me and the Empress? It could only be that he's too stupid, or she's underestimating his intelligence. She was completely lost in her own thoughts. She said to the system, are you saying he's started to go with the flow, deliberately agreeing with my words, wanting to see what exactly I'm up to? Otherwise, why would he agree to such a thing? He's clearly deeply in love with Feng Yan. The black cat explained to its host's doubts, a man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. First, don't worry about what he's thinking. Just be yourself. Hearing this advice, she cheerfully replied. With rice still on her face like a 3-year-old, she said, all right then. Feng Dufai attentively fed the third prince. So think about it. Now, try the sweet dessert I made first and see how it is. He didn't avoid it at all and very contentedly agreed. Then the third prince awkwardly asked her, where did you learn all these things? She made up a plausible reason. I like eating, so I researched it myself. But in her heart, she was very honest. Having to explain these modern desserts, custards, and Yangji Genlu was too exhausting. She'd better be a bit vague about it. The naive third prince secretly admired her. Impressive. She showed her attentiveness to him by saying, yesterday you said the kitchen's flavors weren't right. I've thought about it carefully. It's probably not my instructions or the kitchen staff's skills that are the problem, right? It's because they didn't do it correctly. As she spoke, she moved closer to him. This close contact was somewhat unsettling. She thought she was just speaking casually. After all, isn't this how flirting works? Now, even a blind person should realize she has ulterior motives, right? Sure enough, the third prince, in an instant, at her actions, blushed furiously, seeing a reaction beyond his expectations. She said, Tiuhu, you surely haven't been caught off guard by what I said, have you? The third prince insisted on maintaining his dignity. He turned away and replied, not at all. Then he shyly avoided her gaze and said, ah, This prince suddenly remembers he has matters to attend to. He withdrew, but didn't forget to instruct, "You, have someone bring all the food to my chambers." Feng Dufi thought to herself, he's calling himself this prince again. Suddenly, she found him quite interesting. Shy but still crazy about Feng Dufi's cooking, so the third prince, though leaving, couldn't bear to part with it, even instructing to have it brought to his room. She thought, I couldn't tell Hu had this side to him. The black cat chimed in. "Don't you find it quite adorable?" She unconsciously replied, "Yes, yes, indeed." Then the black cat smugly teased her. When a man finds a woman adorable, perhaps he just can't find any other words to describe her. It's just a casual compliment. But when a woman finds a man adorable, it's different. "Feng Dufi, you're done for." She knew she was being led on again. She angrily replied, "Little black stinky, what nonsense are you talking about?" The black cat couldn't resist teasing her further. "Your current reaction and his appearance just now can't be said to be similar. They can only be described as identical." She felt helpless against the evil system that only knew how to tease its subject. She shouted loudly, "Get lost." At the third prince's residence, Anguiet felt distressed, seeing his master pacing back and forth anxiously. He worriedly thought, the master seems very uneasy. Could something big have happened this afternoon? The third prince had noticed his subordinate's furtive glances. Anguiet admitted to being discovered. Anguiet asked directly, "Master, what's wrong?" The third prince expressed his thoughts. "Why is it that a man's feelings are always like those of common people, ruling the country and helping the world?" "Even less like what you just guessed," the third prince said. "The marriage of ordinary people, shouldn't it be the man who proposes to form a marriage alliance with the woman?" This thought shocked Anguiet quite a bit. He quickly grasped the situation. "So it turns out, you want to propose a marriage alliance with Miss Feng." He still couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, oh heavens, I couldn't see that this stubborn as a tree person would also have a day of thinking it through. He's only reunited with Miss Feng for a few days and is already thinking about marriage. As if knowing what he would think, the third prince hurriedly explained, "It's just that this prince is asking a bit." Anguiet understood his master and offered advice. This kind of marriage alliance has always been initiated by the man. Although Miss Feng is unlike ordinary women and doesn't care how outsiders view her, the proper etiquette should still be observed. "Master, if you already have this intention, why not take the initiative once?" The third prince thought it should be so. He was still worried because he knew clearly Buswersen. But on the other side, Father will not allow this prince to take the initiative, unless this prince swears an oath before him to guard the border forever. He had thought early on, only in this way will the Empress and Emperor be at ease to let me marry Feng's daughter, right? But Feng Dufi originally wanted to marry me because of my current position. Even if she could truly let go of childhood grudges, a pampered beauty like her, spoiled since childhood, still couldn't endure hardships at the border. In the end, the third prince was worried about Feng Dufi having to suffer if she married him. He had a headache not knowing how to make it work. He knew it was absurd, but still couldn't control thinking about it. Then a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The third prince said, "Come in." It turned out to be Wu Ting coming to report. The third prince knew something was up and asked, "What's the matter?" He bowed respectfully and replied, "Master, someone has broken into your study." The third prince was surprised. Not thinking anyone would be so bold, he asked, "Who?" After hearing the intruder's name, Anguiet broke out in a cold sweat and voiced his guess. Could Miss Feng have lost her way? He asked anxiously, "Where is she now?" On the contrary, Wu Ting calmly refuted these guesses. He said it didn't seem like she was lost. She seemed to know her way around as she entered, as if she was already familiar with the layout of the villa. After entering, she overturned chests as if searching for something. When the subordinate left, she was still there. As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, the third prince left. The cold demeanor of the third prince's retreating figure made both subordinates tremble with fear. Anguiet said fearfully, it's over, Yuan Qing." Wu Ting, though flustered, still believed he had done nothing wrong. This was his responsibility and duty to report. "I had no choice. How could I hide this from the master?" Then, Anguiet prayed for the third prince's lifelong happiness. He didn't want his master's heart to be hurt again. He clasped his hands and prayed, hoping it was just a misunderstanding. "Miss Feng, please don't betray our master." On this side, Feng Dufi was rummaging through things while questioning the system. "Little Black, have his people discovered me yet?" The black cat looked at the mess on the floor, caused by its master's rummaging. It replied, "Your commotion is so loud. How could they not have noticed? The black cat reminded. However, Xiao Yu will be here soon. Have you thought about how to explain this to him? Feng Dufi seemed to have a plan ready in her mind. She replied confidently, of course, I'll pretend to be careless. With his intelligence, he probably won't question too deeply. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The third prince entered and called out intimately. His intimate address had something ambiguous and hard about it. Sister Feng, what are you doing here? She kept her composure, though, knowing he would discover her, but she still nervously replied, I was just taking a walk. The third prince's face darkened. His eyes suspicious, he replied curtly, Is that so? But in his heart he thought, this woman is lying to me again. All that talk about living together happily, all that about wanting to marry me, it's all fake. He was angry, perhaps because he had hoped too much, while she kept deceiving him. Feng Dufi saw his serious expression, knew things didn't seem right. She fearfully answered, Xiao Yo, I was just bored and wanted to look around. If you're unhappy, I won't do it again in the future. Don't be so fierce. I'm a bit scared. The third prince's behavior was understandable. After all, what man would tolerate having his feelings toyed with multiple times by the one he loves? He wasn't one to back down either, as if to tease her back. He pressed her against the wall, one hand on the wall, the other lifting her chin, speaking in that intimate position. You want to live with me, even want to marry me. Is that true? Feng Dufi was completely overwhelmed by the man in front of her. She thought, I just said that today. Now I can't deny it. So she risked saying yes. Then she let out a yelp. It turned out the third prince, whether too angry and wanting to punish her or too fond of this woman who always deceived him, had forcibly kissed her. Feng Dufi initially cried out in protest, but later she had to submit to the strength of the prince who was only 18 years old. He kissed her fiercely, while she was lost in resentful thoughts. This time, even if angry, why bully me? Clearly, you're in mutual love with Feng Yanyan. Why treat me like this? These thoughts made her feel even more hurt, teased and toyed with. She burst into aggrieved sobs, crying while punching the third prince a few times, stopping his impulsive actions. It took several seconds before he released her, reluctantly leaving her sweetness. He justified his actions with a very satisfied expression. If you're serious about marrying me, then no matter what I do to you, you won't mind, right? She touched her lips as if that feeling hadn't ended. Embarrassed, she said, No, it's not. Regaining consciousness, Feng Dufi felt that man no longer knew what shame was. She angrily scolded back that she was a respectable lady. How could they do such things before marriage? Seeing her angry appearance, the third prince found it quite adorable. He spoke soothingly, as if comforting a bristling cat. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. You don't need to worry about any obstacles. Then he leaned close to her ear and said despicably, This is known only to heaven, earth, you and me. There's nothing to fear. Feng Dufi gave up in the face of this shamelessness. Don't, Xiao Yu, stop it, she said as the third prince was approaching closer. At this moment, Feng Dufi really didn't know what to do. Everything seemed to be out of control. She chose to be submissive and gentle, intending to persuade the beastly third prince to stop. It's my fault. If you're unhappy, just scold me. Don't do something you'll regret, okay? The third prince was no longer swayed by her sweet words. His cold eyes seemed to have lost all affection. He leaned close as if to add authority to his words. I won't regret it. Even if I want to regret, I would only regret not doing this to you the night we met again. If so, you would have settled down earlier. He directly took action, intending to savor her body. She continuously resisted by calling his name, Xiao Yu. Her cheeks were already flushed. The third prince refused to stop. She could only try to persuade him. She used all her reasoning to convince him. Think of your years of feelings for Feng Yanyan. For someone like me, it's not worth severing that relationship. You can't betray her, she said loudly while still trapped in the third prince's arms. The third prince heard everything she said. He found her reasoning laughable. He despicably lectured her. Feng Dufi, didn't the crown prince teach you to be obedient? How can a royal man have only one woman? By your status, you should be a princess consort. But if you want to give up the position of principal wife, I don't mind. Hearing this, Feng Dufi indignantly said she wouldn't give in. If you want to have multiple women, you must ask if I'm willing. You think I rejected the crown prince just to come to you and suffer the humiliation of being one of many wives? The third prince coldly replied, no longer showing any affection from earlier. You have no right to choose. The two confronted each other, neither giving in. Feng Dufi spoke forcefully first. Since you and I met again, I've been poisoning Feng Yannian. If you wrong me in the future, I have ways to protect myself. But I didn't expect you to force me to play this card today, she said with renewed confidence. But the third prince's expression remained unchanged. He replied, if you're confident enough in your medical skills, of course you can resist my threats. She was ready to continue, holding an important card. However, to ensure no mistakes, it's best if you leave now. Don't gamble with her life. Upon hearing these words, the third prince's eyes lowered, showing clear contempt. He recalled the pain from years ago and said, in the past, you poisoned me. I only thought you were a bit cold-blooded, but you even did this to your own sister, Feng Dufi. You truly don't disappoint me. As the third prince left, Feng Dufai slumped down exhausted. It seemed that the conversation just now had drained all her energy. She had no spirit left. The black cat, feeling sorry for its master, comforted her Fenger. She forced herself to respond, fulfilling her duty as the master. I'm fine. Surely he's gone to check if Feng Yannian is poisoned. Then he'll discover that I lied to him. When he comes to his senses, he'll wonder what I'm really up to. Then he'll act accordingly. Indeed, on the third prince's side, he was looking for Feng Yannian. Yingyu reported to his master, Master, the chancellor's people said the second young miss went to offer incense outside the city. She'll be back in a few days. The third prince replied, indeed. He had figured out the meaning behind her rummaging. He voiced his speculation. In a few days, it's when father and the officials go to worship. Feng Dufai will then open the letter. She must be looking for the defense map of that day's route. Yingyu asked curiously, but how does that benefit her? The third prince explained, she doesn't want to marry the crown prince, nor does she want to disrupt the empress position. It's best to use this opportunity to improve relations with the empress. Seeing that his master had seen through everything, Yingyu wondered, now that you've discovered her plan, do you want to expel her from the villa? It seemed the third prince had a different plan. He ordered Yingyu, go bring the defense map I drew last night. Place it in the study's secret spot. Yingyu noticed his master's unusual action. He naively thought, no way. Is it possible? Master loves her so deeply that knowing Miss Feng wants to steal, he's specifically letting her steal it. But the third prince's eyes were sinister. He said, she's delivering herself to my door. How can I easily let her off? In his mind, he already had a long-term plan. It's just one map. What's the harm in giving it to her? He imagined Feng Dufi's image and thought smugly. As for Feng Dufi, who has harmed me countless times, expelling her would be too easy for her. Resting his chin on both hands, he thought domineering. In this life, you can only stay by my side, until death do us part. 2 days later at Voting Villa, Dufi said smugly, these 2 days, Tiuhu hasn't restricted my movements, which clearly means. Little Black continued her sentence, clearly means he's following your plan. Those words made Dufi smile triumphantly. A moment later, she saw Yingyu sneaking around carrying some kind of box. She said, here it is, the sneaking figure, obviously trying to lure those with ulterior motives. She said with delight, then I should play along a bit. In the room, some books fell down. She found an envelope, opened it to see a letter. She thought, Chohu and Feng Yannian exchanged letters for 8 years, seeking passionate feelings. Why did he still push me into the water? Remembering the image of him forcibly kissing her, she pondered, do men express their anger by embracing and kissing women? Thinking of this, she felt both embarrassed and angry, saying, bastard, scum. At that moment, Little Black beside her said, Fenger, there's not enough time. Quickly find the map. She was delighted when she found the map and said, I'll draw a copy and return the original to him. Let's go. Little Black also agreed to do so. But just as she was about to turn away, she heard Feng Yannian's voice. She said, is Feng Dufi at your place? Hearing her say that, she thought, Feng Yannian came at just the right time. I was worried about not having an excuse to leave the villa. Perhaps she'll make Tiuhu drive me away. It could also make the Empress believe that I'm truly breaking ties with him. Little Black wiped his sweat and thought, Fenger is going to bully someone again. Feng Yannian, with a dissatisfied expression, said to Tiuhu, didn't you say you would absolutely never like her? Why are you two unmarried people staying together in a villa? At that moment, Dufi approached, startling her. She said, of course it's what you're thinking. She continued, the palace is already buzzing with gossip about Tiuhu and me, and at the Ministry of War, I saved his life. Dufi's words made her disbelieve her own ears. She asked again, what did you say? Along with that, those words made him angry. He called her name in a stern voice. She continued to mock her, saying, he wants to marry me. Don't you understand, my dear sister? My good sister, actually, in your heart, you've long known there was something unexpected. Otherwise, why rush here in the middle of the night to question? You want peace of mind, but I don't want that. She was sad, tears welling up. But she didn't stop there. she continued. Why don't you think the one living at Votin Mountain Villa is me, not you? Hearing her say that, he shouted, if you don't speak, no one will say you're mute. She put on a sad expression and said, Tiuhu, what's wrong? A few days ago, you couldn't resist and almost did that with me. Now, in front of my sister, you're so fierce. Don't you want to take responsibility? She couldn't believe her ears and turned to ask him, is what sister said true? On Doofy's side, she smiled triumphantly, thinking, damn you, Tiuhu. I've made Feng Yanyan so angry, you should quickly drive me away. He thought for a moment and said, that's right. As long as Father Emperor agrees, I will immediately go to the general's mansion to propose. Hearing his words, she felt like she was struck by lightning. Yanyan cried, saying, Tiuhu, how can you treat me like this? Didn't you say you absolutely didn't like her? Why say one thing and do another? He looked at her and said, I can't control matters of the heart. Doofy was stunned and bewildered, thinking, is it necessary to deceive me into believing the map being guarded is real? He can treat Feng Yanyan like this. She cried angrily, cursing at him. How nice, the can't control excuse. Tiuhu, treating me like this, you'll surely regret it. After saying that, she ran away crying. She stood beside and said, if you can't bear it, go after her. What's the use of just looking? But what she didn't expect was that he turned to look at her and asked, didn't you poison her? She was startled and replied, who said that? He looked at her and continued, she doesn't seem poisoned. She immediately answered, nonsense. If I poisoned her, of course I wouldn't let you easily notice. He frowned at her and said, if I chase after her now, pulling at her legs, we'll know right away whether I've wasted a trip or not. But if I find out you intentionally wasted my time, I won't hesitate to repeat what happened that day. Hearing his words, she felt both embarrassed and angry. She said, Tiuhu, aren't you ashamed? He looked at her and said, Feng sister, clearly, a few days ago you used Feng Yanyan's life to threaten me. Just now you could smile brightly and act out a romantic scene with me, making Yanyan cry and leave. You've gone this far, so if I say a few words, what's there to be ashamed of? She was both angry and embarrassed, thinking, I can not only talk, but I can exaggerate even more. But you bastard, can you kiss, hug, and undress? She angrily lectured him. Clearly, it was Feng Yanyan who left angry because of you. He also laughed, put his hands on his hips, and said cheerfully, I'm just telling the truth. He mocked her, and you're fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. That mockery made her angry, and she retorted, if you're telling the truth like that, not only did you propose to my father, but you also have deep feelings for me. He immediately said, so what if that's true? As he spoke, he touched her face, making her embarrassed. He continued, what if I do have deep feelings for you? She embarrassedly pushed his hand away and shouted, you've gone mad. Then she ran away. Tiuhu thought sadly, does she think I'm just acting? Then he looked at his hand. That evening, at the Crown Prince's mansion, Feng Yanyan was kneeling on the ground and said, this woman greets your highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sat on the chair and asked Feng Yanyan, who was kneeling, Miss Feng, what's the matter? Feng Yanyan replied, if this servant says she wants to ask for your highness's help, and also to help your highness remove an obstacle, would your highness be willing to accept this servant as a chess piece to help you? The Crown Prince heard this and replied, I truly don't understand your meaning, miss. He thought, this Feng Yanyan is quite close with my fourth brother, and also has a very good relationship with Tiuhu. A young lady who has such a close relationship with the second prince is truly not simple. The Crown Prince spoke again. I have served Father Emperor diligently for so many years. If we're talking about obstacles, perhaps it's only treasonous officials and rebels. Could it be that the second miss knows of someone planning rebellion? Feng Yanyan heard this and said in surprise, I know your highness has always wanted my elder sister, but now my sister is in the third prince's mansion. If your highness still doesn't care about such a matter, this servant has nothing more to say. The Crown Prince heard this and thought of Tiuhu and Fuang Dufi. I didn't know they were together. He said, it's already so late. Could it be that Miss Feng has just come from the third prince's mansion? Were you hurt by someone so you came here in the night to ask for my help? Feng Yanyan heard this and said, your highness is truly unparalleled in wisdom. Nothing can escape your eyes. The Crown Prince calmly replied, if you want my help, that can be arranged. However, I have always from the beginning had no need for useless people. You must prove your talents to me first. Feng Yanyan replied, Yanyan cannot compare to your highness. For now, I cannot deal with those two people. But Yanyan's sincerity is absolutely not fake. I only hope for your highness's instructions. The Crown Prince stood up, walked in front of Feng Yanyan and said, "In a few days is the royal family's sacrificial ceremony. I happen to have a task here that you can do." After that, Feng Yanyan left. In the garden, Tiaohu and his subordinate were preparing to return to the mansion. The subordinate walking behind said, "Master, the second Miss Feng has returned again. What should we do now? If you don't want to see her, I will report that you're already asleep. You've already gone to sleep." After that, suddenly, Feng Yanyan came from behind and said, "After that, what?" The subordinate heard this and was startled. He turned around, looked at her and thought, "We're in trouble, we're in trouble. The two Feng sisters are staying in the same room. If they fight, the most unfortunate one will still be the master." Then the third prince's subordinate left, leaving privacy for the two to talk. Tiaohu asked, "It's so late. Why haven't you returned to your mansion yet?" Feng Yanyan replied, "Now that my sister isn't here, can you tell me one honest thing? Your feelings for her, are they really as you just said, or do you have some hidden pain you can't speak of?" Tiaohu replied, "I absolutely will not like Feng Dufei. I have no hidden pain at all. I shouldn't have said those things before. Perhaps from that moment I was confused. Because I was moved, that's why I hated her so much." Feng Yanyan heard this and thought, hate because of love. Then she said, "You were moved by her, so what do you see me as? Where in your heart have you thrown away our feelings of so many years? What am I to you?" Tiaohu replied, "Yanyan, your place in my heart I will never forget. From the beginning, no matter what you wanted me to help with, I would always do my best to help you. But besides that, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" Feng Yanyan said in surprise, "Misunderstanding? You yourself couldn't stand firm, changed your heart, developed feelings for someone else. That's fine. But now you don't even dare to admit that you once had feelings for me. Is it all a misunderstanding? We've exchanged letters for so many years. Do you dare say I'm not in your heart? You specially transported snow rose seeds, unique in the world, from India to plant for me. Is this my imagination? You treat everyone around you coldly and indifferently, but you're uniquely gentle to me. Is all of that fake?" Tiaohu heard this and said, "Back then, if it weren't for you, I would have lost my life in the snake cave. You are my benefactor. From the beginning, I've never failed to reply to the letters you wrote me. As a benefactor, my attitude towards you naturally had to be better than towards others. But the snow rose wasn't planted for you. I remember when we were young, I once sat on the roof and talked with Feng Dufei. I asked Feng's sister what flower she liked most. Feng Dufei replied, "I like the pure and perfect snow lotus. It's a pity that in this world there's no flower both vibrant and pure. If someday in the future someone could find a flower with both these qualities, it would certainly sell for a great price." Then he said to Feng Yanyan, "Someone once told me that she liked roses the most. I, when in India, saw this flower for the first time. Thinking that in Nam Chio there were no such flowers, I wanted to bring them back here." Feng Yanyan heard this and asked, "The person you're talking about is Feng Dufei?" The third prince replied, "Yanyan, I don't want to say harsh words, but if this continues, it will truly cause you to misunderstand. On the contrary, it will harm you. I hope you can understand clearly that my feelings for you have never been romantic in nature." Feng Yanyan heard this and was heartbroken. She thought, never had romantic feelings. From beginning to end, only I was the fool. Tiaohu saw her sadness and could only say, "I'm sorry." Feng Yanyan replied, "No need to apologize. It's my own problem. I can't blame you for it. However, I only have one request. I hope you can answer. Tonight, because I ran here to find you, my father and I had some unpleasant things happen. I hope you can give me 2 days to stay here to calm down a bit. Don't worry, I won't bother you and my sister." Tiaohu heard this and replied, "All right, I'll tell Anwet to arrange accommodation for you. I'll also send someone to your mansion to explain this to your father." Feng Dufei was in her room, sadly saying, "Damn it. Why does this lingering ghost keep haunting my mind?" The system heard this and asked, "What lingering ghost?" Feng Dufei replied, "That rotten man." Suddenly, she saw Feng Yanyan walking past her room. She thought, "Why is Feng Yanyan here?" She said, "Tiaohu is indeed two-faced. Wait till I go and persuade Yanyan to return." The system saw this and said, "Indeed, it is so. Shouldn't he have hidden Feng Yanyan's return from you? How could he let you see her so openly?" Hearing the system say this, Feng Dufei became even angrier. She said, "How should I know? If he doesn't want me to know, I'm even more determined to go over there and see." The system thought, girls in love are truly terrifying. Then Feng Dufei went out. She secretly followed Feng Yanyan. She thought, sneaking into Tiaohu's study at midnight, what does she intend to do? Suddenly, Feng Yanyan turned around, startling Dufei. She quickly hid behind a door. She thought, did she see me here? Then she quickly returned to her room. That night, while Feng Yanyan was sound asleep, She smelled an unpleasant odor. She quickly got up and used a handkerchief to cover her nose and mouth. She hurriedly opened the window to let the smoke out. The system ran to her and said, Feng Yan just blew sleeping gas in. Does she also want to steal something from you? Feng Dufi, breathing heavily, replied, I'm afraid she's not here to take something, but to plant something. Feng Yan intentionally left a secret letter here to frame me. She must make Tiohu aware that items from his study were stolen. Only then will she be exposed. This way, she can hand over the guard deployment map. Now, Tiohu's only opponents are the mother and son, the Empress and the Crown Prince. I'm afraid it wasn't Tiohu who brought her back here. The system heard this and asked, So what do you plan to do now? Feng Dufi replied, I'm thinking about ways to return this letter to its original place. Now that my dear little sister has brought trouble to my doorstep to make things difficult for me, I won't just sit here and watch the show. In the third prince's mansion, a subordinate rushed in to report to Tiohu, Oh no, Miss Fuang and second miss are fighting. Outside, Feng Dufi was holding a sword to Feng Yan's neck and said, Leave Tin Son Trang immediately. If not, I won't mind leaving a few blood marks on your neck. The third prince quickly ran over and said, Stop. Feng Dufi, what are you holding in your hand? Feng Dufi replied, What am I doing? Are you blind, your highness? Tiohu approached and said, Put down the sword. Feng Dufi immediately replied, Of course. If she agrees to leave Tin Son Trang right now, I certainly won't touch her. Feng Yan looked pitiful and said, Tiohu, is this how you treat the person who saved your life? You clearly promised to let me stay. Now you send my sister to drive me away. Tiohu coldly said, Feng Dufi, don't make me tell you a third time to put down the sword. But Feng Dufi didn't listen. She replied, What if I say no? Tiohu said, Then don't blame me for being rude. Hearing this, Feng Dufi angrily thought, I'm pretending to be the bad guy, so Feng Yan can take the fortress map as an excuse to leave. But Tiohu doesn't know. He thinks I really want to harm Feng Yan. She said, Tiohu, I don't care what you promised her, but I'm forced by you to live here. If she doesn't go, I will. Feng Yan pretended to be pitiful and said, Even now, sister still won't yield to me. I don't want to put your highness in a difficult position. I'll take my leave. Then she turned and left. Seeing Feng Yan leave, Tiohu said, Are you satisfied now? Feng Dufi said irritably, Whether I'm satisfied or not, I still want to drive her away. Anyway, staying here or not isn't important. I just don't want to see her face. Tiohu angrily thought, This damned woman knows I can't let her leave, so she's using this tactic to threaten me. Then he said, Anwit, go get my royal robes for court. The subordinate fearfully replied, Yes. Feng Dufi was strolling on the street when suddenly a young lady ran over and called, Miss Feng. It really is you, Miss Feng. What a coincidence. Now that we've met, can we go together? Feng Dufi replied, What's with calling me Miss Feng? You can use my name. Mista said, All right then, Dufi. Let me take you to a nice place. Hehe. Then the two went together to Thanfang Quan. Feng Dufi entered. Seeing the scene inside, she thought, Miss Tu really knows how to have fun. Can I escape? The cat system saw this place and happily said, Wait a bit, Feng Ni. Go in and play. Miss Tu also came close and whispered in her ear, Dufi, why hesitate? Don't dare to enter. This Thanfang Quan isn't as busy as you think. Let's go in, listen to some singing and drink together. Does your third prince not allow it, or are you afraid he'll be unhappy? Feng Dufi angrily said, How could that be? I was just thinking. Dufi remembered Tiohu's angry face this morning and thought, Why am I suddenly thinking of Tiohu? Go away, bad thoughts. She said, If surrounded by beauties, which type should I choose? Feng Dufi happily thought, What's Tiohu to me? Today I must enter this Thangfeng Quan and play. Inside, there were many handsome men, some playing flutes, some performing. The system saw this and said, How about it? Isn't it great? Especially at the entrance by the stairs just now, full of handsome men with muscular bodies. Not brave enough. Feng Dufi pondered. His muscles are too big. I prefer the thin, delicate type. Take off their clothes and they're all bones. The system embarrassedly said, How can there be someone like that? He's not only handsome, but also very skilled. If compared to a flower, he has a more ruthless personality. He might be your type. Suddenly, Feng Dufi called out, Dungni. Dungni turned back in surprise and saw Dufi holding up a gold ingot and saying, Today, let's go all out. Let's book a room in the mansion. Tiohu was asking his subordinate, Didn't you say she went out to play? Where did she go? The subordinate fearfully stammered, She went. To Thangfang Quan. Master, please calm down. Miss Feng must still be upset about this morning when you offended her. Hearing this, Tiohu became very angry and said, She pointed a sword at someone else, and she dares to be angry. The subordinate said softly, I heard from the maids that early in the morning, Two ladies brought food, waking up Miss Feng. The young miss woke up angry. You see, normally the two of you don't have any issues. There's never been such a big fight before, right? Tiu angrily went to Thang Fengquan. He opened the room door and shouted, Feng Dufi. Inside the room, Feng Dufi was sitting in the center. Around her were many men. Some were pouring wine, others were feeding her fruit. Miss Tu saw Tiohu arrive and fearfully said, Third prince, what wind blew you here? A man who was lighting a fire for Feng Dufi saw this and said, Miss, where did this damn troublemaker come from? How dare you disrupt our business? Tiohu angrily asked back, Do you want to die? As he spoke, he grabbed the man's neck. The man fearfully stammered, Ah, help! Help me! Feng Dufi held Tiohu's hand that was choking the man and said, Tiohu, what are you doing? Let go. Tiohu released the man's neck and said, I should be asking you, what are you doing here? Feng Dufi said, Ridiculous. What I do is none of your business. You still want to interfere in my affairs. Tiohu asked back, What did you say? Feng Dufi replied, I said my business has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are to control me? Hearing this, Tiohu angrily thought, Actually, the Qingfang Tu has been stolen. She's done a complete 360 and doesn't even care about me. Miss Tu saw this and fearfully said, Third prince, I can explain. But Tiohu didn't care about Miss To's words. He only said to Feng Dufi, what am I to you? I've said it before, I am your future husband. In this life besides me, if you dare to touch any other man, whichever finger touches him, I'll chop it off. Feng Dufi replied, Very well. Family members should be fair. I ask you, can you do the same? You think you can bother me just because you want to vent your anger at Feng Yanyin. How can you casually call yourself my husband? Fine, if you want to act, who's afraid of whom? I say, if you dare to touch another woman, no, that's not enough. If you even dare to glance at another woman for a second, I'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. Well, just saying, Feng Dufai said while reaching out to touch Tiohu's face. Feng Dufi playfully said, Tiohu, how about it? Do you dare to agree? In her heart, she whispered confidently, Such cruel conditions, Tiohu surely won't be able to agree. The next moment, she heard Tiohu answer decisively. Feng Dufai was completely shocked. Tiohu said seriously, I agree with you. Feng Dufi said firmly, Why should I believe you? The third prince's concubine is very busy. Of course, you might not remember what happened just this morning, but I won't forget. Tiohu obediently admitted fault. It's my fault. I didn't know she was intentionally causing trouble for you. Your temper isn't good, so it's understandable that you're angry. Feng Dufi was surprised and thought to herself, Why is he suddenly so? The system suddenly appeared mischievously saying, Fenger, it seems he's confessing his love to you. Feng Dufai still stubbornly refuted, Impossible. Everything he says is just to trap me into plotting against the Empress and Crown Prince. He's just intentionally trying to deceive me. She said to Tiohu, What's the use of apologizing now? If it happened once, it will surely happen again. In your eyes, she's more important than me. In the future, she and I. Tiohu suddenly grabbed Feng Dufi's hand, interrupting her. There won't be a future. Tiohu suddenly became extremely serious and held her hand, saying, Feng Dufi, it's not just you and me here. I can guarantee in front of Miss Tu and everyone here. From now on, I won't look at any other woman. In my heart, there's only you. Feng Dufi suddenly blushed and interrupted him. Enough, she thought to herself. For the sake of his grand schemes, he's using emotions to tease and lie over and over again. How fun. Tiohu lowered his head and asked, You don't believe me? Feng Dufai worried. If I say I don't believe, will he continue? She sighed, raised her hand to her head and said, I believe. Can you go back now? Tiohu tugged at her sleeve. Aren't you coming back with me? Feng Dufi gave in. I'll go too. Is that okay? Tiohu's face slightly reddened as he asked her, I've already made a promise to you in front of Miss To. Shouldn't you say something too? Miss Tu, who was suddenly implicated, also spoke up. Dufi, the third prince, has indeed said so. It can be seen that the love he has for you is also witnessed by heaven and earth. If you don't say anything, he might not feel at ease in his heart. Why don't you also? Before she could finish, Feng Dufi turned her head and looked at her with teary eyes, making her suddenly choke on her words and stop speaking. Feng Dufi thought with a glimmer of hope. She must have been coerced by Tiohu's authority to say such things. Right. She turned back to look coldly at Tiohu, frowning as she said, Fine, as long as he can do what he just said, I will certainly do what he asks of me. Is that good enough? A warm hand suddenly grasped Feng Dufi's. Tiohu held her hand tightly and led her forward, his face slightly red as he said determinedly, All right, let's go home. After walking for a while, Feng Dufi was still conflicted. Tiohu turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Feng Dufi pouted and pointed at herself, saying, You're pulling me along, and you're asking what I'm doing. Tiohu's face reddened slightly as he said matter-of-factly, We're husband and wife. This is normal, isn't it? Feng Dufi turned her head away, her face also slightly red, and said, I'm thin-skinned. I'm embarrassed when you do this in public. Tiohu suddenly said, kiss me. I'll let go of your hand. Feng Dufi's face immediately looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She blushed, flustered, and quickly asked the system, Little Black, what is the male lead thinking? Is he selling his body just for some dirty scheme? Little Black calmly exposed her. Feng Ni, are you afraid he's deceiving you? So you keep telling yourself he's lying. Feng Dufi stammered, ah! She suddenly looked up. Tiohu suddenly leaned down and placed a fleeting kiss on her lips, then quickly pulled away. Feng Dufi's heart suddenly started pounding, thump thump, very hard. Her face instantly burned like fire. She hurriedly stepped back, but Tu still hadn't let go of her hand. She immediately protested. Didn't you say you'd let go after just one kiss? Why haven't you let go yet? Tiohu shamelessly replied, you have to kiss me for me to let go. Me kissing you doesn't count. Feng Dufi seriously said, Tiohu, how come I never realized before that you were so shameless? I don't like Yen Yen. Tiohu suddenly said, unrelated to the topic. He looked at Feng Dufi and said, I've always been deceiving you. Hearing this, she thought confusedly, where exactly did I go wrong? How could he not like Feng Yen Yen? Little Black, could we have really misunderstood his words? Do you believe it? Little Black promptly replied, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. This time, our mission is basically successful. Feng Ni, now you can do what you want. Feng Dufi muttered, what I want? Feng Dufi suddenly said seriously to Tiohu, I want to eat those lotus seed pastries. Go buy some for me. Tiohu's eyes immediately lit up as he replied, all right. A while later, on the street, Tiohu, holding a box of pastries, was looking around for Feng Dufi. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. Tiohu startled and turned around. Feng Dufi handed him a stick of tangulu and said, give me the lotus seed pastries. I'm giving you this tangulu. Scene changes to Vo Tin Mountain Villa. Angwiet's incredulous voice rang out. Master, since when did you become interested in this trivial thing? Didn't you hate tangulu the most? Tiohu looked at the tangulu stick, recalling those days in the snake cave years ago. The 2 tangulu sticks she bought for me became my only food. But painfully, every blade of grass there later became a nightmare that haunted me for many years. I haven't eaten tangulu for 8 years now. Tiohu sweetly put a tangulu in his mouth, chewed, and casually asked Angwiet, who suddenly turned to stone beside him. What's wrong? Angwiet thought to himself, I've asked too much. This tangulu, it's obvious it's from Miss Feng. I'd better change the subject. Angwiet seriously spoke about official matters. Your servant has arranged the route and defensive positions for the Longmin Mountain worship 3 days from now. At that time, as long as the Empress sends people to assassinate the secret guards, we will capture all of them. I'm just afraid that if the Empress becomes desperate and jumps over the wall, she might drag Miss Feng along. Tiohu said, to cage tigers and panthers, how can you use a cage? Better to pull out all their teeth. Otherwise, they might jump out and bite back at any time. Just like her, never knowing how to be content. As long as we ensure Feng Ni and the Empress are completely separated, unable to continue cooperating, then she will forever be by my side. As for her safety, I will protect her myself. Scene changes to Phoenix Palace. The Crown Prince's voice rang out. Mother, do you think this drawing is reliable? The Empress looked at the drawing in the Crown Prince's hand and asked, did Feng Yen give this to you? The Crown Prince replied, yes. The corner of the Empress's mouth curled up as she said, I never expected Tiohu to be such a person. On one hand, being intimate with Feng Dufi, on the other, ambiguous feelings with Feng Yen Nian. If he were to choose between you two, tell me, who do you think he would choose? The Crown Prince continued, you mean? The Empress's face darkened. Whether the drawing is real or fake doesn't matter. What matters is that I want Tiohu, no matter what his calculations are, to lose everything, with no one by his side. 3 days later, a long procession of carriages moved through the streets. A crowd of people discussed excitedly. What do you think? This year, all the carriages for the ceremony looked the same. I can't even tell who's sitting inside which carriage anymore. I heard it was the 3rd prince's idea, to confuse the royal procession, to avoid assassination attempts. So if anything happens, will the 3rd prince be held responsible? In one of the many identical magnificent carriages, a hand lifted the curtain. Feng Dufi looked out the window and said, Tiohu, have you really never thought about what if something goes wrong? How will you explain it to your father? The corner of Tiohu's mouth curled into a smile as he replied, the order has been randomly shuffled. Besides me, even the people in the carriages don't know which one they're sitting in. Tiohu suddenly changed his tone and asked, "Sister, do you hope I make a mistake, or do you hope I'll be safe?" Feng Dufi stammered, thinking to herself, "This will all pass. You've spent days pretending to be a good person. Now you don't even bother to pretend anymore, and you're asking me this kind of question." Feng Dufi said seriously, "Of course I hope you'll be safe. Even if our relationship is no longer the same as before, how can you ask such questions?" "What?" Tiohu was surprised. The carriage suddenly shook violently. Feng Dufi, by inertia, fell into Tiohu's chest. Tiohu took the opportunity to embrace her and asked, "Sister Feng, you think it's different from before now? Is that what I understand?" Feng Dufi's face turned slightly red as she asked him back, "How do you understand it?" Tiohu replied, "It means you will never leave me. No matter what happens today, you won't leave me, right?" Feng Dufi seriously replied to him, "That's right." A voice from outside the carriage reported, "Prince, your servant has something to report." As Tiohu lifted the curtain to step out, he turned his head back and said, "This is your own answer. Don't regret it." "Okay," she agreed, saying, Chuangyu stepped out of the carriage and asked, "What's the matter?" Angwiet reported, "Our people have investigated. Miss Feng Ni has secretly made arrangements about today's events. Moreover, the Empress just sent someone to deliver an order, summoning Miss Feng Ni to her carriage." Tiohu was startled, his brows furrowing tightly. Feng Dufi in the carriage asked the system, "Little Black, regardless of whether my mission succeeds or not, the plot won't deviate too much, right?" Little Black replied, "Not sure. Are you worried about Tiohu?" Feng Dufi looked out the window and said, "The Imperial Guards are all around. Among the commoners here, there are also Tiohu's people blended in. Nothing can go wrong." But just now, Angwiet's tone seemed very anxious. "Do you think something might happen?" Little Black replied, "According to their plan for today, the only incident would be Feng Yannian. But if we're talking about that, Feng Yannian can't actively expose herself. Tiohu also wouldn't suddenly investigate Feng Yannian for no reason." Feng Dufi stroked her chin, thinking carefully. "This doesn't just involve the two of us. What if the Empress deliberately leaked information to let Tiohu know? Then what?" As she was thinking, suddenly a shout came from outside the carriage. "Assassins! Protect the Emperor!" Feng Dufi flung open the door. Frowning, she thought, the drawing Feng Yannian stole from the study was fake. It should have been switched by Tiohu already. Feng Dufi looked at the crowd rushing in one direction. She suddenly realized. Shocked, she thought about the direction those people were rushing towards. Tiohu indeed didn't switch the drawing. Feng Dufi drew her sword, jumped out and shouted, "Your Majesty, be careful. This servant is here to protect you." As she finished speaking, her sword was already covered in blood. A moment later, the Emperor stood safely in front of the carriage. Behind him was a group of people dressed as civilians. Feng Dufi looked at those people and whispered to the system, "Those disguised as commoners are not arranged by Tiohu." The system replied, "The Emperor, while outwardly showing complete trust in Tiohu, actually had another preparation in place." Feng Dufi said matter-of-factly, "The Emperor faces more dangers than others, so of course having preparations is understandable." The system calmly exposed her, "So you were willing to sacrifice yourself to save him just now?" Feng Dufi retorted, "How could that be? I just wanted to save the male lead. Your brain isn't working clearly." Tiohu suddenly hugged her from behind, calling, "Feng Ni." Feng Dufi struggled, saying, "Let go." He hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't arrive in time to protect you. Don't be angry with me." Feng Dufi impatiently tried to push him away. "Because you only wanted to protect Feng Yannian. Of course you didn't remember me. I can understand that. But please, don't act hypocritically by hugging me and apologizing after it's all over. Let me go. Just go find her directly, can't you?" Feng Ni, Tiohu watched Feng Dufi walk past him, not knowing what to do. He called out. Feng Duqi at this moment came forward, worriedly asking, "Feng Ni, are you all right?" Feng Dufi immediately smiled broadly and said, "Father, I'm fine. The way I protected the Emperor just now looked very impressive, didn't it? Why don't you praise me?" Hearing this, Feng Duqi's face darkened. He was about to lecture his daughter when the Emperor spoke up. "Feng Ai Khan, today Feng Ni risked her life to protect me. She certainly deserves a great reward. If you intend to scold Feng Ni, you may not do so in front of me, Your Majesty." The Empress hurriedly came forward and called out anxiously. She spoke with a guilty and self-reproaching expression. "Your Majesty, are you all right? This servant is incompetent. I didn't dare approach those men in black just now. I couldn't protect you well. It's all this servant's fault." The Crown Prince also spoke up. "Your son is guilty. Please punish me, father." The Emperor turned his head and looked at her affectionately, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? In such a dangerous situation, you're a woman who doesn't know martial arts. How could you protect me? Both of you are asking to be punished." But he paused for a moment, then looked at Tohu and continued, "The one who's truly at fault hasn't said a word. Tiohu clasped his hands and bowed his head, admitting, "Father is wise. Your son is not unwilling to ask for punishment. It's just that this crime is too great to dare ask for father's forgiveness. I only wish for father to punish as he sees fit." The emperor stood before Tiohu and angrily said, "Well said, as I see fit. Then I shall grant your wish." The empress standing nearby spoke up, "Your Majesty, the third prince has always been careful and cautious, doing things very reliably. On the battlefield for so many years, he hasn't made a single mistake. But today, on the mission to escort your Majesty, how could such a big oversight occur?" Tiohu spoke boldly, "No matter what happens today, your son will bear all responsibility. How could your son be so foolish as to dig his own grave? Father may not believe your son, but your son still wants to say, the conspirator behind this is truly too cunning. Their power is also extremely great. They were able to infiltrate your son's residence and the Imperial Guard." Tiohu thought of the woman holding a fan covering her face. Tiohu remained kneeling before the emperor, pleading, "I beg, father, besides punishing your son, don't forget to thoroughly investigate the true culprit behind this and purge the court." Feng Dufi pondered at this moment. As expected of the male lead, he's willingly taking the blame for Feng Yannian. But at the last moment, he left something astonishing in the emperor's mind. The empress was about to say something, only managing to call out "Your Majesty." Feng Dufi had already interrupted, saying, "Your Majesty, this servant has something to say." The emperor looked towards Feng Dufi, asking her to speak freely. She, standing behind Feng Duqi, said, "This servant has a way to find the real culprit behind this matter." Feng Duqi, fearing his daughter might say something improper, tried to stop her, saying, "Feng Ni, don't speak nonsense." Tiohu looked in that direction, thinking to himself that she actually wanted to help him. Feng Dufi confidently said to the emperor, without hesitation, "This servant is truly not speaking nonsense. You just said you would reward me for saving your life today, but this servant doesn't want any reward. I only want to help your Majesty alleviate your worries. Please allow this servant to try." The emperor, hearing this, happily agreed. He even praised her, saying she was indeed worthy of being Feng Duqi's daughter, indeed not inferior to any man. "It's a pity your father is now old and confused. You don't need to pay attention to him. Tell me, how can we find the real culprit?" Feng Dufi held a bamboo tube in her hand, asking everyone there, "I wonder if you all know about orchid powder." People whispered among themselves, saying, "Orchid powder has a very special scent. After use, it leaves a faint smell on the person that lasts for 5 days." Someone added, "There's also a type of butterfly that can distinguish this special fragrance. It can follow the scent to find the person using it." "Miss Feng, you don't mean to." Feng Dufi interrupted the discussions. Looking at the bamboo tube in her hand, she explained further, "Recently, I've been staying at Wuxin Mountain Villa, which belongs to the third prince. Because I love fragrances, every time before the prince goes to handle official business, I would use incense to fumigate all his documents and papers once with orchid powder. Therefore, all the defense maps of the third prince will have orchid powder on them. Imagine Wuxin Mountain Villa filled with the scent of orchid powder." Tiohu pondered deeply. Lying in front of the emperor, Feng Dufi, "Do you really know that deceiving the monarch is a great crime?" Tiohu had just managed to call out. Feng was interrupted again. Feng Dufi was still continuing her presentation, her eyes looking towards Tiohu. "Of course, even the third prince himself doesn't know about this. So when your Majesty asked him earlier, he didn't know how to clear himself." People standing behind discussed endlessly. Although orchid powder is very luxurious, there are many noble and wealthy people in the capital. Perhaps many people use it. Relying solely on this to search might be a bit difficult. Feng Yannian was anxiously sweating, thinking to herself, "Right, I could also be suspected just based on the orchid powder." Feng Yannian approached Feng Dufi and said, "Sister, everyone is not wrong. Even I have been using orchid powder recently. You can't say that I, your sister, am also the culprit, can you?" Feng Dufi confidently replied, "Of course not. Those who have recently used orchid powder can all step forward and also eliminate suspicion on themselves." At this moment, the crown prince also stepped forward, bowing to the emperor. He confessed, "Father, yesterday when I went to the fragrance shop to buy incense for mother, I think I also got some orchid powder on me. I'm truly ashamed." Feng Dufi spoke in a firm tone, "Please stand still, Your Highness." This servant will begin the test. Feng Dufi opened the lid of the bamboo tube. Purple butterflies flew out in swarms. She said, "These are purple butterflies that can distinguish the scent of orchid powder. They don't like to gather. If no one among us is lying, then everyone should definitely have one land on them." Tiohu observed thoughtfully. Feng Dufi still stood there, with a very confident demeanor. Around were discussions about what was happening. On the second young lady and the crown prince, there were no butterflies. The crown prince, now startled, said, "Wise father, your son truly did visit the fragrance shop yesterday. I'm just not sure if I got any orchid powder on me. I myself cannot be certain." What I just said. The emperor eagerly asked Feng Dufi, "So, Dufai, this is what you call being able to find the real culprit behind this. How exactly are you going to find them?" The empress standing nearby also added, "There are so many people here who have used orchid powder. Are you going to examine each person one by one?" Feng Dufi then admitted, "Of course not, Your Majesty. Actually, this servant never used orchid powder to scent the defense maps. Those who step forward to admit they've used this fragrance are not liars. In fact, they are all related to this incident." Feng Dufi revealed her purpose. The people truly involved in this matter are instead those who panicked. They stole the third prince's defense maps. Hearing me say the maps were scented with orchid powder, they hurriedly found an excuse to admit. But they didn't know that I was just intentionally scaring them, luring them to expose themselves. The crown prince angrily said a bunch of nonsense. "I just said earlier, I only happened to visit the fragrance shop." Feng Dufi replied, "So, Your Highness, this servant didn't say you were. But isn't there still one person without a butterfly on them?" Feng Yannian, startled, hurriedly denied, No, it's not me." Feng Yannian continued, "Sister, I'm just a girl who doesn't care about state affairs. Why would I commit such a treasonous act?" Feng Yannian knelt down, appearing innocent. "Your Majesty Empress, this servant has never experienced such a serious matter as assassination, so I was frightened and scared, causing me to misremember the day I used orchid powder. This servant truly didn't mean to." The emperor stroked his beard, pondered, then said, "Dufi, you probably understand clearly. What you just said doesn't count as evidence. Do you have any clearer proof?" Feng Dufi raised her hand and boldly said, "Your Majesty, of course there is. Although there's no orchid powder on the map, when producing Nanzhao's paper money, a special gold coating is used. When it encounters a specific liquid, it turns blue. This is to prevent counterfeiters." Feng Dufi took some gold coating powder from a box she had prepared. She continued, "This gold coating is forbidden for civilians to trade. I happened to get a little from my father. To prevent anyone from framing the third prince, before the defense map was drawn, I secretly sprinkled gold coating powder on the blank paper." So Feng Dufi approached Feng Yannian to verify. She said, "Yannian, let me borrow your hand for a moment to test." Feng Yannian, afraid of being exposed, quickly evaded. "Sister, you can test, but the reason you gave is too far-fetched. Besides those with butterflies on them, there's still one person with a reason. Isn't that also not very reliable?" The crown prince then stepped forward, his tone sarcastic. "Second Miss Feng, at the crucial moment you throw me under the bus to protect yourself. How righteous of you." Feng Dufi feigned surprise and said, "Your Highness, how can you say such things? Yannian also wants to prove that Your Highness is innocent. In front of the whole world, can't you provide even one piece of evidence openly and honestly?" The emperor looked sternly at the crown prince and said, "Crown Prince, things have come to this point. What are you still hesitating for? Could it be that you really have a guilty conscience and dare not prove your innocence in front of me?" The crown prince panicked and said, "Your son is not." Feng Dufi smiled lightly. She quickly said, "Then it's easy to resolve." Feng Dufi directly splashed that special liquid onto the crown prince. He startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" At this moment, the solution on the crown prince's hand had also turned blue. The emperor angrily said, "Tiao Ham." The crown prince, frightened, stammered a denial. "No." He hesitated, then continued, "It's not me, father. I've been wronged." Feng Dufi quickly asked the crown prince, "The orchid powder could be a misunderstanding, but what about this gold coating, Your Highness? The coating is a prohibited item. Even if my father took it, it must be recorded in the files. I wonder if you have recorded and reported it." The crown prince couldn't control himself anymore, angrily rushed forward, shouting at Feng Dufi, "I'll kill you." At this moment, seeing this scene, Tiohu finally spoke up, "Fenger." Tiohu ran to embrace Feng Dufi, protecting her while calling out, "Fenger." Feng Dufi, slightly uncomfortable, coldly said, "I'm fine. Let go of me in front of so many people. I don't want to make a scene with you. Release me." The emperor couldn't hold back anymore. In front of everyone, he ordered, "Guards, imprison the crown prince for me in the clan's prison." The crown prince kowtowed, begging, "Father, don't. Father, your son knows he was wrong. I know I was wrong." The empress, wanting to protect her son, spoke up to plead, "Your Majesty, Majesty, it's this servant who failed to teach the son well. Please, for this servant's sake, forgive the crown prince. This time, the empress put on a pitiful act, shedding tears as she called out to the emperor. But deep down, she felt entirely different. The emperor frowned at the empress with some suspicion. The crown prince planned rebellion, Empress. Did the woman I love most truly know nothing about it? I feel she is now very unfamiliar, completely different from the person in my memory. The emperor looked towards Tiohu and reminded, Third son, today you were also framed. In the future, you need to be more careful. Tiohu obediently replied, Your son will heed Father Emperor's teachings. The emperor turned away and said, Return to the palace. Kong Thien, dare to choose another auspicious day for the sacrifice. Everyone obeyed, answering, Yes. Tio looked at Feng Dufi and unconsciously spoke. Fenger? Feng Dufi curiously asked, What does the third prince mean by coming here? Tiohu said softly, Today's matter. He hesitated, then continued, Thank you. Feng Dufi replied indifferently, No need for formalities. Can I leave now? Tiohu fell into deep thought. He thought, I thought Fenger wanted to win Father Emperor's favor, so she intentionally cut off her relationship with the Empress. I didn't think she had been working on that drawing for a long time, just waiting for the crown prince to fall into it. Then Tiohu asked Feng Dufi the question in his heart. Why did you help me today? Feng Dufi thought to herself, Why? Of course, it's to complete the mission. Feng Dufi uttered a sentence as if mocking. Perhaps it's because the third prince knows how to deceive women. Feng Dufi recalled the scene of Tiohu being attentive to her. The third prince poured sweet words into my ears all day to make me change the drawing that was originally intended to target the empress. Feng Dufi continued seriously. The fool tried his best to plan for someone else. But unfortunately, thinking of Feng Yannian, Feng Dufi said, The deep affection of the prince, after all, is not for me. Feng Dufi questioned Tiohu to protect Feng Yan from the empress's trouble, disregarding your reputation and personal safety, following the path of the original drawing. Have you ever thought, if by chance I didn't step in, what would be the consequences of you giving up everything to help Feng Yan? Tiohu felt a bit guilty hearing Feng Dufi's words. She continued, You knew clearly, but still did it. Tiohu tried to explain. At that time, it was clear that the Empress intentionally leaked information to lure me. If she discovered that something was wrong in the drawings Feng Yanyin provided, she would never let Feng Yanyin go. I wanted to protect Feng Yanyin because I owe her. Feng Dufi smiled coldly and replied, I know you wouldn't want anything to happen to her. That's why when she secretly passed your official documents to frame me, I let her go at the last moment, fulfilling your true love. Tiohu only now realized Feng Yanyin had indeed once framed her. Feng Dufi, as if having finished explaining, coldly looked at Tiohu and said, So now, can you please stop blocking my way? Tiohu spoke from his heart. Fenger, this will never happen again. You can be angry, you can hit or scold me, but please don't ignore me, can you? Feng Dufi firmly replied, No, move aside. Tiohu still tried to hold on, calling Fenger. She still ignored him. I told you to move aside. Tiohu, unable to keep calm anymore, spoke loudly. Feng Dufi, be reasonable. Everything I did for her today, wasn't it all for you? Tiohu recalled the scene of Feng Yanyin disregarding danger to come and save him. Feng Yanyin ran over saying to Tiohu, I'm here to save you. Then, Tiohu became slightly sad. He recounted the story from 8 years ago. If she hadn't saved me, I would have died in that snake pit long ago. Feng's sister might be heartless and careless about everything, but I can't be. I can't forget the one who saved my life. Feng Dufi listened to Tiohu's words with a heavy heart. Today she was in danger. How could I just stand by and watch? At this moment, she thought back to 8 years ago. Not knowing the reason why or what the details were, the result 8 years ago became that she had harmed Tiohu. Feng Yanyin saved him. Feng Dufi coldly replied, Indeed, I am heartless and careless. So you've saved who you wanted to save. I didn't stop you. Feng Dufi firmly continued. Now the crown prince is imprisoned, and both of you are safe and sound. You should go find your life-saving benefactor to confess. Tell her everything you've told me. Perhaps she might still be moved to tears, but you keep blocking me here. Tiohu was a bit confused. He said to Feng Dufi, What do you mean? Do you still want to push me to someone else? Feng Dufi questioned Tiohu. Third prince, in the past days, it was just to lure me into the game. Didn't you know from the beginning that I wanted to steal your blueprint? Now everything is over. What are you still pretending for? Tiohu looked at Feng Dufi with determined eyes. He said, I don't care if it's over or not. I've promised in front of so many people that I'll stay by your side. I can't let you go. Feng Dufi replied to Tiohu, You say it's easy but can't do it. You won't look at other women in the future. Whether you love or are grateful to her, you can't deny that you can't stand by and watch her suffer. Feng Dufi continued with some irritation. Today she harmed you, yet you still want to repay her. What about next time? Feng Dufi spoke all that was in her heart. Perhaps other women can accept this, but unfortunately, my eyes can't tolerate even a grain of sand. I don't want to go through this again, living in fear because of you, while you're willing to die for another woman without hesitation. Feng Dufi didn't want to waste any more time. She coldly said, "Don't block me anymore, or I won't be polite." Feng Dufi turned away and left, leaving Tiohu still looking after her. Tiohu pondered and analyzed the situation, weighing the pros and cons. Is she so angry just because of this? Thinking back to Feng Yanyan and Feng Dufi, Tiohu speculated, or is it because I helped Feng Yanyan? Yanyan stood outside the door without entering, calling, "Wang Ye. Fortunately, you're all right today. Perhaps you don't care or take it to heart, but I still want to say that I was very worried about you." Tiohu looked at her with indifferent eyes and replied, "Is that so? You're worried because you feel guilty for setting me up." Yanyan protested innocently. "What are you saying? Didn't sister just prove that today's incident was caused by the crown prince? Or did she say something about me again?" He spoke with a slightly stern voice, calling Feng Yanyan. "The empress couldn't confirm if the drawing you gave was real or not, so she used your safety to pressure me into using that drawing. Originally, it was just a fake drawing. It was a cover I used to deceive your sister." Yanyan hesitated a bit. "You knew everything, but still saved me without regard for anything else." His handsome but extremely cold face explained the reason to her for the life-saving favor 8 years ago. Today, it's repaid. There won't be a next time. Feng Yanyan had stepped closer to him at some point, asking, "What do you mean?" He turned his back to her and replied, "She doesn't like me looking at other women. From now on, I won't be involved in your matters." Her face darkened, a bit angry at being left out. She raised her voice slightly. "She doesn't like it. Because she doesn't like it, you want to cut ties with me. Just because she says she doesn't like it, you won't approach other women anymore." He turned to look at her with sharp eyes. "So what? She wants one life, one partner. I allow her that." Yanyan angrily left the room. At the door, she didn't forget to say, "Tiohu, you're crazy. Have you forgotten what she did to you back then?" He closed his eyes. Fragments of memories still lingered in his wounded heart. He said to himself, "I can't forget, but I will never let her find an excuse to leave me again." She, still angry, poked her head through the door and said, "Even if she helped you today, who knows what intentions she has in her heart? Just like when she treated you well as a child, but later didn't she push you to your death?" He emphasized her name once more. "Feng Yanyan, this has nothing to do with you." The scene now shifts to the capital. Meo Khan is talking with Miss Feng Ni. "Wait until the mission is completed. You must tell him that you saved him." Her face looked gloomy as she replied, "No, it's Feng Yanyan." Mio Den recalled a previous time. She didn't eat or drink by Tiohu's side for 3 days straight. "I can send this letter for you," she said at that time. "No, I must personally let Feng Yanyan see it." Mio of the present then said, "If you hadn't sent that letter to Feng Yanyan, how could she have gone behind the mountain? How could she have saved Tiohu?" Images from the past. Dufi lay on the bed, exhausted, worriedly saying, "Tuo might be able to go out soon." "Back to the present," she replied, but she still went. The one who brought Tuo out was also her. That entanglement of 8 years has sown infatuation like a rose in his heart. Feng Yanyan has been by his side for so many years. What right do I have to intervene, let alone compete? The cat sat in a posture just like a human sitting in a chair, then looked at the human world. When you humans are heartbroken, don't you all go find your best friend to talk to? The young lady denied it, folding her arms. "I'm not heartbroken." Then she went to find Dung Ni. The black cat scoffed. "That's exactly what someone heartbroken would say." The young lady's hand was injured, bleeding from her finger. Dung Ni saw and hugged her hands. "Dufi, you were amazing today. You don't know, all the young ladies in the capital now see you as a role model." "Ah, you're injured. Is it from saving the emperor earlier? Why haven't you bandaged it yet? Come here, let me bandage it for you. If it leaves a scar, it won't look good on your hand." The young lady's eyes welled up with tears. "I'm a girl, and I'm injured too." Keeping it inside without saying it out loud, she called out, "Dung Ni." Across from her, she pouted and said, "Don't cry. I know it hurts. I'll blow on it for you. When you get back, you must have it checked, okay? Where's the third prince? Is he still busy?" Dufi was looking at Dung Ni with affectionate eyes. Suddenly hearing that name, she became furious. Her hand clenched into a fist, saying, "Don't mention him anymore." She found it strange and asked, "You just helped him with such a big matter. Did he argue with you?" She replied with a sad voice, "Dung Ni, don't try to match us anymore. There's no possibility between him and me." She wondered, why? Is it because of Yan Nian? She immediately said, "No, it's not." She came behind her and nudged her. "Dufi, "Do you know why I'm so sure he doesn't like Yen Yin?" she said with a dispirited look. "It doesn't matter why, but you're wrong anyway." Dong Yi thought for a moment and said, "Yen Yin is not as weak as we see her." She recalled a previous conversation with Yen Yin. She sat at a table with many letters. She asked her, "Yen Yin, why are you writing so many letters?" She replied, "Namchio has many princes. It's not wrong for me to cast a wide net. No matter who ascends the throne, I'll have some security." Then Dong Yi said to the young lady, "I've known Yen Yin for many years. I'm not intentionally spying on her." She herself said that the person she writes letters to is not just the third prince. The scene from the past returned. The two girls were reading together a letter just written by Yen Yin. Dong Yi asked, "The third prince too?" She answered, "Although Tiohu is not favored, he still has royal blood after all. I have some fate with him. What if he wins in the future?" Back to the present, Dong Yi continued. After the third prince's victory, his status and reputation increased. Yen Yin also wrote to him more frequently. I've seen some of the third prince's replies to her. They all only had 4 words, "Don't miss me." My reaction then was exactly like yours. Yen Yin, to prove that she was in the third prince's heart, showed me another letter, but compared to her overflowing emotions, the third prince's letters were all like, "Don't worry" and such. It was as if he was just completing a task. Yen Yin said the third prince's personality is cold, so his letters are concise and to the point. But seeing how he behaves towards you, I know that in this world, there's no such thing as a cold man. There's only love and not love. Feng Dufi was lost in her thoughts. A scene of a man and woman kissing. She repeated the words love and not love. Could it be, as Tiohu said, that because Peng Yanni saved him, he didn't feel comfortable rejecting her directly? Can't think anymore. Why give myself false hope? Trying every way to prove that he doesn't love Feng Yanyan. Now that I've decided to have nothing to do with him anymore, then whatever he's like doesn't concern me. The black cat said, Feng Ni, you and Tiohu can't avoid being involved with each other now. Feng Dufi said, shut up. She was so angry she became furious, not wanting to be involved but unable to let go. Dong Yi noticed the young lady acting strange and asked, Dufi's sister, what's wrong? She stammered, I suddenly remembered I still have some business. I'll head back to the manor first. Dong Yi, let's meet again another day. They said goodbye, and the young lady returned to the chancellor's manor. Her face still looked a bit angry. Just now, I was almost convinced by Dong Yi. The person involved has already slapped me in the face. The unique snow rose in this world. Isn't it the best proof of Tiohu's boundless love for Yanyan? The chancellor saw his daughter from afar and called out, Dufi, you're back. She saw him walking with her father. She thought to herself, he even personally came to give flowers to Yanyan. The black cat got angry. That damn bastard. I wasted my effort just now trying to defend him. I can't believe he would do such a thing. One moment he loves you to death and back to life. The next moment he comes to break your heart. Hearing the cat speak made her heart ache. Being hit right in the heart made it even more bitter. She replied to the chancellor, yes, father. I'll go to my room first. He called out, wait, what the third prince is about to say also concerns you. You should come over and listen too. He turned, waiting for him to speak, but saw his face turn red. He asked, why is the third prince still shy? He replied, I'm afraid she won't agree. He felt tired of the young couple and spoke for them. Dufi, the third prince, is here to propose marriage. The young lady broke out in a cold sweat. She thought to herself, proposing so quickly, bringing the flowers that Yen Yin likes most, spreading them all over the chancellor's manor, more precious than all gold, silver, and jewels. What a clever way to propose marriage. Earlier in the palace, he wasn't even ashamed to say those words to me. Moreover, he even said he's afraid I won't agree, yet he thinks I would ruin his marriage with Yen Yin. She imagined him proposing to Yen Yin, floors covered with flowers, gold, silver, and jewels, the two holding hands lovingly. Her heart couldn't bear it. With a steely face, she replied to her father, what does that have to do with me? Although I'm the elder sister, you know the relationship between me and Yen Yin. You already know. No need to talk about tradition like elder sister is like a mother anymore. Whether you approve or not, it doesn't matter. Just go talk to Yen Yin about it. I'm leaving now. Just as she was about to turn and leave, he spoke sternly. You're being reckless about your own marriage. Even with the elder sister is like a mother tradition, there's no logic in Yen Yin making decisions for you. Why ask her? Dufi seemed to realize something. Her face turned as red as Tiohu's. The one Tiohu came to propose to is me. The cat here jumped up, spreading all 4 paws, cheering excitedly. The cat said, holy crap. I told you the male lead isn't that kind of person. He didn't come for Yen Yen. He came for you, she said to the cat. But the snow roses were grown for Yen Yen, yet he brought them here to propose to me. The cat replied, but he's proposing to you now. Her face looked a bit upset. Yes, he once said he wanted to marry me, but he also said both sisters wanted him. He's really. Meanwhile, the chancellor recalled years ago when the prince was young and said, if I'm not a child groom, then when I grow up, can I marry Feng's sister? I want to marry Feng's sister, can I? He said to the young couple. Back then, I jokingly said that the third prince was Feng Ni's child groom. Who would have thought that childhood joke would become reality today? He stroked his beard and continued, Feng Ni, are you willing to agree to this marriage? Feng Dufi was surprised. Everything was opposite to what she had thought. They had just had a big argument earlier. A moment later, he actually came to propose, completely ignoring her anger. Moreover, the main system wouldn't allow me to agree to this marriage. She then spoke up. Third prince wants to marry me. At least you must get approval from the emperor and the empress. Now you come alone to the mansion to propose. Are you sure the emperor will agree? He replied, as long as you agree, I'll find a way to talk to Father Emperor. I just didn't want to ask Father for marriage first, then force you to agree. That would be somewhat disrespectful to you. The chancellor thought, what a good child, while she blushed and thought, this bastard is quite good at pretending. It seems so real. Things aren't that simple. What about the system? The young lady gave another reason. Even if you can persuade the emperor, I'm afraid my father here won't be able to agree. The chancellor standing nearby asked, where did that come from? Dufai reminded, Father, have you forgotten? You once said, learning from your and mother's mistake, my husband absolutely must not take concubines. But the third prince is of royal descent. How can he possibly do this? Chancellor Feng took out a stack of sealed papers. He asked his daughter, do you know what these are? These are all the land deeds, property records, and account books of the third prince's mansion. Before you returned, the third prince assured me that in this lifetime, you'll be his only princess consort. He absolutely won't take concubines. Dufi took those papers to look at. Somewhat surprised, he continued. To prove his sincerity, he has entrusted all the assets, gold and silver in his mansion to the chancellor's mansion and you for safekeeping. If one day he breaks his vow, he'll be left with nothing but his bare hands. She pondered over the words, absolutely won't take concubines. Doesn't he want Yen Yen anymore? Suddenly he spoke, sister, do you have any other requests? She paused for a few seconds. The black cat's eyes became shiny with regret. He doesn't need 5 wives and 7 concubines and has given everything he has to her. That can be considered very sincere. She didn't expect the cat to be on his side too. My father advises me, and now even you. Will the system master really agree to let me marry Xiao Yu? As a person, one shouldn't be too greedy. System master will absolutely not allow this to happen. She looked at him somewhat awkwardly, wanting to, but unable to. She replied, if you've come here to propose, why are there no 3 letters and 6 etiquettes? Instead, there's a courtyard full of white flowers. I hate white flowers the most. How can you not even know this? He seemed to misunderstand her meaning. If you want to reject me, you can find another reason. Why lie with that reason? She firmly spoke about her preferences. I'm not lying at all. Red for joy, white for mourning. How can there be a wedding ceremony using this type of flower? The chancellor, who had been restless, said, Feng Ni, these are snow roses, representing purity and innocence. Although white, they mean transparency. Xiao Yu didn't want to speak anymore. He thought according to his own logic and said, Chancellor Feng, no need to explain to her. She's just looking for an excuse to reject me. Otherwise, when we were young, she clearly told me she liked roses and snow lotuses. If the warm and gorgeous rose could be combined with the pure and perfect snow lotus, it would surely become the most beautiful flower in the world. Now why has it become something she hates? He sneered. His eyes turned cold again as he thought to himself, what Feng Yan? What other woman in my eyes? It's all ridiculous. I've kept every word she said in my heart. Everything is done according to her likes. Yet she still nitpicks to find new excuses. The third prince clasped his hands to Chancellor Feng. This prince shall take his leave first. He was a bit worried and asked his daughter again, Feng Ni, do you really not like the third prince? She was recalling past events in her mind. When she sat beside Xiao Yu as a child, in a field full of flowers and grass, the black cat added a few words on the side. Oh my, the snow roses were actually planted by Xiao Yu for you. We misunderstood. Xiao Wu might have never truly loved Feng Yanran. The young lady didn't know how to choose, and the cat was saying something strange. She said, this lousy system of yours is really unreliable. In the imperial palace, a eunuch knelt down to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, the empress has been kneeling outside for 2 hours now. The emperor replied, let her in. The empress entered the imperial palace. She knelt down to greet the emperor. The emperor said, "Usually, I don't see you being so attentive as to kneel like this. Are you trying to use a ploy of suffering to pressure me today?" The empress replied, "I don't know how to teach our son to kneel. It's not to gain your majesty's sympathy, but only to apologize on behalf of the crown prince." The emperor angrily shouted, "No need to apologize for that rebellious son. What the prince did today, when young, was possessed by demons. When older, it's plotting to kill the emperor. I've only confined him to his residence out of respect for you." The empress, still kneeling, moved towards the emperor and said, "The crown prince stealing the defense plans for the road is indeed a heinous crime. I don't want to make excuses for him, but your majesty, think about it. Why could Feng Dufi think to take precautions, but the third prince couldn't? Those defense plans are related to your majesty's safety and that of many citizens. Why were they so easily taken from the third prince's hands? Being easily stolen could not only be due to the owner's carelessness, but also possibly a self-inflicted wound. Even if Feng Dufai's actions today were not the third prince's idea, did he really know nothing about it?" The emperor, hearing this, said, "These are just your speculations. Whatever they did, the crown prince stealing the map is a matter that has already been settled. I don't want to discuss this matter any further." The empress bowed her head and replied, "Yes." She thought, how could a suspicious monarch allow others to scheme against him? So what if Xiao Yu wins temporarily? The emperor will still be suspicious of him. She said, "Your Majesty, it's late. Why haven't you had dinner yet? How about I have someone cook your favorite dishes and we can have dinner together?" The emperor sighed and replied, "No need. I'm not hungry. You go rest first. I still have many memorials to review." The emperor thought about many years ago. Back then, when I was just a prince who almost got killed, it was the empress who risked everything to save me. Then she said, "I've brought spring to you. Rest here and recover with ease. If anything happens, this lady will protect you." Back then, she was pure, cheerful, and lively, but I don't know since when she became completely different from before. A eunuch came in to report, "Your Majesty, the third prince requests an audience." The emperor said, "Let him in." The third prince entered and knelt to greet the emperor. The emperor angrily said, "You all, are you trying to anger me to death?" Hearing this, the innocent third prince thought, "I haven't even said anything yet." He said, "Your son deserves death. I don't know what I've done to anger father. Please explain, father." The emperor felt he was overreacting, so he awkwardly asked, "Tell me, what did you come to see me for?" Xiao Yu replied, "Your son wishes to marry the daughter of the general's mansion, Feng Dufi. I ask for father's blessing." Hearing this, the emperor angrily shouted again, "What did you say?" He thought, the third prince is asking for marriage at this time. Isn't he afraid I'll suspect he and Feng Dufai conspired to frame the crown prince? Xiao Yu repeated, "Your son said, 'I like Feng Dufi. I'm sure father has already noticed. I hope father can bless this love." The emperor sternly replied, "What if I don't agree?" Xiao Yu said, "Your son knows why father doesn't agree. It's because the crown prince also wants to marry her. As father has already noticed, Feng Dufi doesn't want to marry the crown prince. The prime minister is wholeheartedly loyal to father. Does father really want to see the daughter he cherishes become a sacrifice for power? Can't she marry the one she loves?" Hearing this, the emperor slammed the table. He shouted, "Insolent." The third prince quickly said, "Your son deserves death. But I still want to say, please don't listen to the rumors outside. My feelings for Feng Er are not mixed with any benefits. It's like you and the empress. Because of your deep love, even after so many years of marriage, your feelings are still as deep as at the beginning. Your son only wants to marry the woman he loves. I don't want to consider any gains, losses, or profits. Even if father blames your son for this, or even demotes me to a commoner, I will not regret it." Hearing this, the emperor felt Xiao Yu was sincere. He said, "I understand your intentions now. This is a major matter. Even if I agree, I must think it through carefully. Let me think about it. You may withdraw for now." Xiao Yu replied, "Yes, thank you, father." He thought, emperors have always been the same. They don't like perfect saints, but prefer those with unpredictable temperaments. Today's matter, the empress will surely whisper in father's ear. My impulsiveness just now will dispel father's suspicions that Feng Er and I collaborated to frame the crown prince. Then Xiao Yu left. The emperor spoke again. "Bu Gong, don't you think the third prince is a bit like the empress?" Outside the mansion, Feng Yinyan came to find Feng Dufi and said, "Feng Dufi, haven't you hurt me enough by taking Xiao Yu away? Now you even tell him to cut ties with me. Back then, it was I who saved him. How could he treat me like this?" Feng Dufi replied, "Did you meet Xiao Yu privately today?" Feng Yinyan loudly answered, "Yes, I met him privately. He cut ties with me. Are you satisfied now?" Feng Dufi heard this and pondered. Xiao Yu could go this far for her sake, but she always felt he was acting. She was about to turn and leave when Feng Yinyan grabbed her sleeve and said, "Feng Dufi, "Stop right there. I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me?" Du Fi twisted Feng Yanyan's hand back and said, "Feng Yanyan, don't take kindness for weakness. Just because I tolerated you once doesn't mean I always will. You say I framed you today, but if someone hadn't maliciously planted things in my room at Votin Mountain Villa to make Xiao Yu suspect me, I wouldn't have left evidence on the map. This is called bringing trouble upon yourself. As for Xiao Yu cutting ties with you, that's also what you deserve. Yes, you saved him years ago, but today he has saved you too. From the moment you stole the map to harm him, any gratitude from years ago ended. In fact, if it weren't for him, I would have exposed you and the Crown Prince already. The Emperor loves the Crown Prince so much, yet still confined him to the Imperial clan court. Do you think just because you're a minor noble lady, the Emperor will spare you? Who needs your hypocrisy? What gives you the right to decide if I live or die, to think you can control my fate? Rest assured, next time I won't be so lenient." She then pushed Feng Yanyan away. Yanyan angrily shouted, "Feng Dufi." Suddenly, Prime Minister Feng appeared and said, "Yanyan, what trouble are you causing now?" Seeing her father, Yanyan said, "Father, you're really biased." Prime Minister Feng replied, "Your sister wouldn't attack you without reason. You must have provoked her first. Besides, your sister doesn't know about the third prince's proposal. How can you blame her?" Feng Yanyan was surprised to hear this. She said, "He came to propose." Yanyan thought, with so much happening today, how could he be in such a rush to marry Feng Dufi? Prime Minister Feng said, "I don't need to know why you're causing trouble with your sister, but this matter has been decided. From now on, don't have any inappropriate thoughts." Feng Dufi asked, "Has the Emperor agreed?" "Without the Emperor's approval, this matter isn't settled yet." At that moment, a eunuch from the Emperor's side rushed over and said, "Imperial edict." The eunuch read aloud the Emperor's edict. "By heaven's mandate, the Emperor decrees, the legitimate daughter of the Feng family, Feng Dufi, beautiful, intelligent, generous, and proper, is a worthy match for the Emperor's third son. We specially bestow marriage upon these two. The imperial astrologer shall choose an auspicious date to hold the wedding ceremony. So be it." After reading, the eunuch bowed and said, "Congratulations, Prime Minister Feng. Congratulations, Miss Feng. This is the edict that the third prince requested after kneeling for a long time in Longan Palace today." Thinking of his determined appearance then, this old servant is truly happy for you, miss. Feng Dufi accepted the edict and said, "Thank you, eunuch." She thought, what should little black do now? Can I really accept this? The system said, "Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you earlier when Tuhu was here, but I hadn't considered all aspects thoroughly, so I didn't say it. Do you remember the Todongni mission before, when I deceived you? At that time, besides making Xiao Yu misunderstand you, I actually deceived you for another reason. I felt that Xiao Yu's feelings for you, besides the hatred from 8 years ago, seemed to include something else. And you seem to have developed feelings for him too. It's just that you haven't realized it until now, or you don't want to admit it. I just wanted to give you another choice, another chance." Feng Dufi said, "System, you'll agree, right?" The cat system replied, "The current events unfolding are no longer under control, and you haven't done anything beyond the mission. It's Xiao Yu's feelings that have deviated. The imperial edict isn't something you can resist. So what else can you do?" Hearing this, Feng Dufi asked, "You mean I can directly go to Xiao Yu and happily agree to this marriage?" The cat system said, "You don't need to be that dramatic. At least you should pretend to be reluctant, unable to disobey the imperial edict. Otherwise, how can I help you extend the time to cover for the main system?" At the third prince's residence, a servant reported, "Master, the imperial edict has arrived." Then, "Do you need to visit the prime minister's mansion tomorrow? Share the good news with Miss Feng." The third prince coldly replied, "No, I think she probably doesn't want to see me now." But the servant beside him advised, "But master, the necessary ceremonies can't be missed. Do you have other matters tomorrow?" Xiao Yu angrily asked back, "Why are you saying so many unnecessary words? This prince simply doesn't want to see her. Is that not allowed?" Another servant entered and reported, "Your Highness, Miss Feng is here to see you." The third prince was quite surprised to hear this. He sulkily said, "Don't see her. Say this prince is already asleep." The servant said, "Master, that's not very good, is it? Your marriage to Miss Feng has been decided. You can't avoid meeting her forever." Xiao Yu put his hand on his forehead, thought for a while, and said, "What do you understand? The marriage has just been decided. It's not certain yet. What if she wants to cancel the engagement right now?" Hearing this, the servant consoled the third prince. "If Miss Feng wanted to cancel the engagement, she wouldn't come to see you now, but would go to the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty." Xiao Yu heard the servant say this and became a bit happy. He asked, "Is that so?" Feng Dufi entered from outside and said, "If I really came here to cancel the engagement, do you think not seeing me would make me not refuse this marriage?" The third prince angrily asked if she wanted to defy the edict. sigh. The servant beside him thought, why has the master's ability to read people's minds become so strange? The system also thought, Feng Yi, has Xiao Yu become stupid due to the shock of you canceling the engagement? Feng Dufi gently said, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Yu immediately asked, wouldn't dare? Then why have you come to see this prince so late at night? Feng Dufi thought, I don't know why, but after receiving the imperial edict, I wanted to see Xiao Yu. Perhaps because I strongly opposed before, I wanted to comfort him. Or maybe just seeing him makes me happy. The misunderstanding 8 years ago was entirely my fault. In recent years, I often dream about it at night. I'm always tormented by guilt. The memory is clear, his voice echoing in the snake pit calling Feng Jieji. Later when we met again, he was always domineering, cold, and heartless, always seeking revenge for my actions that year. But after resolving many misunderstandings, I discovered that even though he hated me so much, he was still protecting me. Is it because he likes me? Because he likes me. Today when I found out he disregarded everything for Feng Yanyan, I was so disappointed. Because I like him, even though I know I shouldn't, I still accepted the imperial marriage edict. Xiao Yu saw that Feng Dufi didn't answer him, so he asked again, Feng Dufi, didn't you hear this prince's question? Dufi replied, how come? Before, you always referred to yourself as I. Today, after receiving the marriage edict, you've become this prince. We're not even married yet, and you're already flaunting your princely status. Xiao Yu sulkily replied, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? No matter how much you act up, don't think I'll cancel the engagement. Hearing this, Feng Dufi playfully said, well, this young lady is hungry now. At this late hour, I want to eat a late-night meal made by your highness himself. I wonder if your highness can satisfy me. Xiao Yu said, if this prince satisfies you, will you obediently wait until our wedding day? Hearing this, Feng Dufi replied, that depends on how good your cooking skills are. Xiao Yu then called his servant Anguet, ordering him to prepare the dishes. The servant quickly replied, right away. At the dining table, Feng Dufi saw such a meal spread and was very pleased. She picked up a piece and thought it looked quite good. She took one bite, then spat it out immediately and called the third prince. Tu Vu, did you do this on purpose? Didn't you taste it while cooking? Xiu thought, this woman must be deliberately causing trouble again. As he spoke, he tasted a piece of food and thought, impossible. How could it taste like this? Feng Dufi asked, I'm asking you, do you really know how to cook? Xiao Yu felt a bit embarrassed. His face reddened as he said, such a simple task. How could this prince not know how to do it? The servant hiding behind the door hesitantly explained, Miss Feng, this isn't the master's fault. Before, when we were fighting at the border, we only ate grilled meat. We added salt just like this. Besides grilled meat, the master has never cooked before. Naturally, cooking is a bit unfamiliar to him. Hearing this, Feng Dufi asked in surprise, is this your first time? Then why did you act like you knew how to cook earlier? The cat system heard this and said, perhaps it's due to the skill of being both ordinary and confident. Xiao Yu was still embarrassed. He said, you just said you wanted to see my cooking skills before making a decision, but you didn't specify a time limit. Don't worry, before our wedding day, I'll definitely learn this simple task. Hearing this, Feng Dufi said hesitantly, all right, third prince, I believe you. Xiao Yu turned to look at her and said, if that's the case, stay here tonight. Hearing Xiao Yu say this, Feng Dufi asked, wait, how are these two things related? Xiao Yu replied, aren't you hungry? So if I order someone to remake the food, won't it take time? It's already the second watch now. To finish cooking and eat will take at least half an hour. Do you want me to send you back to your mansion at the third watch? Feng Dufi replied, I didn't say I wanted you to take me back. The third prince said sulkily, now I'm your fiancé. In the dead of night, how could I let a woman like you go home alone? Hearing this, Feng Dufi shyly replied, all right then. After returning to the room, Feng Dufi changed clothes and prepared to sleep. She talked to the system. Little Black, how long do you need to contact the main system to disappear? The cat system replied, why? Can't bear to be apart from me. Don't worry, I won't give the main system a chance to probe, Master. Normal systems don't investigate the detailed purposes of missions in each world. Otherwise, the information would easily overload. So I'll cover some appropriate parts and directly report all your affairs to it. It won't be suspicious anymore. Hearing this, Feng Dufi was very happy and said, that's good then. As Feng Dufi was preparing to sleep, the cat asked again, Fenger, as long as the important mission can be completed, the main plot won't collapse. The main system probably won't be able to do anything to you. Feng Dufi closed her eyes and replied, with you here, I feel at ease. Little Black felt embarrassed hearing this. It said, Fenger, even without me, you could do it. After a comfortable afternoon nap, Feng Dufi was still drowsy. With eyes half closed, she called out, Little Black, but received no response. Feng Dufi opened her eyes to find Little Black had disappeared. She wondered as she sat up, puzzled, why can't I contact Little Black? Feeling bored, Feng Dufi decided to go outside for some air. Coincidentally, Xiao Yu arrived in a horse-drawn carriage to visit. Seeing Feng Dufi standing outside the room, he stepped out of the carriage and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Feng Dufi replied without much thought, "You probably know, a few days before the wedding, the bride and groom shouldn't meet, right? Although the Imperial Astronomical Bureau hasn't set your date yet, according to your father's wishes, the sooner the better." She lowered her voice and said gently, "So I have to be a bit careful." Xiao Yu, looking at her charming demeanor, stammered, "How can you say that?" Feng Dufi felt a bit smug. Covering her mouth with her hand, she smiled and joked, "Don't you know?" Xiao Yu also shyly admitted the truth. "No one told me about it." Feng Dufi's smile faded. She felt a bit of pity for him, thinking, Xiao Yu wasn't loved by his parents since childhood. In recent years, he grew up at the border. How could anyone have told him about these things? Why did I speak so thoughtlessly? She blamed herself for being inconsiderate. Feng Dufi put on a serious face and firmly told Xiao Yu, "If you don't know, then you don't know. Actually, it's not accurate. It's just a superstitious saying of old people. Even if we meet every day, I believe whether our future life is good or not can't be determined by not meeting for a few days." Hearing her speak like this, Xiao Yu remembered how she always used to teach him many things like this. He thought to himself, from childhood to adulthood, Feng Dufi hasn't changed a bit. As long as he showed a little disappointment or frustration, she couldn't bear it and would comfort him. Xiao Yu collected himself and glumly confided in her, "But my father and mother did meet every day, yet their life together wasn't good at all." Feng Dufi just smiled and replied, "How can we be like them?" Feng Dufi recounted the situation of Xiao Yu's father and mother. She said, "Your father was a womanizer. On the surface, he seemed to love the empress, but in reality, he took more concubines." She added that he and your mother were just the result of drunken recklessness, a passing love. Returning to the present, Feng Dufi emphasized, "But didn't you say that in this life, you won't take any other woman? So how can we be like them?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face showed great satisfaction as he smiled and agreed. Feng Dufi looked at his expression and thought to herself, although this man can sometimes be cold, lonely, domineering, and annoying, growing up in an incomplete family, not going astray, is already not easy. How can I be harsh on him? Xiao Yu moved closer to her. He put his hands on her shoulders. Sweetly and obediently seeking her confirmation, he asked, "Do you mean we can be happy and harmonious, never separating forever?" Feng Dufi immediately affirmed, "Of course." Xiao Yu, as if encouraged, drew closer to her with a more flirtatious tone. "Then give me a kiss. I'll believe you." Feng Dufi was surprised and speechless. A thought crossed her mind, always feeling something wasn't right. But before she could finish thinking, Xiao Yu took the initiative to hold her chin and kissed her lips. The sweet kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming water. After being kissed, Feng Dufi playfully punched the satisfied Xiao Yu's chest. She scolded him, saying, "I hadn't agreed yet." Xiao Yu looked at her lovingly and said, "It's all right, I believe you now." Later, at the Chancellor's mansion, Feng Dufi was a bit absent-minded, thinking to herself, "This Xiao Yu, who says he doesn't believe in gods and spirits, still followed the rules and brought me back home." Entering the room, she suddenly remembered and thought, "I wonder if Little Black has returned." Then she called out for Little Black. A system immediately appeared and connected with her. It greeted, "Hello, test subject." When Feng Dufi heard this, she realized this voice wasn't Little Black's. Feng Dufi, a bit irritated, asked loudly, "Who are you? Where's Little Black?" That system then explained, "I am System 02, the highest level and oldest system below the main system. As for Little Black that the host mentioned, it's probably System 1001. System 02 added about Little Black. Due to its deployment of an incomplete human emotion function, it caused serious errors in its recent programs. It intended to deceive the main system, so the main system decided to eliminate it." Feng Dufi immediately refuted. "I don't believe it." She demanded System 02 in return. "You contact the main system right now to bring Little Black back here. If not, whoever wants to do this mission can do it. I'm not doing it anymore." System 02 replied impassively, "Sorry, host. The system is also helpless." Feng Dufi, displeased, said, "Helpless, is it? If that's the case, no one will get what they want." A segment of the system's plot imagery appeared around Feng Dufi again. She approached System 2, touched it, and said, "If your main system wants to complete the plot of this world, it must have some benefit that doesn't involve me. Perhaps there are others who can advance the plot. But what if I'm determined to sabotage its plot?" She began to challenge the system. She added, "Perhaps I shouldn't be heartless enough to kill Xiao Yu, but I have countless ways to prevent him from becoming emperor. By then, the main plot will surely collapse." Feng Dufai emphasized, the main system shouldn't think about gaining any benefits either. However, the system was still just a system, cold and emotionless. It replied to her, there's a condition for the subsystem to contact the main system. It's mandatory that after the host completes the mission, they have the right to communicate once, unless you complete the next mission first. At that time, I will convey your intentions to the main system. The time of the main system and the time of each subsystem are not synchronized. As long as you complete the mission within 3 days, it can be in time. Again, it was a forced exchange. Feng Dufei frowned and coldly replied, what's the mission this time? System 02 then confirmed the mission for her. The Empress Dowager's Xianwang mansion on Fenghua Mountain in the outskirts is hoarding money and food supplies. They're raising private armies, disguising them very well. You must find evidence of each person's crimes. Only then can you expose them and overthrow the Empress. Feng Dufei only hoped to see Little Black again. Conceding, she accepted the mission, saying, I understand. I'll do it. She thought with determination, for Little Black's safety, this must be done as quickly as possible. The next day at the fourth prince's mansion, there was a thudding sound outside the gate. The fourth prince heard it and asked, who's there? Feng Dufei immediately entered. The fourth prince was surprised and called her name, Feng Dufei. Feng Dufei entered coldly and asked, something has happened to Yan Yin. Will you save her or not? The fourth prince then said, the second miss of your chancellor's mansion is in trouble. You need me to save her. Feng Dufei calmly replied, I know my sister once instructed you not to speak about your relationship with anyone else. But if it wasn't an urgent matter, if she hadn't told me herself, how would I know about you two? The fourth prince, looking annoyed, turned away and denied. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm telling you, your sister and I have no relationship at all. Feng Dufei carelessly replied, then just stay here and wait to receive her corpse. Feng Dufei pretended to turn and leave. She then heard the fourth prince call out, wait. Feng Dufei smirked. She thought happily. Dong Yi was indeed right. The fourth prince really likes Feng Yan. The fourth prince stood up, finally showing concern. Tell me clearly, your sister, Yan, what exactly happened to her? Feng Dufei then briefly explained, she's missing, probably kidnapped. According to the last person who saw her, the bandits took her towards Fenghua Mountain in the outskirts. At Fenghua Mountain, while the fourth prince was anxiously searching, he met an acquaintance who said, Miss To. The fourth prince asked, Miss To, are you also here to look for Yan? Miss To was puzzled. Yan. Miss To saw Feng Dufei behind him gesturing for help. She immediately understood. She then followed Feng Dufei's lead, nodding in agreement. That's right, I'm here to look for Yan. The words aligned with the plan, making Feng Dufei silently grateful and mentally giving Miss Tu a thumbs up. Feng Dufei thought, it seems the fourth prince and To Dongni have no connection to major court affairs. That's why they're trustworthy. They might also be the most trusted by the emperor. Feng Dufei reasoned further. The fourth prince just needed to be deceived, but she didn't want to lie to Dongni. She just wrote a letter asking her to come to Fenghua Mountain to discuss details. To Dongni began to blend into the plan, saying, I didn't expect your highness to come too. It seems you have deep feelings for Yan. The fourth prince scratched his head embarrassedly and said, it's just the right thing to do. The three of them then continued to search for Yan. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw a group of people standing in front of a cave. To Dongni asked why there were so many people. The fourth prince anxiously said, who exactly kidnapped Yan? What are their intentions? Feng Dufei frowned and deduced. They all came out from the leftmost cave on the side. It's estimated to hold about 10 people inside. They've already sent out dozens. Even if there are people in the cave, there should only be a few left. Let's go in and take a look. The three continued towards another cave entrance. Once inside, they found no one. To Dongni said in surprise, there's no one here. The fourth prince went in first, examining the objects left in the cave. Opening a chest, he stammered, This is Imperial. All three were somewhat suspicious of the items there. To Dongni voiced her thoughts. I'm afraid this cave leads to the bandits' lair. To Dongni took a step back, accidentally stepping on something hard on the ground. A sound rang out, and she wondered, why is this grass so hard? She dug up the hard part of the ground. With a cracking sound, it opened. They saw a cloth bag containing many swords and various tools. Feng Dufei thought, the Hianwang mansion is truly daring. To Dongni, feeling uneasy, suggested a plan. We should leave first. Just the three of us here probably can't do much. Let's go back and report to the officials first. Suddenly, footsteps were heard running towards the cave entrance. The three hid against the cave wall. To Dongni anxiously asked, what should we do? Are there soldiers? Feng Dufei said, the soldiers couldn't possibly be in league with the bandits. Could they have received orders to eliminate the robbers? The situation outside was indeed so. There were many soldiers surrounding the bandits who had been tied up. Feng Dufi said with satisfaction. We can safely go outside now. As the three of them went out, the Jingzhou prefect, an official leading the soldiers, pointed and asked them, "Who are you?" The fourth prince then folded his arms and introduced himself. "I am the fourth prince of the current dynasty. Today, the bandits kidnapped 3 of my friends. We followed their trail here, but we discovered a large amount of gold and weapons in the cave. This is probably why you came here too, right?" Suddenly, more people came to look. They called out, "Fourth Prince, Miss Feng." Hearing her name being called, Feng Dufi turned around. Tiohu and his subordinates approached, asking curiously, "You're here too?" "We received information that said someone was stockpiling money and supplies here, raising private troops. We came to check it out. Are you here for the same reason?" Feng Dufi, seeing Tiohu's appearance, thought uneasily about Tiohu's involvement. It would reduce the credibility of this matter. That's why she hadn't informed Tiohu. One of the tied-up bandits suddenly shouted, "You're so bold. How dare you lay hands on us? We are people from the third prince's mansion." Feng Dufi, hearing this, retorted, "This lowly servant of the third prince is right here. You clearly don't know him, yet you dare claim to be from the third prince's mansion." That man then replied, "We who are mere servants, how could we be lucky enough to meet the most powerful master? It's not strange that you don't recognize us." He added, "However, our superiors said that training troops and horses here is all for the third prince. So when we say our master is the third prince, what's wrong with that?" Tiohu's subordinate, hearing this, became angry. He drew his sword threateningly. "Insolent! You lowly dog servants dare to slander the third prince. I'll kill you today." The fourth prince spoke up to stop him. "Wait, today, witnesses and evidence are all here. Could it be that the third prince's mansion wants to silence witnesses? If third brother is truly innocent, he probably wouldn't mind letting the Jingzhou prefect take these rebels for questioning." The Jingzhou prefect then stated, "Third prince, I believe in your innocence, but according to procedure, you should still return with my subordinates." The fourth prince, hearing this, also instructed, "Lord Jingzhou prefect, please investigate this major matter thoroughly. The money and valuables should be added to several people to change His Highness to find Yan Ran." The Jingzhou prefect acknowledged, "Yes." After delegating tasks, the fourth prince turned to Feng Dufi and probed, "As for witnesses, I am willing to contribute my efforts. Miss Feng will also go along later, right?" Feng Dufi heard this and felt a bit uneasy. Tiohu looked at her coldly. Feng Dufi didn't know what to say. She could only call his name. Tiohu glanced towards the third prince. Feng Dufi was called by To Dongni, Dufi. To Dongni pulled her hand to go. As they walked, she said, "There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Let's go along and see what's happening." Feng Dufi agreed with To Dongni's intention. She replied, "All right." At the Tu mansion, the whole Tu family was kneeling on the ground, receiving the emperor's edict. It was already dark. The official carrying out the emperor's order stood straight. He opened the edict and read aloud, "The emperor decrees. Tutran Kwok is stripped of his position as Minister of War, imprisoned in the imperial jail, and his property awaits inspection." The emperor's words were brief, but like a thunderbolt. Tu Dongni couldn't accept this reality. She wept bitterly in the night. She was determined to believe in her father. "It can't be. My father couldn't have done such things." Once again, she wanted to hope for even a glimmer of chance, so she begged the official to investigate thoroughly. When Tu Dongni had cried until her voice was hoarse, tears dried up. Now she could only sit in silent sorrow. Then Feng Dufi spoke up. She said to the Jingzhou prefect, "Sir, is there no way to reconsider? I also don't want to believe the Minister of War is such a person." The Jingzhou prefect slowly explained, "The rebels have confessed themselves. The missing items also match the records provided by the T2 mansion." He told the two young ladies helplessly that there was no other way. In the hall, the third prince was with the fourth prince. The fourth prince spoke smoothly, praising his brother. "Third brother is truly clever. Everything has been pushed onto Minister 2 to take responsibility. On the contrary, you remain clean." He spoke with pity, but with a calm face. "It's a shame, Minister, to can't implicate you. Who knows what state he'll be beaten into." The third prince heard these words from his younger brother. He couldn't bear it anymore. He coldly said that if you don't need your mouth anymore, then continue. He said this with an extremely cold expression, making the fourth prince tremble with fear. Then the third prince left immediately. The fourth prince was humiliated, angry but unable to do anything. He just called out brother once. So insidious, the fourth prince didn't give up. The third prince had just left when he had to turn back sharply because the fourth prince approached Feng Dufi. He spoke solemnly, saying, "Today, I thank Miss Feng for bringing this prince to Fanghua Mountain. I got to see such an interesting play. He emphasized, I'm truly grateful to Miss Feng. These sarcastic words were clearly intended to trap Feng Dufi. She saw the third prince and realized the intention in his words. She hurriedly explained loudly, Tiohu, it wasn't me. He had clearly been paying attention to her just now, but hearing her say that, the third prince coldly told his subordinate beside him, Anwet, let's go. Feng Dufi felt a bit reluctant. She tried once more to call Tiohu's name. Suddenly, from somewhere, the system appeared and said beside her, he doesn't want to see you right now. Why are you still wasting time? Seeing the system, she changed her mood. Feng Dufi was angry. It was you who gave me a fake mission to drag me into this, to divide the relationship between Tiohu and me. She was so furious she wanted to crush that system. The system replied, if you've already guessed everything, then I don't need to hide anymore. Actually, my mission was to divide you two. The system admitted and asked a question. But have you ever thought about why the system host did this? The system explained further. Feng Dufai, though angry, gritted her teeth and listened to it speak. Feng Dufai, you are the first one to betray the trust of the system host. The host brought you to this world, not for you to seduce the male lead, but to complete the mission, to gain merit before retirement. Sensing the unsettling words, she argued back immediately. I didn't seduce him. If you, system, have such great power, then you should know that the male lead's feelings completely changed beyond my imagination. Then the system said to Feng Dufi, let's make a bet. She was a bit worried but still asked, bet on what? The system explained, bet on this time. You can do what you think. She pondered as the system spoke. On the other side, the third prince and his subordinate Anwet were hurrying somewhere. The third prince was walking so fast that Anwet had to call him back. Master, wait for me. The master servant chase only stopped when Feng Dufi called out, Tiohu. The third prince turned half his face, seemingly disgusted to see her. She ran to where the two were but stood far, keeping a distance. Only Anwet looked at her and asked, going straight to the point, Miss Feng, why do you want to harm the master after all? The third prince was still looking away. She was flustered and quickly replied as if wrongly accused. Her eyes turned towards the person who was turning his face away from her, the third prince. She said earnestly, her eyes still rising with hope, if I say it wasn't me, will you believe me? Finally, the third prince paid a little attention to her, still with that cold demeanor. He slightly turned back and told her to speak. Feng Yanyin was kidnapped. Before those eyes that looked extremely cold and cruel, as if they could cut through everything, Feng Dufi still answered strongly. She also put on a fiercer expression. I tied her up myself. The third prince became increasingly puzzled. He asked back, why? With a face of pity and contempt. Pity for Feng Dufi, who he loved and who was once genuinely kind to him at least, but more contempt because she had made herself become someone who would now harm her own younger sister. Those words must have made the third prince turn completely to pay attention to her. Feng Dufi took the opportunity to explain. Because I brought the fourth prince to Fanghua Mountain, she spoke excitedly while moving forward to grab the third prince's robe. I admit I took them there, but I didn't know all the evidence would accuse you and minister too. She raised her hand to her chest, like someone trying to convince another. She added, explaining everything for him to understand. The information I received was that everything was done by the Empress's maternal family. I just wanted to help you find some evidence. The third prince's expression had softened. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, where did you get this information? The question made Feng Dufai freeze, her body stiffening, not because she couldn't answer, but for fear he wouldn't believe the truth. She thought helplessly to herself, I probably can't say there's a system in my head, can I? She had to think of another reason, but didn't want to deceive him either. Although my father is loyal to the emperor, of course there will be underground forces. When they received information and reported to him, I overheard it. She expressed to Tiohu, what I needed to say. I've said it all. Can you trust me this time? The third prince still couldn't help but wonder. He wanted to be sure of everything, so he asked doubtfully, if that's the case, why didn't you tell me? He said angrily in a loud voice. Even if you received the information when you were anxious, but you had a very careful plan afterward, why didn't you think about telling me once? Feng Dufi also didn't understand herself. She only knew to give one last pleading answer to Tiohu, but it was also hopeless as the third prince closed his eyes, seemingly not wanting to hear any more words. He was too disappointed in his Feng sister. 8 years ago, you deceived me like this. outwardly seeming sincere and kind to me, but actually just wanting to find ways to kill me to please the crown prince. He became angrier as he spoke. If today I didn't know what you were actually doing, it's just a habit of yours that hasn't changed a bit in all these years, isn't it? He spoke while gripping her hand tightly with one hand, pulling her into his arms. But it wasn't an intimate gesture. It was more like a threat, and everything seemed to just want to say, Feng Dufi, you've lost. The result was too clear. This time, no one was by her side. The system immediately appeared and said, should you follow my request now? Still in that atmosphere, the sky was high and had darkened completely. Feng Dufi was truly miserable at this moment. She said, Tohu, so our marriage should be canceled too, right? Hearing these shameless words, the third prince lifted her chin and said angrily, don't even think about it. In his heart, he had long thought there was no trust left for the woman in front of him. I know that happy appearance, accepting our marriage yesterday, was an act. It was to make me let my guard down for today. The third prince didn't think anymore. He directly spoke the thoughts in his heart. Feng Dufi, let me tell you, unless I die in this life, otherwise you'll never escape from me. Contrary to his domineering demeanor, Feng Dufi seemed very pleased. With a satisfied expression, she replied, all right. Seeing her overly excited appearance, the third prince thought she had misheard something he said. To extinguish her hope, you think I will laugh and talk with you? Her expression returned to normal, and she replied very seriously. No, I know you're serious. I am too. Seeing her unusually obedient demeanor, the third prince's heart softened a bit. Nevertheless, he maintained his cold response. What you think? This prince doesn't care much anymore. The third prince left immediately after that. Feng Dufai watched his figure intently with a happy expression. She said to the system, you've lost. Then immediately the system appeared. Feng Dufai said firmly, you heard it too. Unless he dies, unless you abandon this world, otherwise don't waste time trying to separate us anymore. The system witnessed the whole event. It seemed to think the host was too optimistic. It thought and said, but he doesn't trust you. Aren't you sad? She didn't care much. With a determined expression that was hard to shake, she replied, coolly retorted, that's my business. That cool attitude is more like me. Moving into the small room in the quiet atmosphere, Feng Dufi hurriedly went to Todung Ni, who was kneeling on the ground, kneeling motionless, without saying a word. She helped Todung Ni stand up, saying sorry, it's all my fault. If I hadn't brought everyone down, Todung Ni said with a dejected expression. I know today you lured His Highness the Crown Prince here must have had a different purpose. But on Fanghua Mountain, there are all the provisions, money, account books, private troops. Even if you didn't go, someone else like you would also not know the third prince appeared once. But he was still there, wasn't he? After saying that, Todung Ni expressed her guess. Before, my father was under the third prince's command. Perhaps their target wasn't just my father, but also the third prince. Then Todung Ni grasped Feng Dufi's hands, urgently said, Dufai, you don't need to feel guilty. But now that something has happened to the Tu family, I can't leave the main gate of the Qintriu prefecture. She begged with tears in her eyes, as if Dufai was the last glimmer of hope for her family. Please, can you help me uncover the truth? Give our Tu family some justice. Hearing these words, Feng Dufai determinedly said, no matter what, I will uncover the truth for Tonatra. Then Todung Ni continued to sob, moved by her friend's sincerity. Thank you, Dufi. Being your friend is a blessing of 3 lifetimes for me. She expressed her trust. You're so smart. I believe you can definitely save me. Feng Dufai comforted Miss Tu while promising I will do it. Then she left in the late night. She pondered her future plans. She seemed to have figured something out. Feng Dufi said, I understand now. It's the Heian Prince's mansion, right? A blue light appeared. She had awakened the system. As soon as it met her, it said, what's going on? She asked, if I'm not mistaken, you need to complete a mission to be able to contact the system master. Then she lectured, so you'd better tell me early, so we can leave earlier. The system didn't know how to respond to this domineering host. The system explained that in the original story, Tiohu led the military department in an orderly manner. The emperor highly praised this. The empress, with old and new grudges, finally focused on blaming Tothuang Tu. Therefore, the Heian Prince's mansion deliberately abandoned part of the private army, using it to frame Tothuang Tu and the male lead. After hearing the whole story, Feng Dufi felt she had been too foolish, thought it was a chicken, turned out to be grain. It was a mouse falling into a rice jar. Making things turn out this way was truly due to her stupidity, not anticipating the Heian Prince's ruthlessness. Now she could only dig a hole to bury herself to lessen the shame shame, jump into the river to wash away the disgrace. She cried without tears and asked, what happened next? The system continued to explain. She had long relied on the Empress, but the missions failed time and time again. Finally, relying on her father's slight connection with the Heian prince, she went to the Heian prince's mansion to seek help. Unexpectedly, she discovered the prince's mansion had connections with the Wulin Alliance leader. The system analyzed, yet you were pleased to go harm Tiohu. As a result, Tiohu took advantage to extract evidence showing that the Heian prince's mansion was maintaining a private army. This helped To Thuongthu overturn the case. In the end, she still found herself extremely foolish. She thought, was the character in the original story really crazy to keep seeking death? However, the Heian prince's mansion colluding with the Wulin Alliance leader was also useful information. She seriously thought, realizing time was running out. Now that the emperor had ordered to judge the case with his own authority, if she wanted to delay time, there was only one way. Feng Dufi rushed urgently somewhere. She opened the door, burst in, and called out, "Father." She believed her father was the last savior, also the only trump card to turn the situation around. The atmosphere inside the room was also very tense. The father, who loved his child like a treasure, now turned away when he saw her. Her father asked, "Dufi, what brings you to see me?" She was surprised to see another person beside her father. It was her grandmother. She was awkward before her father's outward coldness. She was no longer a child for her father to treat like an egg, cherishing her like a flower. But this time, she still had to ask for his help. She said nervously, Daughter wants to request father's help with something." Although her father seemed uninterested, he still said, "Let's hear what you have to say." Given permission, she expressed all her feelings. Today, the Minister of War was arrested and jailed. It's clearly a false accusation. Our Phuong family and the Tu family have a friendship. Father must be very sad about this too, she asserted, so it can't be allowed. Her father listened to his daughter speak. He understood all his daughter's intentions. His precious daughter begged, but he firmly refused. Whether he's wrongly accused or not, I don't know. But I'm absolutely not sad, nor can I help him plead for mercy. Perhaps her father had some hidden concerns, and it seemed this time father and daughter disagreed. At this moment, Feng Dufi's grandmother spoke up. She said with a sad expression, "I didn't expect Dufi to come here for this matter too. It's a pity. It's all this old woman's fault." Hearing her grandmother's tone, Feng Dufi guessed. Were her father and Thuongthu enemies? Seeming to understand his daughter's guess before she could ask, he angrily said, "This scoundrel is not worthy to be my enemy." The grandmother on one side saw all of the chancellor's mood. She knew her son still harbored much resentment. She said, "What does that year's matter have to do with Tron Kwok?" She expressed her feelings and casually recounted that event to the next generation, Feng Dufi. "It was this old woman's foolishness that wanted Tothi Lang's precious daughter to marry you. Chang Kwok was also entrusted by others to help me recommend the daughter of a distant relative." The grandmother asked her son directly, "Could it be you've harbored hatred for him all these years?" In the end, it was still a matter of past generations' grudges, Feng Dufi realized. So it turned out that Mother Feng Yanyin and To Thuongthu's family were distant relatives. No wonder the temperament of Dung Ni could be friends with Yanyin for so many years. She didn't give up but tried to persuade her father. Whether To Thuongthu's father did anything wrong or not, your daughter will not discuss. She separated the issue and explained its danger. But father, To Thuongthu's current crime is not simply a matter of fines or dismissal, but the great crime of treason by maintaining a private army. She emphasized, even striking at her father's weak point, at his compassion. Even if father can watch a loyal official be framed and die, your daughter doesn't believe father can watch 100 people of the Breyer to family be buried with him. The chancellor wavered a bit, but he still helplessly said, "The emperor has already issued an edict on this matter. Without sufficient evidence, the verdict cannot be overturned. What can I do?" She leaned close to the chancellor's ear, but full of confidence. "As long as father is willing to help, nothing is impossible." Then she said something else that no one could hear. Perhaps her plan was so bold that the chancellor had to frown. He doubtfully said to her, "Are you crazy?" Scene changes to the prison. To Thuongthu sat calmly. Dung Ni came and sat next to her father. She comforted her father, "Don't worry. There will definitely be a way to overturn your sentence. Nothing will happen to us." To Thuongthu was a bit skeptical. He said, "Child, tell me the truth. Feng Chancellor has resented me for so many years. I'm afraid he won't let his daughter help us. Even if he agrees, do you really believe a young girl can overturn the verdict for our two family?" Suddenly, Feng Duqi's voice rang out. You ungrateful old fool. My Feng Ni has persistently pleaded for you. It's fine if you wrongly accuse me, but you dare slander my daughter behind my back. Tu Thuongthu was startled. Feng Duqi stood outside the prison. Tu Thuongthu was surprised. He awkwardly replied, "Ah," then hesitated before continuing. "Chancellor, why are you here?" Deng Ni, secretly delighted, asked Feng Duqi, "Uncle Feng, did Dufi tell you to come help my family?" Feng Duqi praised. Deng Ni is still so clever. He didn't hesitate to exclaim, "I don't know how a fool like him could have such an intelligent daughter." Suddenly, an official came to report. "Chancellor, it's not good. Someone's trying to break into the prison. It's dangerous here. Please come with me quickly, sir." "What's happening? Who are they here for?" Feng Duqi stood in front of him. Inside the prison, Tu Thuongthu and his daughter were still listening to the situation. The man looked towards Thuongthu in the cell and said, "I don't know," but he hesitated a bit, then continued, "There haven't been many prisoners lately." Tu Thuongthu firmly said, "Impossible. Our Tu family is completely innocent. We would never arrange a prison break." The official didn't know what to do. He looked towards Feng Duqi and said, "Chancellor Feng." Feng Duqi understood and replied, Let's go." The sound of a sword cutting the prison lock. Feng Dufi was dressed discreetly, face covered with a scarf, still holding a sword. Her voice urgent and quick. "We don't have many people. The master has ordered to seize this opportunity to rescue you all." Doan Kin Triofu hesitated a bit, but before he could finish, Feng Dufi impatiently said, "But what? Do you really want to die here?" Doan Kin Triofu continued, "But what about to Dai Nyan? Don't forget to remind him. Remember, we're a team." Feng Dufi thought to herself, "Isn't it simple enough now?" With one sword strike, Feng Dufi cut the lock of Tu Thuongthu's cell. The lock fell. Feng Dufi urged, "Go quickly. Today, the emperor has ordered the confiscation of To's property. This verdict cannot be overturned. If you stay here, you can only wait for death." Thuongthu firmly said, "I won't go anywhere." Deng Ni immediately added, "If father doesn't go, I won't go either. We can't let the emperor add the crime of treason to To's charges." Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out. Feng Dufi realized the problem. Doan Kintrofu panicked. Looking at the number of soldiers before them, he asked, "What now?" From inside to outside, there are at least 200 people here. Feng Dufi didn't think much. She said firmly, "Things have come to this point. Of course, we'll fight our way out." Feng Dufi, slightly angry, said sarcastically, "Damn it. At a time like this, you're still hiding things. If you don't show your abilities now, this place will be the burial ground for all of us today." Doan Kin Triofu thought to himself. He knew there was something hidden in his hand. It seems it's really the prince who sent someone to rescue us. Feng Dufi watched him charge forward. She thought, not bad, he's obedient. Just then, the official from earlier arrived with Feng Duqi. Behind them were guards ready to draw their bows. He shouted, "Stop! My arrows have no eyes. It's done." The official stood before Feng Duqi and Feng Dufi. Apologetically, he said, "Miss Feng, I've offended you." Feng Dufi pulled down her face cover and replied, "As you say, sir. My father and I should thank you for your contribution to justice." Feng Duqi also cheerfully added, "That's right. Your Excellency can agree. It was already very difficult for this old man to act out this scene." The official respectfully replied, "This humble official will submit a report telling the emperor the truth of what I've seen and heard." Scene changes to Longam Palace. The eunuch's voice rang out, "Miss Feng requests an audience." Tio Hu was kneeling before the emperor. The emperor, with a stern expression, said, "You two, have you discussed everything? Why not just come in together?" Tio Hu, hands clasped, bowed his head before the emperor and said, "Father, I did not discuss with her earlier. After separating at the Qin Trio mansion, I went directly back to the third prince's mansion. I truly didn't know she would come to see you, father." The emperor was a bit displeased. He coldly said, "Let her in." Seeing Tio Hu there, Feng Dufi thought to herself, "What's he doing here?" Feng Dufi knelt down next to Tio Hu and paid her respects. "Your subject greets Father Emperor." The emperor got straight to the point. "You two, stop pretending. Speak. What do you have to say?" Feng Dufi presented a memorial to the emperor with both hands. "Your Majesty, before your subject reports, please review this memorial first." The emperor reached out and took the memorial from Feng Dufi's hands. Tio Hu, seeing this, thought, "At this late hour, what exactly did she come to the palace for?" Thud. The emperor slammed the memorial down. With a stern expression, the emperor questioned, "What do you mean by this?" Feng Dufi frankly explained to the emperor, "Just now, at the Qin Trio mansion, your subject and Duan Qin Triofu discussed staging a scene where someone intentionally tried to break out of prison, ensuring that the prison breaker couldn't escape." The emperor interrupted angrily, I'm not blind. I can read the words on the memorial. I'm asking why you did this. Feng Dufi, not hiding anything, replied. Your Majesty, it was to investigate the background of Toya's private army. Tiohu now looked at Feng Dufi, thinking to himself, she still wants to frame the Ta family. The emperor, now angry, questioned, private army. The private army recruited personally by the Ta family. What other background could it have? Feng Dufi recounted that scene. She narrated clearly, Your Majesty, Doan Kinufu witnessed it with his own eyes. Those private soldiers all had superior martial arts skills. They mostly practiced one type of martial art. If archers hadn't been arranged beforehand, I'm afraid they could have defeated all the soldiers. The most suspicious thing is that they initially concealed themselves very well, until your subject disguised herself to stage a prison break. Feng Dufi bowed her head before the emperor. The emperor said, the records show that the Tao family spent money to recruit talented people from among the common folk. But now there are layers of suspicion, she continued. Your subject knows she's at fault. I dare not beg your majesty for forgiveness, but the two family are loyal people. They absolutely cannot die unjustly like this. I implore your majesty to investigate clearly. At this moment, Tiu looked at her, couldn't help but wonder and think, she actually came to help the sex. To family overturn the verdict. Tiohu was even more confused about why Feng Dufi would do this. The emperor, still doubtful, said, let's assume what you say is true. Then why did you come up with this idea? As if continuing the emperor's words, he voiced his speculation. You already knew they were nurturing a private army. Feng Dufi earnestly explained, your subject and Minister Tu's daughter, To Dongyi, are best friends. Before she was imprisoned, she cried and begged your subject to investigate the truth for the Ta family. Your subject could only think through all possible ways, not overlooking any clues. The emperor pondered without saying a word. Feng Dufi was still kneeling before the emperor. She continued, you may not trust your subject, but regardless, for the stability of the court, you must thoroughly investigate this case. The emperor now placed his hand on his forehead, thinking, Feng Dufi was not wrong. If after this incident there really was a mastermind who had planned everything in advance, then for his empire, it would be an enormous threat. Immediately after, the emperor turned to Tiohu. He asked sternly, what about you? Are you also here for this matter? Tiohu then spoke up, responding, Father Emperor, your son has another matter. Tiohu recalled the events of a few days ago. He remembered the account book. Then Tiohu explained to the emperor, a few days ago, Minister of Works Ling Wenfeng embezzled public funds. You ordered his execution. Today, your son has investigated all the assets under his name. I discovered a suspicious point. Feng Dufi turned to look at Tiohu with curiosity. Previously, Tuvu had angrily left in frustration, clearly wanting to overturn Tu Thuongtu's verdict. Now, why was he investigating the accounts of a dead man, unless this person was related to Tu Thuongtu being falsely accused? The emperor also couldn't help but ask Tiohu curiously, is there something suspicious? Tiohu continued to explain before the emperor. In response, Father Emperor, the accounts clearly state that each year Ling Wenfeng would spend a large sum of money to aid disaster victims and poor commoners. Feng Dufi now seriously pondered. She couldn't help but sigh, extorting the sweat and tears of the people only to use it to aid the commoners. This is truly too hypocritical. Tiohu described the scenario of using large sums of money for land reclamation. He also explained clearly to the emperor the accounts record that Ling Wenfeng would reclaim wasteland every year in the north and recruit commoners. Each year, a large sum of money would be spent. Tiohu also expressed his own thoughts. Your son suspects all these expenses are fake. Their purpose is to use them for bribes and profit sharing. The emperor doubtfully asked Tiohu, you mean he still has accomplices who haven't been caught? Tiohu continued to provide evidence. Your son has heard that while in office, Ling Wenfeng associated closely with Hien Wang. The emperor didn't let Tiohu finish speaking. He angrily shouted, damn it. The emperor, unable to contain his anger now, stood up and scolded Tiohu. Hien Wang is the biological father of the empress. He's a loyal elder statesman of 3 dynasties. You just listen to fabricated rumors from outside. Daring to slander him before me is truly audacious. Tiohu then bowed his head and lowered his voice. Your son deserves death. The emperor was still agitated. You truly deserve death. Relying on your own merits these past years, time and time again you've become overconfident, always disobeying my will. Now that you've married the eldest daughter of the Feng family, you still want to baselessly slander loyal and upright people. Are you trying to eliminate the opposition completely? Tiohu didn't know what to say in response to the emperor's accusation. He hesitated, saying, your son doesn't. Tiohu couldn't finish. Feng Dufi quickly intervened, speaking up. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Then she pretended to question the emperor. "Your servant and the third prince are of one mind. I don't know why your Majesty is displeased about allowing your servant to marry the third prince." The emperor, now confused, replied, "Haven't I already granted the marriage for you two?" Feng Dufi looked miserable. "But you just said the third prince doesn't obey your will. That means you originally didn't agree to this marriage." Feng Dufi continued to appear pitiful. "I don't know what your servant did wrong to make you unhappy, so you reluctantly accepted this marriage." The emperor was now at a loss for words with Feng Dufi. He thought to himself, "I originally had no such intention." Clearly, Feng Dufi wants to beat around the bush to protect Tiohu. Faced with the two of them, the emperor was angry and didn't know what to do. He pointed outside and said, "You two don't make others any less worried. Quickly get out of here, all of you." Tiohu remained kneeling there, thinking. Feng Dufi couldn't let Tiohu say anything more. She stood up to leave, not forgetting to tell Tiohu, "Don't say anymore, let's go." The scene changes to the two of them having left. Tiohu hurriedly grabbed Feng Dufi's hand. He called out to Feng Dufi. Feng Dufi turned back, curiously asking Tiohu, "Third prince, is something wrong?" Tiohu bluntly asked Feng Dufi. Why did she want to help the Tu family? Feng Dufi had no further explanation. "Didn't I already say it just now? Dongyi is my best friend. Helping her family clear their name isn't that very normal." Faced with Feng Dufi's answer, Tiohu pondered deeply. Feng Dufi then asked Tiohu in return, "Could it be that you suspect me, so I must stand by with folded arms, abandoning my friend?" Tiohu immediately grabbed Feng Dufi's wrist. He denied, "I didn't mean that." Seeing Tiohu's action, Feng Dufi asked, "Then what do you mean by pulling me now?" Tiohu, with a serious expression, spoke sincerely. "I'm sorry." Hearing these words from Tiohu, Feng Dufi thought, "Dongyi trusts me because she and I get along well. But between me and Tiohu, there's always deception and hurt. It's natural for him to be suspicious of me." She couldn't help but be surprised. "I just didn't expect him to apologize." Feng Dufi stood before Tiohu. She responded to his apology. "I can forgive you." Feng Dufi added, "In the future, I won't hurt you or those around you. But if anything happens in the future, before there's a real result, you must not doubt me again." Tiohu looked at Feng Dufi before him, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, Feng Dufi stood on her tiptoes. Feng Dufi pressed close to Tiohu. She placed a kiss on Tiohu's cheek. The two looked at each other from very close. Tiohu was very surprised. He raised his hand to touch his cheek where Feng Dufi had just kissed, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Feng Dufi was also a bit shy. She blushed and quickly said to Tiohu, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you've agreed." Tiohu's face turned red with embarrassment. He stammered to Feng Dufi, "Ah!" Feng Dufi heard Tiohu's stammering difficulty to speak. Her eyes looked at him, and she thought to herself, "Usually, he's the one who takes the initiative. I didn't expect that when I took the initiative just once, he would become so shy." Then she changed the subject to ease Tiohu's embarrassment. "Now let's discuss the case of Tojia." Hearing this, Tiohu agreed. "All right." As they were walking together, Feng Dufi asked Tiohu, "You just said that in the expense records of the Ministry of Works, there's a large amount of money with unclear origins. So you're suspecting Hien Vuong. Is this to follow what I said in the capital, intentionally blaming Hien Vuong? Or do you feel Hien Vuong is truly involved in this matter?" Tiohu replied, "It's not a setup. I'm directly investigating the affairs of the Ministry of Works and Hien Vuong's residence. Although there's no convincing evidence, Tojia is in danger. Even the slightest hope can't be missed." Hearing this, Feng Dufi advised Tiohu, "Then your action will only stir things up." Suddenly, Tiohu's eyes became sharp. He gently said to Feng Dufi, "When a snake hides too quietly, deliberately startling it will make it harm itself. It's not necessarily a bad solution." Feng Dufi smiled upon hearing this. She said to Tiohu, "Indeed, great minds think alike." Suddenly, she thought of a good idea and said to Tiohu, "I've got it." She moved closer to Tiohu. He thought to himself, "She's so close." Then Dufi spoke, "I have a method." Her words made Tiohu blush. He thought, "I must be overthinking." Feeling embarrassed, Feng Dufi continued to ask, "Did you hear what I said?" He suddenly came to his senses and said, "I heard." His face was still red from embarrassment. Then Dufi asked again, "So what do you think?" Tiohu laughed awkwardly. He thought to himself, "I heard, but just now she was so close, I didn't catch a single word. I have absolutely no memory of it. I remember now, strike at the weakest point, take a roundabout approach." Then he turned to Feng Dufi and said, "This method works, but before that, I might need to trouble you with something first." Feng Dupi asked curiously, "What is it?" Tiohu replied, "The day after tomorrow is the annual Harvest Festival. Every year during the Harvest Festival, to understand the lives of the people, the palace palace organizes a festival at Kim Lone Hall. They set up a market based on folk customs. All officials, civil and military, will participate. Dufai responded, I know, you want to. Suddenly, they both said in unison, lure him out of his den. At this moment, the Empress raised her voice and shouted, What? Your Majesty has agreed to Prime Minister Fuang's request and let him organize the harvest festival. I want to leave the palace to burn incense. Hurry and prepare. At Hien Vuong's residence, Lin Fi stepped out of her palanquin and said loudly, Father, about the harvest festival, is there any way to stop Feng Du Fi? Her father replied, Why should we stop it? Lin Fi hurriedly said, The third prince's reach is getting longer. Not only did he frame the crown prince, but now he's eyeing the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Do you intend to let him act so recklessly? Her father calmly replied, Your concerns are not unfounded, but the immediate issue is whether they can successfully complete the work for the harvest festival or not. As they were talking, a servant rushed in to report, Your Highness, it's terrible. An assassin has broken into the study. He asked, What did you manage to get? The guard took out a token and handed it to the father and daughter, saying, This person's martial arts were too high to capture, but your servant managed to pick up this. Lin Fi held the token and said in surprise, I saw this token on the guards at the third prince's residence when I was there. Suddenly, their faces were filled with killing intent. The prince said, That brat dares to provoke this old man. If he wants his fiancée to shine in front of the emperor, then let's fulfill his wish. Lin Fi added, It's perfect to combine with the crown prince's accounts and settle scores with them. In another development, the eunuch of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Xiao Pingzi, said to the maid Hongju, Miss Fuang, although the quality of this rice is not bad, the rice from previous years was always bought from Thuongbao Pavilion. Hongju turned and said, What's so special about that? Can Thuongbao Pavilion offer a discount? Hearing this, Xiao Pingzi replied, It's not like that. Based on experience from previous years, it's less likely to have mistakes. Hongju agreed and responded, You have a point. Let's follow your advice. It's been a while since I went shopping. You go ahead and buy the rest first. We'll meet here in the evening. Xiao Pingzi respectfully replied, Yes, Miss Fuang. After the eunuch left, Hongju smiled slyly, thinking, The fish has taken the bait. After returning, the eunuch immediately reported to the prince, Your Highness, these are the things Feng Du Fi needs. The prince smiled and said, I'll prepare the items for you. You just need to make sure Feng Du Fi brings them into the palace. That's all. He plucked a flower branch and thought to himself, No, she even deceived the crown prince at night. Today, with great difficulty, I obtained the shopping list from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. If she wanted to go shopping, she could just go alone. Why tell a lowly eunuch? It seems she wants to use him to make me act. If that's the case, this old man will use a special method to counter and teach her a lesson. At this moment, Feng Du Fi stood behind a tree, observing inside the palace. She noticed Hien Vuong Fi and thought, Why is Hien Vuong Fi also going out? Suddenly, she noticed the bush behind her moving. Du Fi's eyes became sharp. Unexpectedly, from the bush, Tuham stepped out, patted her hand and said, It's me. Feng Du Fi asked curiously, Why are you here? Tuham replied, Aren't you curious where Hien Vuong Fi is going? Let's go. Du Fi looked at Tuham and thought, This is clearly my mission. Then the two approached the gate. Feng Du Fi asked curiously, Why is it Vo-U Temple? Xiao Han replied, Why wouldn't it be? Then, Du Fi approached the door and turned to Xiao Han, saying, I'll go talk to Hien Vuong Fi. You wait for me outside. Seeing this, Xiao Han asked Feng Du Fi, confused, What did that old lady say? Hearing Xiao Han's question, Du Fi smiled and replied, You know about tomorrow's autumn harvest festival. Suddenly, Xiao Han turned to look at Feng Du Fi, smiling and saying, Let's go. Feng Du Fi, surprised, asked, You're coming too. Xiao Han grabbed her hand and said to Du Fi, For inspection work. As he spoke, Xiao Han's face reddened with shyness. Du Fi and Xiao Han arrived at the place. She immediately ordered, Everyone, exchange all the rice bought today. Xiao Han, hearing this, turned to remind Feng Du Fi, It's almost dawn. I'm afraid the real trouble is just beginning. Be careful. Du Fi, hearing this, also said to Xiao Han, You too. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace Square, the Emperor and Empress were walking together, observing the decorations in preparation for the festival. The Empress suddenly asked the Emperor, This gathering is really impressive. I just wonder about the quality of the items displayed here. The Emperor, hearing this, turned and asked, What does the Empress want to buy? The Empress, hearing this, smiled and pointed at the pastries being made by people in front, then said, Those fruit-filled fried pastries look very delicious. I wonder if your Majesty would like them. The Emperor, hearing this, quickly told the eunuch Bui Thuan, Buy some. The Empress smiled happily. Then the Emperor turned to say to the children, "You all should try them too. What the Empress chooses must certainly be delicious." Suddenly, the eyes of Feng Dufi and Xiao Han became sharp. Both thought, "It's here." From afar, the seventh princess, holding her stomach, moaned to the Emperor, "Father, my stomach hurts so much. What should I do?" The Empress, hearing this, became worried and confused, saying to the Emperor, "It can't be, Your Majesty. Everyone has eaten them. Why is only the princess having a stomachache?" Suddenly, Xiao Han spoke up. "Eating bad food doesn't necessarily mean it takes effect immediately. Empress, there's no need to jump to conclusions." As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of Rites, Fan Zhang, also exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I think I'm not feeling well either." The Emperor turned to look at Dufi and asked Feng Dufi, "What exactly is happening?" Dufi, hearing this, anxiously replied, "Your Majesty, there must be a problem with the food. This morning I replaced all the food once. It was because there was poison in the rice. Please trust me, Your Majesty." Xiao Han also defended Feng Dufi and said to the Emperor, "Father, let's wait for the royal physician to arrive before discussing further. Feng Yi is very meticulous about these matters. This kind of mistake wouldn't happen." Suddenly, from somewhere, an official hurriedly ran to report to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, this food is indeed spoiled. However, it's not that the food itself is problematic, but it's a rare case of food poisoning." The Emperor, hearing this, also asked in surprise, "Rare food poisoning?" Then the official explained to the Emperor, "Simply put, eating sweet potatoes alone won't cause poisoning. But if you add star anise and lemongrass, it will lead to the symptoms the minister and princess are experiencing." Now suddenly, the royal family members continuously pressured to blame Feng Dufi. They said the bag sold indeed contained lemongrass. Star anise had just bloomed in the royal garden. We indeed ate sweet potatoes. Then the prince continued with a sharp remark, "Your Majesty, Feng Dufi's abilities are not good, yet she takes on responsibilities. This is her fault. I represent the innocent victims here and beg Your Majesty to punish her severely." Hearing this, Feng Dufi, Xiao Han spoke up to intervene. This eloquence of Hian Vuong indeed seems like using official power for personal revenge. Are you intentionally seeking revenge on Fuang Yi? Feng Dufi also knelt down to beg the emperor, "Your Majesty, it's my fault, but I really didn't do it on purpose." The prime minister standing on the side also addressed the emperor. "I think, of course, we should punish the girls severely, but the urgent matter at hand is to detoxify." The official also said to the emperor, "The prime minister is correct. This poison is extremely rare. The antidote is also very special and not readily available in the palace. Even if we send people outside the palace to bring it back, it would be difficult to collect enough." Xiao Han, hearing this, asked curiously, "What exactly is this medicinal ingredient?" The official anxiously replied, "Daisy chrysanthemum. Each person needs several ounces of daisy chrysanthemum. Moreover, it needs to be decocted with other herbs and consumed within 2 hours. Otherwise, I'm afraid their lives will be in danger." The prince nearby, hearing this, couldn't help but feel triumphant. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect the situation to be this serious, but that's fine. Not only can I take this opportunity to eliminate those thorns in my side in the court, but I can also blame everything on Feng Dufi. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Then he said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the royal physician is right. We can discuss the severity later. Now we should quickly send people out of the palace to collect daisy chrysanthemum." But the daisy chrysanthemum season has already passed. This type of chrysanthemum is not only unavailable in the palace, I'm afraid even the pharmacies outside won't have it for sale. The emperor, hearing this, hastily said, "Third son, you immediately take people out of the palace. Buy as much as you can find." Feng Dufi looked at the emperor anxiously and said, "Your Majesty." He heard and turned back, scolding. "What else do you have to say?" She continued, "I know there's a place near the palace full of these daisy chrysanthemums. If Your Majesty brings the royal physicians and necessary herbs, along with those who have been poisoned, to go there, we can surely detoxify within 2 hours. Please allow me to make amends for my mistake." Someone holding their stomach skeptically asked, "Miss Feng, are you certain that the place you mentioned really has chrysanthemums? This is a matter of life and death. You mustn't speak nonsense." Feng Dufai looked at the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I have personally seen the chrysanthemums with my own eyes. It cannot be fake." Emperor Jing stared at her and said, "Then I will go and see for myself. If there is even half a lie in your words, I will have your head." The empress hurriedly said to Emperor Jing, "Your Majesty, no matter what, I want to go with you. Please allow me to accompany you." Emperor Jing replied, "All right." The empress, pleased, secretly turned her head to look at Feng Dufi. She remained silent. Xiao Yu gently tugged at her hand. Feng Dufi was was surprised and looked up to hear Xiao Yu whisper, "Endure a little longer." Feng Dufi raised their intertwined hands and replied, "You should endure too." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face turned slightly red. She pulled his hand forward, calling out, "Let's go quickly." The scene changes to the group now standing in front of a large estate. Someone curiously asked, "Where is this place?" Feng Dufi answered, "This is the property of the former Minister of Works, Li Yuanfeng." Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't the Li family's property confiscated long ago?" Feng Dufi continued to explain, "On the surface, Li Yuanfeng used this place to accommodate poor commoners who had no home to return to. The agricultural sector for rice cultivation is also very prosperous. Each year it spends a large amount of silver." Emperor Jing stroked his chin and asked, "If the agricultural sector is so prosperous, it should be making money, right? Why would it spend such a large amount of silver?" Feng Dufi bowed and said, "This I do not know. If your majesty would inspect the account books of this village, everything will become clear." Hearing this, the Xian prince secretly gritted his teeth and cursed, "You little bitch. So this is where you were waiting for me. I and Li Yuanfeng had long ago agreed not to keep any records. No matter how much you dig, you won't find anything." Xiao Yu looked at the Xian prince and gestured invitingly, saying, "Xian prince, please." Feng Dufi said to Emperor Jing, "Your Majesty, usually no one comes here, so there's no one to serve you. You and the officials should find a place to rest first. I and the third prince will lead people to search for the chrysanthemums, then invite the imperial physicians to the kitchen to brew medicine. What do you think?" Emperor Jing's eyes suddenly looked to one side and paused. He saw a figure running away and asked Feng Dufi, "Who was that?" She uncertainly replied, "Perhaps a woman living here. I'm not sure either." Emperor Jing didn't pursue it further and turned to say, "You all go pick the medicinal herbs." Feng Dufi bowed and replied, "Yes." The Xian prince suddenly put on an uncomfortable expression and said to Emperor Jing, "Your Majesty, my stomach is feeling unwell. May I?" Emperor Jing interrupted, "Go." Scene change. With a click, the door was suddenly opened by someone. A questioning voice rang out, "Li Su, what are you doing?" This girl in yellow clothes is Li Su, the daughter of Li Yuanfeng. Li Su was startled when someone entered and looked up. Seeing it was the Xian prince, she replied, "Nothing." The Xian prince said to Li Su, "The emperor is outside now. If you want to protect your father's last property, tell me the truth. Perhaps I can help you." The Xian prince feigned kindness and smiled, saying, "Miss Li, your father's situation back then, I couldn't save him, but he and I were close friends. He told me personally that this village wasn't in the records. Otherwise, why would I risk coming here first to help you?" Upon hearing this, Li Su immediately said excitedly, "If you and my father were close friends, why didn't you avenge him? Why didn't you kill the third prince Xiao Yu? He's the one who killed my father." The Xian prince explained, "I don't have power in my hands now. How could I touch him? Even if I could touch him, I'd need to have something on him, right?" He thought to himself, Li Su hates Xiao Yu so much. Perhaps she's not his person. Hearing this, Li Su immediately deflated. She hesitantly answered his earlier question. "What I'm burning are the account books." The Xian prince said, "Then burn them all. I'll pretend I didn't see anything," inwardly cursing the old bastard Li Yuanfeng. "He actually kept account books behind my back." Li Su said worriedly, "But I've only found one book just now. I don't know where the other one is." Hearing this, the Xian prince immediately went to the bookshelf and said, "You burn it. I'll search for you." Suddenly, Li Su's voice rang out, "I think it's this one." The Xian prince turned his head to look and saw Li Su standing by the door. The Xian prince exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing?" Li Su said, "They told me my father's death was related to you. I didn't believe it at first. Now it seems you're very worried about your and my father's ledger being discovered by others before." The Xian prince hurriedly said, "Was it Xiao Yu and Feng Dufi who told you? They're all deceiving you." Li Su didn't believe it and said, "Only a fool would believe your words." After speaking, she turned and ran away. The Xian prince's face darkened as he muttered, "Li Yuanfeng, your daughter is seeking death. Don't blame me for being cruel." The Xian prince chased after Li Su. She had run to the crowd and shouted, "Your Majesty, save me! The Xian prince keeps chasing me." The Xian prince was secretly tense. Weren't they all poisoned? Why did they come here so quickly? Feng Dufai suddenly looked at the Xian prince and said, "The emperor and everyone had to drink the antidote before they could move." The Xian prince is indeed a martial general. Without needing the antidote, you can move so nimbly. The Xian prince was speechless. Xiao Yu interrupted him and asked Li Su, "Miss Li, why was the Xian prince chasing you?" Li Su immediately knelt down, holding up a ledger with both hands and said, The Xian prince heard that my father left a ledger. He wanted to seize it, but I wouldn't give it to him, so he chased me. There must be something inside that makes him afraid. Feng Dufi took the ledger and presented it to Emperor Jing. Your Majesty, please look. The ledger was opened, revealing blank pages without a single word. The Emperor and Feng Dufi looked at the blank ledger, both remaining silent. Seeing this, the Xian prince quickly knelt down and shouted, Your Majesty, I have been wronged. Feng Dufi stepped forward and looked at the Xian prince, saying, Xian prince, Li Yuanfeng was at most just a high-ranking official. Even if he embezzled more, how could he possibly pay you hundreds of thousands of taels every year? The Xian prince asked her in return, How do you know he paid money to me? Is it recorded in that ledger? Feng Dufi replied, So what if it is? The truth is already laid out before us. Does the Xian prince still want to quibble? The Xian prince looked at Emperor Jing and said, Your Majesty, it's just a baseless ledger. What can it prove? I suspect from the food poisoning to this Li family estate, it's all someone's deliberate arrangement to frame me. The Emperor and Feng Dufi continued his words. Frame you. If the Xian prince has a clear conscience, why were you so anxiously chasing after Miss Li? The Xian prince loudly replied, Of course, she has been bribed by someone, plotting to use this fake ledger to frame me. Feng Dufi smiled and asked, Then, how does your highness know that this ledger is fake? The Xian prince argued, I've already seen it in the study just now. Otherwise, Miss Feng, do you think why would I chase after her? Feng Dufi said with a strange tone, So the Xian prince has already seen this ledger. He tried to cover up. After I went to the bathroom just now, I suddenly saw Li Yuanfeng's daughter. I became suspicious, worried she might harm your majesty. I went to question her and discovered this ledger. Feng Dufi summarized his words. So in short, the Xian prince, for his majesty's sake, followed Miss Li, then discovered the contents of this ledger were unfavorable to you. Therefore, enduring great discomfort, you chased Miss Li all the way here. Seeing this, the Xian prince clasped his hands and said to Emperor Jing, Your Majesty, I have explained everything clearly. Shouldn't we question Feng Dufi's actions now? The Empress grabbed Emperor Jing's sleeve and chimed in, That's right, Your Majesty. Feng Dufi has done something harmful today. She's not even afraid to slander and falsely accuse my father. I am extremely suspicious. Before she finished speaking, Emperor Jing pushed her hand away. She saw the Emperor's unfamiliar gaze and anxiously called out, Your Majesty. Emperor Jing said to the Xian Prince, Xian Prince, considering your advanced age, your memory might be failing you. I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. The Xian Prince still pretended to be confused and said, Your Majesty, I am afraid. I don't understand your meaning. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Jing threw the ledger at his face and coldly said, Look at it yourself and you'll understand. The Xian Prince looked at the empty ledger. He was shocked, as if struck by lightning. Feng Dufi touched her chin, smiled, and sighed. The Xian Prince is truly impressive. It's just a blank ledger. Yet you saw that Li Yuanfeng was framing you. Truly befitting of an elder who has served 3 emperors. The Xian Prince, enraged, shouted at her. You, shut up. Emperor Jing yelled at him. The one who should shut up is you. The Xian Prince still wanted to drag Feng Dufi down. He said, Your Majesty, the food poisoning incident at the Autumn Harvest Festival. Xiao Yu interrupted him. It was I who bribed Imperial Physician Lu to concoct a medicine that caused mild stomach aches and put it in the sweet potatoes. But everyone, rest assured, Imperial Physician Lu has said this medicine causes no harm to the body. You've all taken the antidote just now, so you're fine. The Xian Prince still tried to argue, but just now, I really smelled the scent of knockout incense. It was just a spice with a similar scent. Feng Dufi smiled and explained. The Xian Prince drugged the food to make us lower our guard. Why wouldn't we ask everyone to pretend to be food poison to make the Xian Prince fall into our trap? Xiao Yu chimed in. Xian Prince, you've run out of clever tricks. The Xian Prince understood and laughed loudly. So, Your Majesty has known all along. Ha ha! I have no talent or ability to make you cooperate with them in putting on such a grand show. Emperor Jing calmly replied, We just wanted to investigate the truth. It doesn't matter who we investigate with. The Xian Prince turned to Li Su and said, His Majesty is investigating the truth. What about you? Li Su, the 3rd prince killed your father, yet you turn around and help him. Li Su angrily replied, I know what my father did. Even if it wasn't the 3rd prince, someone else would have come to investigate the case. However, the execution time hadn't arrived yet. My father committed suicide in prison. Could it be that this doesn't involve the Xian prince's interference? The Xian prince hurriedly kowtowed and denied. Your Majesty, I do not accept this accusation. Today, at most, it only proves that I accepted bribes, but it cannot prove that Li Yuanfeng's death is related to me. Emperor Jing looked at him and said, You are indeed good at planning. You know which crimes you can admit to and which you can't. Feng Dufi said to Emperor Jing, Your Majesty, please allow me to call a witness. Emperor Jing replied, Granted. The Xian prince thought smugly, if there really was a witness, that vicious woman Feng Dufi would have brought them out earlier. Suddenly, the Xian prince looked towards the entrance and froze. Seeing an elderly woman approaching, he stammered, You, what are you doing here? This woman was the Xian prince's wife, the Xian princess consort. The Xian princess consort bowed to Emperor Jing. Your subject greets your Majesty. Emperor Jing waved his hand. Princess consort, you may rise. Feng Dufai helped her up and asked, On the night Li Yuanfeng died, did the Xian prince return from outside first, and then go out again shortly after? The Xian princess consort looked at Emperor Jing and replied, Your Majesty, I truly don't know where the prince went that night, but 2 days ago I asked the housekeeper. The housekeeper said that around the time the prince returned, he told him to prepare a set of prison guard clothes from the Ministry of Justice. The Xian prince said to the Xian princess consort, Have you gone mad? What benefit is there for you if I die? The Xian princess consort's face was full of hatred as she said, Seeing you die is the greatest benefit for me. Feng Dufi beside her was shocked to see her like this. The Xian princess consort's face was filled with hatred as she said, The moment you made my twin sister an equal wife to me, you should have known the outcome of today. The Xian prince, unable to understand, asked, Both are equal wives. Have I ever treated you harshly? The Xian princess consort recalled painfully, 2 sisters serving 1 husband. Everyone looking in thought we sisters were very harmonious. But in reality, my daughter died shortly after birth. My own sister poisoned me to destroy my health, causing me to be unable to bear children for all these years. Feng Dufi looked at her and asked, Noble consort, you went to pray for your lost child, but did your child really die young? The empress suddenly rushed forward and slapped the Xian princess consort's face, scolding, You wicked woman. All these years, the prince has never mistreated you. How dare you betray him? Xiao Yu coldly looked at her and said, Empress, in front of his majesty and so many people, is this the demeanor of an empress of a country? The empress was at a loss for words. The Xian princess consort touched the wound on her face. Her lips curled as she said, Wicked. Speaking of that, who can compare to your majesty's own mother? That year, if I hadn't gone home to visit relatives, she deliberately seduced the prince. Do you think, why would the prince pay attention to her? If it wasn't for her poisoning me, why wouldn't I be able to have any more children? The empress angrily bit her lip and said, You yourself have no ability, yet you want to falsely accuse my mother. The Xian princess consort sarcastically said, Right, I have no ability. Your mother was the most capable one. That's why she was punished by heaven and died so early. The Xian prince beside her couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Enough. Feng Dufi looked at the Xian prince and said, Xian prince, you colluded with the former Minister of Works, accepted a large bribe, and finally forced Triet Ling Win Feng. If these things are not enough, then today, in front of His Majesty, you disrupted the autumn harvest celebration. Even if you don't admit to raising private troops to frame Toya, you're still guilty of disrespecting the emperor. He suddenly laughed madly and said, Indeed, I have nothing more to say. Hearing this, His Majesty stared at the Xian prince and angrily asked, The private troops of the Su family, were they also your deliberate frame-up? The Xian prince broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Your loyal subject. The Xian princess consort stepped forward, presenting a stack of ledgers, and said, Your Majesty, your old servant may not know this matter clearly, but today, your old servant has brought all the ledgers from the Xian prince's mansion here. If there's any issue, you can order someone to inspect these ledgers. Perhaps they will find evidence of him raising private troops. The Xian prince said to the Xian princess consort, I've admitted my guilt like this. Are you satisfied now? The Xian princess consort coldly replied, If my satisfaction was important, why did you ignore my wishes back then and bring home that vixen? The Xian prince disagreed and said, All men in the world are like this. Why don't you look at those who have 7 wives and concubines? I only took 2 people in total, you and your sister. I've never mistreated you, yet you still blame me. How can you still blame me? The Xian princess consort, hearing this, couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed. Then what about my lost child? Feng Dufi looked at her and thought to herself, That day at Wuyu Temple, Thuyep Fu testified that the Xian princess consort there was no evidence to prove that her child didn't die young. But now, seeing the reactions of the Xian prince and the empress, could there be more to this story? The Xian prince frowned and said, A jealous wife like you, if you hate me so much, don't enter the Xian prince's mansion tomb after death. Feng Dufi stood in front of the Xian princess consort and said to the Xian prince, if she's a jealous wife, then what are you? Doesn't Namchio want to elevate the status of women? If the Xian prince feels that for men, having 7 wives and concubines is normal, then why not let your Xian princess consort marry 3 or 4 men? She argued eloquently. Each month she'll only meet you once when she has time. The rest of the time you'll stay alone in an empty room. How about that? The Xian prince stammered. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng Dufi replied, isn't this based on your highness's logic? If you feel dissatisfied in your heart, then you are the jealous husband. The entire hall immediately buzzed, with faces as if they'd seen a ghost, saying, has Miss Feng been possessed by a demon? It's been like this since ancient times. It's natural for men to have 7 wives and concubines, but for a woman to have 3 or 4 husbands, what kind of talk is that? The corners of Tiohu's mouth curled up as he thought, Feng Yi's thinking is indeed different from others. Dangerous eyes like bullets shot from Feng Dufi towards Tiohu, angrily thinking, does he also feel I spoke wrongly? Tiohu was startled. Then he smiled, stepped forward to embrace her, and sincerely said, for true love, one person is enough. Feng Dufi's face turned slightly pink, and she said no more. Emperor Kan looked at the young couple and thought, the two of them are like the empress of the past. One resembles her in appearance, the other in personality. Emperor Kan sighed and ordered, things have come to this. Imperial guards, take the Xian prince into custody for me. Your Majesty, the Empress wanted to plead, but was interrupted by Emperor Kan. If the Empress doesn't want to be implicated, it's best to stop pleading arbitrarily. Feng Dufi stepped forward to express gratitude. Today, I thank your Majesty for your trust. Emperor Kan coldly snorted, ignoring her. Feng Dufi was bewildered, not understanding why. She turned around, pointing at herself, and asked the eunuch beside her, since when have I offended His Majesty? The eunuch didn't dare to speak. Miss Feng, please don't speak carelessly anymore. Feng Dufi understood and thought, it must be because when I spoke up for the Xian princess consort, I offended the dignity of the men here. Tiohu approached and gently said, Feng Dufi, don't mind it. She felt warmth and nodded, thinking to herself, I don't need the world to understand me. You alone are enough. The final result was, the Xian prince's mansion had completely collapsed. The two family was also found innocent and released to return to official duties. Feng Dufi was now standing in front of the system screen talking to system number 2. Is my mission considered completed now? And what about Little Black? System number 2 replied to her, the 3-day period has arrived. The time until the death of the child system, Little Black, is only a few hours away. Feng Dufi asked the system again, the Xian prince case has been solved. Is my mission considered completed now? System number 2 replied, it has been completed. However, Feng Dufi, although you have completed the mission result, your image has completely collapsed. The main system wanted not for you to wholeheartedly help the male lead, but for you, as an evil female supporting character, to make him discover clues and head towards the throne alone. System number 2 asked her, aren't you afraid of dying? Feng Dufi recalled the system's words. Feng Ni, as long as you can complete the main mission, the main plot doesn't collapse. The main system probably can't do anything to you. Thinking of this, she confidently said, now I can be certain this small difference isn't enough for the system to do anything to me. The system replied, you're the first person I've met who dares to bet with their own life. But there's one thing I must remind you. You opposing the main system might not be a problem, but 1.001 is originally a part of the system. Trying to save it might cost you extra. System number 2 suggested, why not switch to the 3 Kingdoms era? Wait for 1.001 to be deleted. It won't know you've abandoned it. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Feng Dufi immediately loudly and firmly refused, saying, no, to you, it might be a system, but to me, it's a friend. No matter what the cost, I must save it. Then goodbye, my temporary host. System number 2 left with these words and then disappeared. Feng Dufi anxiously searched around, thinking, system number 2 has gone. Why hasn't Little Black shown any movement? Hongshu's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Miss, the 3rd prince has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, Tiohu entered, calling Feng Ni. Feng Dufi poured tea while chatting with Tiohu. The emperor summoned you to the palace. Why are you back so early? Tiohu replied, Father said, you don't lack gold, silver, or jewels. So apart from these rewards, he's granting you an additional wish. If you want anything in the future, just go to him. Feng Dufi worriedly said, His Majesty, isn't he angry? After all, he just punished the crown prince a few days ago. Now he's dealing with the Xian prince. Tiohu smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. If father has done this, it means he's not angry with you." Feng Dufi suddenly asked Tiohu, "Do you feel that his attitude towards me and you has changed?" Tiohu analyzed. Even if he loves the empress, he's still an emperor after all. He can't tolerate subjects disrespecting him. The crown prince and Xian prince have touched his sore spot. It's natural for him to value me now. But Feng Dufi still felt worried and said, "Tiohu." Suddenly interrupting her, he said, "Don't you have anything to say to me? Must you keep mentioning those unpleasant people?" Feng Dufi's face blushed as she said, "May I ask, third prince, what should I say now that would please you?" Tiohu jokingly asked, "I can hear whatever I want." Feng Dufi replied, "You say it first. I'll consider. Then why don't you say you like me?" Tiohu suddenly said such a thing. Feng Dufi's face flushed as she calmly replied, "Tiohu, you've never said you like me. What right do you have to ask a girl like me to say such words?" Tiohu leaned in closer and said, "Can't I hear you say it first?" Feng Dufi hesitated and asked, "Well, before I say it, can I tell you something else first?" Tiohu asked disappointedly, "Is there anything more important than this?" Feng Dufi replied, "It's about what happened 8 years ago when I pushed you into the snake pit." Tiohu suddenly froze. Feng Dufi continued speaking, "Actually, the poison in your body wasn't administered by me. I didn't." Feng JJ, Tiohu interrupted her. "It's all in the past. It doesn't matter." Feng Dufi looked at him and thought to herself, after hating me for 8 years, how can he not care? She still decided to continue. "At that time, you were severely poisoned. The doctors and imperial physicians were helpless. Only that snake pit could save you. I know you were in pain, but using poison to treat poison was the only way." Tiohu lowered his head, not looking at Feng Dufi, and asked, "Even if the poison wasn't from you, even if there was no other choice, why didn't you tell me then?" She continued to explain, "I was afraid you wouldn't go in. I guarded you outside for 3 days. I even wrote a message to Feng Yanyan. Otherwise, how would she know you were there? She's so timid. How could she come to save you?" She looked into his eyes and said, "Tiohu, you once agreed not to doubt me anymore." Tiohu changed the subject. "So now, shouldn't you say you like me?" Feng Dufi asked, "Do you believe me now?" Tiohu didn't answer, but picked her up, saying, "Say it quickly. Wait any longer, and I'll lose patience." Feng Dufi still stared at him, her eyes tinged with sadness, thinking, clearly we're so close. Clearly he's speaking gently too. "But Tiohu, you try hard to conceal it, but I can still see your doubt." She wanted to ask him why he couldn't trust her just once. Seeing she didn't answer, Tiohu threatened her. "If you don't say it, I'll kiss you." Feng Dufi touched Tiohu's face, speaking each word clearly. "Tiohu, I like you." Tiohu thought to himself, "That's good enough, Feng Jie. As long as you stay by my side, the past events, I can pretend they never happened." Just as their lips were about to touch, suddenly a meow rang out. Feng Dufi immediately froze. The next moment, she vanished from the spot. Tiohu hadn't yet reacted to what just happened, stunned in place. How did she just push me away? Not far from where Feng Dufi was, in the grass, a black cat was curled up, shivering pitifully, meowing. "Meow-o!" Feng Dufi hurriedly ran over, anxiously and uncertainly calling out, "Xiaohei." Feng Dufi quickly picked up Xiaohei. She asked, both worried and heartbroken, "Are you Xiaohei? Is it you? You're such a fool. Why did you end up like this?" Tiohu also rushed out after her. Seeing her holding an unfamiliar cat, he asked, "Is this your pet cat?" Feng Dufi looked up at him and replied, "Yes, this is my cat." Tiohu observed Xiaohei and then remarked, "It doesn't look very well." Feng Dufi also furrowed her brows. Xiaohei meowed once at him. Tiohu was surprised. "Can it understand what we're saying?" Feng Dufi was not in the mood to talk to him now. She hurriedly interrupted, "Can I explain it to you another day?" Tiohu agreed with a smile. "If anything happens, just send someone to the third prince's mansion to find me." Then he said goodbye and left. Feng Dufi's eyes followed him even after he had gone far away. Xiaohei, seeing her still looking, said, "He's gone already. Stop looking." Feng Dupi came to her senses. Xiaohei stretched, finding a comfortable position in her arms. It said, "Just now, because Tiohu was here, I couldn't speak in front of him. Now that he's gone, you can ask me anything directly." Feng Dufi gaped. "You can talk." Xiaohei, bored, jumped back to the ground. It smirked. "Haven't I always been able to talk?" Inside Feng Dufi's bedroom, she sat at the table, chin in hands, looking at it. "Why did you turn into this? Is it because of me? You silly cat. Why did you hide and do such things? If I had known you'd end up like this, who would want to accept this betrothal?" Xiaohei smiled and replied, "But the fact is, we didn't lose Fenger. The system master had already decided to destroy me, but you timely reported back and prevented me from being punished. Thank you." Feng Dufi still didn't understand. "If it didn't punish you, why didn't you come back back here in your system state. Xiaohei recalled what the system master had said. I give you two choices. Either go to another world to continue missions, or be kicked out of the system's list and become a normal cat by her side. Xiaohei explained to Feng Dufi, because that hateful system said death penalty can be exempted, but living tribulations are hard to avoid. We can't let you two conspire together again. Feng Dufei stroked her chin, pondering. If the system master talks so easily, why didn't you deceive me? Xiaohei raised its paw to swear. I swear, I absolutely did not deceive you. It thought to itself, I just didn't mention that becoming a cat meant enduring immense pain. My internal organs felt like they were ground up and reassembled. Feng Dufi pursed her lips. So from now on, you can only be a normal cat. Aren't you very sad? Xiaohei, sensing the situation wasn't good, started gesticulating to break the gloomy atmosphere. What are you thinking? I don't have to continue working for the system master. I can stay by your side forever. I'm truly overjoyed, you know. Feng Dufi suddenly remembered. What about your lifespan? Originally, you were an eternal existence. Now, will you be like a normal cat? Xiaohei smirked. If you're worried about me, then try to live a bit longer, okay? The system master limited my lifespan. I'll die with you. Little Feng comrade, from now on, get some good food and drinks for your old cat. After saying this, Xiaohei lazily lay down on the table, wagging its tail. A vein popped on Feng Dufi's forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, the system master treated you quite well. Before leaving, it even gave you a mouth that can speak. If it were me, I would have sealed your ability to talk. Xiaohei retorted flippantly. The system master is stingy and miserly. How could it give me such a benefit? It was System 02 that gave it to me, okay? Feng Dufi felt happy and said, so you're a free person now without a system. Xiaohei replied, the system master said, from now on, you don't need to do any more missions. As long as Xiaoyu ascends to the throne, it will come to collect the energy of this world. However, if Xiaoyu can't sit on the throne, we'll still have to die. So, although I don't need to work anymore, you still have to continue being a labor warrior. It's tough, little Feng comrade. Xiaohei looked at Feng Dufi with pitying eyes. On the other side, Xiao Yu was walking slowly. He sighed. Humans are indeed greedy. Since falling for her, I've always thought about forcing her to stay by my side. He closed his eyes. Now that everything has been resolved easily, I'm concerned about what happened 8 years ago. Xiao Yo remembered what Feng Yanyan had told him. Sister treated you well when you were young, but later, didn't she always push you to the brink of death? But he also remembered Feng Dufi's words. The poison in your body wasn't from me. Only that snake pit could save you. I know you were in great pain, but using poison to treat poison was the only way. Suddenly, Xiao Yu felt worried. The marriage wasn't finalized yet. What if one day Sister Feng changes her mind again? He looked up and suddenly saw someone. Xiao Yu approached that person and called out, Feng Yanyan. Feng Yanyan was startled, turned around and said, it's you. She asked him, puzzled. Third prince is about to marry my sister. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Yu decided to ask her directly. 8 years ago, before you came to save me, you received a letter. What did it say? Feng Yanyan was shocked and quickly stepped back. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Yu observed her actions. People with secretive behavior can't fool others. She's lying. Xiao Yu analyzed. You wouldn't have gone to a dangerous place like the back of the mountain for no reason. Nor would you suddenly be kind enough to save someone who had never dealt with you before, like me. He frowned. Did that letter hint at something for you? For example, if you saved me, you could change your fate. Your future would have an additional benefit. You could win against your sister because of this. Feng Yanyan turned pale. Then she hurriedly denied what he said. You, what are you saying? I didn't receive any letter. Now that you've severed all ties with me, you don't need to side with Feng Dufi and come to insult me. After saying this, Feng Yanyan quickly left. Xiao Yu stood still, deep in thought. He still had one person who could give him answers. At Qiao Yu's residence, Qiao Yu was very surprised when Xiao Yu arrived. Xiao Yu, why have you come here? Have you finished the work that your father assigned to you? Did you think of visiting your mother? Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at her. If this prince remembers correctly, you haven't been conferred as a consort yet. How can you call yourself my mother? Qiao Yu was flustered. Ninth son, there were many misunderstandings in our past. As someone like me who wants to be your mother, I only wanted to encourage you to strive higher. If you still blame me, then go ahead and hit me, scold me. As long as I can see you living well, Xiao Yu didn't care. He coldly grabbed her neck. I don't want to waste time with you. Honestly, tell me the cause and effect of that incident back then. How you can still enjoy such luxury now. If not, I won't hesitate to throw you into the Ministry of Justice prison. Torture and interrogation await. Chayu's whole body trembled. Seeing the situation wasn't good, she decided to tell the truth. I admit I wronged you back then, but but it was the Empress's order for me to poison you. I had no other choice. Xiao Yu froze upon hearing this. He pressed his lips. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. So it was true. It really was Feng Dufi, his own sister Feng. She had never treated him so cruelly. Suddenly, the image of her sweet smile appeared in his memory. At night, in Feng Dufi's bedroom, she smiled happily. Little Black, you turning into a cat isn't so bad. Hugging you to warm the bed is quite comfortable. Feng Dufi joyfully hugged Little Black to sleep. Little Black also lay comfortably in her arms. It smiled, hoping that after she got married, she could keep this habit. Feng Dufi poked its cheek teasingly. What? You want to watch bedroom scenes? Little Black used its 2 short legs to block her hand. Feng Dufi, why are you so shameless? Suddenly, Feng Dufi became sad. Xiao Yu, Little Black asked her, did you two argue? Feng Dufi was silent for a moment, then closed her eyes and replied, no, it's all my fault. He's not wrong. At this moment, outside, someone suddenly appeared in front of Feng Dufi's bedroom door. It was Xiao Yu. He stood still, motionless. He seemed to be still deeply immersed in old memories. He recalled when he came to ask Chai Yu 8 years ago, did Feng Dufai ever come to see you? Chai Yu slowly replied, that's right, she came to see me. She also knew the Empress had poisoned you, but that poison couldn't be cured. I basically had no antidote here. I also don't know why later she was able to cure you. In the dead of night, Feng Dufi vaguely woke up. Oh, she saw Xiao Yu sitting on her bed. Feng Dufi was so surprised she sat up. Why are you here? Xiao Yu was silent. He threw himself into Feng Dufi's arms, hugging her tightly. His voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry, Fenger. It's all my fault. Feng Dufi allowed him to hug her. Xiao Yu rested his head on her shoulder like a child and said, I missed you. Feng Dufi smiled softly and patted his shoulder. You missed me so much that you came to find me this late. Xiao, Yu grunted in agreement. Feng Dufi chuckled. She reached out to touch his face. Then I'll reluctantly miss you a bit too. Xiao Yu hesitated, then said, Sister Feng, I just met Feng Yanyan and Chai Yu. I know the poison back then wasn't from you. It was also you who told Feng Yanyan to go to the snake cave to save me. For so many years, I've misunderstood you. Back then, you explained it to me, but I didn't believe you. Feng Dufi was surprised. She pressed her lips together. Xiao Yu felt ashamed. He took her hand. Sincerely, he said, I'm sorry. You can hit me to vent your anger. Okay. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What's the use of apologizing now? She did so much for you. Are you blind? If she hadn't explained, that would be fine. But she did explain, and you didn't believe her. No wonder she's so sad. Xiao Yu was startled. He looked around cautiously and asked, Who is it? Who's speaking? Feng Dufi recognized this voice, so she tried to stop him. Xiao Yu, Little Black, tiny as he was, stood on the bed waving at Xiao Yu. Stop looking. It's me, your cat. Xiao Yu looked at Little Black. He stared so hard his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Feng Dufi laughed awkwardly. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore. Xiao Yu was so scared he clung to her. Your cat can talk. Are you also a cat demon? Feng Dufai was speechless at his way of thinking. Xiao Yu worried, thinking it was the voice of a cat demon. Sister Feng, are you going to leave me again? Little Black knew he had misunderstood, but instead of explaining, he added fuel to the fire. That's right, she is the king of our cat demon tribe. If you dare to bully her, beware of cats all over the world coming to settle scores with you. Feng Dufi also joined in this interesting game. She smirked. Little Black is right. So, third prince, do you intend to get entangled with a demon like me, or should you find a Taoist priest to subdue me? Xiao Yu frowned slightly. He replied, I can't do that. Never mind you being a demon. Even if you were the king of hell, I wouldn't dare let you go. Feng Dufi looked straight into his eyes and asked, Aren't you afraid? Xiao Yu firmly said, Not afraid. Feng Dufai was pleased. Then she flicked Xiao Yu's forehead and explained to him, Why are you being so serious? I was just joking with you. Although Little Black can talk, it's not a demon. I'm just an ordinary person too. Xiao Yu was startled by this name, Little Black. Feng Dufi picked up Little Black and continued speaking. Yes, it used to be my colleague. We were both recruited by a cold employer. That employer was a bit more capable than ordinary people, possessing the ability to bring the dead back to life. Actually, I've decided to tell you the truth. I don't belong to your world. In my previous life, I had already died. The reason I could come here was because I completed the task assigned by that person in exchange for life. The mission for Little Black and me was to help you ascend to the throne. Xiao Yu pointed at himself. Me, ascend to the throne? He pondered. He indeed had the desire to seize the throne, but that was 8 years ago, after the Snake Cave incident. Feng Dufai at that time. Xiao Yu turned to look at her. He asked curiously, Sister Feng, when did your mission start? Feng Dufi lowered her eyes and softly replied, The arrow I shot you with 8 years ago. That was the first day I came to this world. Xiao Yu heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he smiled. From the moment he noticed noticed her, she was already herself. Suddenly, he remembered. If your mission was about me, why did you always have that attitude towards me? Could it be that your employer also had a rule that you had to help me secretly, without letting me discover it? Feng Dufei shook her head. Supporting your ascension to the throne doesn't mean I had to help you. In his setup, I was the evil and foolish woman. My task wasn't to assist you, but to try to annoy you and make you hate me, to reversely stimulate your fighting spirit. Xiao Yu's forehead veined with anger. What kind of stupid employer is that? He gaped and said, if that's the case, your mission still isn't complete, so why are you able to tell me now? Feng Dufei giggled. It's Little Black who sacrificed itself to help us. Little Black meowed proudly, claiming credit. Feng Dufei continued, originally, I couldn't agree to marry you. Your future empress was supposed to be Feng Yanyan. This is also why 8 years ago I wrote to her to save you. But a few days ago, Little Black fought for us to have a chance. It wasn't originally a cat, but now it can only be a cat forever. She gently touched Little Black's forehead and stroked it. Xiao Yu sincerely thanked Little Black. Thank you. Little Black shyly replied, it's nothing. It's nothing. Just did what needed to be done. Now everything is over. From now on, you must treat Fenger well. Xiao Yu looked at Feng Dufei with deep affection. He said, Fenger, so you? Feng Dufei asked back, what's wrong? Xiao Yu thought he couldn't ask. What if in her heart, she really didn't have him? What then? Feng Dufei saw Xiao Yu staring at her without speaking, so she angrily tapped his head. She said irritably, Xiao Yu, at first, I approached you with ulterior motives, but you can't just deny my feelings that developed later. Otherwise, I could have just continued with my mission. There was no need to agree with you, nor bother to explain everything to you, right? Xiao Yu heard this and thought embarrassedly, she's saying she has feelings for me. I admit I wasn't good before. From now on, no matter what you say, I will never doubt you in the slightest. For past matters, you can blame me, punish me, torment me, but you can't distance yourself from me because of it. Feng Dufei raised her hand to touch Xiao Yu's face and said, Fool, I'm already very satisfied that you took the initiative to verify. It was indeed hard for you back then. Xiao Yu held Feng Dufei's hand and said happily, It wasn't hard. Didn't you say it was the only way to save me? Besides, you stayed with me outside the cave for 3 days. I don't feel it was hard anymore. I just feel, Feng Dufei interrupted Xiao Yu and said, Don't say anymore. If we both feel guilty, it just cancels out. Let's stop here. From now on, no one should mention it again. Xiao Yu happily replied, All right, Feng Jiji, you've liked me since we were young, right? Feng Dufei, seeing Xiao Yu ask this, replied, Don't talk nonsense. Back then, you were still a 10-year-old child, and I was only 14. Even if I fell in love early, I couldn't have fancied a child. The system seemed to disagree with her words. It meowed in protest. Xiao Yu asked again, Then why were you so good to me since childhood? And many times you went against your master's wishes for me. Feng Dufei didn't know how to answer. She thought, could I say it's because every time I carried out a mission, I always coincidentally made mistakes? Forget it. Let the beautiful misunderstanding remain beautiful forever. She smiled gently and said, Because I'm kind and gentle, I can't bear to see anyone suffer. Both the system and Xiao Yu were speechless hearing this. The next morning, a palace maid entered the mansion and reported to the eldest young lady, The news from the palace says the empress drank poison to commit suicide. The emperor compromised and released the crown prince from the imperial clan court. Case of Xian Wang was also transferred from the Ministry of Justice to the imperial clan court. Feng Dufei heard this and replied, repeatedly put down gently, Two don't come out. Our emperor is a sentimental person. Then she turned and walked out. As she left, she said, I'm going out for a while. If grandmother asks, say I went to find the third prince. The maid replied, Yes. Feng Dufei spoke to the system, Xiao He. After Shan Wang's case, are there any major events happening? The system answered, The original story is almost over. Next is the empress poisoning the emperor. After Xiao Yu discovers it, he leads troops into the palace, successfully ascends the throne. Now it seems, Feng Dufei continued, the system only knows the story outline, but the plot details can always change. Just like now, the cat system agreed. That's right, so you're here too. Feng Dufei went to the imperial clan court and told the guard outside, I'm here to see Shan Wang. The servant respectfully replied, Miss Feng, Shan Wang Fei just entered. Please wait a moment. Feng Dufei said, All right, I'll wait inside directly. The subordinate obeyed, opened the door, and invited Feng Dufei in. He said, Miss Feng, please make yourself at home. In the prison cell, Xian Wang was talking with Xian Wang Fei. He asked, You've achieved what you wanted. Why are you here? Xian Wang Fei replied, I plan to return to Jiangnan. Before leaving, I came to see you one last time. Xian Wang said again, at the cost of this prince's life and the entire Xian Wang mansion. Now you've got what you wanted. The rest of your life will be prosperous, getting whatever you desire. desire. Xian Wangfei said, "Your Highness, I've given you many chances before. Today I came just to ask if our 2 sons really died young." Xian Wang replied, "Of course, they died long ago." Hearing this, Feng Dufi thought, "That's not right. Xian Wang's reaction is wrong." Xian Wangfei asked if they died young. Why did Xian Wang emphasize they died long ago? Wangfei wanted to ask clearly if those children were harmed by outsiders, but didn't get an answer. Xian Wangfei then turned and left. The system said, "Meow, meow, meow. Why did she leave?" Feng Dufi didn't meet Xian Wang anymore, but turned to leave. She said she was going to find someone. Feng Dufi went to find Xiao Yu and told him about this. Xiao Yu asked, "To find that midwife." Dufi replied, "I always felt that the Xian Wang mansion affair wasn't so simple. Even if in the end, it turns out I'm just being paranoid, it doesn't matter, right? Consider it as father doing Xian Wangfei a favor. After all, she has helped us." As she spoke, she tugged at Xiao Yu's sleeve, acting coy. Xiao Yu thought, "It's rare to see her act coy like this." He said, "If you want me to send people, it's not impossible. However, that midwife is no longer in the capital. It will cost quite a bit of manpower and resources on the way. How should you thank me?" Feng Dufi angrily pointed at Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, for such a small matter, you still want me to repay you equally. If you're like this, I might as well go back to my father." Xiao Yu leaned in close to Feng Dufi and said, "You're rejecting me before hearing what I have to say. What if it's something good?" Feng Dufai heard this and asked, "Well then, tell me." "I'll reluctantly agree." Xiao Yu replied, "The wedding clothes from the imperial tailors are ready. Later, I'll take you to try on the wedding dress." Feng Dufi asked in surprise, "So quickly?" Feng Dufai shyly replied, "All right then. To help Xian Wangfei investigate clearly, I reluctantly agree." Hearing this, Xiao Yu happily took Feng Dufi's hand and said, all right. Let Miss Feng come with me to try on the wedding dress." They went together to the imperial tailors. Upon arrival, a maid came out to greet them and said, "Third Prince, Miss Feng, if the size of the wedding dress doesn't fit or you don't like the style, please feel free to make requests. This servant can make alterations." Xiao Yu said, "Bring it out." The maid replied, "Your Highness, this wedding dress is a bit complicated to put on. This servant will bring someone here to help." Hearing this, Xiao Yu coldly replied, "No need." Then he turned to Feng Dufi. "We'll try it on ourselves." Feng Dufi shyly said, "All right." She thought, "It's just as well. I'm not used to others helping me dress." In the changing room, Xiao Yu suddenly pulled at Feng Dufi's sash. Feng Dufai bashfully pulled back and asked, "What are you doing?" Xiao Yu arrogantly replied, "I already said at the prince's mansion, I'm taking you to try on clothes." Feng Dufi angrily exclaimed, "You taking me to try on clothes? Doesn't that just mean you're bringing me here? Since when did it turn into you changing my clothes?" Xiao Yu calmly said, "It's not like you don't know your way around the palace. Why would I need to bring you here? Besides, I'm doing this for you. If I've asked what reward you want, how could I make such an easy request?" Feng Dufi retorted, "Xiao Yu, we're not even married yet, and you're already bullying your wife like this. Aren't you afraid I'll suddenly fear marriage and not want to marry you anymore?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu happily thought, the term wife doesn't sound bad. Then he said, "I'm not bullying you. I just want to help you change into the wedding dress myself. Don't you think I've endured for so long? With just a few days until the wedding, can't I be a little impatient?" Feng Dufi shyly said, "I didn't say that." Xiao Yu moved closer to Feng Dufai and asked, "So you agree then? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as agreement." Feng Dufi's face turned red with embarrassment. She shouted, "Normally, aren't you the one who likes to force others? Why are you asking so much now?" Xiao Yu laughed happily and replied, "Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll really get angry at me? Don't worry, in the future, for things like this, I absolutely won't ask again." Then Xiao Yu began to change Feng Dufai's clothes. After finishing, he said, "It's done." Feng Dufai looked at the wedding dress she was wearing. She asked, "How does it look?" Xiao Yu blushed and replied, Not bad, but it's just that the chest is small. Let me have them adjust the chest area a bit." Feng Dufi angrily pinched Xiao Yu's ear and said, "Xiao Yu, you're the one who's small. Your whole family is small." Xiao Yu hurriedly apologized and said, "How can you compare yourself to a man? That's not very ambitious." Feng Dufi then said, "It's your turn to change now." Then Xiao Yu changed into his red wedding attire. Feng Dufi saw how handsome and good-looking Xiao Yu was and blushed. Xiao Yu asked, "How is it?" Although Feng Dufi liked it very much, she still criticized it. Xiao Yu came closer, hugged Feng Dufai and said, "Fenger, you lie without blinking. Don't you feel guilty?" Feng Dufi pushed Xiao Yu away and said, "You're quite confident about yourself, aren't you?" Xiao Yu kissed Feng Dufi's forehead and said, "Fenger, you look truly beautiful in your wedding dress. You don't know how your current appearance makes it hard for others to control themselves." Feng Dufai blushed, thinking, "This beast." In his own mansion, the crown prince was talking with the empress. He said, "Mother, do you know who I just saw?" The empress asked in surprise. Who? The crown prince replied, those two wretches, Xiao Yu and Feng Dufi. Hearing this, the empress calmly said, Honor, don't worry. This marriage will absolutely not happen. The crown prince then asked, Mother, do you have a plan? The empress replied, we haven't finished using our Feng Yanyan piece yet. Hearing Feng Yanyan's name, the crown prince unhappily replied, that stupid girl, if it weren't for her. The empress turned around, interrupting him, and said, now is the time to use her. After it's successful, you can settle scores however you want. The crown prince obediently replied, yes. 5 days later, in the mansion of Minister Feng, red lanterns were hung everywhere and the wedding decorations were complete. In Feng Dufi's dressing room, a maid said, the third prince choosing today seems a bit rushed. Another maid retorted, what do you know? The third prince is just eager to get married. He's completely in love with Miss Feng. Feng Dufi looked at herself, beautifully made up and wearing the wedding dress in the mirror, and thought, at first, I came to this world just wanting to live. Xiao Yu was just a mission target for me. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he and I are about to get married. Feng Yanyan came in from outside, holding a box and said, Sister, today you truly outshine everyone. Feng Dufi turned around and asked, why have you come here? Feng Yanyan replied, Sister, you're getting married today. Father and grandmother are busy in the front hall entertaining guests. This is the wedding gift grandmother asked me to bring. As she spoke, she placed the gift box on the table. Then she continued, Sister, don't worry. Things have come this far. What else can I do? If you don't believe me, you can send someone to ask grandmother yourself. Feng Dufai opened the box. Inside was a set of jewelry, including 2 bracelets and 2 very expensive hairpins. She thought, Feng Yanyan wouldn't be so generous to give these things. She personally brought them here in front of everyone. Perhaps she's not lying. The system suddenly jumped onto Feng Dufi's shoulder and meowed. Seeing the system cat so hurried, Feng Dufi thought, Little Black seems to have something to say. When the sedan chair was lowered, the wedding officiant said, Third Prince, you can wait in the wedding hall. This short distance, let this old one escort Miss Feng. Xiao Yu said happily, This prince will do it himself. He blushed, lifted the curtain, extended his hand and said, My princess should get out of the sedan now. She gently placed her hand in his palm. He looked at her lovingly and said, What did you put on yourself? She asked puzzled. What? He playfully teased her. The wedding dress should fit perfectly, but now your chest is so full. Why is that? She was stunned, not knowing what to say. Behind the veil, her face blushed as she thought, ancient brides couldn't sit at the banquet table. They could only secretly stuff some pastries. This bastard, I was just feeling touched a moment ago. Then he suddenly picked her up, startling her. She said, What are you doing? Someone suddenly said. The bride and groom step over the fire basin. Xiao Yu looked at her happily and said, Feng, the road ahead won't be easy. I'll walk it for you. Then he carried her over the fire basin in front of everyone. Nearby, Dongni was advising Yen Yin. Yen Yin, the grudges. Dufi never held them against you before. Surely she's forgiven everything now. You should look forward and live properly from now on. But she didn't listen to Dongni's words. She thought, things have come to this. Do I have any way out? In the room where the ceremony took place, the wedding officiant said loudly, The auspicious hour has come. First bow to heaven and earth, second to the emperor. At this moment, she thought about the rest of her life. The officiant continued, Husband and wife bow to each other in their happiness. He looked at her lovingly and thought, whether in peace and prosperity or hardship and obstacles, we will share joys and sorrows, holding hands as we move forward. After the ceremony ended, the officiant said loudly, The ceremony is over. Enter the bridal chamber. Hearing this, he touched her hand, smiled happily and said, Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Sitting in the room, she sighed, I'm starving to death. Good thing I was smart enough to hide some pastries. Just then, a strange smoke suddenly floated in, causing her to faint. A while later, he entered the room. He saw someone disguised as her, sitting on the bed waiting for him. Next to her was the wedding attendant, who said, Please, Your Highness, lift the veil for the princess. He entered the room, and the attendant continued, Your Highness, please use this auspicious comb to lift the veil. He agreed. When he lifted the veil, she shyly looked at him. The attendant said, Third princess, truly the most beautiful bride this old servant has ever seen. She shyly used her fan to cover her mouth and said, Attendant, stop teasing me. Then Xiao Yu coldly said to the attendant, Everyone out. The attendant quickly replied, Your Highness hasn't finished the ceremony, perhaps. He didn't let her finish and interrupted, Don't make me say it a third time. "Get out." When the attendant left, she asked him, "What's wrong? Have I angered you? Wasn't everything fine just now? Is it me?" Hearing this, he looked at her shyly and said, "Who said this prince is angry? Their presence here would disturb this prince." She was about to pour wine and said, "But we haven't had the wedding toast yet." Seeing her about to pour wine, he pulled the bottle down and said, "Feng Ni, the wedding ceremony isn't over yet. I've already dismissed the attendants and maids. It's disrespectful to you like this. Someone as hot-tempered as you, how can you be so obedient? It's not right, not lively enough." She shyly said, "After all, it's our wedding night. No matter how angry, we should restrain ourselves. A beautiful scene. You and I, a perfect match." Hearing this, he said, "Not bad. Come here." She shyly approached, calling his name Xiao Yu. But what she didn't expect was that he already knew everything. He leaned close to her hand and said, "But this prince prefers your rowdy appearance. What should we do?" Then he suddenly pulled off her fake skin. She panicked, covering her face, saying, "Xiao Yu, don't." He frowned and said to Yingyu, "Go invite all the guests back here." A moment later, Yingyu led the guests back into the room. One guest said, "The Empress had specifically sent us away. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be the third prince inviting us back?" Another person continued, "Third prince, are you not drunk? Oh, could it be that you called us back to disturb your wedding night?" Everyone was surprised to see Feng Yanyan crying in the room and wearing Dufi's wedding dress. They exclaimed in surprise, "Third prince, this is the Fu family's second daughter." He looked at her with disgust. "Feng Yanyan, things have come to this. Are you still not willing to explain honestly?" She cried, tears streaming down, pulling his sleeve, saying, "Xiao Yu, 8 years ago I saved your life. My reputation is about to be ruined. Can you give me a chance?" He frowned in disgust and said, "Never. I'll ask you one more time. Where is Du Fi? Who else are your accomplices?" The guests around whispered in disgust. "Oh my, to think that Miss Feng II would conspire with others to impersonate Miss Feng I and consummate the marriage with the third prince." She lowered her head and cried out, "It wasn't me. I don't know where Du Fi is, nor do I know why I'm here." She looked at him tearfully and said, "It's all the scheming of evil people. I'm just an innocent person taking the blame. When I woke up, I was already here. Everything that happened after was just going along with the situation. I had no other choice." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd said, "Oh, is that so?" There were still tears on her face as she turned to look. Surprisingly, the person who spoke was Feng Dufi. Seeing her, he worriedly called out, "Feng Ni." As soon as she saw him, she approached him and said softly, "I'm fine." Then, she angrily turned to look at the other woman and said, "Yen Yen, are you really that innocent?" Right after she spoke, the guards brought forward the man who had kidnapped her. She looked at him and said, "But what does the man in black who kidnapped me have to say? He said you arranged for him to kidnap me." When she saw the man in black, she fearfully said, "Impossible." She had a clear thought in her mind. The Empress said this matter would certainly be traced back to me. Dufi turned to ask the kidnapper, "Tell us who ordered you to kidnap me." He fearfully said, "Miss Feng I, please spare this lowly one. Miss Feng II said that you two are blood sisters after all. Even if the matter was exposed, you would certainly not blame her. She would definitely protect this lowly one. I was just acting on orders for money." Hearing this, Yen Yin turned to scold the kidnapper. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know you, and I've never said such things." He didn't stop and continued to expose the second miss. "When you still needed me, you tried to say sweet words. Now that I'm useless, you want to get rid of me so quickly. It's not going to be that easy." She sprinkled 10 fragrant powders on the jewelry that old Madame Feng had given, causing Miss Feng to faint. "That's how I was able to successfully kidnap her. If you don't believe me, I can provide evidence right away." She thought fearfully to herself, "How does he know I sprinkled 10 fragrant powders on the jewelry box that grandmother gave to Feng? Dufi, could this all be arranged by the Empress to make me the scapegoat?" Hearing someone call her name, Feng Yanyan looked up to see Tohu holding a sword to her face. He coldly said, "Things have come to this, and you still won't tell the truth. Do you really want this prince to disregard our past relationship and kill you?" Seeing the sword getting closer to her neck, she screamed in fear, I'll talk. It was the Empress. It was all the Empress who ordered me to do it. The Empress forced me to do it." Hearing this, Emperor Kan angrily said, "Damn it." Based on her words, Dufi turned to ask the Empress, "Your Majesty the Empress, Feng Yanyan just said that you ordered her to replace me and consummate with Tiohu. I wonder if this is true." His mother angrily said, "Nonsense. How could I do something to harm others that doesn't benefit me in any way? Feng Yanyan, you should know accusing the Empress is a capital offense, right?" She loudly complained, "This servant didn't want to either, but you're just using me and then throwing me under the carriage. So this servant has nothing left to fear. The Empress questioned, "When did I throw you under the carriage?" She continued, "The kidnapper of Dufi was clearly sent by you. Why are you falsely accusing me? Do you think by doing this, they won't guess it was you?" At that moment, the Empress had a thought. The person I hired was a dead man, not this cowardly thief in front of me. So the Empress continued, "I don't even know him at all." At that moment, Dufi chimed in, "Of course, your Majesty is the most respected Empress. Whether or not this matter involves you, you certainly wouldn't allow the kidnappers to meet you." Then his mother frowned and thought, "My people aren't here either," which shows the operation wasn't smooth. Could Feng Dufi be trying to finish me off in one bite? She angrily shouted, "Feng Dufai, it's you." She smiled smugly, thinking, as expected of the Empress, her reaction is much quicker than Feng Yanyan's. This man in black was indeed found by me. Feng Dufi thought to herself and remembered, I can understand clearly. Feng Yanyan was also lucky thanks to Little Black. Recalling that time, the black cat examined the wooden box and said, "Although I'm no longer a system, my sensing abilities are still there. There seems to be some medicine on this wooden box." She thought to herself, after Little Black discovered something unusual, I investigated and used it. Unexpectedly, the opponent was already a corpse and had taken poison to commit suicide. The scene at that time, she stood watching that person who had died by suicide. She understood that she had to find another way. She thought, it seems I can only find someone to impersonate. In the current scene, the Empress angrily shouted, "Feng Dufi, you dare to falsely accuse me." She replied, "Your Majesty, this servant doesn't know what you're talking about." In today's events, this servant and the third prince are both victims. She clasped her hands together and sincerely pleaded, "We still hope your Majesty will do us justice and punish severely." The third prince also spoke up. "Your son also begs Father Emperor to handle this fairly." The emperor pondered. Tiohu and Feng Dufai wouldn't go so far as to use their own wedding to gamble and blame the empress. Today, the empress has done this. Even if I want to be biased, I can't do it in front of so many people. He seemed a bit conflicted. Suddenly, the empress grabbed his sleeve and called out to him. Before she could finish speaking, someone shouted, "Protect the emperor. There's an assassin." Dufi and Tiohu couldn't believe their eyes. The empress, for some reason, saw the arrow's trajectory and screamed, "Your Majesty, be careful." And the arrow struck the empress's back. Blood flowed from the wound. The emperor cried out, holding the empress in his arms. She tried to open her eyes, her face both fearful and pained, still managing to ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" "Thank goodness," he said, full of panic and urgency. "I'm fine, and you'll be fine too. Don't worry, I'll take you back to the palace immediately." Someone reported that the Imperial Guards had arrived. "That's great. Everything will be fine." On the side, Dufi watched this scene with suspicion. She thought, an assassin capable of reaching the third prince's mansion gets caught in less than 2 minutes. It's like a staged play. Tiohu, standing next to her, whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this." He replied, "Don't worry." The captured assassin was dragged to kneel at the emperor's feet. He took a sword and with one stroke severed the assassin's arm. Blood spurted out. The arm fell to the ground, still twitching. Tiohu used his body to block her view. "Don't look," the emperor said. "I know you won't easily reveal the mastermind, but I have ways to torture you. If you don't want each arm and leg to be chopped off by me, it's best to confess early. Avoid suffering more physical pain." The remaining assassin fearfully said, If we reveal who's behind this, Your Majesty, will you really spare our lives?" He said, "That's right," but thought differently. The one who harmed the empress would undoubtedly die. "To investigate the case, I don't mind coaxing you a bit." The assassin begged, "Spare our lives, third prince. We deserve to die. We only wanted to survive." Dufi couldn't bear it. Clearly being framed, she said, "You're lying." Tiohu added, "Father Emperor, even if you don't believe in my filial piety and loyalty to you, you should know my feelings for Fuang Yi. I absolutely couldn't do such a thing on my wedding night." The empress breathed heavily, gasping for air. She also added a few words. "Your Majesty, these assassins might have been sent by someone else to speak nonsense and falsely accuse others." The empress coughed repeatedly. Blood spewed from her mouth. The emperor called out to her, "Guards, imprison the third prince in the clan court. Wait until I investigate the truth before passing judgment." He lifted her from the ground and walked away. Dufi wanted to call out to the emperor, but it was futile. Those who witnessed the event discussed among themselves. The emperor knows the truth isn't clear. Why does he want to directly imprison the third prince, who is of high merit, in the clan court? It seems a bit unfair. 2 guards approached Tiohu, saying, "Third prince, let's go." He stood still, not resisting. His gaze became increasingly sharp. He thought, from childhood to adulthood, hadn't he suffered enough injustice? He turned back to look at Du Fi. On their wedding night, the groom was being imprisoned. For Fuang Ni, this must be a great injustice. He embraced her again, calling her affectionately, "Fuang Ni, I'm sorry, I'll be back soon." She hugged him tightly, her eyes filled with tears, crying silently. Du Fi's tears flowed onto Tiohu's shoulder. She said, "The one who should apologize is me. If I hadn't exposed the Empress, this wouldn't have." He interrupted her. "Today is your wedding day. How did it turn out like this?" He said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Using his hand to wipe the tears from her eyes, he instructed, "Don't think such things. Be good and wait for me at home. All right?" She nodded. Then the third prince walked away, following the guards behind her. Fuang Yanyin tried to sneak away as if nothing had happened. Du Fi ordered, "Stop right there. Anwiet, take her to the prison of the Ministry of Justice for a while." She screamed, "Du Fi, you want to imprison me? What law of the Southern Dynasty have I violated? A princess consort without official rank like you, what right do you have to imprison me?" She replied sternly, "Indeed, there's no specific law or punishment for impersonating a bride on her wedding night. But what about drugging and kidnapping? If you're dissatisfied, I might as well send you back to the Prime Minister's residence. Let's see if your father agrees to save you." Upon hearing this, she immediately changed her attitude. Grabbing Du Fi's sleeve, she said, "I was wrong, Feng Du Fi. No, sister, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I won't interfere with you two anymore. Please don't imprison me, can you? The prison of the Ministry of Justice is not a place for ordinary people," she said firmly, unwavering. "Anyone who touches the third prince, I will show no mercy." She continued, "You shouldn't have helped the Empress harm Tiohu. Take her away." The moon was high. On this wedding night, all that remained was her standing there, watching him walk away. Du Fi told herself not to lose composure. Tiohu's people would surely investigate the truth secretly. She couldn't just sit and wait for death either. The Empress's chain of plans and self-sacrifice were unexpected, but it also gave her a new idea. The Emperor's concern for the Empress far exceeded that of a normal royal couple. Perhaps the breakthrough lay with the Empress. At this time, the Empress's palace was brightly lit everywhere. She was lying on the bed. The Emperor stood beside her, seeing her eyes move. He said, "You're awake. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it." She sat up tiredly and said, "Your Majesty hasn't treated me well for a long time. If I had known, I should have gotten injured earlier. It would have been worth it." Hearing this, he asked about something else. "Last night, did you incite Feng Yanyin? Was it really you?" She spoke in an even more pitiful tone. "I risked my life to save your Majesty, yet your Majesty still doesn't believe me." He had his own plans. Regarding Feng Yanyin's matter, the third prince had no motive at all. It was almost certain the Empress did it. "I've promised not to pursue this matter anymore. I just want the Empress to say one honest thing." He spoke words of comfort to the Empress. "I don't mean to blame you. Feng Yanyin has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. I won't pursue this matter anymore. Can't you say one honest thing to me?" The Empress frowned and said, "No, this wasn't done by me." The Emperor stood up, his words becoming firmer. "Forget it. As a husband, defending one's wife and children is natural. What I just said was merely a conversation between husband and wife. But from now on, I will be the emperor of a nation. If the truth is uncovered, I must give the third prince and the civil and military officials an explanation." He left, saying lastly, "You should rest. I'll have someone prepare some light food and bring it to you." As soon as the emperor left, her eyes revealed a knife-like sharpness. A husband defending his wife and children. Is it? Who knows if this is the emperor's true intention or not? Is it deliberately set up or not? The royal family is full of schemes. One can't be honest. She then called out, "Someone, find the crown prince and bring him here." Elsewhere, at the prince's residence, the prince was imprisoned. The princess came to see him. He said, "I thought the last time would be the final time you'd come here." She replied, "I thought so too. Unfortunately." She anxiously and angrily asked, "Where is my daughter? Where have you hidden her?" She reached through the iron bars, grabbing his collar, demanding answers. The prince cursed, "You mad woman, I don't know what you're talking about." She angrily kept her grip on his collar, saying, "Things have come to this because of the Empress, your daughter. You still want to deceive me. Let me tell you, I'm not negotiating with you. You'd better be honest. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't sacrifice my life to kill you." She threatened further, "As for the Empress, your obedient daughter, I won't quibble over her replacing my daughter as the Emperor's wife. I won't accuse her of treason. But if you don't tell the truth, then even without evidence, I'll surely cause a rift between her and the Emperor, making them uneasy." He seemed to waver. He appeared shaken by these threats. "If you want me to tell you, fine. But you must tell me, who told you about this?" Was it Consort Feng and little Huck? Her tears kept falling. With a trembling voice, she said, You've admitted it. You really hid my daughter. You kept me from seeing her for decades. You're so cruel. The prince watched her cry and asked another question. How can I be sure that after finding our daughter, you won't betray me again? She said through her tears, I swear on our daughter's life. I absolutely won't tell anyone about this. The sun shone brightly in the sky. The prince said, Western Mountain, Biyuan, under the east wing, there's a secret chamber. She's there. Her emotions changed as she cursed. Prince, this time, you and your good daughter can die together. He couldn't believe he'd been tricked by her again. What are you saying? You swore. Don't you care about our daughter's life anymore? From the shadows, Consort Yu stepped out and replied, The princess didn't tell anyone about this. Wasn't it you, Prince, who revealed everything yourself? He looked at her with some apprehension. You dare to conspire to deceive me, Consort Feng. This is my family matter. What does it have to do with an outsider like you? Consort Yu asked. Is that so? But today I received news. The midwife who delivered the princess died suddenly 25 years ago. Coincidentally, that year the emperor also ascended the throne 25 years ago. Shortly after ascending, he established an empress. Why such a coincidence? Consort Yu looked at him judgmentally and continued, I dare to guess. Is it because the current empress is fake? That's why the real empress's midwife died suddenly just after turning 40. Going back further, initially the virtuous prince, out of compassion, didn't kill his eldest daughter, right? Later, this was discovered by your younger daughter. She also found out her sister, by chance, had saved the prince. The two had feelings for each other. She presented her sharp reasoning, leaving the prince unable to deny. Then she concluded, so your younger daughter, taking advantage of her resemblance to her sister, impersonated and replaced her. She deceived the emperor and became empress, right? He broke into a cold sweat, protesting, You're talking nonsense. In the cell, the virtuous prince asked Consort Feng, You have no evidence. No one will believe you. Consort Feng replied, Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, we just need to go to Western Mountain Villa to see if it's true or not. I forgot to tell the prince, before coming to the imperial clan court, I visited the palace. The virtuous prince, hearing this, was terrified and said, You dare tell the emperor. Little did he know, the emperor was standing outside the door and had heard the entire conversation. Consort Feng replied, You told the emperor yourself, virtuous prince. The emperor, hearing this outside, shouted, To Western Mountain Villa, quickly. At Western Mountain Villa, Consort Feng, the emperor, and some servants arrived. Consort Feng, holding a lamp, went ahead and hesitantly said, Your Majesty, inside this dark room there's a white-haired woman sitting. She's sitting upright in a chair with her eyes closed. The emperor asked Consort Yu, Child, help me see if this is her or not. Consort Feng looked at the woman and said, Your Majesty, I don't recognize this lady. The emperor pondered deeply. Even I can't recognize her, let alone a child who's never met her. He said, I'll bring her out myself. I'll confirm it personally. Saying this, he reached out to touch the woman's face and tried calling, Jinger. But before he could touch her, he coughed up blood. Consort Feng, seeing this, quickly ran to support him, calling, Your Majesty. She wondered if it was emotional turmoil or if the secret chamber was problematic. She supported the emperor and said, Let me help you up first. Later, we'll send someone to bring this lady up. How are you feeling? The emperor, injured, could only manage to reply. Then Consort Feng had her subordinates take the emperor up first and turned back to instruct the servants in the mansion. Bring this lady up gently. The servants respectfully replied, Yes. Then the mansion's servants brought that lady up. Consort Feng, holding an oil lamp, was about to leave when she noticed on the floor cockroach corpses arranged to spell Bao Gong Miao. Consort Feng, seeing this scene, was very shocked. Outside, Xiao Yu's subordinate entered and called, Princess, we've taken the emperor and that lady to the third prince's mansion. Let's go too. Consort Feng didn't leave immediately, but asked, Yingyue, do you know if in history there was a dynasty called Northern Song? Yingyu, surprised, answered, I don't think so, but I'm not well educated. I haven't read many books. Perhaps the princess could ask Wu Xing later. Consort Feng, hearing the subordinate's reasonable suggestion, replied, All right. That evening at the third prince's mansion, after examining the emperor and that lady, the imperial physician said, Princess, don't worry. The emperor just has some internal distress. It's not serious now. However, although that lady is still alive, her tendons in hands and feet have been cut numerous times. Her tongue has been cut and she's blind and deaf. With slow treatment, there's still a glimmer of hope. Consort Feng, hearing this from the physician, replied, Thank you, doctor. Yingyue, see the doctor out for me. When the doctor and Yingyue had left, she turned to Wu Xing and said, Wu Xing, I have something to ask you. Wu Xing, do you know about Northern Song and Bao Gong? Wu Xing replied, I didn't know the princess liked such books. Hearing this, Consort Feng thought, Xiao Yu said Wuxing likes to read, even more than he does. If Wuxing doesn't know that dynasty, perhaps it doesn't exist here. The famous Baogong case in northern Song that year was about a carp turning into a prince. A fake empress replaced the real one. Could it be that the crown prince is actually the son of the real empress? After all, the subordinates had left. In the room, only Consort Feng and that mysterious lady remained. She thought, for Xiao Hu's sake, I must confirm if Xiao Han is really the son of the true empress or not. Then she went to hold the lady's hand and thought, her tendons have been cut. It seems she truly has no feeling. Other parts should be normal, right? Then she touched the woman's shoulder. Suddenly, the woman jerked, trembled, and cried out, "Ah!" Consort Feng, hearing this, asked, You're not insane." The lady said nothing, but trembled and wept. Sob, sob, sob. Consort Feng thought, in the secret chamber, the woman only wrote cat and not Li Miao. These two words Li Miao are connected to Baogong, implying something. But this era basically doesn't have northern song. How desperate must he have been to write out these secrets? She comforted the lady, saying, Don't be afraid, don't worry. We might be from the same world. I won't harm you. Justice belongs to you and will surely appear. The woman, hearing Consort Feng's words, calmed down. Consort Feng thought, now I can only confirm that the carp replacing the crown prince is true. Her current condition isn't convenient for communication either. Suddenly, there was a sound from outside. Consort Feng turned around and asked, Who's there? The system opened a window and replied, It's me. Consort Feng said, You never speak in front of others. What's the matter? The system replied, I just happened to go into the emperor's room. I discovered he's been poisoned. Consort Feng, already knowing this, asked, Didn't the doctor just say there was nothing to worry about? The cat system explained, if the poison was that easy to detect, how would they dare use it on the emperor? Originally, they wouldn't act so quickly, but today's extreme anger affected his heart, accelerating the spread of the poison. In the original plot, the empress also poisoned the emperor. Like this time, Emperor Jing's deep affection protected her. Could the empress act so quickly too? Consort Feng asked, Can this poison be cured? The cat system replied, It's possible, but also maybe not. However, in the original plot, the emperor dies from poisoning. The empress and crown prince take control. Xiao Yu raises troops to expose the villains and smoothly ascends the throne. Consort Feng then said, This can only be decided by Xiao Yu himself. Later, Consort Feng went to the imperial clan court and met Xiao Yu. The two talked together. Xiao Yu said, Fenger, if it weren't for you, I would definitely have to avenge his cold-heartedness from those years. But now that I have you, his past indifference, I even feel somewhat fortunate about it. Thinking back to my childhood, without his coldness, there wouldn't have been time for Fenger and me to be friends in our youth. The Feng family is entirely loyal. They can't commit treason or betrayal. I can't drag them down because of my selfish desires. He said, Fenger, I won't do anything to harm you, including your family. Do you understand? Consort Feng gently replied. Silly, I know. Don't worry, we'll live together happily. Xiao Yu kissed Consort Feng's forehead and said, You. At the crown prince's residence, the empress was holding a letter from her maternal father which said, Tell mother that Li Daitao Kang, they all know. The empress said, He knows. Of course he knows. The crown prince replied, Mother, what did great-grandfather say? Who knows what? The empress frowned and said, Haner, do you know why your father loves you so much? Even when you make a big mistake, he still releases you so quickly. The crown prince confidently answered, Of course, it's because father loves you, mother. But the empress sighed and said, Then do you know why he loves me? Crown Prince Xiao Han replied, Because you and father are childhood sweethearts. Back then, when father was still a prince, you saved his life. The empress heard this and asked in return, But what if that person wasn't me? The crown prince said, What do you mean? The empress explained, It was my half-sister, an existence no one knows about. The one who saved your father was her. The one who was intimate with your father was also her, and I was just lucky to have a face identical to hers. The crown prince, hearing this, fearfully asked about the letter from his great-grandfather. Does father already know? What should we do now, mother? Don't you have many secret guards at your disposal? I also have the palace troops and the private army left by great-grandfather. While father hasn't returned to the palace yet, we can arrange an assassination so he never comes back. This way, I can legitimately ascend the throne. We won't need to worry about any secrets being exposed. The empress, hearing this, angrily said, No. Don't forget, Xiao, you still has the military under his command. If you rebel, he can mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops. What will you do then? Even if you seize the throne, you won't be able to hold it securely. Xiao Han anxiously asked the Empress, are we just going to wait for our doom like this? Have you heard of the Three Lights powder? The Empress calmly asked in return. The Empress explained, the Three Lights powder is an improved version of the Five Stones powder. Used over time, it will make people lose their mental clarity, even cause sudden death. It can also control the behavior of the user. Even if the doctor is highly skilled, they won't be able to detect it. Xiao Han frowned and hesitated. You want to give it to father? The Empress smirked. Not want to, but already have. After saying this, she ordered Xiao Han, go gather all our forces. Control the palace first. By tomorrow afternoon, I want your father to voluntarily abdicate. No one will notice any clues. Xiao Han obediently replied, yes, mother. Just then, the Empress's maid entered and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor has arrived. The Empress looked over and said, perfect timing. As the Emperor had just arrived, the Empress immediately switched to a gentle expression and called out, Your Majesty. But Emperor Jing already knew everything. His face darkened as he thought, I believe that in this lifetime, I ruled as a king, beloved by all my subjects. As a husband, I shared love with my wife like in the beginning. I considered it a success, but I absolutely never expected that all of this was a lie. The Empress, seeing the Emperor silent with furrowed brows, called out, Your Majesty. The Emperor's face darkened even more. I gave supreme glory to a liar. I let the person I love most be tormented by her, neither human nor ghost. After the Emperor sat down, the Empress approached and said, Your Majesty, I have something I want to tell you. Speak, I'm listening, the Emperor replied. The Empress asked, You favored me for so many years. Is it because I once saved you years ago, or because you truly love me? This made the Emperor uneasy and alert. The Empress continued, We've been married for over 20 years. Saving your life was just a one-time deed back then. It should be forgotten by now. What's important is that we can still love each other like we did at the beginning. Isn't this what matters most? The Empress thought confidently, even if he knows the truth, so what? I'm the one who's been his wife for over 20 years. There are still feelings between us. The Empress suggested to the Emperor, You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Let me massage you. Then, the Empress began massaging Emperor Jing's temples. She asked if it felt comfortable. The Emperor responded with a grunt, his eyes still closed. The Empress took the opportunity, while the Emperor wasn't paying attention, to release an ant behind his ear. Your Majesty, are you tired? The Emperor replied absent-mindedly, Yes, I am a bit tired. The Empress seized the chance to continue persuading. If your Majesty is tired, why not pass the throne to the Crown Prince? We could travel and enjoy nature together. Emperor Jing's consciousness was now completely controlled. He replied, All right. The next afternoon, all officials were in an uproar. This morning, the palace had just announced that the Emperor would not hold court for a day. Why were they suddenly summoned to court? Could something major have happened in the palace? Or was there an urgent military report? At that moment, the Emperor also arrived. The Emperor has arrived. The Emperor sat on the throne and said, Today, I've suddenly summoned you all because I have a major announcement to make. I am now advanced in years, and especially with recent events, I feel that my abilities are no longer what they were. I am no longer fit for this imperial position. So today I've decided to pass the throne to the Crown Prince. Tiao Han immediately clasped his hands and replied, Your son will not disappoint Father Emperor's trust. Everyone began to buzz, trying to dissuade the Emperor. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The Crown Prince is still young, lacking in experience. Even if your Majesty's health is poor lately, you could let the Crown Prince temporarily manage state affairs under your supervision. We will do our utmost to assist. Your Majesty need not abdicate at this time. That's right, Your Majesty. The matter of the third prince the other night has not yet been fully investigated. Your Majesty should clarify the truth before deciding. It's not too late. Tiao Han gritted his teeth and glared. These old ministers, wait until I ascend the throne. I'll definitely kill a few to vent my anger. The Emperor continued, This matter needs no further discussion, if the Crown Prince also accepts my decision. Tiao Han smiled, thinking to himself, the mind control powder is indeed effective. The Emperor shouted, Guards, seize Crown Prince Tiao Han for me. Tiao Han was shocked. He asked, Father Emperor, what has your son done wrong to displease you that you suddenly make such a decision? Emperor Jing recalled, Fortunately, Consort Fengyu had already checked for poison on me and prepared an antidote. He shouted at Tiao Han, You and that good mother of yours poisoned me, plotting to control me and have me immediately pass the throne to you. Your wolfish heart has been exposed, yet you dare ask what you've done wrong. Tiao Han turned pale and stammered, Father Emperor, I didn't. The emperor's face was stern. If you truly had no such thoughts, when I just said I wanted to pass the throne to you, while the ministers objected, you agreed without hesitation. Do you think why I summoned all court officials to the palace? Why didn't I expose the empress after she poisoned me? In fact, I knew everything long ago. It was just to make you admit defeat completely. The empress, standing inside, frowned and thought, I thought he truly cared for our marital bond, so I only poisoned him to control, not to take his life. But he was deliberately luring me to act, gathering evidence to drive mother and son to our deaths. The empress, now pale-faced, said, so all these years of marital affection were truly false in your majesty's eyes. Consort Fengyu stepped forward, saying, the empress is startled. After years of affection, if the empress were truly the one who saved your majesty back then, and truly your majesty's childhood sweetheart, if she were truly the one who cared for your majesty as childhood friends, then someone as loyal as your majesty certainly wouldn't treat such a person this way. Unfortunately, is the empress really that person? The empress turned back, confused. That disabled, foolish woman in the Western Mountain Hospital couldn't possibly testify. How does Consort Fengyu know? Consort Fengyu continued, all of this should be left for the wise prince to explain to everyone in person. The empress turned anxiously to look at her father. She said, Father, he, with a regretful expression, said, Your Majesty, I am also at fault in this matter. He recounted the events of that year. He said, back then, I favored my concubine. Not only did I elevate her to equal wife status, but I was also bewitched by her to kill my child. He knelt down and continued, You may all know that my previous wife once gave birth to a daughter who supposedly died shortly after birth. But in truth, that child did not die young. It was my equal wife, who is also the empress's birth mother, who wailed and begged this prince to kill her. The court officials were surprised. One said, Even fierce tigers don't eat their cubs. Hearing this, Emperor Jing frowned angrily. He continued to recount the events of that year, saying, That year, this guilty subject was also bewitched and fell under her spell. However, when I held that child, I immediately regretted it. The image of that child appeared, and he said, I felt it was adorable and truly couldn't bear to kill it. He then continued, This guilty subject found the corpse of another child who had died to conceal the truth. Then I took the princess consort's child and secretly raised it with a rural couple. Unfortunately, one day, my young daughter discovered this matter. Not only that, she also learned that Jinger back then had saved a young prince and developed feelings for him. That year, when the empress met her sister, holding a basket of vegetables, said, Miss, is something the matter? He continued the story, but she didn't stop Jinger and the prince. Instead, she waited until the day this prince was about to ascend the throne. A court official nearby then said, Even if the empress looks identical to her sister, your majesty and her sister have been through so much together and share so many memories. With so many shared experiences, how could she replace her in such a short time? He asked incredulously. He angrily replied, This is precisely her brilliance. Her father recounted, She didn't replace her overnight. Instead, she collected bits day by day. If Jinger met your majesty today, tomorrow it would be her. The scene from that year appeared. She said to her sister with a calculating expression, It's my turn today, sister. You should rest well. He continued. Day after day, it went on like this. Then she had Jinger recount to her the important times she hadn't experienced. Using this method before, she already knew very well about the matters between Jinger and your majesty. Back then, Emperor Jing sat on a chair with her. It's rare to see Jinger play a piece of music so quietly, she said. Now that you're empress, you can't keep being as willful as you were before. He continued. Although some details didn't match, she could still deceive your majesty as too much time had passed and memories had faded. Finally, she completely replaced her. Jinger became the one and only empress. The emperor asked in shock, Why? Why did Jinger have to obey her? He looked at the emperor with sadness and regret, saying, Because this guilty subject and the empress threatened her. If she didn't obey, we would kill her birth mother. Prime Minister Feng, hearing this, asked, Then where did that Miss Jing go afterwards? Jinger's mother cried and said, My Jinger now has her tendons cut, her tongue removed, her face disfigured, blind and deaf. All of this, she then angrily shouted, was bestowed by the empress. The people around discussed heatedly, saying, Too cruel. Such an empress cannot be kept. The empress, angry and frowning, said, Father originally just needed the crown prince to ascend the throne. You could have enjoyed glory and wealth with your daughter. Why were you so foolish? Why did you have to betray your daughter like this? Xiao Han frowned and said, What a waste. My mother trusted you so much and told you everything. He frowned suspiciously, thinking, things have come to this, yet she still won't admit guilt. Could the Empress have a backup plan? At that moment, Concubine Yu said, does the Crown Prince still think Xian Wang is a good person? She laughed and continued, back then he could even be so cruel to his own daughter. He could help your mother deceive. Your Majesty was originally a disloyal and unrighteous person. Moreover, because your mother didn't trust him, she told him everything. It was just that there was no other choice then, so don't indulge in the touching drama of your own making anymore. Emperor Jing angrily shouted, guards, immediately strip the Empress and Crown Prince of their titles and set a date for execution. Suddenly, everything fell silent. No Imperial guards appeared. People around murmured, where are the Imperial guards? Why is no one here? Something's wrong. Could the Empress have controlled the army to force the Emperor to abdicate? With an evil expression, she said, Your Majesty, did you think only you knew how to leave a way out? The Emperor asked in surprise, You wicked woman, what have you done? She replied calculatingly, This concubine has done nothing, just to prevent your Majesty from having any backup plans. I took control of all the Imperial guards last night. Hurry in and tie up the Emperor. Our time has come. She was thinking smugly, this time, I have finally won. But she didn't expect someone to say, Your Highness, it's bad. The third prince. The third prince has sent people to kill their way in. Arrows flew from there, killing all her supporters. Those were arrows shot from Xiao Hu's bow. Rufy was surprised to see him. He smiled, thinking, fortunately, she's all right. Everyone was startled and said, The third prince. The third prince has come to save us. She looked at him and asked, Why did you come so late? He wiped the blood off her face with his hand. The ruffians outside the city took a bit of effort to deal with. The third prince appeared like a savior, turning the tables. When the emperor was facing the empress's rebellion, having such a son was truly a blessing. The emperor ordered, Third son, you've come at the right time. Take down all of them. The third prince stood to one side, holding his most beloved concubine Feng. His mouth coldly ordered, Attack! All his subordinates obeyed and put on their armor, responding to their master. Yes, sir. The crown prince witnessed this, shocked and worried. He wanted to use their blood relation to beg for his life. He pleaded, No, father. I am your son. You can't treat me like this. The emperor was too disappointed with the crown prince and his mother. He questioned back, When you plotted to seize the throne, schemed rebellion, and tried to kill me, why didn't you remember you were my son? The empress, surrounded by swords pointing at her, could only listen motionlessly. Death was approaching their lives. The emperor added, intending to extinguish the crown prince's hope, You are my son, but also her son. Do you think I will spare you? The empress bowed her head in despair. Helplessly, she said, You've won. Before death, people often think of their most beautiful memories to die in peace. But she couldn't close her eyes for love, for the image of her beloved's love. She pondered how after years of marriage, they ended up with one alive and one dead. She lamented with the thought, From the beginning, this man has never loved me. He loved the face identical to that damned concubine. As soon as she finished, the crown prince was dragged away by the third prince's men. He still tried to call out, Father, Father. The emperor then turned his angry gaze to the empress's father and said, As for you, it was truly your actions that caused so much chaos, harming innocent people. He still tried to justify himself. Even at the last moment, he still craved to live after all the sins he had committed. Your Majesty, you had already agreed. As long as this subject exposed the empress's true face in front of everyone, you would allow me and the princess to redeem ourselves and return to the prince's mansion. Right. He spoke these unreasonable arguments shamelessly. His hands trembled. Still kneeling on the ground, he uttered golden words. Your Majesty cannot go back on your word. The emperor's face darkened. He coldly asked, When did I say that? The empress's father was also terrified by this authority. He was shocked. Having deceived others all his life, he never thought he'd be played himself. The third prince and concubine Feng stood to one side, watching the whole drama. She interjected, I'm so sorry, Prince Xian. It was I who disagreed, not His Majesty. Only then did he realize he had been tricked by a young girl. He turned and shouted at her, You deceived me. The third prince couldn't bear to see this pathetic sight. He judged, You're foolish, yet blame others. Concubine Feng is clever and quick-witted. Let me explain to this old man. There's one thing Prince Xian might have misunderstood. What you did wasn't redeeming yourself, but using any means for your own benefit. Princess Xian can't be said to be redeeming herself either, because she was completely innocent, sacrificing herself for the greater good. The couple's words, one after another, left the old fox speechless. Finally, the emperor ended everything. Guards, take this criminal away from me. In another development, an official announced, Today's rebellion has been quelled. Ministers, you may return. The third prince took concubine Feng's hand and pulled her away. Looking very affectionate, he said, "Let's go too." But before they could leave, they heard the official's words. "Third prince, please wait," he gently said to concubine Feng. "Fenger, I'm afraid I can't leave right away." She knew what was about to happen. Slightly worried, she held on to Xiao Hu, but the third prince put his hand on her cheek, comforting her. "It's all right, go home and wait for me." The reason she was so worried was because she had guessed the emperor was suspicious. Although the crown prince's attempt to kill the emperor was extremely dangerous, Xiao Hu leading troops into the palace was also taboo. She thought about how the empress had been executed. The matter between her and Jinger was still a mystery. The more she thought, the more complex it seemed. Lian Yao Huan and Jinger were suppressed by the empress. How could they have the ability to switch the crown prince when the empress gave birth? Seeing how close the empress was to the crown prince, they must be mother and son. Thinking of this, she seemed to discover something. Could it be that the one who was switched wasn't the empress's child? In the emperor's study, a meeting took place between the emperor and the third prince after the recent rebellion. What seemed like it would be a joyful family reunion, resolving all misunderstandings, the emperor said, "Third son, today you bravely saved me in the Golden Phoenix Hall. I am very pleased." However, just as concubine Feng had guessed, the emperor suspiciously asked, "Where did the people you led into the palace to stop the rebellion come from?" He asked this because the emperor was considering, under the circumstances where the imperial guards were controlled by the empress, the third son could still counterattack easily. If he had other intentions, controlling the palace would be as easy as turning his hand. It turns out the emperor asked out of fear of the third prince's power. The third prince, upright and unafraid, with utmost sincerity, knelt down and respectfully reported, "Father, when your son returned from the border this evening, I brought back 10,000 soldiers." These words directly angered the emperor. The emperor slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Insolent." He said angrily, "When generals return, they can't bring more than 800 soldiers to the capital. Yet you dare to bring 10,000 troops back behind my back. What do you mean by this? What crime have you committed?" the emperor pressed. The third prince, still kneeling, calmly replied, "Your son only suspected the empress and crown prince of plotting rebellion, so I brought people back as a precaution." The emperor, suspicious, retorted, "Oh, as a precaution, you say? Should I praise you for that? Reward you as a loyal minister?" The third prince, hearing his father persistently refusing to trust him, immediately said, "Your son wouldn't dare." The emperor continued questioning. He seemed to disregard the third prince's achievements today, asking, "Or do you think that because you've rendered a great service today, I can't do anything to you, that I dare not punish you?" The third prince bowed his head respectfully and said, "Your son has no such intention. I beg, father, to punish me." Whatever the third prince did still angered the emperor. His face darkened as he said, "Very well, then I shall satisfy you." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly a voice called out, "Wait," from outside, stopping the emperor from deciding on punishment. It was concubine Feng, with someone's shadow behind her. Seeing her, the emperor calmed down, thinking, concubine Feng had exposed the empress's baby-switching plot and also saved Jinger. He felt grateful in his heart. But then the emperor said, "If you've come because..." Before he finished, concubine Feng spoke, "Does your majesty remember her?" Then a woman who looked extremely haggard appeared. Her face was gaunt, thin, and pale. Her cheekbones lacked vitality. Seeing the woman before him, the emperor seemed to recognize her and said, "Why did you bring her here?" The person appearing beside concubine Feng was none other than Chai Yu, the maid from the laundry room, or rather, the third prince's birth mother. Concubine Feng then explained everything clearly to the emperor. "Your majesty, before you punish the third prince, I have something important to report." The emperor curiously asked what it was. Without any unnecessary movement, she tripped the woman beside her, causing her to fall down in pain. With a cold face, she said, "Speak for yourself." The third prince witnessed everything. He found it strange and was surprised by her actions. He thought, "I was mistreated since childhood and never considered her my mother." But Fenger is not like that. Because of the relationship between me and her, although she hates her, she wouldn't intentionally humiliate her like today. Seeing Fenger's actions, he seemed to have guessed something was amiss. Cutting off his train of thought, the third prince saw her kneel down, mumbling. Her eyes looked straight ahead but with fear, saying, "Ah, ah." She was so afraid because she thought to herself, how did concubine Feng find out about this? If I were a concubine, I could still hide this matter, but I'm just a palace maid. Her hesitation angered the emperor. Hurry up and confess the truth. She was terrified, kneeling down and repeatedly saying, "This slave deserves death. This slave deserves death." She explained, "Back then, this slave didn't mean to. Back then, this slave was truly pregnant. But unexpectedly, it was a stillbirth." She recalled, speaking in fear, her whole body trembling. Just then, little Hu appeared. So this slave, the emperor couldn't accept this truth. He had been deceived by a palace maid for so many years. In a moment of agitation, he said, "What did you say? Say it again." She could only tremble in fear and say, "This slave didn't want it to be like this. Please, your majesty, forgive this slave." The third prince was a bit stunned upon hearing this truth. So that's how it was. He recalled that since childhood, he had wondered why other mothers loved their children, but his mother looked at him as if he were an enemy, tormenting him every day. So she wasn't his birth mother after all. He closed his eyes, thinking of past grievances that could never be erased. But then he thought optimistically, it's fortunate. His real mother wasn't like that. The recent shock also gave the emperor time to reflect. Although I don't like Xiao Hu, now the only prince who can shoulder responsibilities is him alone. The emperor thought while looking at the son before him. He was angry, his fists clenched. Unexpectedly, he's not my son after all. This thought made the emperor even angrier. He ordered, "Guards, guards, take this woman out and have her torn apart by 5 horses. A cruel punishment." The emperor continued, "As for..." He looked at the third prince and thought, although Xiao Hu was not at fault and knew nothing about this matter, the emperor seemed to still want to punish him. Concubine Feng interrupted. She said to the emperor, "Before you punish this woman, I still have something to report." He had endured too many shocks and angrily replied, "What else?" She gently said, "Your Jingni once had a child too." These words made the emperor's face relax. He softened and couldn't help but be surprised. She recalled and spoke of what she knew. Jingni was clever, not letting Xian Wang and the empress discover her pregnancy. Although I don't know the specific situation, I haven't had time to verify it. But based on the words she left in the secret chamber, her son must have been brought into the palace and switched with the son of some consort. She expressed her speculation. There are only 4 princes. Back then, whether it was the empress or consort Leon, they were extremely powerful. Not targets she could easily deal with, could be switched. As for the mother of the crown prince, even though she was a secondary consort, the crown prince's age doesn't match, so the only one left is. At this point, the emperor's eyes were wide open. This was the truth that shocked and made him regret the most. He realized Jingni's child wasn't the crown prince, nor was it the 4th prince, not the 1st prince, which only left the 3rd prince. This was his true son with the woman he loved. He approached the only blood relative of his beloved, saying, "Son." The 3rd prince was still in shock. The emperor thought, no wonder I increasingly felt that the 3rd prince resembled the young empress. No wonder. He reached out his hand towards the prince. The 3rd prince's face showed no hope. For so many years, he had never received a father's love. I no longer need it, he thought of the mother he had never met, let alone this sudden appearance of fatherly love, which wasn't for him, but because father had finally found the woman he loved. He thought bitterly. He spoke directly to the emperor. "Father, forgive me. Fenger said she hasn't verified this matter. You should still investigate further to avoid misplacing your enthusiasm." The emperor didn't know what else to say. He realized how much pain he had caused to the child he should have cherished and cared for the most. Concubine Feng approached to comfort Xiao Hu. "It's not as bad as you think." The 3rd prince's face looked extremely miserable. He said to Fenger, "This is not my home. Let's go home." Exhausted, he wanted to leave immediately. Concubine Feng understood and felt sorry for him for all the injustices he had suffered. Xiao Hu, who clearly had a father of supreme status but was mistreated since childhood, who clearly had great merits in protecting the country but couldn't match a single innocent word from the crown prince. He had grown accustomed to the emperor's indifference. The phrase Jingni's child brought a feeling of closeness that made him feel uncomfortable and empty. She understood that the 3rd prince also wanted to be loved, but couldn't bear that all his efforts over the years were not equal to a single phrase, Jingni's child. Concubine Feng understood that he needed her now. She was also the only one left by his side. She reached out her hand, grasping his hand. Looking into his eyes, she said gently, "Let's go home. You don't have a mother, so let me take care of you." Then the two left without saying another word. The emperor was left alone. Before, as emperor, he was isolated, standing alone above 10,000 people. And now, in this situation of being left behind, it was the same. A lonely father, a man unworthy of being a father. He suddenly had a severe heart attack. He clutched his chest tightly as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Finally, this pain seemed like retribution he had to face for not protecting the one he loved and his son. At the 3rd prince's mansion, Concubine Feng, worried about Xiao Hu, approached to comfort him. She gently called out to Xiao Hu. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hu suddenly stopped. Concubine Feng bumped into Xiao Hu's back. The concubine held her face and groaned. Xiao Hu, worried about her, hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Concubine Feng looked at Xiao Hu gently and said, "Silly, you You didn't mean to. Besides, we're husband and wife now. You shouldn't be so distant with me, understand? Xiao Hu embraced concubine Feng. He whispered close to her. Fenger, actually I'm not angry. I just find it amusing. But now seeing you, all the hardships and troubles were worth it. Concubine Feng was still very worried about Xiao Hu. She gently comforted him. Your father may have done many things wrong, but your mother brought you to your father's side because she loved you. Don't blame her. Concubine Feng suggested, she's at the third prince's mansion. Do you want to visit her? Xiao Hu's face showed hesitation for a moment. Then he said, all right. The scene changes to them arriving at the third prince's mansion. Jingni, Xiao Hu's mother, was sitting in front. Concubine Feng looked towards Xiao Hu. She encouraged him. Go meet your mother. Looking at his mother before him, Xiao Hu said with pain, what has she been through all these years? Jingni couldn't see, but seemed to sense something. She turned her head towards Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu. Concubine Feng seemed to understand. Standing beside, she kindly explained to Xiao Hu, she can't hear or see, but she knows you're here. She concluded, perhaps this is the bond between mother and son. At this moment, Xiao Hu couldn't hide his sorrow and asked, can it be cured? Concubine Feng looked at Xiao Hu and said what needed to be said. The doctor said the blindness and deafness can be cured. It just needs some time. Jingni sat still, her face showing some pain. Concubine Feng added, if I'm not mistaken, it must have been when the Empress was gradually replacing her that she accidentally had you. To keep your existence from the Empress, she must have gone through great hardship. To give birth under the Empress's watchful eyes, she had to bribe kind people around her. The scene changes to that night. Jingni knelt before the mama, pleading and begging. Right after giving birth, Jingni painfully looked at her son in the mama's arms. With some reluctance, she said to the mama, Mama, take him away. Quickly. Concubine Feng understood her pain. Those 10 months of pregnancy, perhaps not even full term. To be close to Tango's birth time, she risked giving birth to you early and sending you away. Concubine Feng, seeing Xiao Hu's sad face, continued. For her at that time, keeping you in the palace with your father was the best choice she could make. She couldn't have known that you would face so many hardships later. Xiao Hu said with some self-blame. Before I saw her, I still blamed her for not taking me away. But now, Xiao Hu hesitated, then continued, I have no resentment left. That she's still alive is more than enough. Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu looked at each other warmly. In front of his mother, Xiao Hu promised, from now on, we'll stay by her side and take care of her. That's good, Concubine Feng happily replied. The scene changes to 3 days later. From afar, the eunuch's voice announced, the emperor arrives. Xiao Hu and Concubine Feng couldn't help but wonder. Concubine Feng spoke up. The emperor has been away from court for 3 days. Why is he suddenly coming to the third prince's mansion? Xiao Hu said. I'll go and see. How could Concubine Feng be left out? She quickly replied, I'll go too. She then put Little Black down. Little Black stared intently at Xiao Hu and Concubine Feng holding hands. Little Black couldn't help but sigh, so cheesy. Then thought, well, I set them up, so I have to see it through, cheesy or not. Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu saw the belongings next to the emperor. Xiao Hu curiously asked, Father, what does this mean? Faced with Xiao Hu's question, the emperor hesitated, unsure how to explain about moving in, and just exclaimed, oh. The emperor's eyes seemed to light up as if realizing something. The emperor looked at Xiao Hu and Concubine Feng, still holding hands. The emperor thought happily to himself, fortunately, they're finally together. I didn't make even more mistakes. The emperor remembered the empress and crown prince. He thought, in the past, for the crown prince and empress, I disliked how Concubine Feng always clung to the crown prince, but now it seems she was the smartest one. She knew what true destiny was. Concubine Feng indeed looked very graceful. Concubine Feng spoke with some concern. Your Majesty, you've just left court and moved to the third prince's mansion like this. I'm afraid it's not quite appropriate. The emperor cleared his throat. He stroked his white beard. The imperial doctor said, although I was detoxified in time, I might still not be fully recovered. I can't overexert myself. These 3 days, I've dealt with all the old matters accumulated in court. The eldest and fourth sons have been made princes and sent to their fiefs. The emperor remembered Jingni. He expressed his intentions. From now on, I just want to be by the side of my beloved woman. This throne should be handed over to the young to sit on. Then the emperor looked towards the eunuch. He ordered Bui Thuan to bring the imperial edict of abdication here. In front of Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu, the eunuch presented the edict with both hands and announced loudly, the emperor, now Emperor Emeritus, passes the throne to you. Please ascend to the throne soon. The emperor took the opportunity, while concubine Feng and Xiao Hu were still confused, as the eunuch presented the edict to quickly pass it on. Faced with this situation, concubine Feng sighed that this father and son truly had the same personality. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu still didn't know what to do. At this moment, suddenly a subordinate spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, the fourth prince requests an audience." Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu were a bit surprised. Xiao Hu wondered aloud, what is he here for? The scene changes to concubine Feng and Xiao Hu going outside. The fourth prince saw the two and bowed his head in greeting. His face showed some fear as he said, "This subject." The fourth prince knelt down and paid respects. "This subject pays respects to Your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live, long live." Xiao Hu's face turned serious as he said, "I have not yet accepted the edict. Do you wish to frame me for being disloyal and unfilial?" The fourth prince immediately replied, "Xiao Hu, you clearly know I don't have that courage." He hesitated. "I just want to beg you for one thing." Concubine Feng, standing nearby, Xiao Hu, somewhat angrily, said, "Whatever you have to say it quickly. The third prince still has other matters to attend to." The fourth prince remembered Yan Ran. She seemed to be in a very miserable state. The fourth prince, with a sad face, spoke without hesitation. "I'm willing to give up my princely title in exchange for Yan Ran's freedom. I hope the third prince will consider that Yan Ran was deceived by a cunning person. Please forgive her this time." Xiao Hu angrily shouted, "Yan Ran almost harmed me and Fenger. We couldn't get married. She even caused me to be imprisoned. You can beg anyone else, but don't beg me." The fourth prince desperately pleaded with concubine Feng. "Third prince consort, Yan Ran is suffering in prison. She has realized her mistake. You can be lenient with her punishment." Xiao Hu didn't want to hear it. He immediately ordered someone to expel the fourth prince. "Yingyu, see the guest out." Yingyu seemed excited as she replied, "Yes, master." The scene changes to nightfall. The imperial study still had lights on. Shu was holding a brush, writing something. Suddenly, Xiao Hu noticed that in front of him, concubine Feng's eyes were staring at him intently. He looked up at her. Concubine Feng, hand on her chin, looked at Xiao Hu. She gave an affectionate smile. Concubine Feng's hands cupped her cheeks. She let out a cute giggle. Xiao Hu, not understanding, asked concubine Feng, "What are you laughing at?" Concubine Feng remained seated. Hands still on her chin, she said, "I'm laughing at someone, you know. On the outside, he doesn't want to accept the imperial edict, but in reality, he's still anxious about it." Then she asked Xiao Hu, "You said you've suffered enough. Why bother with that empty title?" Xiao Hu replied dejectedly, "I'm not bothered." In his heart, he thought, "I simply don't want to fulfill that person's wishes, that's all." Xiao Hu was still lost in his thoughts. If he had won this throne by himself, he would certainly not hesitate to sit on it. But now it's him abdicating to me. Xiao Hu thought of the emperor and his mother together, taking care of each other. He thought further, by what right can he ignore me when he wants to ignore, and use me when he wants to use me? Xiao Hu was still seriously thinking about this issue. He thought in the end, he wanted to let go and not care. He wanted to spend his days leisurely with his loved one. Then he directly hands the throne to me. Concubine Feng broke Xiao Hu's train of thought. She moved closer, holding up a book, and said, "Actually." Concubine Feng looked at Xiao Hu lovingly as she explained, "Your father's life seemed glorious, but in reality, he lived in deception. He mistook an enemy for a lover. He lost the woman he loved for over 20 years. If it were you, would you want that?" Concubine Feng moved closer to Xiao Hu. Her hand on his shoulder, she whispered in his ear. Xiao Hu replied bluntly without hesitation, "He deserved it. I won't be like him. Even the one in his heart was mistaken." Concubine Feng blushed slightly and asked Xiao Hu, "So on our wedding day, you recognized me?" Feng Yannian's acting wasn't convincing. Xiao Hu deliberately teased Concubine Feng. Her chest was padded and wrapped very tightly. "She doesn't have that." Concubine Feng was now provoked to anger. Concubine Feng pinched Xiao Hu's ear, making him wince. She didn't forget to scold him. "You dare to look at other women." Xiao Hu grabbed Concubine Feng's hand and smiled. "I was just joking." Concubine Feng, still a bit angry, pouted her cheeks. Xiao Hu took Concubine Feng's hand. He gently said, "Come with me." A cup of wine had been prepared, along with flickering candles illuminating the entire room. It was truly a romantic scene. Concubine Feng asked shyly, "This is a dragon-carved wine bottle with 2 cups set out. The candles are burning brightly." Xiao Hu was also shy. Holding the wine cup, he replied, "I owe you a wedding toast. From now on, you and I will grow old together, never to part in life or death." Concubine Feng also raised her wine cup and said, "Growing old together." never parting in life or death. Then in the romantic room flickering with candlelight, they crossed arms and drank the wedding toast. Xiao Hu moved close to concubine Feng. Mysteriously, he said, "Fenger, there's one last step before the wedding ceremony is complete." Both blushed. Concubine Feng and Xiao Hu shared a passionate kiss. Both savored these intimate moments together. Shadows flickered outside the curtain. Concubine Feng raised her hand to push Xiao Hu away. Stammering, she said, "Wait. Wait." Xiao Hu caught her hand and said, "Don't move." He moved closer to her face, gently coaxing Fenger, "Be good, I'll be gentler in a moment." But concubine Feng, blushing, still wanted to say something. Just as she uttered a word, Xiao Hu lowered his head and sealed her lips. Concubine Feng, surprised by the sudden kiss, let out a startled ah. Xiao Hu suddenly lifted her up, startling concubine Feng. Xiao Hu gently said, "Wife, it's time to enter the bridal chamber." Shadows flickered outside the curtain. Inside the shadows, figures moved dimly, entwined and inseparable. His hands, Xiao Hu gently removed concubine Feng's outer garment. His kisses trailed down her neck. As he kissed, he said, "Fenger, you smell so good." Concubine Feng's long black hair cascaded like a waterfall. Lying on the pillow, she shyly said, "My love, you smell good too." The scene in the room was sweet. Outside, the full moon shone brightly and brilliantly, all creating a scene that stirred one's heart. Inside the room, Xiao Hu placed concubine Feng's hand on his collar, enticing her. "Fenger, help me take it off." In the extremely sweet atmosphere, concubine Feng's voice broke the mood as she cried out, "Xiao Hu, you're lying on my hair." Xiao Hu embarrassedly said, "I'll be more careful." The bed curtains swayed gently in the candlelight. Two hands tightly intertwined on the pillow. A soft sound was heard, followed by a gentle male voice comforting, "Be good, don't be afraid." The next day at the third prince's mansion, the sun rose high. The sunlight was bright and beautiful in the room. Concubine Feng lay tired on the bed. She muttered, "It hurts." Angrily, she cursed, "That beast Xiao Hu." Just as she finished speaking, a voice came from behind. "The first day after the wedding, and you're already cursing your husband like this." Concubine Feng's face instantly turned red. Xiao Hu lifted the curtain and entered. Concubine Feng sat up angrily asking, "Am I wrong to curse?" Xiao Hu approached her saying, "You heartless thing. I spent all morning tending to your body and attending an early court session, so I could return to have breakfast with you. Don't you appreciate it at all?" Concubine Feng was stunned for a moment, thinking, "So he helped me clean up." She suddenly came to her senses. "No, that's not right. It's all because of this beast." Concubine Feng argued eloquently. "Last night's matter could have been finished. Who made me wait until this morning to clean up? If you hadn't kept on." Xiao Hu continued her sentence. "Kept on what?" Concubine Feng hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. Her face flushed as she said, "Anyway, you're in the wrong." Xiao Hu took her hands and admitted, "Yes, I was wrong. But Fenger, you're too delicious. I couldn't help myself. What could I do?" She pushed him away, saying, "Go out. I want to change." Xiao Hu pointed at himself, smiling and asking, "Do you have the strength? Don't you need me to carry you?" Concubine Feng pouted and refused, saying, "No need." Then naturally ordered Xiao Hu, "Bring me my clothes." Xiao Hu picked up the clothes. He stepped forward, handed them to Concubine Feng, and said, "After we eat, we might have to move into the palace." Concubine Feng thought to herself, Emperor Jing has dismissed court for 3 days. Today Xiao Hu suddenly attended an early court session. Is it for the succession? Xiao Hu put the robe on her and said, "If you don't want to move for now, then we can continue staying at the third prince's mansion." Concubine Feng smiled and said, You're becoming the emperor, but still staying at the third prince's mansion. Won't I be cursed by everyone then?" Xiao Hu immediately frowned and said, "I'd like to see who dares." Concubine Feng suddenly leaned in and kissed his cheek. Her face blushing, she said, "I won't be such a willful, favored concubine. Besides, I've only been at the third prince's mansion for a few days. I'm not used to it yet, so moving elsewhere won't affect me much." Xiao Hu reached out to touch her face and sincerely said, "You're not a favored concubine. You're my only empress in this lifetime." Scene change. Before the vast imperial palace, the gates were opened wide. Echoing throughout the realm, Emperor Jing's third son receives heaven's mandate, succeeding the imperial throne, uniting ruler and people to protect the state. All officials bowed together. Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Xiao Hu stood on the highest step. Amidst the cheers of all the officials, Concubine Feng walked step by step towards him. Xiao Hu reached out his hand and gently said, "Fenger, come to my side." Concubine Feng was a bit shy. "Your Majesty, today is the grand coronation ceremony. Your officials are watching." Xiao Hu said seriously, "We want to announce to the whole world today, Concubine Feng has married us. She is our only empress." Concubine Feng placed her hand in his and said helplessly, "You." At this moment, the two stood on the high platform holding hands, looking down at the officials bowing and shouting loudly, "Long live the emperor, 10,000 years. Long live the empress, 1,000 years." The familiar system voice suddenly rang out. Energy has been collected. Concubine Feng was startled. System 2. System 02 said to her, Concubine Feng, from now on, your world will cut off connection with the system. You can rest assured now. Concubine Feng replied, Thank you. The system arrogantly replied, Ha! Now if you regret it and want me by your side, you won't have the chance anymore. Concubine Feng was speechless. Seeing her expression, Xiao Hu asked with concern, What's wrong? Concubine Feng reacted. She looked at Xiao Hu seriously and said, My emperor, for the rest of our lives, we will not be apart. Xiao Hu also sincerely replied, In the years to come, even if there are storms and dangers, I will never let go of your hand. Scene changed to inside the palace. Transition to the sound of a group of palace maids and eunuchs buzzing with excitement. Slow down. A pair of black cat paws quickly ran forward. The eunuch chasing after, panting, said, Oh my little ancestor, you are now the imperial cat. Don't run around wildly. Little Black, while running away, thought to himself in annoyance, So annoying, so annoying. Funger tricked me. Being an imperial cat isn't good at all. Little Black entered through a door. The people behind, seeing this, were terrified and shouted from afar, Mimi, ahead is where the Emperor Emeritus resides. If you go in, you'll be beheaded. Little Black passed by a water jar and paused. Inside the jar was a fish swimming. Little Black's eyes lit up. Fish. Splash. In an instant, the fish was scooped out and in Little Black's mouth. He thought to himself, Such fresh fish. If Fenger cooks it into dried fish, it should be good. Who stole my fish? A voice suddenly rang out. Little Black was startled. Not good. It's the Emperor Emeritus's fish. He hugged the fish and ran, thinking, Whoever catches it, it's theirs. Little Black ran to Concubine Feng's palace and called out, Fenger. He approached the door, confused, saying, Why is it so tightly closed after 3 days? As he spoke, he raised his paw to push the door open. Behind the curtain in the room came Xiao Hu's voice. Last night, why do you want to again? Xiao Hu's muffled voice replied, Not enough. Concubine Feng, clothes disheveled, said, Xiao Hu, I think there's someone outside. Xiao Hu confirmed, saying, There's no one outside. Not far away, a pair of cat paws kept struggling and resisting. Meow, meow, meow. The Emperor Emeritus hugged the struggling Little Black, threatening, Be good and obey. I won't tell Xiao Hu you were peeking. Little Black meowed once, frustrated, and stopped struggling. The Emperor Emeritus praised with satisfaction. This is how an imperial cat should behave. From now on, stay away from the Empress a bit. Clinging to the Empress all day, how will the Emperor have a chance to have children with her? He hugged the cat and placed it on the lap of a woman sitting in a wheelchair, gently saying, Jinger, I've caught the fish-stealing cat. It's Concubine Feng's imperial cat. It seems to like it here very much. From now on, let it stay by your side more often. Little Black meowed once, silently protesting. Good cat, bad people. Scene changed to the Ministry of Justice prison. The jailer's voice called out, Feng Yanran, you can go out now. Feng Yanran looked up, surprised, and said, What did you say? The jailer explained, Today is the Emperor and Empress's coronation. The virtuous Empress asked the Emperor to proclaim an amnesty. Second, Miss Feng hopes that after you leave prison, you'll change and start a new life. Feng Yanran mumbled, Concubine Feng, does she really not hate me? On the bustling and lively streets, Feng Yanran had now been released. She stood on the street, people coming and going busily. She stood alone, as if not belonging to this world, thinking, Amnesty for all. Everyone is celebrating. But what's the difference between me being here or out there? Does anyone really care about me? As she was thinking, a voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. Yanran. Feng Yanran. She was startled and froze. The fourth prince, not far away, waved at her. Yanran, I've come to take you home. Her eyes moist, she softly asked, Why is it you? The fourth prince immediately became flustered. Don't cry. I've arranged a welcome back feast for you at Zilu, the best in the capital. I've also prepared the clothes and jewelry you like most. You can choose freely. Please don't cry anymore, okay? Feng Yanran calmed down and asked, Fourth prince, shouldn't you be fourth prince now? Hasn't Xiao Hu's coronation caused you trouble? The fourth prince said sadly, I went to ask him to use my position in exchange for your freedom. He refused me. Luckily, it's all over now, Yanran. He presented a jade bracelet and said, Yanran, I'm about to depart for my fief. This is the jade bracelet my mother passed down for her daughter-in-law. Are you willing to leave this place with me? Feng Yanran hesitated and said, In the Chancellor's mansion, a servant was reporting to General Feng. Chancellor, the second miss has returned. The general said unhappily, You mean the current empress. The Chancellor's mansion has no second miss. Tell her to leave. Feng Yanran, standing outside the door, heard this and said, Father. Then she recalled her conversation with the fourth prince the other day. The fourth prince had said, Yanran, are you willing to come with me to the frontier as the fourth prince's consort? Feng Yanran replied, I can't decide such a big matter on my own. Can I go home and talk to my father first? Chancellor Feng, standing inside, separated by a door, said, Feng Yanran, when you harmed your sister, you severed all ties with the chancellor's mansion. This is what you brought upon yourself. Feng Yanran knelt down, kowtowed, and said, Yanran has wronged her sister. I don't ask the chancellor to forgive me, but Chancellor, are you really blameless? Years ago, if you truly didn't want us mother and child, with your power and influence, couldn't you have found my mother and destroyed the child in her womb? You allowed me to be born, yet treated me and concubine Feng unfairly. From beginning to end, you blame only the women. Are you men not at fault as well? The chancellor heard this and became angry. Outside, the grandmother approached Feng Yanran and called her, Yanran. Inside the room, a servant reported, Sir, the old madam this afternoon took quite a few land deeds and silver from the estate, probably to give to the second miss. Please check. General Feng said, whatever the old madam took, replenish it from my private treasury. Keep this matter from outsiders. The servant respectfully replied, yes. Outside the room, the grandmother hugged Feng Yanran and said, Yanran, you've lost weight. Feng Yanran embraced her grandmother and sobbed. She called out, Grandmother. The grandmother soothed, Don't cry, good child. What's past is past. The important thing is how to live well in the days to come. Here's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. During your time in prison, the fourth prince made many efforts on your behalf. I dare not say he's the best, but his feelings for you now are genuine. Yanran, live sincerely and cherish what you have. It's better than fighting for what doesn't belong to you. As she spoke, she handed a wooden box to Feng Yanran. Yanran took the box from her grandmother's hands and prepared to leave. The grandmother, heartbroken, advised her, Yanran, take care of yourself. As she walked away crying, the fourth prince called from behind, Yanran, Grandmother, you sent word to me that Chancellor Feng wanted to send you away. Yanran turned to look at the fourth prince and asked, Fourth prince, you're here. The prince, hearing Yanran's question, was very happy. He said, Yanran, are you willing to come with me now? She replied, I'm just going with you to see, not immediately marrying you. The fourth prince was delighted to hear this. He said, even just a walk is fine. As long as you're happy, I'll do anything. Feng Yanran, seeing the fourth prince so happy, said, You fool. At this time in the imperial study, Empress Feng and Xiao Hu were reading memorials together. Empress Feng said, The fourth prince has petitioned your majesty to grant him marriage to Feng Yanran. The emperor asked, Why? Fenger, don't you want them to marry? Empress Feng closed the memorial and said, Of course not. Although I can't wish her well, if she can start a new life, my father and grandmother will surely be happy. Xiao Hu agreed with her, saying, That makes sense. It seems I must make an effort. He then took the memorial from Empress Feng's hand. He leaned in to kiss her, but Feng Juffy pushed him away and said, Xiao Hu, this is the imperial study. Xiao Hu sat up straight and said, The fourth prince and Feng Yanran are setting their wedding date. If they get married first, our children will have to call theirs elder siblings. Is that what Fenger wants? Empress Feng immediately replied, Of course not. As they were about to kiss outside, a eunuch rushed in to report, Your Majesty, Minister Zhang urgently requests an audience. Empress Feng hurriedly pushed Xiao Hu away and shyly turned to leave. She said, I just remembered I haven't paid respects to the Empress Dowager today. I'll go first. Seeing this, the eunuch immediately bowed his head and apologized. Your Majesty, forgive me. I didn't see anything. The emperor angrily said, Which Minister Zhang? Let me hear what urgent matter you have. In the garden, Empress Feng was about to push the Empress Dowager for a walk when the Grand Empress Dowager stopped her and said, Empress, stop. Empress Feng stopped and said, The imperial doctor said the Empress Dowager has been improving lately. Taking her out for a walk would be good. Why are you stopping me, Grand Empress Dowager? The Grand Empress Dowager asked back, If you take the Empress Dowager out, who will I go with? Take your fat royal cat that's turned into a ball. Little Black was lying on the grass, leisurely eating fish. Munch, 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 and thought, Old hag, eat your own dried fish. The Grand Empress Dowager changed the subject, saying the spring hunt was approaching. I heard many officials will be present, wanting to see the Empress ride and shoot arrows. Seeing the Empress's current state, I fear she might embarrass our royal family then. Empress Feng pouted and said, How could that be? The Grand Empress Dowager continued. Since your marriage, you haven't been to the hunting grounds. How could it not be? The Empress, fearing embarrassment, determinedly said, "Humph, I'll go." Seeing Empress Feng leave, the Grand Empress Dowager thought happily, "The way is high, but the devil is higher. No one can monopolize the tent with me and Jingni." At the hunting grounds, Empress Feng was riding a horse, practicing archery. Xiao Hu rode up on horseback and called out, "Fenger." Empress Feng on horseback replied, "Just in time. Practice with me." The emperor said, "I'm no longer that weak prince who was bullied years ago. Sister Feng, if you want to play, shouldn't we make it more exciting?" Hearing this, Empress Feng asked, "What's the bet?" Xiao Hu turned his horse around, rode ahead, and answered, "We'll bet on who's on top tonight." The empress blushed at this and said, "Xiao Hu, if I catch you, you're done for." Then the two rode horses together on the training ground. Little Black lay leisurely under a tree shade, relaxing. It thought, Fenger must be this happy, must have that supreme dried fish 5 years later in the palace. Little Crown Prince Xiao Chengjing opened the door. Little Princess Xiao Aichang shouted, "Xiao Aichang." The little princess said to Xiao Chengjing, "Mother said to knock when entering a girl's room. Why didn't you knock?" The little prince replied, "Why are you putting on makeup like an opera performer, little sister?" The little princess heard Xiao Chengjing say this and angrily said, "Xiao Chengjing, you're asking for it." Xiao Chengjing said in a serious tone, "If you don't believe me, go ask others. Doesn't your current look resemble an opera performer? Also, from now on you must call me Gege. If you call my name, I'll hit you." The little princess clenched her fists and asked back, "Who's hitting who? Have you forgotten about father hitting you last time?" Xiao Chengjing said fearfully, "Little sister, you only know how to tattle." Xiao Aichang then said, "Mother said this is called utilizing resources efficiently. Besides, I was born first, so I'm the elder sister. You dare call yourself Jagi? I'll hit you until you submit and call me Jeji." Xiao Chengjing sulked, turned away, and refused to call her that. He said, "You're dreaming." Hearing this, Xiao Aichang pinched his ear, causing him to cry out in pain and say, Jije, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Only then did Xiao Aichang ease up and say, "What if there's a next time?" Xiao Cheng quickly begged for mercy and said there wouldn't be. "Absolutely not. Sister, you always pinch my left ear. If my ears become uneven in the future." He said this while touching his ear with a pitiful expression. Xiao Aichang thought he had a point. If it becomes ugly, how can it inherit the excellence of father and mother? She said, "All right, for father and mother's sake." Xiao Chengjing quickly moved closer to Xiao Aichang and flattered her, saying, "Sister, mother told us to go invite grandfather. If you finish tidying up too late, we won't make it in time." Xiao Aichang replied, "All right, let's go." At the imperial garden, the emperor was talking with another woman. The little princess and prince hid behind a bush, watching the two of them talk. Xiao Chengjing saw this and was unhappy. He said, "Sister, father and that woman. Father shouldn't meet privately with women. I must go tell mother. You stay here and watch them." After saying this, Xiao Chengjing quickly ran off, leaving Xiao Aichang with a bewildered face. She thought, how on earth can I save this little brother of mine? Things like love rivals. Of course we should handle them for mother ourselves. How can we bring it to mother's attention? In another corner of the imperial garden, Xiao Chengjing had already reported to the empress, but the empress only said, "Chengjing, we must trust your father. Ministers have advised him, but he refuses to expand the harem. How could he allow other women now to affect our marital relationship?" But Xiao Chengjing wouldn't listen. He pulled Empress Feng's hand and said, "Mother, see for yourself. Quickly, go look at father." And he pulled Empress Feng to where Xiao Hu was talking with that woman. The empress saw this and thought, I've never seen Xiao Hu smile at other women like this. That woman said to Xiao Hu, "It's easy to find treasures, but rare to find someone with feelings. These snow roses of your majesty, could you give me one?" Xiao Hu cheerfully replied, "Of course." Empress Feng heard this and felt uncomfortable, thinking, since I moved into the palace, Xiao Hu has planted these snow roses all over the imperial garden. This is the flower of our love. He unhesitatingly agreed to give it to someone else. Thinking this, she angrily left. The little prince quickly ran after her, calling mother. Xiao Hu heard the noise and turned to look at her. Then he hurriedly followed, calling Fenger. The little prince silently cheered on his father. "Go for it." Xiao Hu followed Empress Feng, putting his arm around her shoulder and saying, "Fenger, why are you walking so fast? I called, but you didn't stop." Empress Feng replied sulkily, "Why are you calling me? I saw you picking flowers with that princess and chatting happily. Xiao Hu replied, yes, it was very enjoyable. It's been a long time since I had the feeling of not seeing someone for ages. The conversation was very pleasant. Hearing this, Empress Feng looked at Xiao Hu with a surprised expression. Then she angrily turned her face away. Xiao Hu had to coax her, saying, Fenger, are you jealous? Empress Feng pushed Xiao Hu's hand away and said, go away. This shameless man can have fun with whoever he likes. I'm not jealous at all. Xiao Hu hugged Empress Feng and said, you're lying. How can you falsely accuse your husband like this? Xiangxiang and Jingyou are about to get married. As the Empress of Nanzhao, aren't you happy for them? Empress Feng asked in surprise. Get married. Princess Tianzhu and Jingyou are already acquainted. You all know each other from Jumu. Xiao Hu explained, before, when planting the snow roses were actually from her place, so she wanted a flower to propose marriage. How could I refuse? Hearing this, Empress Feng embarrassedly said, ahem, but they've known each other for so long and haven't married yet. Why propose after 5 years? Xiao Hu didn't answer her question, but said, Fenger, you look so beautiful when you're jealous. Empress Feng felt embarrassed for how she had acted earlier. She quickly changed the subject and asked, was there any misunderstanding between them before? If they really get married, will Princess Xiangxiang stay in Nanzhao, or will Jingyue return to Tianzhu? Xiao Hu replied, 5 years ago, when the new emperor ascended the throne, Tianzhu was in constant internal turmoil. She assisted her brother for 5 years. Now that her brother has grown up, she wants to come to Nanzhao to pursue her own happiness. Hearing this, Empress Feng said, she's a brave girl. You must give them a grand gift. Xiao Hu embraced Empress Feng and said, of course I'll give them a gift. But now there's an urgent matter to attend to. Empress Feng blushed and said, Xiao Hu, lunch is already prepared. Xiao Hu ignored Empress Feng's words and replied, I'd rather eat you. Then he carried Empress Feng into the room. In the dining room, the food was already laid out. Everyone had gathered. Only Xiao Hu and Empress Feng were missing. The little prince sat at the table. He stared at the food with anticipation and said, Sister, I'm hungry. Why is father taking so long to console mother? Maybe I should go. The little princess interrupted. No, don't go. Stop meddling in adult affairs. Xiao Chengjing then asked Prime Minister Feng, maternal grandfather, you're an adult. Can you go find father and mother for us? Prime Minister Feng replied, Ah, Chengjing, you're right. You should trust your father's ability to resolve issues. Just then, Empress Feng opened the door and entered. The two children called out in unison, Mother. Xiao Jing asked, Mother, where's father? Empress Feng replied unhappily, I don't know. I'm not with him. The two children looked confused. Then Xiao Hu walked in, saying, Ahem. Xiao Chengjing saw Xiao Hu enter and turned to ask, Father, did you manage to console mother? Why are you apart? Hearing this, Empress Feng glared angrily at Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu blushed and said nothing. Prime Minister Feng thought Empress Feng was upset for no reason and said, Fenger, are you being unreasonable again? Empress Feng protested innocently. Father, how can you say that about me? Who is really your daughter here? The Empress Dowager, who was feeding the Empress Mother, also said, That's right. Fenger is so sensible. How could she be unreasonable? The emperor's temper has always been poor. Fenger should be more tolerant of him. Prime Minister Feng replied, Empress Dowager, you'll spoil her like this. Xiao Hu responded, Father-in-law, don't worry. Even if Fenger is spoiled, I'll indulge her for a lifetime. Moreover, Nge Thuong and Thua Can will also keep watch. I won't let anyone bully Feng Ni. The two children were eating heartily. Yum yum. Xiao Nge Thuong said, Of course, we are the protection team for father and mother's love. Maternal grandfather, paternal grandfather, and Empress Dowager. Don't worry. Xiao Hu picked up a piece of meat for Empress Feng and said, Replenish your energy. Empress Feng blushed and said, Xiao Hu. Suddenly, the Emperor Emeritus dropped his bowl on the ground. It shattered. He said, Emperor, your mother smiled. She heard it. Xiao Hu quickly stood up and called for servants outside. Summon the imperial physician. The imperial physician hurried in and examined the Empress Dowager. After the examination, he replied, The ears, where all meridians gather, show that if the Empress Dowager can recover, her eyes might also be able to see light. The little princess asked, Can she only see a little? The imperial physician replied, Little princess, for the Empress Dowager to see even a little light is already very good. I'm just afraid that suddenly, the Empress Dowager trembled and opened her eyes. Hazily, she saw the little prince standing in front of her. The little prince said, Great-grandmother, I'm your great-grandson, Thua Can. Can you see me? The little princess also hurried over and said, Great-grandmother, I'm Princess Xiao Thuange, the most beautiful in Nam Chio. This is mother's kitten named Xiao He. Xiao He also meowed. Meow. The Empress Dowager stared at the two children with the warm eyes. Xiao Hu, standing nearby, called out, Feng Ni. Empress Feng replied, I see it. The Empress Dowager is really smiling. Did you hear it? The Emperor Emeritus sat down beside the Empress Dowager and said, Jinger, if you can see me, can you move your lips? The Empress Dowager slightly moved her lips. The Emperor Emeritus saw this and was very moved. He said joyfully, I know. Then Empress Feng picked up a glass of wine and said, Today is indeed a good day. We must drink a few glasses. Come, let's toast to the Empress Dowager's health. Toast to our harmony today. Xiao Hu also picked up a glass of wine and said to the Emperor Emeritus, For the sake of my mother, the Emperor Emeritus saw that Xiao Hu cared for him and was very moved. He said with tears in his eyes, Xiao Hu, this is the first time in years you've shown concern for me. The two children also raised their glasses and said, Let's toast. Xiao Ngaithuang said, I hope our family can be together forever. Empress Feng and Xiao Hu looked at each other happily and said in unison, Together forever.